president, very highly intellectual speeches,
Yes.
like ICOM.
Yeah, compared to Trump, I would say they were more highly intelligent. Yes, they're more
They're
well
more
Like
thought
highbrow
ICOM,
out.
than
They were more coherent. It wasn't rambling. Like, yeah, I'd
Camilla
say so.
speaks from a highbrow stance. She's highbrow. Trump is lowbrow.
I mean,
Um,
isn't it
High,
true that
support not,
is it?
but I'm good at like all of them.
But isn't that true that she kept repeating herself? I come from a middle class family, blah blah blah. She just kept repeating herself over and over again during every speech. And at
Yeah, as
one
a
point,
politician, you
when
kind of
she
like
was,
reiterate the points you make. Like you kind of
but
reiterate what your policies and stances are. That's what like Trump did as well. And all of his
yeah, but
Trump did it
at one
better.
speeches.
point she got caught wearing that earpiece.
and so what?
Got
The
caught. I don't know what's Montana. Are you from the United States? Like, do you live here by chance?
do I need to
No,
live there
I know you
to?
don't. I'm just curious. Do you like live in the U.S.? I was just asking you like a
I
question.
I used to. I used to.
Oh, or do you so do you not do you hold citizenship here? Like, are you dual?
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
No, I was just curious. I was just curious, like, what your stake in like American politics are and why you'd be in defense of like or in defense of Trump.
I'm. Uh, well, you get me wrong. I'm not being defensive of Trump. I just think Kamala, compared to Kamala,
You have no
he's just way
substantive
to
way of
go.
saying that he's better other than to say like he like I don't know what your point is against Kamala Harris.
Hold on. Let me
I
ask you a
mean,
few questions. Right,
well,
so Montana.
for well, I'm
Hold on.
trying to give you
Well, Trump's
example.
Trump's election was it did represent a destabilization of the liberal world order, so that which I am happy about.
Well, let me ask
Mariachi, I know
questions
you're
for
an
Trump. Hold on.
accelerationist,
So
we
let
know.
me ask a few
I'm
questions for
not.
Trump here, right?
I
So
don't
I
believe in
can ask as well, right?
accelerationism.
So Mariachi Montana, right? What is your opinion on Trump's tax policy?
Not a fan.
Okay, but
Hey,
what
so
about
we
Kamala?
actually don't have like a for the finally we don't have someone who's like a liberal Jew who likes spending a lot of money without like properly pairing that
Okay,
with like
now
income.
here's the other question, right? The opposite here, right? What is your opinion on Kamala Harris's tax policy? It was actually pretty good.
I mean, it would have been
Yeah,
better.
Oh, it is one better
Based.
than any of the other presidential candidates, right? You know, raising corporate tax to 35%, that was a really good one. You know, increasing the, it was a bit more aggressive than Biden's 28%, but 35% is actually pretty damn good. What about the children tax? What about the child tax credit? What about Trump's, cutting that?
I mean, I am in favor of a child tax credit.
Well, Trump actually cut that, and he was meaning to cut that for a while. Uh, you know,
Did the big
uh,
beautiful bill cut the child tax credit?
yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and they
Based.
fucked everyone over.
Oh yeah, it fucked everyone over, from veterans to homeless, everyone.
Based. Based.
Yeah, yeah, that's the problem. That's why, like, I don't really like to identify myself as like, among the conservative crowd because, like, they talk a good game to get power, and then once they get power, like, all they want to do is, cut taxes for the rich. Like, they wanted us to believe that we were the vehicle for Trump, but it turns out like Trump was the vehicle the whole time that was leading us to just like the same old thing repackaged and just like
The
sold
same
to
old
us
recap.
in a gold box.
Basically, Trump just went into the archives, peeled up any Republicans' fucking bills on immigration and taxes, and basically just copied Reagan's.
I mean, it's not as bad as Reagan. Like Reagan was like
Reagan
like
was
an
a
amnesty
special
guy.
Reagan was like a special type of retard when it came to like economic understanding. Like that guy was, or he was just
Oh yeah.
bought.
No,
I don't know.
no,
Now,
no,
what is
no.
your
Reagan
opinion on
isn't
Kamala
retarded.
Harris's
These
border policy?
don't attribute to stupidity what is easily explained by malice in the
Oh,
realm of
true. There.
politics.
Okay. You know what? Fair enough. You know what? That was me being charitable. You're right. I won't be charitable. I think it was from a
Now,
malicious
now the other question is, what about Kamala? What about
thought.
who do you stand in favor more, and what do you know about Kamala Harris's immigration policy?
I know that she was she trying to she trying to portray an image as being more hawkish on the border than Biden. because I guess like they focus groups that the border was like an issue
Oh wait,
of
by the way,
relevance.
quickly,
I don't.
Mariachi, before you keep going, I'm gonna let you go. I just want to like make one quick point here, and then you can go. I won't interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Mariachi,
You're
when
good.
it comes to immigration, is going to be like super ultra cucked because if he's a actual Nick Fuentes enjoyer, he has like the whole pure stock arguments, like the race realism stuff, if I'm not mistaken. But you'll probably do it from a more intellectual standpoint. So, anyways, continue.
Yes.
So she,
Well, we
so,
will eventually get to that, but
well,
like
Camilla.
but
Wait, so you do
I'm just
realize the
trying to
whole
do
point
like
you're making right now, Beistju, is like irrelevant for that, right? Like to engage with this with Mr. Mariachi here, like
here's
Well,
the thing though, like I can analyze the issue from the perspective of someone who doesn't have the beliefs that I do, and which is what I'm going to do. It's my analyzation of
okay,
Kamala's
perfect. Let's hear
campaign
this.
strategy with regard to the border is the same issue that Democrats and even like leftists kind of fall into, is they try to out conservative the conservatives in order to peel away votes. They've been doing this for a long time, man.
Do you
Like
think that Kamala
especially
Harris is like a true American, like a real American?
no,
Okay, so
absolutely not.
I don't know what the. Like, I know you're gonna like make like
It's
an
not.
intellectual
It's not just for the
like
racial reason.
argument.
It's not just for the racial reason. But I mean, I don't understand the relevance of the question right now.
Because I feel like if we have to be arguing from like a similar basis of like belief and understanding like of core principles and like ideology and like to some
Okay.
degree when it comes to like our core principles and values for like the country we live in, right? And I would say
Yeah.
your beliefs and stuff are like anti-American, like illiberal and like not
Which
they don't
specific belief?
the race realism stuff, there's like a
Did I
founding
claim?
stock
Did
that
I?
needs to be protected and not and Jews are currently
Did I claim to be a race realist at any moment during
oh
our conversation?
my bad, are you not a race realist?
I would like you to define that.
Race
I'm not being.
realist?
I'm not being pedantic.
Okay, well
but, like,
let me be ultra clear. Do you believe that there is like a founding stock that made America to begin with, and we need to do everything we can to protect that founding stock via not allowing our numbers to whittle to a point where we're replaced by X group
as
of people?
So in layman's terms, preserve the white majority.
I guess,
I'll
but
put it.
it
I'll
doesn't
put it
necessarily
in
just
the.
have to be the white majority. I'm saying just whatever you consider the founding stock to be.
Hold on. So Lama.
No, that's the
hold
question
on.
I asked. I need that
I
responded
know.
to.
I'll put it in simple terms that a lot of the right wing push around. Right? Do you believe in the policy of don't mix snow with mud?
I wouldn't use
I don't think
terms
it's that
that are
crude.
like vulgar. I
don't
mean,
think
like
it's
there's
I
like
don't-
a there's like a vulgarity in
intellectual.
that.
He's an
I wouldn't do
intellectual.
that.
He's not
I
crude
wouldn't use
about it.
that.
That's why I haven't been crude with my summarization of how I think he views like the world in the United States. I don't think you're like a crude like want to genocide all the brown people type of a guy. I think you just don't like the mixing stuff. I think that to you is not bueno. If I'm
Well,
incorrect,
yes,
you can tell me I'm wrong.
No, I believe that there is some truth to that, but I think it's a lot more nuanced than people give it credit for, because like a lot of knuckle draggers will be like, I don't like black people because black people are monkeys. It's just like an example of something that people like that would say.
I
For
understand. I
me,
know
I
you're
would
more
say I would
sophisticated
say
and intellectual with
I
your
don't
dog
hate
whistling, I know.
anybody. I'm a Christian. I love everyone. However, I still do want the best possible outcome for me and my people in this country. And this country is a democracy, and even if it weren't a democracy, then tribalism would still matter. But in the context of a democracy, things like race and identity are on the forefront, because the more people your voting bloc has, the more power you can exercise in society, the more you are pandered to,
But
and thus get
wouldn't you
rewards
agree
from the
that there's
government.
probably bigger disparities in like when it comes to people that are outside of just race and stock, like class distinctions? Like that would probably be a bigger like separator of people, class
Careful
distinction,
now.
for example, and then rural versus like maybe urban people. Like I would say that there's probably way more similarities between those
Careful with that, though.
groups. Careful with that, and for what reason?
The Hassan viewers might call you a class reductionist for that one.
I'm not being a class. I
But-
don't give a shit about
but-
Hassan viewers. I don't care about lefty
I'm
retards.
making a joke. I'm
Oh,
making a
okay. I
joke.
was about to say lefty
But,
retards are not on the forefront of what I
But
care about.
I do agree with you in a fundamental manner.
Well, if you agree with me,
the-
then your whole like summarization.
Wait, no,
of,
listen
like...
to me. Listen to me. Hold on. You know, I'm trying to.
Sorry.
you know,
Okay, my bad.
get on with this. So I do believe that class is definitely something that's important and should be taken into account. I do believe that, you know, I don't know if you're white. I'm gonna assume you are.
I am.
But okay, so me, you as white men, we probably have more in common with like some Asian dude who went to our high school than we do with
I
I
would
don't know,
say Llama
Elon
is
Musk, for example,
white
or someone among that like you know category of individual.
Well,
That
no, Elon
particular
Musk.
class.
What do you mean? Like for like the rich? Like his
Yeah,
like,
I'm just kind of using. I'm just kind of
socioeconomic
using him
upbringing?
as like
Okay.
you know. I'm using him as like the weather vane for that. Yeah, we probably have more in common with people who have different races, but similar, like at least
Socioeconomic
geographic
standings.
location
And geographic, yep.
yeah, like you know, culture basically. Um, you know, this greatly varies depending on where you live, depending on the city, depending on like various other factors. You get the idea. But the point is, yeah, I'm not discrediting, you know, that at all. However, I do think that race does play a role in it to a degree that I would like you to, you know, kind of expand your thinking on. So let's
Okay.
start with, you know, they create enclaves, and whenever I say
They
I
create? Sorry.
generally mean like you know most foreign communities that come into the states. It's not that I can blame them. Like
Wait,
you know,
pause.
generally.
I would agree with you. First generation for sure definitely does that.
Okay,
Maybe
yeah.
even second.
So anyway, yeah.
But we
is
know
it,
what
like, you know,
happens after
necessarily a
like the
problem?
second
Like,
generation, right?
yeah, I'm gonna get to that. But
Oh,
you know,
okay,
obviously,
cool.
I'm not encouraging that we should go into like a city and burn down Chinatown. Of course not. I mean, that'd be ridiculous. I think that these places are, you know, generally speaking. I mean, some people do it better than others. Let's be real. But you know, I understand why that is. Like, you know, the natural human need. Like, if you're moving to a place, you generally want to stick with people who are of your own kind. You know, as you are in the country. You know, just for some familiarity, for some comfort.
I don't
It's totally
disagree with you.
understandable.
Yep, usually
So
first
then
generation.
we go down
Yeah.
the line. Then we go down the line. Then yeah, immigrants will become more assimilated to a degree. But you know, we're gonna split hairs in a second. But I will validate that yeah, like a third generation immigrant. I went to a pretty affluent high school. My family is not affluent, by the way. It's just zip codes and whatnot. So pretty interesting stuff. So anyway, yeah, I went to a pretty affluent high school in a
I went
nice
to a
area.
private high school.
And
Yeah, I'm aware. I get what you're saying.
yeah, I have some. Yeah, I mean, like you know, I'm sure that you've met like people of different races who, you know, it didn't really quite occur to you that it would be of import. So,
Yeah, because it
yeah.
wasn't. But anyways, continue.
Yeah, exactly. So, but then we, you know, expand like we're here now, and we expand on what is the impact that these immigrants are having on the country, and what is their political impact. And if you look at the, if you break it down by demographic in terms of voting, most races generally are on the same page in terms of voting, with some notable exceptions. The Hispanic male, you know, can break for Republicans, but this is largely because of like you know Cubans. If you factor the Cubans in because they are Hispanic, then of course you know there's going to be some like differential there. But
Yeah, I
my
would
main
say.
point is that
Yeah,
my main
okay,
point is
anyways,
this: like you
continue.
know, like the minority races, they band together because they realize like, hey, you know, we're minorities, and you know, so we should probably be looking out for each other because it's the intelligent thing to do. At least
Do
they
we think
like they
that's
make a.
the big reason behind it? Because like when we look at it
Excuse
based
me?
off of like socioeconomic standing, that's where like you see the actual like where votes break down even further, like voting blocks change drastically based off of like economic standing.
I personally don't support Trump because one, he's a pedophile. Two, I don't like how he's trying to kick out the Mexicans,
Yeah,
Muslims,
no,
and brown people.
wait, we're not. We're so far before that right now.
I know that I like my soul food. I like my Chinese food. I like my fucking kebabs.
That's fair,
Okay, I
but like
understand that.
I get the point you're
don't.
making, but like
I don't
he's
dislike
making
those
a
things
more
either.
he's not making like a knuckle dragging argument. He's like
Right.
I never like had that summarization. As soon as I saw the Nick Fuentes, I'm like, oh, this is like an intellectual. Like, okay, you might not be a racist, but you're indistinguishable from like racists. It's the same thing with Base Jew here. He's not an anti-Semite, but his hatred for Zionists makes him indistinguishable from anti-Semites. It's like how I look at it.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. Oh, so you're a Zionist, are you?
No, I wouldn't say I'm a Zionist.
You're ambivalent.
Yeah, I'm ambivalent. I'm a retarded American. I don't really care about the Middle East and the problems there because it doesn't have any impact on me. I don't really like have a stake in it.
It doesn't.
How does it? No, it doesn't. It doesn't impact me. Nope.
I could make
Like
the argument that
personally, it doesn't impact me. Maybe it impacts like my country and like the way we deal with like foreign policy. Sure, I'm not going to disagree with that. But me personally,
it certainly
no,
does.
I'm not like personally affected by.
I believe eventually it will become downstream.
Hold on, you say you're personally not affected by it, but when your government, well, my government as well, gives Israel billions of dollars in weapons and money, and American companies are giving them free food.
I don't know how you're. Out of curiosity, based
Hold
you,
on.
do you think that when it comes to like discretionary spending, that I give a shit about anything that has a B attached to it?
Hold on,
Like even if it's like
right
even if it's
now,
like 50 billion, that to me is like such a drop in the bucket that like that to me is a meaningless.
yeah, but the
like,
problem that
statement.
stems from it, right?
Because then I would just
some
think like, oh, look at our defense spending, which makes up like what, like 40% of our budget now.
The problem I
35,
have with it,
40%?
right, is the big problem here is, right, that when you've got entire fucking states trying to pass legislation that will give free healthcare, housing, and medical benefits
Oh no.
to the
Wait, I don't want to do the
soldiers who
anti-Israel,
served in the face
anti-Zionist.
of Israel.
We can do that later, Bashu. I want to get back to the.
Oh, hold on, but there are certain in the U.S. You say it doesn't affect you, but there are states right now, and if one state does it, other states will copy it, right?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You know what?
Medical
We were just having a discussion about. He just wanted to know my thoughts and opinions about the Middle East and Israel and Palestine and all that, and I just said I'm ambivalent. I don't care. It's not my problem. I'm also not. I don't have any personal stake in it, so I don't like to sit here and pretend to like have like a strong like stance on it one way or another.
Yeah, no, I get you on that.
That's all I was saying. There's nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah. America has a lot of issues, as is. Speaking of one of those issues, what's your opinion on the 1965 Hart-Celler Act?
Is that the one that allowed businesses to vote?
No, that would be Citizens United.
Oh, Citizens United. I know what
Hearts. Them to vote.
Yeah,
you get the idea.
United. Yeah,
no,
okay.
The 1965.
I've heard about the Hart-Cellers Act. I can't think of it.
It was the repeal of. I'll just summarize it for you. It was the repeal of long-standing immigration policy that was aimed to promote, maintaining the white majority. Which I think that.
Which I think was probably
I would like to ask you this question. I think, and I'll allow you to expand on it in any way you would like going forward. I think this will be interesting. Do you think that it would be better for the white American for the United States to remain majority white?
From what perspective? I guess like, do you mean for people that don't ever want to like interbreed or interly racially? Like,
I'm just talking about like outcomes. Like, do you think that like DEI is positive for white people?
Can you name one DEI policy?
Name one DEI policy.
Yeah, can you name one DEI policy that you're not a fan of?
Sure thing. Okay, so DEI, at its core,
wait, that's not an answer. I just want one DEI policy. You're doing a.
Okay. Quote unquote inclusionary hiring practices.
Do you think that like Wait.
Adversely impacts white people? Most definitely.
Wait, no. So you think?
Actually,
so you think that
affects Asians more?
I was about to say, do you think that like hiring practices that like non-discriminatory hiring practices is like a bad thing?
I think that it being federal law is not good.
Depends what you discriminate on.
Yeah, what if you discriminate on the basis of like your like a disability? Like, would you not like that?
Well, here's
the
thing.
Are you going
Well, no. But the inclusionary hiring practices are exclusionary of certain groups, and a lot of these groups, yes, are white men. So, like, white men are getting passed up for opportunities because of, DEI, which isn't.
I mean,
wait,
for the record,
unemployment's
doing pretty good. So I don't know, like, who all these unemployed white men that you're talking about. But
yeah,
by the way,
and unemployment has also been doing super good. So I still don't know what point you're making.
Some personal experience here in operating.
No offense. I don't want to do personal experience here. This is like a super aggregate.
Unemployment is doing good is so vague.
It's like it's maintained like 3% over the last like 6 years, hasn't it? Post COVID.
So I
5
just want
years?
to point
6
out, by
years,
the way,
5, maybe 4 or 5
Are you
years.
high, my friend?
Maybe 4 to 5 years post COVID has
Maybe
been like.
6 at the height of COVID?
Can
I
I
just said
point out, by
post
the way?
COVID. Who the fuck is yapping right now?
Euphoria.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Gaphoria.
I don't mean
I
to
said
laugh.
post
I don't-
COVID.
Yeah.
And,
Shut
and
up
I
with this
misspoke
porn.
and
I mean, I
corrected
heard
myself by saying
What's it at
post
now?
COVID.
I thought it was at like 4.5% today.
I'm
But
pretty
can I
sure that
just
the average
point out, by the
unemployment
way?
post COVID has been like 3 to 4%.
I just want to
I'll
point out,
pull
by
up
the
the
way,
numbers.
without DEI, my company wouldn't have to consider women for a hire. We can just turn around every single woman, specifically just on the basis that they're women.
Well, Mariachi is probably like not in favor of that.
It also openly means I can openly choose to only specifically hire white men over any other candidate. I don't have to consider any
That's
of them.
not true.
Post COVID
There's
unemployment rate has been.
I don't know
on
what
average-
country you live in, but in the United States we have
In the
discriminatory
United States,
discrimination laws.
where my
We
company
have
operates,
discrimination laws. You can't discriminate on the basis of like
Uh,
sex
no.
No,
or
Chuck
fucking skin
Norris,
color.
we agree with that. There's people here that don't like that, like existing.
Hold on, Chuck. So
Why?
here's the thing, right? With
Because
the under
we're having a
DEI,
we're having a
meritocracy-
sophisticated race realism conversation.
Hold on.
Yeah,
so-
meritocracy should be the rule. Should be
Hold on.
what we achieve, what we strive for.
I
Yeah.
disagree.
I mean, I'm with you there, but like,
under
Why do you
but-
disagree? You don't want the most qualified people in positions?
Yes, I will tell you why. I
Like you're
disagree,
literally
and,
going to put a
o-
drain on your
okay.
society, and it will literally destroy itself.
Oh, okay. Say literally one more time. I didn't think I quite caught that.
So
Anyway.
under DEI policies,
anyways,
I
Mariachi,
personally,
sorry,
right,
back to what we're talking about.
I can choose to
Yes, I
reject
actually
the
will. I
entire-
actually will give an answer to that. Just I
Unemployment
just
has been on
yapped
average
over.
a 4.17%
It hit 14%.
4.17% post COVID,
So
Yeah, which is
let me
horrible.
tell you why I
which
am
is really good. So I
not-
don't know what all these white men that are struggling to like get jobs because of DEI.
It's not
It's not just
struggling.
white
men.
So when you're
Hold on.
getting hired, it doesn't mean that the job.
Wait,
you're
Chuck
getting
Norris.
is
Chuck Norris.
actually
I'm having
quality
a very
job.
specific conversation with Mariachi where we've gotten
Yes.
to this
Okay. I will be making my reply now. So whenever it comes to the colorblind meritocracy, when people are like, don't you support like meritocracy and the most qualified person getting the job? It sounds good on paper. I know it does.
It is
However, whenever you consider the implications of what actually happens, then that means like America, because America is where generally people want to go, especially like higher skilled people from overseas.
Oh wait, pause. Actually,
don't-
pause. I'm so sorry, Mariachi. I don't mean to interrupt you here. What do you consider someone to? What do you consider an American to be?
Oh,
I
what?
consider an American to be, well, I think that I agree with the founding fathers in the sense of
I
I
just
think
want to know
that-
what you think an American. I want
Nation
you to
of-
give me your explanation of what you
White
think an
men
American
with
is.
upstanding character. Straight up, nigga.
No, I just that's not an answer.
yes.
I want to hear what you think an American is. That's it.
I think an American, in the current contemporary time, an American is someone who is born in America, and that's it. Now, my own definition, which you asked for,
Still
I just
probably
wanted to
wrong,
give that.
but-
I just wanted to give that preamble. I just wanted to give you that preamble.
Still think that's
Um,
probably wrong, but there's probably more to it than just that, right?
No, I mean, if you are born in America, you have an American citizenship. No ifs, ands, or buts.
I think anyone.
So-
I think
hold
anyone.
on.
Legally, it makes him an American. I'm not
No, I'm
trying
not
to be
talking
a-
about
I'm
from
not
a
trying to be
legal
semantic
standpoint.
plebeian.
I'm talking more from like.
Yeah,
a,
I'm not trying to be a semantic plebeian here, but that was like
no,
I just
I'm
had
not
to
talking
provide,
about
like,
just
the
from like a
thing
legal
first.
standpoint. I'm talking about from you, from like
Yeah,
a
he was like
personal,
halfway through making his point. You interrupted. Let him
From a-
finish.
Hold on,
Exactly.
Hold on. Can I just say something real quick?
Fucking two people at
The
once.
founding
Like,
fathers
that's wrong.
did
I'm not gonna let you
believe
finish
that
this.
Irish people were even or should be American. The founding fathers didn't believe in the Irish were even white. So
Okay, well I disagree with them.
Yes, so, okay, that's why I was asking for his opinion, like his like definition.
Yeah,
of what an American
exactly.
would be,
And
not
I
from just a
was
legal
giving
standpoint.
I was giving some preamble to it. There's
Okay,
the
that's
he
corner.
did.
So-
No, I'm waiting for him to finish. Let
Let
finish,
him
Beish.
talk. Let's not have this take much more time. Come
Okay, exactly. So I think what an American is, ideally by my definition, is someone who A was born here and B was born to a family in this country who has roots put down here.
So like Native Americans to you would be like pretty, like they'd be like the
Na-
most
Native-
American.
Sorry, an anchor.
Like Native as in like.
they aren't. they don't have an affinity to the state. They were here before the state was established, so they are
so
foreign
there's
to the
so there's
state.
a caveat. Okay, so they have to have an
Yeah,
affinity.
there's definitely
born
a caveat
here.
here because
What about
like, you know,
the
born
Mexican
in the land. I
Americans
think that you're playing semantics in the sense
I'm
of you
not
know
playing
exactly what I
semantics. I'm
meant.
trying to drill you down on like the point. I'm not letting you make broad general like I'm trying to like tease out your like view of what you think an American is. What
You're
about
trying to
the
win,
But
man.
what
you
about
see,
the
but you
Mexican
see,
Americans that were here also when we initially conquered like the United States?
no, because it's a
Hey,
separate continuity. Like once it was
I'll give you
conquered, then it ceased to be what it was and it became something else.
But you would agree those
Therefore,
people would
therefore
have had
they're not American.
long-standing roots here, right?
They have long-standing roots to a separate entity that is not the subject
But
of what I'm
once,
talking
but
about
once
whenever
they
I
had
say
been
what it is to be
conquered
an
and
American,
assimilated
which
into
is to be,
America, into
which is,
like, but what
and by the
America?
way, American doesn't just mean what is the question? What is an American to you? Does that mean what is someone who is born in North America or has roots in North America, the place, or do you mean someone who has roots within the country itself? Because I was operating on the latter definition.
I
and
don't
it seems like you're
operate
using
based off who
it
has
seems
roots.
like you're using the former definition as a means to, you know, rhetorically jab me here. But I don't really
I'm
think
not
it's
rhetorically
the
jabbing you. I want to know
gotcha.
your like principles, like your principle guiding ideology behind a lot of your argumentation. And I think
And
understanding
we will get to it.
what you think an American is a pretty key part of that.
Well, I agree. So anyway, carrying on. So whenever I say what to me does it mean whenever someone is a American, as is defined by has a root to the American state and has at least an affinity for it. And also, but I also do agree that, like, you know, immigrants can come over and establish themselves within this country. I am not 100% anti-immigration. I just don't think that we should allow it from the third world because it produces negative outcomes for our people. Now, I do think though that if you bring
Well,
people
other than them doing
who are
like
like
the
us
lower
culturally,
productive
I believe that
labor
we
jobs.
are
Sorry.
we are a nation of multiple European cultures, and now, of course, there's, you know, more to that mix,
Yeah,
so to
because we can
speak.
quibble over
Which
which ones would be
it
considered part
was.
of the in-group, right? Depending on when you got here.
I think that it really matters about, like, you know, when the nation was established. Okay, like, you know, if your ancestors were in this country, they built it up, they
So like
established it,
Irish
and then
probably
like
wouldn't be part of that.
no, I would consider the Irish to be part of that. The
Oh.
Irish still put in work. I would consider blacks. I would consider the blacks to be part of it too, because you know
Okay. So then
obviously I
Asian
don't
people
support.
probably
Obviously
too,
I
because
don't
they
support
helped
slavery.
build like the intercontinental railroad, right?
Well, we'll get to that. I mean, those specific ones, yeah. And as for the foundational Black American community that has been, you know, been in America, they obviously contributed. Now, was their contribution something they should have had to do? Of course not. Slavery is totally wrong, but still, they contributed. They did stuff, and they've been here for quite a long time. So it would be kind of ridiculous for me to say, like, you know, like blacks have no stake in this country. It would
Considering a lot of them don't even know like their actual
it'd be
history prior to 100%.
it would be ludicrous. But what I'm saying though is we can, you know, have this nuanced definition. It doesn't just mean, oh, American, white, if not white, not American, end of story. Like, I know people like to paint with broad brushes, but there is more nuance to it. I think that we should try to at least preserve a white majority because it's in the best interest of whites to be in the majority. Like, liberals will say this, will give me this gotcha question all the time. It's more common on Reddit. It's not you Discord fellas, but they'll be like, you know, people like you complain about becoming a minority. Why? Is it because it's bad to be a minority?
And you
Like,
don't want
thinking
to.
that, like, but like, here's the thing. Yes, it is bad to be a minority. It is. It's not
I
good.
mean, I don't really see how it's bad, but okay.
Because population is power, and like, you know, like for example, the black community. If the black community had, like, you know, more population such that they could sway national elections, then more effort would be put into their issues. But then again, that is a whole separate can of worms concerning
Well, then
like,
that's where I'll
you
just
know, like
harken back to.
African
I think
American
that
poverty,
I will just harken
which I
back
don't,
to all
which
of our issues are the same. Like I think that's why like class difference is like probably
well, I
the
mean, that's
bigger
why I
indication.
support socialism.
You.
Yeah, I know you don't like that.
No, I'm a market
What's your?
capitalist. I love capitalism, baby.
I disagree with that. But
You disagree with me liking capitalism is like a really good mode of like economic like just a good
Have
economic
you
system?
experienced a socialist government?
Have I experienced a
by
socialist
experience,
government?
No, the guy promoting
no,
socialism.
no, I haven't.
Just curious on that. That's all. Keep going.
Cool. And by the way, like, I'm not here to advocate socialism of the stripe that you're used to. I am more so a
What
third
type of
positionist.
socialist are you? I'm just curious. Not
More
like
so,
to be reductive. I'm just curious.
I'm gonna make it very, very simple for you. I'm basically a socialist who has very traditional beliefs socially. So,
So are you more Canadian or Norwegian?
very, what did I just say? Very way.
But it's
Very socially on the right and economically more so on the left. I think there's good ideas from.
Wait, so you're not so you don't believe in the abolishment of like private capital? Like you're not that type of socialist? That's not you're not a socialist. That's like the core principle behind guiding principle behind socialism.
Wait, no. Okay. I didn't quite say that. I said I'm socially right wing.
No, you said you're a
Okay.
socialist.
Right. I am.
Yeah, but like so do you believe in the abolishment of like private capital, private enterprise, private property?
You believe in like a 50%
Capital-
flat tax on every citizen
Not
to
50%
promote free
tax. We're not
healthcare?
going to do the cringe like Republican like
No, here's
summarization of
a.
socialism. I'm
That's
talking
that's
about
not Republican.
Here's
That's
here's
the way
exactly.
Norway handles their
Let me
healthcare
let me
system.
try to illustrate it in a way that is easily digestible for someone who I can tell is more concerned about understanding the exact detail. I think that socialism in some cases can be a vehicle to obtain maximal efficiency. I think that we have a society in which is decadent in many ways. It produces things that ought not be produced, such as pornography and things of the like. Decadent and degenerate media, and furthermore, decadent and degenerate food. So all you look, sorry, all you look around in this capitalist utopia, and what do you see is just like advertisements for things that are bad for you. It's constant. It's everywhere. It's a very degenerate society, and I think that in a more community-oriented society, you would have people having to work in order to eat, and to each according to their ability, to each according to their need. This doesn't mean that I want outcomes to be equitable across the board. Obviously, there are some people who are more important than others,
you
and
don't
there are
want
some who are
equitable
going to be a.
outcomes.
No, I just want like a guaranteed standard of living for like those at the bottom. When they get to that outcome, like I want the outcome to at least be like something of comfort. But I do acknowledge that there are going to be some human beings who are going to have a materially better life than others, and I don't think that's something that we should like try to standardize. More so, we should really just focus on, okay, if you are at the bottom, let's just ensure that that's enough for like a decently comfortable life. If you're not a complete retard, that's the crux of it. But apart from that, I don't mind people
So
being on
you're
the upper echelons.
wait. So I still don't know like you're not to be a dick, and I'm like trying to be like more understanding. I just want the initial question answered, and then we can like get back to that.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the abolishment of private capital, private enterprise, like capital owners? Do you think that that should be abolished? Like that means of like that economic mode
Yeah, I
that
see.
we currently have.
Yeah, maybe I spoke too soon whenever I said socialist, because I'm not really down with all that.
Okay.
So I guess I would call myself more. That's a good question. What would I call myself?
I was going to
Economically
ask
on
if
the
there's a
left will
country
be.
that mimics your beliefs that you could just say the country name.
I guess yeah. What's the closest? I guess that you would like. What's the most comparable
Like
to what you like?
I really don't think that economic left wing ideology with socially conservative ideology at the same time has really been tried before on like a larger scale. I'm sure there's like some countries that have tried it. Smaller ones or ones that went through like dictatorships or something. And they tried it for a bit, but none that I can like pull off the top of my head. We don't have like a famous example of it, like with communism, USSR, obviously, like fascism, Italy.
China.
You know, right? Yeah. I feel like if you name communism, then like two flags pop in your head immediately, like the Chinese flag and the flag of the Soviet Union,
When
right?
you think
So
of like mixed capital, like mixed economies, like you can like look at like the United States somewhat. We're kind of dog shit at it. You can look at like all of like the Nordic countries in Europe.
yes, Exactly. So like yeah, whenever you conceptualize what I'm doing, which isn't really like that radical. It's just I don't think that in order
I
to want
think
to uplift the working people that you need to be down with
no, but like you also though have
homosexuality and
a,
feminism.
but you do realize a lot of what you're, it is radical because you would be doing it for a particular like ethnicity or ethno like in group, right?
No, I mean not specifically. I
Oh,
think
so
that a
then
rising
everyone
tide
would be
would
able to
lift all
benefit.
boats.
Everyone would be able to benefit from it then.
Well, everyone who's currently in the country and is kept in the country, like we obviously we would not have an open border. There would not. We would deliberately try to maintain the white majority. But as for those who are here, then yeah, I think that they would be
You know, for the
ideally
record, I don't
the
know if I'm
same
like
amount.
necessarily opposed to like ethno states as like a concept or an idea. I just don't think that
I'm not a
comports
big
with.
fan
I
of
don't
them.
think that that
I'm not a big
comports.
fan.
I don't think that that comports with like the United States or anything that resembles that.
Well, I'm not supporting an ethno state. An ethno state is just a state with only one ethnicity in it, or race,
I would say
whatever,
even like
whichever you want
I
to
would
say.
say to be like if you want to be a little pedantic, I think you can also be an ethno state where you have like a majority one ethnicity. Like would
Okay,
you?
well then I guess you could. I guess like all African countries are ethno states.
No, but like it's the stated purpose is to keep keep a majority. It's like a stated
Well,
goal, and they make
South
actual
So
Africa.
nobody else
steps.
wants to go there.
Well, I don't know about all that, man, because African countries do have, well, South Africa most particularly because of their unique history. We don't need to like go into it about why they have it, whether it's justified or not. It's immaterial, but they do have laws specifically set to like bridge the gap and advantage the the Black South African. Mexico had a policy that I mean, this is going to be pedantic as well, but they had a policy where if you were a foreign citizen, then you
I
could
wouldn't
not
appeal to
own.
those countries for the record for any for any like
Fair enough.
conversation. I don't.
Fair
I
enough. I
don't.
mean, yeah, no, this isn't to challenge your
I think
example,
those
but this is
countries are
to.
dog shit for the record in comparison to the United States as well.
I mean, fair enough. I
Like
mean, I would agree
I'm
with
a
you on that.
pretty patriotic. Like I have like pretty like I have national pride. Like very patriotic person.
Yeah, but why is it that like people on your side are like so quick to like denounce America and to like
I don't
speak
ever
ill?
denounce America or denounce or speak ill of
Why do you
America.
think so many? Why do you think so many liberals denounce America?
Liberals? I don't think many liberals denounce America.
I think they have a big mental health crisis on the liberal side.
Are we gonna like do like ad homs in order to like feel like
Of
we've
course
gotten
not.
ahead? Like let's
I'm
talk
not.
from like
No,
a
it's
more
not. It's not
intellectual. Like,
abham. Honestly, my personal experience, I have a good mix of friends, conservative and liberal, and people that aren't anything.
okay.
And a lot of the liberal people I've noticed in my personal life, they attend therapy way more frequently than others.
Wait, is like taking care of one's mental health like now a like stigma? Are we? I'm
Well, no, I mean, the
confused.
other people don't really have issues that they
No,
feel they need
wait,
to
no,
go
no.
do that.
Wait,
So let's
not
measure a
feeling like
measure
you
of
have
mental health is
issues.
one
We're
of them needs help,
derailing here.
one does
Yeah,
not.
this is a big derail, and it's also like a really retarded point. But anyways,
Try to be a
Sorry.
bit more. Okay. Anyway, back to what I was. Back to who was saying anything. I guess it was your turn, Llamas. So go ahead.
well, what was the? Oh yeah, why do you feel as the you feel as though people on the left hate America, or like there's this anti-American sentiment, right? Generally, that's
I
kind of
think
your
that I,
feeling.
I think that there are many individuals on the left, including liberals, but also leftists, who denounce America
I
under the
think
guise
leftists do.
of
I agree with you on that.
under the guise of like holding it accountable. But like
I
people are
agree.
like America was never great,
I
and
hate that.
things like
I
the and
hate that
things
like
like the
sentiment, by the way, for the
like
record.
1619 project, which was like the idea to um whatchamacallit. It was the idea to like structure teaching history all centered around slavery, like main character syndrome
No, I
on
think that's
steroids
all. I think
basically.
that's also cringe too.
And anyway, and they say that here's the thing, like
Wait, we probably agree on like the majority of like the on the
and by the
majority
way,
of
I
things.
do want to let you know, like they say that critical race theory wasn't taught in public school and that was only a college thing. False. I went to high school in Portland,
What?
Oregon, bro.
Okay, so that's a state thing, right? That's not like
Yeah,
federal.
yeah,
It
yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
federally
yeah, yeah. It
mandated
was
then,
a
probably, right?
yeah, yeah. It was a state thing. It was like you had
Well, then
like two
that's the
you had two
electorate of
options.
be mad at the electorate of Washington then, but I don't know what that has to do with like national broad sweeping policy.
Well, I mean, like states enacting policy does have an impact on the country as a
It has
as
an
a whole.
impact on that
If
state in
you only want to
particular,
talk
yeah.
about like federal law, then we certainly can. But there is no like federal. Okay, that was almost a retarded thing I just said. There is a federal curriculum, but there isn't a federal curriculum with regard to like teaching about like political issues or things like that.
Or
Like,
focusing
you know,
in
have
on
you?
it, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
disagree
yeah.
with you.
Yeah. Okay. So you get the idea. You get my point. No need to go on about it. But so
Wait,
in
we
essence,
probably just like agree about like being patriotic and like having national pride and all that. Me and you probably are like have way more in common than any leftist retard that exists on the internet, for the record.
right? You know. So by the way, do you watch Nick Fuentes?
I've heard of Nick Fuentes just because
Are you a Destiny watcher?
No, I've already said I'm not a Destiny watcher.
Shit, I already asked you that
I'm a
question. I'm
David
tired as fuck.
Pacman fan.
Oh, David Pacman. What about Kyle Kalinske?
He's a
Andrew
little bit
Wilson.
too far to the left of me. I'm not a big fan of some of his stuff.
Yo, Andrew Wilson, shout out.
Andrew Wilson's also too far to the right of me.
What about Joel Webben?
He's too far to the right from me too, but it's fun to watch him do his work.
I mean,
he's entertaining.
I'm like a Nick Fuentes watcher. I'm not necessarily a griper, but I do have a lot of respect for Nick. I think that he's a very
For who,
intelligent man. Nick Fuentes.
Oh, okay.
You know, I have a lot of respect for what he's doing, and you know the bravery he has.
Alex Jones.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's brave, but he's a political pundit, commentator. I don't think there's anything brave about that.
I respect Nazis that say that they're Nazis to the whole world. That's what I respect.
That there is
But,
some
like,
respect
I'm
to
not,
be there is some respect to be gained there, but Nick
like
Fuentes
I'm not like
is,
I'm not trying to like do tricks or anything, but like I think that like the bravery stems from the fact that you know, he is willing to confront a system that he knows is united against him. Like someone tried to assassinate him already once, and you know, he gets threatened a lot.
That's messed up.
It's
Probably
mainly like
shouldn't
the
be
assassin.
assassinating people for political reasons. Not good.
I don't even think it was like political reasons. It was like his house got doxxed and some like insane person was already like on like a killing spree, and like tried to break into Nick's house. It was and had like a fucking gun and everything. There's a video of it online.
Yeah, that's not
It's pretty
good.
crazy.
I wouldn't advocate for anything like that. It's kind of fucked up.
So yeah, I think that he knows that what he does puts him in more danger than if he were to just have like sucked it up and like did like the Daily Wire route, which he could have done. So, you know, I think that that shows like at least a level of conviction that I find to be respectable.
I think
that,
anyone on any that does anything politically related though is to some degree probably putting themselves out there to be in a little bit of like a hot seat where they could face some sort of political recourse.
Really depends on like, you know, what you say, because like there are some like topics, beliefs that may be distasteful to certain groups of people in America. Like for example, you know, I'm sure like a liberal black American would find like Fox News to be odious, whereas, you know, if I were to listen like Tariq Nasheed or like, you know, Louis Farrakhan, then I wouldn't find agreement with them either. But yeah, but those things are like mostly on the fringe. Like
For the
they
record,
speak to who they need to
Can
speak
we
to.
agree for 1 second about something? Me and you probably unironically agree on like 90% of like all political like discourse, like on all political discourse. Probably
Yeah,
95. I would even go that far as to say 95.
Yeah,
Other
me
Perhaps.
too.
Could be.
You know,
I wouldn't say for sure, but maybe.
I think there's probably a
Yeah,
high
of course,
probability
yeah.
that's the case.
for
Are you a
real.
Christian?
Like,
It's
me
just
too.
interesting.
Isn't Tariq Nasheed the buck breaking guy?
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed is the buck breaking guy.
Wait, where was our core disagreements? I'm just curious. I need to know where our fundamental disagreements are so I can go back
Right.
to like.
Okay. You know, I think that the United States should remain a majority white nation,
Oh,
and there should
yes.
be laws in place
Okay, yes, that's where we
to affect that outcome.
utterly disagree. Okay.
Yeah.
Whew, I just had to bring myself back to reality. I was like, oh, this guy's kind of based. Why do I disagree with him again?
Yeah, we
Oh,
should.
yeah, he
we
believes
should.
like that. My bad.
You know,
You know, lack of violence, obviously. I disavow violence.
Yeah, me too. Violence not to blame.
I don't.
I don't
Yeah,
advocate
I
for
don't.
any violence, political.
I
You know,
advocate
and
for
by
violence.
the way,
But I have no
love
sympathy
everyone.
for
I'm a Christian.
anyone who faces
But
political
here's the thing,
violence.
like, you know, majority white can be many things. Like, I do believe that the past of this country definitely is like, you know, white people and you know, the Black American. You know, because bro,
And
like
Native
not gonna lie,
Americans
like
and Mexican Americans
not gonna
at the
lie,
time,
there's
man.
nothing wrong with just saying the blacks, but like it just comes across as weird, so I just say like the black American.
I don't think
As for
anyone is
Man,
offended by
we
you
ain't
saying
tripping on
the
all that.
blacks.
the blacks.
I don't think
Anyway,
anyone gets
Yeah, we
offended
ain't
by you
tripping
saying
on
that. But
all that shit no
you
more.
also understand there's like knuckle dragging like 90 IQ like retards that hear you say the blacks and they like get giddy because they think you're being
Yeah,
like
we
doing a
don't care.
racism, right?
No,
The
we don't
Spanish
care,
people
Wait,
just
I'm
man.
not
struggle.
talking about what you feel and you don't care, Mr. Void. That's not the point that I was making. You get the point that I was making,
We
right,
love when
Mariachi?
we love acknowledgement, man. We don't care if
Mariachi,
you
you like
call
the
us the
point. You
blacks.
understand the point I was making, Mariachi. Like the reason why
Yeah,
there's certain
yeah, I
people you
do.
gotta be careful, like how you say things in front of, because like they'll get giddy because they think you did like a racism, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Which is like
Yeah,
cringe.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's
Okay.
hilarious.
All right. Okay, I'm back. I'm chilling.
doing
So
doing a racism is like low IQ, so yeah, it is cringe.
It's funny
well,
when
I don't
people
know.
do it though. Like
I've
I
had
laugh at
like
the shit. I'm sorry.
I have friends who are not white, of course, and mentor figures who are as well. So I think that the potential for cooperation for like multiple races is definitely possible and likely. Like I think that like those divisions don't exist today the same way that they used to. Like unless you're trying to like affect that outcome. Like unless you're like overtly not trying to connect with others because of like matters of race, which I think is limiting in a lot of ways. You know, I
It's
think
super
that
limiting and boring and like low
there's
IQ, low
no
brow.
need to do it.
It's like so low brow to like to just do
But
racisms. It's
here's the
just so
thing.
unintelligent.
Like
Racism
Llama,
is
like
funny
my
though
thing is
sometimes, you know?
And we're not
I
talking
mean
about it from a place of
racist jokes are
comedy. We're
funny,
not talking
but
about it from a place
yeah.
of comedy. I wouldn't disagree with you on that. That's not the point we're making.
But
still.
here's the thing. Like the point that I would submit to you,
Mhm.
Llama, and to everyone else listening here is that just because excuse me, just because I am pro white, that doesn't necessarily mean I am anti anything else. I do
would never
want to,
make that
I do have
retarded
a
summarization. But yeah.
sure thing. So I think that wanting the United States to remain majority white is going to have a more positive impact on the white citizenry. And
See,
by
that's
the
where
way,
we would disagree.
I do want to okay, definitely, but I do want to add on this.
Mhm.
You know, I think that you would have an interesting response to this.
Sure.
The whole like idea of the colorblind meritocracy, I take issue with the fact that all these people are coming to America and like natives have to like fight with the entire global fucking job market for like a tech job in America. That is like, you know, unfair and unwanted competition.
That's
Like
such a
the
small
American has
percent.
to
That's such
compete
a
with the
small
entire fucking
percentage of
like
like
globe.
all
Like,
workers,
come on.
though. No, but that's such a small percentage of all workers.
Yeah, but okay, um
That's like one
Just
industry, like one field, right?
let's
And I
just
think
tell him what he really
don't we
wants to
only
say.
accept like
Is it right or
65,000
wrong?
H-1B visas a year? I think it's only 65K, if I'm not mistaken. Like 95% sure.
Wait, that's not a lot.
That's not a lot. We're looking at an entire sector like the
but
technology
by the way,
sector. And we think 65,000 jobs is a lot.
well, I mean, they're overrepresented because like Indians will get in positions of management and then prefer to only hire other Indians. Like this is like a known thing. Like this isn't really something that the blats do. Like the blats aren't really like taking over like corporations and companies and like only
Wait,
hiring other blats.
pause. Then you're getting outcompeted, which I believe in capitalism. So like, get better, or you're gonna get outcompeted. That's my
Wait, so
thoughts
we
on
should
that.
have laws. So you agree we should have laws in place to protect like white companies, and we should not hire Indians,
No,
right?
I don't agree with that.
I
Oh,
agree
so
with that.
so it's okay
I
for them to
agree.
only hire
Yeah.
Indians.
No, I
but
don't
it's
think
not
it's okay
okay
for them
for
to
us.
do. I don't think it's okay for them to do that as well. Like
You said it was outcompeting.
if they're being found to like engaging in like discriminatory hiring practices, they should be punished accordingly.
No, just put whoever's good in. It doesn't matter
No,
their
I
skin
think, but
color.
then yeah, that's the point I'm making though. The person who's the most qualified for the job should be the one getting the job.
And if it's the white person, then put the white person in.
If it's the
Easy as
Indian, if
pie.
it's the Indian named Adeep, it can be the Indian named Adeep.
Yeah, exactly.
But here's the thing. Like, I think that competition is good if it works for the betterment of our people. And my focus is always going to firstly be among my people who are part of my group
Yeah, you have an in-group
And it's the
preference. I understand that. I'm not.
yeah
I know.
yeah
I
I
know
do.
that. Me and you. By the way, I
So
like understand you. Like I get where you're coming
yeah,
from. I
I
just
don't have
don't
a
agree
hatred
with like
for
the place. I don't agree where. I don't agree with you. That's pretty much it.
yeah I no I understand that.
I don't hate you for your beliefs or your viewpoints. I just don't
And I'm
agree with
sorry, I'm
them.
about to
Yeah, of
eat some
course.
watermelon right
I
now.
would never.
Y'all keep on going.
Both needs to share
That's the
some with
best
me.
fruit.
Yeah, I'm not here to run the victimhood complex of like they hate me because I'm based. Like nah, we all good, homie.
Yeah,
Like
we're
there
good.
there are people who have problems with me because of it, but like it is what it is.
Well, they're probably
Um,
retarded.
like so I mean I think it's just all about like tact. Like you can present these opinions tactfully. I think that the reason why a lot of people get like a very negative reaction is because
The way it gets
they
brought
don't
up.
really yeah that and they don't really understand how to have a conversation. Like for me, if I mention like for example like with the Nick Fuentes thing, like you kind of muted me off rip just because you thought
Because
you
I
knew you
thought
were
you were
gonna
going to be
expect
like the
something.
anti-intellectual Nick Fuentes
Right.
fan.
So what I could
Which,
have done
for the
is I
record,
could have
that is
been
like 9 out of 10 of you guys. I'm going to be honest with you.
right. Okay. So what I could have done in the instance was like, oh, this guy muted me. Fuck him. I'm gonna go in the side chat and like like Spurk. I could have done that, which would have validated everything you thought about me. So instead, sometimes to get people to listen, like if you reveal something kind of shocking and they smack you because they don't really know what to expect, don't react the way you think they're going to. Just be like, nope, I'm gonna remain calm. I'm gonna be chill about it, and that
Well,
way,
in continuing
you
to
can
have
actually.
like non-lowbrow conversation with me, I bet like to some degree I probably moved your initial thoughts of me. And like, I mean, to be fair, I mean maybe not. Maybe you still think of me the exact same way you did before. I have no idea.
No, my first impression of you was that you were rather hot-headed, which this is the politics Discord. I don't think that everyone is owed respect if they act in a manner that is unrespectable. So,
Well,
it is what it is.
but like I also think that a lot of politics to some degree is like performative. I think it's um, to some degree there's some entertainment value in it for the people that are watching. I think that or that are consuming it, and I think that plays a role. I think you gain political capital from that. And I just want to be politically effective. I don't want to be like a commie retard who
Yeah.
constantly yaps all day.
By the way,
sorry, continue.
as a liberal,
Mhm.
what is like? Obviously, I understand the difference between leftist and liberal. I'm not smooth brained,
Mhm.
but where does the vitriol come from? And what's your opinion also, furthermore, on the Hassan versus H3H3 type shit? Because I think that this is like a real focal point that's like dividing liberals and leftists in your community.
Like what? H3 like
Ethan Klein.
like the commentator YouTube channel. I haven't
Yeah.
consumed
Ethan
H3
Klein
since
So-
like
thicker
20
too,
okay,
like
so-
I haven't consumed H3 since like 2016, so I'm not up to date with
Bro.
all that.
Vape Nation, bro.
I used
Dude, I
to,
remember
for the
that
record,
video.
the last time I knew of H3 was back like when him and iDubbbz were collabing like in real
Bro,
life.
those two used to be funny, but they're trash now, man.
I
mean,
agree
like,
with you. I think
iDubbbz
iDubbbz is
I
super.
want to say something.
iDubbbz is
Like,
super
iDubbbz got
soy
it.
and cringe now. I do not enjoy his
iDubbbz
stuff.
got it like terribly worse. I'm not a fan of Ethan, but like iDubbbz is like
He's
so
so
the beast.
soy. God damn, it's so cringe. It's like
yeah,
listening
yeah,
to like
yeah,
a.
that guy's like a fallen beast.
He's like somehow more soy than Dean Withers, and I think that guy is like the ultimate like cuck soy like liberal that exists on the internet.
Are you a fan of Harry Sisson?
Who is Harry? You said Harry Sisson?
Yeah, Harry Sisson. It's a
I'd
real
have
guy,
to
by
see
the
what
way.
he
I'm not
looks
fucking
like.
with you.
I
He's
don't-
like one of the Dean
Hassan Parker and
Withers.
Ethan
Oh,
Klein
is he
had
the
a
one
really
guy?
good
Is he the
conversation
other
after
Dean
October 7th.
Withers like lookalike guy?
Yeah, basically like brown hair, like visited Biden.
Yeah, and he does
like,
debates also. Is that him?
Yeah, like he does debates. They don't really debate well. I think that Nick Fuentes blew Dane out of the water.
I think
Like because Nick
okay,
Fuentes
I will
rage
be
baited
honest
him.
with you. I think that Dean Withers like substantively like is well informed. He knows what he's talking about, but his rhetorical like strategy or the way in which he retorts and like speaks and engages in debate is super soy and
Unlikable.
cringe. It's so unlikable. It's not appealing. I don't think it's politically effective. I think he's cringe.
Yeah, like I was watching the debate, and regardless of what
My
you think, like
fiance
Nick
tried
Fuentes,
literally bringing up a Dean Withers clip to me because she knows, like, obviously she knows, like, I'm like liberal. She's not politically engaged, but she showed me a Dean Withers clip, and I'm like, that guy's cringe. And she's like, oh, I thought you'd like him. He doesn't like Trump. I'm like,
congratulations.
no, he's retarded.
By the way, congratulations on your engagement.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
Hell yeah, my blonde hair, blue hide fiance. Hell yeah.
Okay, would you believe that was my next question?
No, but I figured we might as well. Yeah, I've always had a
Save your
preference
time, bro.
towards blonde hair, blue eyed women.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's respectable. Okay, congratulations on that. Try not to raise the next Gavin Newsom, would you?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind Gavin Newsom. I think he's just like every other
I do
corporate
because
liberal. But anyways, we're not gonna agree on like what we like for politicians probably. So
true.
Like,
I mean, I don't know.
I don't mind Gavin Newsom,
also,
but I don't really have like strong opinions one way or another. He's like the governor
me
of
neither.
California.
Like
I live in the Midwest. He's a little bit of a soy
oh yeah,
liberal for me.
I kinda live in the Midwest, but not really. Like I live in Colorado, so.
Oh, I live in Nebraska. I actually almost moved to Colorado.
I'm in Colorado. What the hell? I'm in Denver right now.
I was
Denver,
working.
okay.
Actually, I'm technically still working, like not in Colorado, but like I'm managing some stuff that's going on there right now for fiber construction in Pueblo. I'm in construction management, so.
Oh, there you go, man. That's nice. So
Yeah.
you oversee the Mexicans instead of twirling.
Unironically, you're so right. But I'm not in the field as much anymore because I like recently got promoted to construction like manager, where I was a field supervisor before, where I was directly in charge of like all the subs, which were all just a bunch of illegals, for the record. But
well, let me.
Or undocumented.
May I ask?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this about the illegals. Okay,
Mhm.
so do you acknowledge that all these illegals coming over and doing these jobs is what is depressing the wages of these jobs?
Wait, pause. Real quick thing. When I say illegals, I'm using that as like more of a colloquial like expression. I have no idea. I wouldn't say illegal because they might be here under like actual like non-illegal pretenses. Like if you're here seeking asylum, in the way in which asylum was understood.
Yeah, but like a fuck ton of them. A fuck ton of them are like straight up illegal. Like in the construction business, like it is known for that.
Yeah, but like I look to examples of like I have a really good friend I grew up with whose dad came like on an actual, or no, he was born in Mexico, his family brought him when he was like a kid or whatever, I think illegally, but then he ended up like actually getting a green card, like applied, like got it while he was here, but then he committed crimes and got deported, and then they deported his ass because he committed crimes, and obviously you can't commit crimes for when you're like without getting deported or whatever, which I support that. Like I'm not like a ultra cucked liberal when it comes to immigration. We'll probably agree with most things on immigration, for the record.
I think that like the illegals really they depress wages because like conservatives have like bitched about this on Twitter. they were like,
well, they depress wages when it comes to like low skill, low value add labor.
Yeah, exactly. And like we don't really need them because
we have a very low unemployment rate, so it's probably good that we have them, right?
So, here's the deal. All these construction companies that are employing illegals and thus not paying them the same rate as they would, well, actually,
no, they pay them pretty good. Everyone that I've seen, they've gotten paid pretty decent, yeah.
They're being paid the same rate as like the others. However, without them, the rate itself would be higher because
they also don't
more
follow
demand.
Like, proper like safety. Like they definitely work more than they probably should be working legally. Like there's probably labor laws that aren't getting followed. Like they don't take 30-minute breaks. Like they literally eat while they're like pulling in line and trenching and boring. Like they definitely get taken advantage of from like a purely like labor law standpoint. But
right, and like I don't blame them. I'm like these evil people are coming over because they're trying to get jobs. Like no, it's not
like
really
they're hard workers. Like I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, it's a matter of like I've run my analysis on it. and my analysis of the situation tells me that their presence is a net negative to the Native American. And whenever I say Native American, I don't mean like
I'm
I
gonna
don't
be
mean
honest
that.
with you. There's no Native American as in like non-Hispanic. Like there's no like there isn't like white people lining up to do like fiber construction jobs and they're getting outcompeted by the
If the
illegals. That's not
wages
happening.
were higher, then like I think that
The
people would
wages
do
are
it.
very good to do those jobs. For the record, the listed jobs, like for like to go on a drop crew, which is like the lowest tier of like fiber construction, that's like $20 an hour in Nebraska. That's pretty good. That's pretty good income in
Why is
Nebraska.
fiber construction rare?
Huh?
Why is fiber construction rare?
It's not rare. Fiber construction's huge right now in the Midwest, at least, and like especially rural and in cities too, in metropolitans. So in the Midwest, you don't see like the non-stop fucking borers in your. Where do you live at in Colorado? Denver?
Within the Boulder area.
Oh, you live in Boulder. Oh, that's where my corporate office is. But well, you might not see it a lot in Boulder. I don't know how much fiber like overbuilds are happening there, but like all across the United States, there's fiber. There's literally a fiber project. They're putting in a new fiber company. Is putting in their lines in the front easement of like my neighborhood. But you just got to look at like the data for like fiber construction. It's all over the place. It's not like rare.
Yeah, no, what I meant was like is it rare for there to be individuals willing to work that, or is there just like so much of it that there isn't enough people to work it, but people are willing to work it?
I would say it is super undersaturated right now. Like when it comes to workers, like we need more people to work the positions,
Why?
which is why that there is like there's good money to be made in doing the jobs because there's a high demand for people to
why
work
is
in
it
the industry.
undersaturated? It's just because like there's
There's
just
just
so
not
much.
enough. There's just not enough workers. Like there's just not enough people. Like unemployment's really low. There's not enough people that want to go into that type of work.
So being a working man yourself, and seems like you actually know quite a thing or two about work. More so than me, I will admit. My question is, do you think that this has given you the perspective that people who say there aren't any jobs for me in America are like either retarded or not looking hard
Yeah,
enough?
I want to bully them incessantly. There's so much work.
What would you do if you didn't like quite have like a marketable skill at the moment, but like you really wanted
Like
to
if I
get into
wasn't
something?
competent, I guess is what you're
Like
asking.
no, you're competent, but like you don't have the experience in something marketable yet.
I would go back to probably where I started, where I started in locating, which is like the absolute lowest bottom of the totem pole. I would say it's almost the lowest on the bottom of the totem pole for like utilities work.
Locating,
Yeah, locating.
all about.
Are you familiar with like 811? Like you see like the flags that you see like with like the paint and flags near any type of excavation?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, it's
Think so.
people that go and do that. They basically you go hook up to like a utilities, like their tracer wire with like a machine, and you can like essentially you can like scan the electromagnetic waves that are being put off from the lines, and then read that with your machine, and then paint and mark where it's at, and then flag it. It's like I would probably go back to doing something like that, build up the sorry, continue.
Yo, you ever heard that song, "My Life Is Like a Video Game"?
Nope.
Okay, I was gonna say because it seems like your life's like a video game. You started off as like, level 1 tutorial mode, which is like location, and then like you moved up to like I don't know what level you're on now.
I'm
like
a
manager.
construction manager.
So do you think you've like beaten the game, or do you think you're like at the penultimate level?
No, I definitely have a couple more ladder rungs to go up. My next step would be a director of construction position, which would where I'd be managing like 2-3 markets, like 2 to 3 construction managers under me. Each one of those guys having 2 to 3 field supervisors, at least in the way that it's structured with my company.
You seem interesting. You seem like a very well put together guy. futurely married and all that, and pretty good job. How old are you, by the way? I'm assume 27.
I'm 25.
Oh,
I got lucky though when it
damn,
comes
son.
to getting into when I got into my initial position, like my field supervisor position. I'm pretty sure like on the actual job application you needed a I'm pretty sure bachelor's was like the preference, but I'm well spoken, I have good social skills. I was able to like leverage my military experience to
Military? The fuck? Hold on, what?
yeah, I have 6 years in the guard.
Wait,
I
so you
actually just
signed up
got out.
for the Natty Guard when you were 18,
Correct?
and then you got out and immediately got into this. Okay.
Not immediately.
So,
I've been doing it. I've been in the when you're in the National Guard, you work in the
oh
civilian
yeah, that's
sector.
right. You're not like a. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no.
I wasn't like a full-time like pogue like on a base or something. No, I was still like civilian 98% of the time.
What did being in the National Guard like actually provide
me?
you? Is it like?
Well, I
Yeah.
come from a single mother, so probably like a good structure, good reinforcement of like discipline, like much needed like just discipline I guess and structure that I didn't get from like being in a single mother household where I had a parent that worked 2 jobs and was like never home, where I like lashed out, got into shenanigans as a kid, all that
Yeah.
good stuff. So I think it probably helped me like right that ship.
Yeah, I have a friend who ended up joining the Air Force actually. He's still retarded, but good
Yeah,
guy.
it depends on some people are, and for the record, I probably should have done something other than like the guard, especially the MOS I picked. I just picked it because it had a $20,000 signing bonus.
Yo, I mean, honestly, bro, like, when you're 18 and you see
Yeah, I blew it.
$20,000.
Yeah, it's so fucked too, because I pretty much just blew all that. Like you get half of it after you complete basic in your job training, which was like 7,500 after taxes from the 10K. I literally just like blew it all. Like I was just like retarded, but it's fine. I was 18. What can you expect?
Bro spent all of it on like DoorDash.
At the time, it was literally COVID just happened. It was unironically DoorDash, like at my like tiny spurt of like alcoholism when I lived on my own at like 19, and then just having like shitty friends that were like failures, wastes of society. Like the type of people, like the friend group I had were the type of people that would bum cigarettes off the ground, like those type of like cringe people.
Oh, okay, so like
actual like lowbrow, but also at the time it worked for me.
Lowbrow. Bro had like a goy slop friend group, bro.
Yeah, but they were more like just really white trash, like just very like low IQ, just very unintelligent people. You met them in person, you would like you'd actually like cringe looking at them just aesthetically. Like trashy, don't clean themselves, wash their clothes, like live at home at like they're like mid-20s still, like don't have jobs that are like actual jobs other than like maybe pizza delivery, like those type of people.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Yeah. Carrying on.
Yeah.
I do find it fascinating. Are you a Christian, by the way?
No. I'm like agnostic. I mean I have like a rosary on my like forearm, I guess, but I'm not like a practicing like Christian.
Interesting. No, I respect that. I mean, it is the way it is in the world. I mean, atheism is very common.
I wouldn't say I'm an atheist. I don't know for sure. I'm
sorry. Agnosticism. Yeah. I
understand I don't have like a positive.
Bro, you're older than me, so I'm sure you remember like Reddit atheism, bro, like back in the day.
Yeah, I watched lots of the one guy. What's his face? The Sean Dillahunty or whatever. I don't know if you know who that is.
Bro, Dillahunty. The name's familiar. I used to watch like Dark Matter 2025.
Yeah, like, Dark Matter. I watched him. I watched all like the Charles Dawkins stuff.
Bro, I thought the
at like 14
was cool.
I wouldn't, but then I kind of realized I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, like people can have their beliefs, whatever helps them sleep at night. I've had existential dread, so like I understand why some people turn to religion.
Bro.
Or need it.
You remember Gamergate, bro? Was that like justified in your opinion, or do you think like Gamergate was bad?
I understand why Gamergate happened. with like.
Because like
I mean,
Gamergate happening like led to all this shit.
I understand why Gamergate happened. I mean, I was in the generation where like gaming, like part of my life, like my young adult life was like gaming wasn't cool, and then it kind of became cool like randomly out of nowhere. But I don't know. I guess I don't really have like a. And then like all
Yeah,
the wokeism with it too. I guess I don't really like. I've never had negative feelings about, or I've never really thought about that stuff. I don't know. Like I'm a big. I guess this might help you to like tie me to make explain me a little bit better to you. I really like Star Wars. Like I'm a pretty big Star Wars nerd.
Yo, me
Like-
too, bro.
like
You
love
fuck
it,
with
right?
the EU.
I'm sorry.
I said you fuck with the EU.
The EU. Like European
What-
Union.
No, the expanded universe for Star Wars, like the books and all that,
Like the
like
wait,
Legends content.
Yeah. I don't mind any of that. I actually like pretty much all Star Wars stuff, even when it's slop, just because I love the IP and the nostalgia it brings me. Like I genuinely don't care. Like like if they kept slopping out Rey Skywalker levels of writing that's dog shit, I won't care just because like I like lightsabers. Like I don't know, I'm cringe
Nah,
like that.
Respect for that. I mean, like, I don't know. It's like,
stand
my
by it.
favorite thing growing up, and like the lore is super great, bro. The video games are fire. I don't know if
Oh,
you've
every
ever played.
like one of them, Force Unleashed, the Battlefronts, like.
I don't know if you've played like the Jedi Outcast series.
Is that the one with the guy from
Kyle Katarn.
Wait, Jedi Outcast? Is that the one with
Did I put this up? I may be a bit baked.
Wait, Jedi
Yeah,
Outcast. Is that the one with the
Jedi-
guy that played in Shameless, but he's like the face of it?
No, Jedi Outcast. I meant the Jedi Knight series. There's Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast.
Jedi Knight. Sounds so familiar.
Like Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. It came out in like 2002, if I reckon correctly.
I'm
so,
trying to.
Mariachi Pimp, why are you mentioning a game that came out in 2002? Because it's still good today. Like, the lightsaber combat in this game is better than any lightsaber combat in any game.
Wait, Jedi Knight. Like Dark Forces, Mysteries of the Sith, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, like those games?
Yes, Jedi
Okay,
Knight, Jedi
yes,
Academy.
I do know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. Absolute peak, bro. They will never remaster it because they just don't know how to do things correctly.
Man, peak for me was The Force Unleashed. Like,
You know
on my
what? I
PS2.
respect that opinion. In fact, I would have to put The Force Unleashed above Jedi Academy because, like, The Force Unleashed is a game I would always play with my favorite cousin whenever we were growing up, and it was like one of my first games that kind of made me fall in love with the series. So just for like nostalgia value, and because the game is actually really fucking good.
It reminds me of like
yeah.
it's like Star Wars' God of War, you know?
For real.
It's
the
really
first
good.
one way better than the second. Though.
Agreed. The
like
first
the second,
was just cracked.
On the second one, like the only mission I truly enjoyed was like the Kado Nemoidia one, and like I guess like some parts of Camino, but I didn't like the gameplay loop with a lot of the enemies. Like I didn't like fighting the robots. The robots just weren't really that fun to fight. The Wonkers, it was cool to like catch like the fireball and throw it back. But I think that the first game, had so many cooler enemies. You had
everything
like the Shadow
was cool,
Guard
from
and
the
shit. You had, like,
Rancors to the like random Sith battles to like I don't know. I just thought everything about it was so good. But yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, quick thing.
everything
Actually,
just
I
had
have a
more
quick
aura,
question
and
for
it
you.
was great.
Yes, aura
What's
for
up?
sure. Out of all of the Star Wars, okay, so this will be like the biggest like telltale of like your age and if we're on the same boat. Favorite Star Wars movie of like the main 9, no spin-offs.
Revenge of the Sith, easily.
Oh, thank fucking God. Okay, I was gonna say it, but okay, yes, Revenge of the Sith is just the best. Okay.
100%. Like
Big
there's some minor dialogue failings, but
some
who cares?
minor, but like everything else about it, like from the lightsaber combat to like the just like the actual fall of Anakin, like being seduced by Palpatine, like all of it, or Sidious, I guess at the time. Yeah, everything about it.
It's
just
a,
so
it's a
good.
good story, and like also like Revenge of the Sith, it really picked up where like Attack of the Clones failed to leave off.
Yeah, also
Like
Attack of the
it's like
Clones left so much to be desired, and then at least Clone Wars came out to kind of like help fill that. Although I think Clone Wars on its own is just phenomenal as well, but it's besides the
yeah,
point.
Clone Wars is good. However, there is like some controversy in the community, which is really not something that I'm not with, but I do respect those who have issue with it because, like, there are a lot of old heads in the Star Wars fandom. You got to show some respect to the OGs, man.
Yeah, the
So,
OGs are yeah.
um,
But they're also
yeah,
like they
I have
also
to
have some
I have to
very
show
cringe
the Unks
takes from
some
time to time.
support. Like what's like like a cringe Unk take from like
A
the
cringe
old Star
unk
Wars?
tank. I mean, a cringe unk take would be like Star Wars has like wokeified, or Disney has wokeified Star Wars. Like that's like the cringe unk take I hear. It's like, I mean, no, I mean, sure. I mean, if you want to feel that way because you see more black people in it, sure. But like, it's still Star Wars. There's still lightsabers. There's still all the stuff that's
I
good.
think it's
Star Wars has always been
well,
about like nostalgia baiting people, like from the prequels even.
well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think that the woke aspect of things, like that accusation, it holds merit for one reason. Like, it wouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't have been a problem had the writing actually been up to par. Because, if, like, for example, the character that is, like, the biggest example of, like,
Weird, like
you
Finn.
know,
Are you talking about Finn, where they like made him a big fucking point? Like he was like supposed to be like this huge main protagonist, and then he ended up becoming like a fucking forgettable side character by like the third. No
yeah, I
one,
mean, Fenn was a more interesting character to me.
not Finn. Sorry, who's the black clone trooper or stormtrooper or whatever? That guy.
Uh,
He's
yeah,
so forgettable
yeah,
because they
another
literally
one.
wrote him out of like his initial role as being like this stormtrooper that like ended up breaking from the programming and like betraying the order or whatever, the empire or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember like the black dude in Star Wars was like at the time like it was mainly just kind of like a meme.
But I like the
Um,
idea of like a story
but it
where it
wasn't
was
an issue.
centered around it. Like it's cool. I always kind of thought like what would happen if like a
I think
stormtrooper
in
defected.
posterity, I think in posterity, like if they actually really went all in and had like the black dude be the main character of it, I don't think that there would have actually been like that many complaints about like wokeism or something, because that really kicked off with the like the pink-haired admiral character who was poorly written and then executed a maneuver to like win.
Which to be fair
That
was
doesn't.
like gave me goosebumps. I still thought that was badass with the going
Okay,
to
the
hyperspeed.
cinematog. Okay,
You gotta admit it was lit.
cinematography 10 out of 10.
Oh.
Lore
Yeah,
0.
yeah, Lord trash, but that's what I'm telling you. Where like I just love the slop. Like give me moments like that. Like that's what I love about Star
Yeah,
Wars.
respectable. Like I understand that, but like
Yeah. I use
you
the
can
book.
understand like
I've read
from
like the
like
majority of the Star Wars books, like the actual
yo, have
canon
you
Star
read
Wars books.
have you read the Revenge of the Sith novelization?
I actually just bought it when I was at we have a bookstore here. I literally just bought it. Yeah, I plan on reading it. We me
Yeah.
and the fiance went on like a little book run. We have like an
Yeah,
actual
bro.
in-home library though, so.
The Revenge of the Sith novelization comes highly recommended by like basically everyone I've ever talked to.
Based. I'm excited to crack into it. It's not that long either. Should
Nah.
be good.
Anyway, bro, I'm probably just gonna lay down for a bit. I'm gonna catch you, bro. See you
Base.
from
Wait, you know
McClellan
what?
Shop.
Base. I'm gonna add you. You're chill.
Alright, bro. You have a good one, man.
Yep, we'll talk to you later, Mariachi.
Yo.
Sir Blank.
Yes, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. What's going on?
Just
Sorry for making you listen to
you
us
being
yabber.
I'm sorry. I'm just being a typical millennial, showing up at the office late and
Base.
working with Discord open. Yeah,
I work from home, so I'm
Yeah,
just the typical
that's
Gen
great.
Zer, I guess.
Hey man, I think you've ascended, to like the higher plane,
Yeah,
the
I
plane that
literally.
we could not ascend, we cannot achieve on our own. My generation.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, Oh shit. Actually, I will be right back. Just I gotta go get my work phone. I'll be right back.
Hmm. All right. Hmm.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
What's going on?
Federal government making my day more difficult than it needs to be.
Oh shit,
That's
what's going on?
Oh, they just misspelled my clients on all their paperwork, which is undoubtedly going to create some difficulties in some government office somewhere else. Just one second, guys.
Oh, you're good. What's going on? Little money?
Hey, yeah, good. How about yourself?
Oh, I am
All right, just one moment, please. I got to do a quick meeting.
Oh,
Be
you're
right
good.
back.
We'll just be chatting here, waiting for you, bud. Anyways, I'm doing pretty good, little money. How are you doing today?
Oh, can't complain. Large, living a while. No. Doing okay.
That's good. That's good. Pretty sad to see that I had turned on my stream, but I hadn't activated my RMTP where it multi-streams, so I was just streaming on YouTube, which isn't even my most watched streaming service, unfortunately. Oof.
Ooh, that kind of sucks.
Oh, it's all good.
OBS?
It's only a couple hours. Yeah, yeah. I use OBS as my primary, like, I guess, platform to get the
Like you
stream
go
up.
to Rumble or do you do something else?
I use Twitch, Kick, and YouTube.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I can
I gotta
link.
admit, I don't go to Twitch very much for political discourse. I thought it was more of a gaming network, but I never really tried it.
Well, I game and do political discourse. Like, here, I'll link my stream and you can tell me what you think about it. You don't have to, like, do anything, follow or watch for any extensive period of time, but just so you can kind of see the layout. So I play, I don't know if you know 7 Days to Die, but I usually just play this in the background as I'm chatting.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
Heck yeah. I got the Discord tab pulled up so you can see whoever's chatting, all that good stuff. So yeah.
Well, that's cool. They allow Discord inside of it. That's I didn't know they would do that.
Yeah, and in between Discord and my face cam is where chat moves. Usually I get like, I think my average stream is like 10 to 12-ish hours when I do stream, and then I'll usually get like 4 to 5 chats an hour or so. And then yeah, it's nothing crazy. I haven't been streaming for too long, so like every stream I've done, I've gotten better numbers, I guess, views and chatters and unique viewers and concurrent, all that good stuff. Like I think yesterday I got up to 8 concurrent viewers or something at one point, which was pretty cool. But I don't know, it's more of just like a hobby. I just enjoy. Like I'm already gaming all the time. Why wouldn't I just stream on top of it?
Oh sure. Now it might be a real growth platform too because Amazon is starting to launch their internet satellites, and they own Twitch. That they might be pushing more of that social interaction because I think Amazon's missing something when they bought Twitch was that more stickiness, on their sites. Like if they do more, more events, say in Twitch that bring into politics and other things, to
Yeah,
get people to
100%.
be like if they can get people like Discord type levels, they would be anything their retail operation and everything else tremendously, or watch a movie, watch a Prime movie while you're talking or something.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if they get it to that point. I would love to see that for sure.
I hope to too because I'm invested in a company that's doing mental health for them,
Okay.
and if they can they're going to start doing telehealth more radically with partners on the road. So if they go international, that's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be sick for anyone with any investment or anything to do with Amazon. No, but I work in a management role though, like I say hybrid remote, but it's like 95%. It's like 95% remote. So like I just have like the freedom, I guess, to be doing all of this. Otherwise, probably wouldn't be here on Discord or gaming.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have like roughly 5 to 6 meetings a week I have to attend, and like virtual like Zoom meetings, and then I mean I probably get a couple calls a day roughly, but that's most of the stuff is just do via email, so it's nice to not have to. I'm just privileged, I guess, in that aspect. Most people don't have a
I mean,
life like that, but
I have a crazy life because I'm an electrical engineer, but I'm also an aircraft mechanic.
oh, that's sick.
So like I get a job like doing broadcasting, like a remote broadcasting job, or say some kind of automation job, and the next minute I'm doing contract work rebuilding engines. So I just do whatever they call me for.
That's
But
awesome.
I got some friends looking after me, so whenever when they pick out the most profitable avenue for the week, we go to it.
Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, I know. I do fiber construction management, so it's pretty I guess industry focused there. But I'm in the like that. My actual role is a construction manager. I recently got into that role. Before I was a field supervisor. That's when I was like in the field, managing all the subcontractors on a day-to-day basis. It was like super ass, but like a necessary building block for the career that I was going, that I was working towards, like where I wanted to be.
Yeah, I worked for two of the telcos for a while, and yeah, I didn't do like outside plant, but I did inside plant for
Oh,
fiber and
nice.
servers and everything.
I did some ISP stuff, or some, oh, not ISP, well, inside plant. I did some ISP, like, inside plant work when it came to, like, the COs and stuff, and, like, all the testing and like, what's it called? Holy fuck, I'm so removed. I haven't managed any splicers for a bit in person. It's when the OETN, it's the OTN when they do all of the.
Oh, right, optical terminal, yeah.
Yes, all of that stuff. Whenever they do that, but they shoot light, they get all the loss numbers on the fibers. They make sure that all of the loss is within range of light and all that good stuff. That there isn't any bad fibers.
Yeah, I had to do that. I was at the super head end, and, like this is for Verizon in Tampa, and the BO or the local video head end operation. Sometimes we had to cover them a little bit, and we would have to do equipment tests, shooting light and DB down and do refractive testing and everything. Pretty neat.
Right on. Yeah, no,
Learned a lot without that.
yeah, but I was fortunate though, because I think I'll attribute this to like luck or right time, right place, but the job I had applied for the field supervisor role of managing subcontractors installing fiber networks in the rural state I lived in was not really a job that probably a lot of people saw or were like interested in or wanted to do or something, or I just happened to be the first guy that was charismatic enough that was able to leverage their job experience enough to my boss to like get the position. But like to some degree I was probably unqualified for my position, but I just happened to be kind of right place, right time to get it, to where I just kind of talked my way into the position and then was able to be successful, you know. But yeah, I don't know.
That's usually the way it is, though, right? Right time and right place sometimes.
Oh, 100%. Like if I hadn't been, and the thing is too, it's not like I even had like actively applied for it on Indeed. I got an email saying this job might suit your skills or whatever. Confirm your interest. I literally clicked the confirm your interest button. That's all that happened, and then I got a call from their HR like a week later, and I kind of forgot about it. I just got super lucky. I went from making like 55, 60,000 a year working, a more menial, like low skill job to being in a middle management position. So it was a big switch, jumped up like a tax bracket, like the whole nine. Now I've since jumped up like two,
Nice.
but yeah, no, very fortunate. I'm definitely am aware of like like I guess some of the privilege there and all that. I don't feel bad, or I don't have like this like, oh, I'm so privileged. But like I like understand it. Like I'm not gonna like sit here and like pretend that like me on my 100% on my own devices just from like all my hard work or whatever got me to where I am. It's like, no, I was also lucky. I was in the right place at the right time. I took advantage of an opportunity when it presented itself, and that's why I'm where I'm at now, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty much everything I've gotten
That's a
too. Like,
meritocracy, man.
like I wouldn't say that's like privilege at all because everything leads to something else, right?
Oh,
You go into a
100%.
job a little above your head that you have to learn. That's the only way you're ever going to get ahead in the world is be a little insecure about what you're doing, because you're going to grow into it, you know?
Oh, 100%. If you're not like a little bit uncomfortable with your position or you don't feel as though like you're a little bit like lacking like in knowledge, then you're probably not like pushing yourself to be like if you're like super comfortable, you don't you know everything there is to know, you're probably not where you should be. You probably should be trying to aspire for more. I think most people, but most people are they don't like the change. They like to be comfortable, know what they're doing, even if it isn't the best for them like economically or career growth wise. Like they're cool with settling. I think most people are, you know.
Yeah, and the biggest problem with that going on in this world is, like, I went from okay, so I'm like a younger Gen Xer, right? I went from where you could spend in tech like 9 years in a place. And the telcos were a lot longer. I could have stayed if I wanted to. And most jobs were like 9 years possible tops. Well, now it's really changed to where it's 3 years tops, right? Like all the FANG
If
companies have a
less.
employment history of 2. Yeah, so they don't really want to train people anymore. They just want you to hit the ground running, give all you can, and give you a nice bonus at the end and say, okay, see you later. Do
Right,
it
which
again somewhere else,
unironically
you
was
know?
like what happened with my position. Like it was my first management position outside of being a sergeant in the military in the army, and like my boss, like literally, I remember thinking like, okay, so like when I called him after I got done getting my training done, I got flown out to Arizona for like OSHA 30 to out to Mesa in Phoenix or whatever. I called my boss after I got done because I was flying back to Colorado to go pick up my work truck to drive back to Omaha, and I was like, so for the crew that I'm gonna be managing, you know, like, are you gonna be there, or is Casey coming, which is another one of the field supervisors? Is he coming to help me out to like learn what I'm doing to like get me like up to speed? And he's like, oh no, I'm just throwing you in head first. I thought he was kind of joking, but no, he's being dead serious. I got absolutely no like actual like in-person assistance. I kind of had to like figure it all out on my own. And had I just broke and not tried to just push for it, I might have like gotten let go, For so I had to
Oh,
just
sure.
fake it till I made it, and then eventually I made it. But a lot of people are under this impression that like no, the workplace like they'll teach you how to do your job, like you'll get all the training you need. It's like fuck no. That's not the real world, sorry to tell you. You either
Oh,
got
right.
it or you
Yeah, you
don't.
can get like, and you can, and really, like, I always was under the assumption from people, and people told me this too, that 70% of the job you're kind of expected to know. Like, if you're supposed to do that on your own, right?
Even
Like,
for like an
like
entry level
find out
position, it's just so
procedures.
crazy.
Yeah. Now the other 30% is more specialist. Like, you might have to ask questions for them, for
Right.
someone
Well,
with
if
more
you're getting a
experience, but
degree
they
where like
expect that.
well, a lot of those positions though, like you're taking on liability, which is why you need a degree or a certificate showing that you're capable of doing this, so that way like if something fucks up, you're taking the liability for it, like in a court of law potentially, if depending on what happens. Like if you're a lawyer or I guess a doctor.
Oh, sure, but I
That's
think
why they
like
get
your
paid so much though,
military.
but sorry. Continue.
Oh yeah, like I think it's like your military experience is equal to a college degree because you have to get up every morning. They know discipline. You're told something, you do it. If you have to if they ask you to do you accomplish it to a complete end.
Oh,
No, that's what
well, I
the
mean, I was in the
college is supposed
National
to do
Guard,
that
but
for
yeah,
you.
that's still like that is like the average military experience. At least I went through like a to 8-month training experience, like through training, you know, in my basic training and job training, where I did have to experience the structure and the getting up, the sticking to like daily tasks, all that, everything you just said. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like when I first started working in aviation, I went to school with a lot of military people, and then, of course, I worked at Fort Rucker, in the simulators for the Apache helicopters, and so I kind of knew that,
Wait, have you
I
been?
was
Wait,
kind
sorry to
of,
derail you. Have you been on an Apache?
yeah, actually, they let me test fly it, yeah.
Oh, that's
I actually
badass.
couldn't
Yeah,
fly it. I flew in the back seat though.
I've been on an Apache, a Chinook, a Blackhawk. Yeah, there's only one
Yeah.
aircraft that I wish that I had the opportunity to go on. I've seen it in person, but I've never been able to go on it. It would be are you familiar with like the Doomsday plane?
Oh yeah, yep. The 747, right? Doomsday plane,
Oh,
yep.
dude, that thing, seeing it in person is so fucking badass. I forgot what it's actually called, the actual name
Uh,
of the aircraft, but
uh,
dude, in person, it is so fucking tall. It's absurd when you see it up close. Sorry, continue though.
I mean, I got to as an aviation mechanic pilot. I got to fly in a Mustang. I've done Learjets. I've actually piloted Learjets before. But one of the coolest things when I was younger was my father was in the Air Force Reserves as a lieutenant in maintenance, and
Oh,
well,
badass.
at that point he was a captain. Anyway, one of the guys was going to college, went to the Navy after he got his degree,
Mhm.
left it for the Navy from the Air Force, and actually became an F-14 pilot. Or during one of the air shows, him and his wingman came down there because he was at the Waytham Air Base. He got stationed stateside. Anyway, he brought it to the air show. Anyway, he gave all his friends rides in the F-14, and he couldn't do that because I was in the military. So he actually just let me taxi with him. That was the coolest experience, was to be in the backseat of an F-14.
Jeez, that's cool. Oh yeah. No, I'll tell you what, being in the military definitely gave me some experiences that I never would have gotten. Like, for example, I've definitely fired more rounds of ammunition, just bullets, just like actual rounds, than like 95% of the cringe fucking people who like defend the Second Amendment. So it's just funny whenever they like when I say defend the Second Amendment, I
Yeah,
defend the Second Amendment, but like to the logical extremes that they do, I guess. I don't defend it like to the point where there should be like zero enforcement mechanisms on people who've like I mean there's people who are like Second Amendment purists where they're like anyone should be able to own a firearm regardless if you've committed crimes yeah, those retards, but
yeah, I don't go along with that though. Yeah, I think if you have a mental health condition, now it's so strange now because the our whole civilization is going through a mental health crisis because you're doing research for a stock. Realize that 40% of the people, adults in the United States, has sought mental health treatments in the last year.
which is
So that's a
probably
little scary shit,
I
man.
think that's probably okay though. People are actually making
Yeah.
taking positive steps to take care of issues that they have like mentally. I think that's probably like I would say that's probably a net positive. It's probably a net good.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of just the modern society, right? Because um, like Discord here, you can have like friends on Discord, no doubt about it.
Uh-huh.
But more chances you're basically at work even. People are like looking at that 2 or 3 year point. You're in jobs. They don't really make connections, so nobody has a connection they can talk about their feelings.
Yeah, it
So
is
they go
weird
to see a
that
professional, but
people
that's
it
like
is
their
yeah, it is kind of weird the whole the push for people being like not push, but the fact that people have become so like socially inept, I guess is the best way of putting it. Like I grew up in a small town in like Nebraska. Like I was raised by a single like parent who was a so I happen to be like of the boomer generation. So like I was not raised with by the iPad baby parents, right? Like I had to go outside, I had to go fucking touch grass my entire childhood, like ride my bike around like our little small town, like the whole nine, right? Like like what millennials like yap about, like when it comes to like how kids these days will never understand. Like I understand. Like I drink water out of a hose. Like I had to, I did all that shit, right? So like, but I understand kind of like the thought process of like kids these days are kind of like super like technology brain and like incapable of like normal social like interaction. I do kind of see that happening more and more, but
Yeah, and that really is kind of a scary thing because if we're going to AI and we're going into like like we have this division between left and right that's like almost dangerous, right? Because the ideologies, nobody wants to talk, everybody just wants to blame.
everyone
And you
wants to
really
blame
look
and
at it
argue and
and you
fight.
realize,
Yeah.
yeah, when you actually like, but that's the humanity side that would bring us together to deal with the AI and everything. Is that the fact that people can talk to each other, people can communicate each other, people can see common ground. And usually when you see someone in person, you're not going to be really rude with them because
Nope.
hey, you might get your ass kicked,
I mean, it's
or
partially you might get
like
your
the
ass kicked, but it's also partially like, hey, like it's a different type of like vibe there. Like when you're actually in person, see somebody face to
sure.
face, you know?
And if you just alienate somebody that's like close to you in a friends group, then you're going to be without a friends group pretty soon.
Yep.
So you have to work on that situation all the time, and people don't. I think that's where people are losing it because everybody's asking like, hey, shouldn't I get a house? Shouldn't I get this and that? But I said, you guys are not really like pursuing the fact that neighbors to neighbors type of thing, where
Yeah.
people can help you.
Yeah,
You
I
know
have
what
a
I
little
mean?
bit of a boomer mentality when it comes to certain things, like when it comes to like I think that's one of the sad things that we've lost by losing religion. I'm not a religious person by any means, but I think that was one of the good things about religion, that it brought people together like behind like a common unifying like goal and purpose. Like religion gave people like a good rubric of like how to like live, like how to have like good ideals and morals, like generally, like it kind of gave people that. And I feel like with people like becoming like less religious over like I don't know the past couple of decades or so, like people being less religious, that we've see what happens when people don't have like a unifying like cohesive thing that they believe and like work towards that brings people together. Now it's just kind of like social media, porn, um,
Yeah.
drugs, which video games, which I don't think any of that stuff is bad. I'm not one of those like anti-porn or anti-hedonistic lifestyle people, but you do see what I'm saying, like where we've lost that cohesiveness, like the
Yeah.
unifying
Yeah,
thing.
you have to believe in something greater. You have to believe in hope and dreams, and somebody's looking after you.
Well,
Like
you would,
usually, if you
yeah.
don't do that, then you won't take steps forward, right? Because when you think like if I had trials and tribulations, but I had a pretty good, I still have a good career. I never really had a problem with like eating or anything. I always worked at a high level.
Hmm.
There's times when things happen where a job basically told me I was ready. I was packing, and the job told me they didn't need me any. Had a hiring. Sorry, they had a firing, let go policy, and unfortunately that new position was gone, and I had to like scramble. And you have to like listen to a higher power, say everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be it's going to work out.
Well, I wouldn't even
Like
say
just keep
that.
on
I wouldn't
trying.
even like go to that extent because, like I said, I'm not like I don't have any of like the religious, superstitious, any ontological like underpinning. I think of it more of the perspective of like this is like what is guided society in like a cohesive direction for X amount of like hundreds of thousands of years, and like yeah, I guess there's certain societies that have fallen in and out of like religion to some extent, but like the United States in particular over the last 2 to 3 decades, even probably the trend probably started even before that, but like the I think there's less Americans that would identify as being religious now than there were than that are religious. I think that's just goes to show. I don't think there's anything bad with it, but
Well, yeah,
the whole point I was making about how like religion helps to give people like a cohesive like thing that they can like look towards and all that. Sorry. Anyways.
Well, religion is sort of not really on the attack per se. Atheism is such on a rise, and it's scary because,
I don't think it's necessarily scary. I
you
don't
know,
think it's. I don't think there's anything necessarily inherently bad about atheism or
well, I
people
think
being
it's the loss.
agnostic.
I think it's the loss of civilization, quite honestly. I mean, because when you think about like what happened, like we're getting to the territory in the United States and the Western world of Rome, basically. We as humans, we haven't had civilizations that gone much further.
Yeah, but I don't look to
Without
history.
without.
But we also haven't had societies or civilizations that have come anywhere near to the point where the United States has, like economically, technologically. Like we're like also like in unprecedented times, right? Compared to the Roman Empire or like any empire.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had some freaky happen to me when I was younger, and I saw real evil actually.
Oh shit.
Because I was in a situation. I mean, I think I actually saw the devil, and
Damn.
then I started looking at the struggle is really real. I mean, I'm not the biggest holy roller in the world, but what I try to do is, to my best of my ability, try to help people and do things. Like that.
That's good.
So that's where I go along with, good intentions of it.
That's fair.
Yeah, if you kind of saw what I saw, then you would kind of realize maybe you were on the wrong path and that
like religious wise,
there's really things out there. Well, I can tell you the story. It's a real quick story.
Oh no, I've heard every last miracle and like super. I mean, I literally grew up in a Catholic family, went to Catholic school, church, the whole nine. So like,
it wasn't actually a miracle of God. It was seeing the devil. It wasn't a miracle of God.
Yeah, I've heard like literally all. Like I've heard just so many of those, so it's okay. Like I'm not discrediting you. I have no like ill will towards you. I just it's an agree to disagree thing, and I don't want to like get stuck on hem and haw and get stuck on that. Because we could like literally talk about that for like 4 hours if we wanted to. And I think there's better conversation where we can break bread on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I just use it. I just say it this way personally, whether someone believes it or not or whatever, it's true. It had a determining attitude in my life where I do have to give some credence to that.
That's fair, and I'm not saying that people don't have like subjective experiences that lead them into a certain way of thinking or like puts them on a path of feeling a certain way or it underpins like a lot of their ideology. I don't think that you're wrong for that or that there's anything bad about that. It's all good. I don't want to get too much into it because I just feel like it would lead to unnecessary.
I don't look at other religions, and I don't look at individuals that are really atheists as an enemy type of thing. I mean, people have to do what they want to do, right? They're here on Earth to learn, or at least that's what I think, right? You're on here to learn and grow and stuff, and if you're not towards God, then that's your choice. Not, I'm not going to determine that because who knows what you've done or what you could do. You know what I mean? That's not my take on to validate people.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I just don't have like I don't like to do the religion debates. I think that was over. I think it's kind of like an overdone, to some degree, like grifty kind of a thing to do. I'm not a fan of it personally. Of debating.
Well, yeah, I mean, I won't really go in
like against it.
I won't debate it. I won't debate against people like that or other religions and everything because to think that only one group is going to go to heaven and everyone is not going to, I find that kind of too judgmental. So I don't really believe that.
I find it to not even
we
logically
can stop talking
follow.
about it.
But yeah, anyways. Yeah. Anyways, I mean, how are you? How are you doing today, man? What do you do? So what are you working today? You got anything going on?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh,
wait,
no.
I send you my stream? Did you get a chance to look at it the way I have it laid out?
Yeah, I looked at it for a few minutes, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if that was you I was talking to or Sir Blank. My bad. Sorry, you're good.
No, actually, I got a job tomorrow. I got a contract for the military, rebuilding some jet engines for the National Guard. So I can do it. I can do it a few days. I can work like 3 or 4 days a week. They're paying me such a high salary that it doesn't really matter as long as I get 30 hours and I'm happy.
Nice, heck yeah.
I'm actually in the state. I'm actually moved to the state that where I grew up to be near my niece and nephews and everything.
Uh-huh.
So I don't really care having a little bit longer period of time doing it. I don't mind it because it just hurts me in taxes too because I mean they're paying close to $75 an hour. So I don't really want to boost my taxes too high. Plus the job lasts a lot longer. So
Oh, yeah. I guess I'm still at the age where it's like make as much money as possible. It's not gonna hurt me any. I'm not looking at the tax brackets, I guess, for my income stuff. But I work like a pretty solid salaried position. I have a pretty good pay, good insurance through my work and stuff. So I guess I haven't like personally had to consider that. It's probably different since you do
pretty
more
much my whole life,
contractual work, though.
I've held. And my whole life was 40 or 50 hours a week. Like I've been senior engineers. I've worked on a lot of broadcast properties like Discovery Channel, Fox News Corp, Fox News. Did some of the Olympics. I did some of the Super Bowls.
Okay.
So I've always kept busy, but I've always worked 40 hours and worked hard. But as well, right now the job market's kind of shitty for electrical engineers. I don't want to pay anything, so I
Okay.
had to just go back to previous skills. So and plus I'm a stock investor, and I think I'm retiring pretty soon. Because of some of the stocks I own, so I'm kind of just taking it kind of easy.
Hey, that's
I
fair.
can pay the
If you're
bills
close to
and
getting
everything.
to retirement age, you have good money set aside that you feel comfortable with living off of, and I mean, you do you, man. It's the American dream, baby.
That's what it is.
What do you think? Okay, here's a good question for you, because I like to hear different perspectives. In your mind, what does it mean to be an American?
I lost you for a second.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
In your mind, what does it mean to be an American? Just out of curiosity. It's not like a gotcha or like trying to shit on. I'm just genuinely curious.
Like I said, I think we're in a kind of a made-up country, right? Like I tell people, we don't have a set nationality, but we have a set of reasons why we came here. We came here to religious freedom and also for economic freedom. And
Wait, just 1 second. Sorry.
that's what I.
Okay. Continue.
Oh, so it's economic and religious freedom, the reason why the United States was really settled. And I still think it's today. I think we have a lot of shared experiences, and I really think that, I think that, I think the United States is a real free organization, and it has a lot of protections for people. And people, I think, I'm not going to say the problem is, but that's what I look at. That's that people don't realize how free we are and how much we can pursue our happiness. And I think people take that for granted, and that's not like that in the rest of the world.
I
So
completely
I think,
agree with you.
you know,
Actually, everything you're saying, I agree with you. I think for the most part, I agree with everything you're saying. But I guess I am just curious. I'm not trying to I just want to refocus it because I really want to know this specific question. Like, what does it, I guess, mean to be an American in your mind? Like it can be like a 1 or 2 sentence summarization. You can even like give a list of things that you would qualify. I'm just curious, like, from your perspective, being of like a Gen X or like Gen X or Gen Z, like late Gen Z, early Gen X, or like from your perspective? I'm just curious. I
oh,
genuinely am
like
just
if you want
curious.
me to, If you want me to know what I think about America now,
Not
compared to what I
necessarily
before,
like from a legality standpoint. Like, what is your like personal subjective like thought? Like, hey, this is like when I think of like what it means to be an American. This is what I think it means.
And I have a
I
like
Real quick, Mr. Void, I just want to hear this from Lil Money. This is just something I like to ask people.
it's hard to answer because I view it differently now, right? I viewed America as unlimited opportunities when I was younger.
Okay.
Now I see that it has a little less opportunities, and we're really uncertain where we're going.
Okay.
I don't know what it means to be an American now, but I know what it meant to be American before.
What did
But
it mean?
I still think we're more free than anyone else.
So like having freedom, having like generally some sense of some general having general freedom, like would be what you would.
Well, see, one thing is, I don't think our government until the last 20 years have been really for the Americans.
Oh,
I
I'm not
don't think
talking about like
the
I'm
financial.
not talking about the government. I'm just talking like to you, like the actual people of America. What does it mean to be an American? Not like any other thing. I don't want to do like this is like a what is a woman type of a question. I mean it genuinely from like a place of like you can take your time to explain out like what you think it means to be an American, but that's kind of like the question I was curious of hearing from your
Oh
perspective.
yeah, well, I mean, it is free to have Discord. It's free to have actually communication. It's an amazing place because we have corruption here, but we also know about the corruption here. We also know the good things too, and we have a lot of shared history here. So I don't think there's probably a better country to be in. Really, I see problems in other countries that are more unattainable than us. I still, and also I think in America too, there's one thing that when people say we're going to be on a decline or whatever, I do look at it saying that we have some of the most richest people in the world here that kind of give us a guiding hand.
So like
I think America is
having freedom and opportunity, having shared history, like maybe meritocracy, like you would throw all that stuff into like kind of like the pursuit of meritocracy, I guess would probably be part of what it means to be an American. Or is that not a fair summarization?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair assumption.
Okay.
You know, like I said, I said freedom basically, right?
Yep, that's fair. Okay, that's all that's honestly all that I was curious of. I was there was nothing more to that. We can honestly even move on. I just was curious what you thought, what you think it means to be an American. I like to ask that to people just to see like get a gauge of like where they're coming from as like a politically and just maybe maybe to underpin their motivation, see their underpinnings of their motivations. But it seems as though I would genuinely agree with you. Like there's probably something to do with freedom, having opportunity to having the ability to have opportunity, some shared history. There's probably some truth to that for most Americans, like probably the majority. And then pursuing like meritocracy or like the American dream would be also, I think, something that makes you like an American as well. Okay, I think we probably somewhat agree. I would add to that, but I wouldn't disagree with you on any of that.
Yeah, I mean, I could add to it. I think America in different ways now than I did before, but also I'm also like a libertarian where a lot of where America is now is I don't agree with that I want to change. So you know, that's in the back of my mind also. But the most thing it is freedom.
Yeah, freedom. It's good. Okay. Oh, so you're probably like, so are you like you pretty principled like constitutionalist, like when it comes to like, wait, do you like the idea of our constitution being a living, breathing document that can change?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a really kind of a Ron Paul libertarian.
Okay.
And I really do believe, though, that the Constitution is the only thing that the federal government should adhere to, and that we should consider the law of the land. Basically.
But you would still.
Yes, it needs to grow.
But so then you're okay with it being amended and like that? You're not like the cringe type that is not a fan of like the changes that were made to it. Like you're not like a purist from like the initial founding fathers. Like you understand like
No, I
the
think,
purpose of it, right? Like it being able to grow and change over time.
yeah, I mean, I do believe that the Supreme Court does have has that function to basically interpret the Constitution and decide whether it was meaning was intent to people are trying to do. Yeah, I think it should always grow and change.
Okay, cool.
You know,
Then I guess
I
we
don't know,
then we
I don't.
probably somewhat agree.
Yeah, I mean, I try to stay away from the change to give more federal power. That's what I wouldn't want to do. But
I
the
mean,
rights and everything, I do definitely. If the rights increase, I'm all for that. Like,
okay, cool. Yeah, I mean that's like more of like a quibbling of like size of government, I guess, or like the amount we would be wanting to spend on the government, but we still probably fundamentally agree on like the core principles and values. So like I don't really care about the quibbling right now. I think that for the most part we could probably break bread on like 95% of stuff.
yeah, I think so too. I mean, I as long
Like
as
you probably still
you want to
operate
follow the
within a
Constitution.
liberal, not liberal in the like Democrat liberal, but liberal in the private property sense, the free speech, the uh, um, not having the government, I guess, intrude on you, freedom of expression, all that good stuff. You probably adhere to like those like liberal values. Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, I think really the fact is what separates America was its Constitution. I think if we followed the Constitution a little bit more, we'd probably be a better country for it. We diverged away from it a little bit, but for the most part, we gave it you gave people that couldn't even read and write basically rights, and I think that's amazing because most most
most countries
constitutions
don't
of
even have
countries
like free speech laws in there, and most countries don't even have a freedom of speech. Like they're cucked to their governments.
exactly they're all made to appear to the power that be.
I think it's
And to keep
cringe.
them safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to
we're,
make fun of
that's
it.
one of the things that that's why we're so far superior in our country is our constitution.
Our ability to assemble and to protest and to express ourselves and to speak what we want to speak, like to like actually criticize our leaders or our people in power. Like I think that's awesome. I think that's what makes America pretty unique. But also, then you would probably agree that the whole Trump wanting to ban the burning of the flag probably is super fucking weird and anti-constitutional.
Well,
anti-American.
I do and I don't. Yeah, I do and I don't. I don't accept
Like the founding
that, though,
fathers
because,
literally.
people died for that flag.
No, wait, pause. The founding fathers quite literally. No, pause. I'm a veteran
Right.
here. I'm a veteran here myself.
Me too.
Being able
right.
to burn the flag is a constitutionally protected right. Like that's not
exactly.
like the founding fathers specifically cited burning the flag as like a way of protesting your
Yep.
government as being like an allowed form of protest, like a constitutionally protected form of protest.
Okay. Then I want to ask you though: do you view the flag as the government owns the flag? Is it the flag is of the U.S. government, or is the flag of the United States?
The government represents the United States, the people of the United States, like just the government of the United States, yeah, or the country, I guess. Is a better way of putting it? Hey, I mean, I saluted the flag. I mean, I still would salute the flag.
So here it goes. Like if you buy a flag as your property, you got the ability to pursue happiness, life, liberty, or property, so you can burn the flag. There you go. Not even in protest. You can just burn it.
No, you're right. There doesn't need to be an actual reason behind it because it's just a constitutionally protected activity. Yeah, I just think I think it's unconstitutional to try to legislate the banning of burning a nation's flag, like one's own nation's flag in the United States.
Well, I don't think they probably should do that. I mean, I can understand
from like a personal subjective standpoint. I agree with you. They probably shouldn't do that. Just like I don't think it's probably cool for people to walk around like calling people slurs, like to their faces, but that's technically also constitutionally protected speech,
Right.
where like I would not want it to be legislated, like to where it could be criminal to do that.
Right.
Like
Exactly.
I don't
Yeah,
like
like
the
if
idea of
you're-
people going up to disabled people and calling them retarded, like
Right.
like moron, insert whatever slur for like disabled people. I don't like that. That's probably not a good thing. I think we could agree that it's not a good thing, but it probably shouldn't be criminalized because it's a slippery slope when you start criminalizing free speech.
Exactly.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That I see where you're going, and I agree with it though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't like
it's
it. Trust
kinda
me, for the
morally
record,
offensive,
I
but-
don't like the idea of the flag being burned. Personally, subjectively, like my own vibes and feelings. Like as a person who served in the military, saluted the flag, like swore an oath to the Constitution, like the whole 9 yards. Like, yeah, I don't like the idea of the flag being burned, but like it is necessary for like this for our country to exist in the way it has and to be so unique and so much better than every other country that we have the rights and the ability afforded to us and protected under the Constitution to be able to do things like that. I think that's cool. That makes the United States unique and like special. So
It depends on what you're burning it for. So that's
You
how
can
I
li-
am with it.
at the end of the day, you could burn it for literally no reason at all, and it's still
Exactly.
constitutionally protected speech. So it's
Right.
just weird that people would.
But I understand. But at the same token, I would understand if you did it in a public place where somebody will. You might be upsetting a riot because somebody's going to.
Well, that's a separate discussion then, right?
understand.
There's probably like a separate argument to be had there because I don't believe. Like I'm one of those people where like when it comes to like legality of things, I'll never disagree with you. I'm not like cringe, like ultra progressive, like no, like if you're committing crimes, you probably should be like held accountable for that in a court of law. Like
Well, yeah. For instance, there's things in the Constitution that we probably should adhere to, but it's frowned upon. Like Thomas Jefferson said, to make a perfect union, you need to shed blood every 32 years. And okay, I don't agree that you probably need a revolution every 32 years. But think about it, like with all the politicians in office forever and ever, there's no term limits or nothing. You pretty much would have to.
well, for the
push it to get a
the
perfect
executive,
union.
there's term limits, so that's probably a good thing. No, you know what? Hey,
Yeah, to the
when it
pres-
comes
to
to
the
term
pres-
limits for like representatives and like people in Congress and even like the Supreme Court, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I have some feelings towards it one way or another, but like when it comes to being like a legislator, like that is a job where you do need experience. Like you pretty much your first like what year of your first term and for your first 2 years of like being in the House of Representatives, like your first year is just like learning like how to do your job.
Yeah,
That's a
but
complicated
the problem,
position.
You ever heard of this Michael Milnick before? He
Michael
was the
who?
one that gave Milrick.
Michael
Michael
Milray? Oh, Michael Miller?
Milrick. Yeah, what he did was I forget. I'm pronouncing his last name probably badly. But
Wait,
he
Michael
himself,
Miller.
Milnick. Milnick's not Milnick. It's not Milnick.
Milnick?
Anyway, he was he well, okay. The story was he was a Harvard student, right? That basically realized that some of the art and some of the literature it used to be free, open source. Some company bought it and started charging the students $1,000 a semester to use at that point. So he copied it all and gave it to his classmates. Because it used to be free. He got it, but it was free. He could download it, do anything you want with it. He gave it to them, and he became a lawsuit. Well, how his case got much bigger is that it was about Section 230, where like an internet site could have information like Discord. You could have a Nazi supporter on here, and you could say some debilitating things against other groups. Discord has a right to remove you if it's brought to their attention.
Correct,
should
because
remove
it's a
that,
private
because
it's
that-
a private platform. It's not like it's not public.
But you can't sue. But you can't sue. You can't. They can't sue them originally. They just can't say we found this on your site and we're suing you. No, you didn't give us an opportunity to police it.
Wait,
You can
pause.
have
You
to-
can never
so-
be. You can't be sued for a company like a platform like Discord cannot be sued for like speech that inhabits theirs.
Well, prior
Unless it's
copyright
illegals.
information.
Unless it's copyright,
well,
they can be technically sued for that if they weren't
well, but
aware. If they were aware
this
of it.
lawsuit though, yeah, it's sort of a long story, but anyway, during this trial, because they tried to get him basically saying that you can't, if you're in possession of a freeware stuff, and then it becomes copyrighted, who's responsible for it, right? Like to have it, like it's copyrighted now, it wasn't before. Do you need to have it? So that whole rule came into the internet sites, and that's where they all went black. There's one like this trial, all the internet sites went black, and Amazon, Google, everyone went black for a day, because that means that they could find themselves into legal trouble anytime somebody did. Well, there's a big fight on. So anyway, his lawyer came to Washington, and all the politicians were going to vote against it. Right? All the copyright holders didn't want to have anything to do with it. They wanted this law never to appear, never to be made. Section 230 of the Freedom of Information Act. And basically, it was the outpour of people and all the sites doing what they did got them, so they did the right thing. Basically, they took the bribes, but they got over. And the lawyer basically says the first time in Washington, without all the special interests and all the bribes and everything, the American populace actually won today. They actually so much pressure that their elected officials had to act on their.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to definitely look into that. Sounds interesting. But sorry, quick
And the
thing.
sad
We have
part
other.
about it is they made them.
No, but we have a. Sorry about that. We have more people here in the chat. Is there anyone here that wants to debate a hot button topic, defend Trump? Is there anyone in here that's trying to do either of those?
Said defend Trump. That shit ain't gonna never work. But a hot button topic. Okay, let's talk about like privacy, right? Privacy laws. Because it's a weird thing that's going on in the US right now too concerning privacy.
Okay.
Right.
I don't
Okay,
know. I
so
don't think.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Is this like the whole conversation about like companies stealing our data or whatever? Is that the conversation?
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I genuinely have no care in the world about any of that. Like, I just don't. I don't know. Like, I don't
You
care.
don't care about. You don't
I
care about
actually
them.
agree with you, dude. I agree with you. AI is stealing off like, what is it? Meta stole 81 terabytes.
Yeah,
worth of
and they're
books,
getting away with it, right?
Yeah, I just don't. I just
Yeah.
don't care. I mean,
And that to me. But wait, but that's the biggest thing about taking our jobs, right? AI.
That's it.
Is the fact
That's it.
that it's taking away copyright. Where we had to pay for the
And
copyright.
he doesn't care. Yeah, and most people don't. So it's not like you're supposed to or whatever. But
I
that's
just don't
what's
see how it
contributing.
can meaningfully impact me like anytime soon.
It's still
My
your
my
data.
identity's not getting stolen. Like all of my money is
Yeah,
secure. Like my credit isn't getting tanked from
But I can.
this information being stolen. It's not affecting me in any meaningful way. I don't
And I can
understand
tell
why.
you where it will affect you.
Explain
I can
to
tell
me
you
where
where-
will
I'll tell you where it
explain
affects
to me
you.
where it will affect me without appealing to what AI can become someday.
Okay, so if all of a sudden the schooling that you or the working out you assume can be
That's it.
peppered and stolen, and you're basically competing with something that's a database that basically never forgets.
But
You
we're
paid for that
Yeah,
knowledge through sweat equity.
but
or
AI
late
isn't
night studying.
AI isn't
So-
to the point where it can do like sophisticated jobs, like in management jobs that what I'm
So no.
currently doing.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about you're able to be discriminated against now at an easier rate just off of what you buy, purchase, watch, look at, say.
Discriminated by who? Like companies that are like producing
company,
like
yeah.
commodity, like my workplace.
Any company.
No, but like my workplace, like my job, like my
Yeah.
company. How are they?
For
How can they
instance.
discriminate against me? In what ways?
Okay, so you're like right now. Let's say we have a more heated conversation, right? The
Yes.
AI in partnership with Discord. Let's just say that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
In partnership with Discord, gives your employer the information that you had given freely on this site. Now
Okay.
they can discriminate against you. You see what I mean?
By like hiring,
It's
like,
really,
but like via like firing me for like my like
or
speech.
or not even firing, like not like you're supposed to be due for a promotion and you don't get it, or you know your schedule or whatever. Like they can fuck with you in subtle ways.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they
okay,
could.
but
This
like,
is
this is like
legitimate.
a, but
This
this
is
is like
legitimate.
this is like an amorphous like concept that I semi like, but this has kind of
Oh,
existed since the inception of social media, with companies looking through their employees' social media like accounts,
But
right? Crawling
now,
through
but
it.
now, yeah,
it's
yeah,
gotten
yeah.
a
But
lot
now
worse
it's not.
though.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's now not like it's not like the old days where you would have to
I don't.
subject
I'm not
give
aware of
them
any.
your
I'm not aware of
information.
there being any sophisticated AI algorithms to track and
Oh,
No,
that's
sift
crazy.
through.
there's not
That's
AI
crazy,
here.
brother. You need to
Wait,
look it up.
crazy.
Okay,
There's
wait
no
a second.
sophisticated algorithms out there that exist right now that companies
Yeah,
en masse
actually,
have access to.
no, the companies don't have access to it, dude. But
So like, I'm
actually,
not
I
worried
did
about it,
take.
nor do I care. And I don't post on
Yeah,
social
but you
media.
should care
But why should I care?
because
Explain
what
to
if
me how it's going to affect me.
let me explain. Let me explain.
Okay, okay, okay.
Basically, I took actually 2 years of a master's degree in data assurance.
That's
And I
fine.
went to a school that
That's
was
fine.
aligned. Yeah, but okay, but here's the story. Here, I was aligned to the school was the NSA. I got to see the Lockheed software that's in all the collection sites. There's 4 collection sites around the country,
Is this collection
and they
sites
actually
for when
take
it
in
comes to like your credit and all that?
1.4 tri- they got
All of
1.4
it.
trillion sites. So I can tell you what they can do, right? Because I actually saw the software. Can tell you they track your cell phone constantly. They
Yep.
know all your charge card numbers. They can tell when you buy something.
Okay.
They can say what site you're going to.
Okay.
They can, if they want to pull, they can see what internet site on you. If they want to pull Discord or any of the information, they can pull it right down because we're at the co-location sites of the internet gateways.
Okay.
So all the internet gateways, the same gateways that get all the internet data through them. They also go to the NSA computer.
I think that what
And
you're
then
saying sounds really cool on paper, but I think everything is just currently and will be for a while way too decentralized for that to really have any meaningful impact on like the broader workforce.
Okay.
I'm saying as of right now, everything is just way too decentralized. Like I just don't see how it's genuinely gonna be presently how it exists. It's going to be impacting like an average everyday person.
Oh, sure. Like we were talking about AI, even if your job isn't affected by AI,
My
if you
job's
have
not.
a lot of jobs get
My
affected
job
by
isn't
AI,
affected by AI.
yeah, by stealing information, then you're going to have neighbors and you're going to have a lot of social structures that break down because, like, I don't think AI is going to take more than 30% of the jobs, but isn't 30 enough when you really
I
have
don't.
16% of the people that don't
People
work
thought
now?
that the
Oh.
invention of the wheel, or the invention of like the invention of like, I don't even know, like every new big invention was going to demolish like the workforce and like opportunities people had, and then always what we found, what would emerge as new industries that are built based off of the new advancement we had to become more productive. Like this has just been
Sure.
like a
What's
cycle
going to
that's
happen
happened.
is, sure, what people have said was basically, if you're a thinker and a doer, if you are a person that basically can think of new projects and new items and actually bring projects forward and new ideas, you'll be fine in the new paradigm. But if you're the average person that basically gets by with X and O's and learn stuff, AI won't fit your job. So that's the big
Oh, you're
problem
talking about
now.
the low,
You may
like the
not
people
see.
that aren't like productive, like that economically productive, that handle more like low skill labor positions.
Well, well, not even low skill labor because you're looking at a lot of companies are going flat management. Matter of fact, this is the first year ever at if you get a master's degree at Harvard or MBA from Harvard, you're not necessarily going to be guaranteed a job. You're lucky to get a job right now because they're
Um,
flattening. They're called flattening the corporate structure where everybody that's made databases and move data around and manage things. actually will be done by AI now in the future.
In the
They're actually
future. Okay,
implementing it
perfect.
now.
You know what? I don't even disagree
Oh
with
no,
you.
no, not
Probably in the
not
future.
in the future. Not in the future when you have 200,000 people being laid off by Amazon, the tech side. When you have when you have Microsoft laying off
Wait,
60,000.
wait. When did this start
When you have
happening? When
Meta
did
laying
these
off,
layoffs start happening? I'm just curious.
they all been announced.
Like
They're all
when? But
happening
when?
this quarter, before the end of the year.
Do you know why that the main reason behind that is? If we're being honest.
Well, what they have said was,
well, I don't care what they said. You're gonna trust a business on its face for why they're making huge decisions, like when it comes to their workforce. Aren't they like
I have
the
a few
least
reasons why they
reliable?
would do it.
Why don't we look at just like the actual like economic like drivers, like maybe like tariffs potentially being a big cause for why Amazon would be laying off a lot of its workforce? Wouldn't that be a more like
No, I
reasonable
don't think.
explanation that doesn't require like a bunch of like assuming and guessing to get to that conclusion?
Tariffs have not really affected businesses too much at all.
Wait, like the tariffs that are rolling out, they're not affecting like
it brought
Amazon's?
it brought inflation up to 1.9. That's considered average. So
No, I'm not talking about.
we haven't seen.
Okay, yes, you're right. It's never bad until it is bad. I'm not. I don't know what that point is like. The whole point you guys are making is like the whole point you guys are doing right now. This is becoming a whole. What's frustrating here, and what I'm trying to point out is that a lot of what's happening, what you guys are engaging in, is like the AI fear mongering without having any like.
Okay, but
that's what it comes across as.
If you bring up the tariffs, though,
I'm not.
Every country in this world has an average tariff of 15%. So the fact that that's our goal is to get a 15% tariff across the world.
Wait, do you think tariffs are like? Do you think broad sweeping, non-targeted tariffs? Do you think that's good economic policy?
Absolutely.
Do you want the United States to return back to a manufacturing-based economy, baseline manufacturing-based economy?
I hope I don't know if it can do it fully, but I hope it makes strides to it. Sure.
So you would like to see the United States be like a base level manufacturing economy that would be like to you like a net positive for the U.S.
Well, the biggest problem with the United States, where the rich got richer and the poor got poorer, was based on the fact that
that's not a response to what I just asked you.
Oh, I do want it because it corrects a lot of issues.
What issues would it correct?
In manufacturing, especially the economic situation, rich getting richer and poor getting poorer. It stops.
So you think bringing back base level manufacturing, where people are doing less economically productive jobs, where they'd get paid less to do them, would be beneficial for like the poor side of America or people that are struggling in America?
Wait a second. Who says they do? Matter of fact, years ago when I was in Alabama working for aviation company.
I don't know why you bring up your personal work experience in a conversation about economic aggregate data, but we're talking about.
You say business. You say factories don't make money, and they were offering $35
base level manufacturing. Base level manufacturing. We're talking like the first stage assembly of like manufacturing is it's lower paying.
Okay, so just to give
work.
You a clue why this is true. Every manufacturing job is considered that it spawns 15 other jobs because of materials, of basically transportation, everything that relates to a factory job adds 15 auxiliary jobs to that realm.
Yeah, I don't care about the quantity of jobs. I care about the quality of jobs.
When you have a service job, you have no assets. The company's not putting a lot of.
We don't just have service based. We're not just a service based economy. We're also an end stage manufacturing economy.
Dude, if you don't want me to tell you what's wrong, if you don't want me to tell you what's wrong with America and how to fix it, then I'll just shut up, man. I don't have to tell you.
I'm responding to what you're saying, and you keep pivoting or like you're being non-responsive to everything I've said. Like,
well, you want to drive the conversation on it, and I'm just saying. I'm just trying to ask.
Well, you're being non-responsive, so yeah, it's a little bit annoying when I'm trying to engage with you in good faith and you're not responding to anything I'm saying.
Okay, I'll leave.
What? Why would you
Let
leave?
me say, like I said, why? Because I'm trying. Because when I want to talk about something to put things together, this thing is actually why Trump is wrong, and I'm kind of telling you why Trump is right.
I'm telling you why he's
You know,
wrong
so
about it, and I'm trying to explain it to you and go back and forth with you on it, and then you're being non-responsive, I guess.
well, I gave you a response to you that 15% of all tariffs, because you mentioned tariffs, so I responded to you. I said most companies or countries in the world have 15% aggregate tariffs against them, and so
Most
by
countries in the
forcing
world
them
have put
to,
tariffs on us, you said?
yeah, between VAT tax and everything, you can. This is, believe it
Wait,
or not, ChatGPT tells us this is right.
wait,
This is the
pause.
right
Out of
route.
curiosity, do you think that like I have any? Do you think that I'm against like targeted tariffs, like that are like on specific industries in order to protect at least parts of like an industry? Like for example, in Canada has like they like tariffs would go into place if like X amount of their like I guess dairy production ended up being like outsourced. There would be automatic tariffs that would be put in place for like dairy that's getting imported in because they obviously wouldn't want to rely on other countries fully to like you know provide their
Well, I
dairy,
mean,
right? I don't I don't have any
I'm gonna
problem with
say,
countries
I'm
doing
gonna,
that or the
yeah.
US even.
Yeah, Canada's a little bit different story because out of the government itself, not the people, we should have as much sustain for their government as we do China's because they are terrible. They've done
Oh
terrible things
Jesus,
to that.
I just made a point about like targeted tariffs, and now you're like I guess grandstanding about like your hatred for Canada. That wasn't like that's non-responsive to the point I just made. I'm saying targeted tariffs. Do you think that that is like? Do you think I have a problem with that?
I don't know. Do you?
No, I
I mean,
don't.
to say that, I don't know if
I
you.
think targeted tariffs to protect at least a percentage of like certain like important industries like food, um, metal, like certain metals, like steel, like lumber, oil. I think it's important that you have some targeted tariffs so that you're not 100% outsourcing those like
I
sectors.
mean, I generally agree with you to a certain extent, though. If we can't get these trade deals, a better trade deal, or quickly, I think we should back off on some industries because we don't have the manufacturing to supplant them.
Which
If we had
like
manufacturing that's
what's
capable
what
of
sectors?
like the average middle, most of Walmart and Amazon is filled with Chinese products, right? If
Wait,
we
no,
can't
what
like
sectors? Not
sustain.
Walmart and Amazon. I don't know why you're appealing to Walmart and Amazon. What sectors do you feel as though the United States is like wholly and like utterly needing to outsource and like important sectors? Like what would you say?
Well, it's not sectors. It's mostly consumer goods.
I don't
Yeah,
care about
consumer
consumer
goods.
goods. That's not something that I'm care to like protect with tariffs.
Well,
I'm
if you
talking
want
about
to ask
like
about the inflation, but if you want the inflation rate of the United States for the average consumer, and corporate common goods are what you actually they use. That's the most influencing that. I mean, machine
wait, you said
devices,
what? No, no,
right,
pause.
or factory equipment.
What is causing inflation? What would help stop inflation or lower it?
Well, if you're doing about consumer goods, right, they have the most effect on the average person than a machine tool or
Yeah,
something. It doesn't affect their lives.
consumer luxury goods like I don't know, like like microwaves for example. The I don't care if the United States produces zero microwaves. Why would we want to waste our labor force on producing microwaves when we could outsource that at a cheaper cost to other countries so that way our citizens could do more economically productive labor?
Yeah, if you're looking at just one device and we could get one device up, someone
We
could
can
do it
go
cheaper,
across the board to
fine.
all of the all of like consumption. The very specific question I asked you is like non-consumption based industries, where do we not produce it? What sectors? Like housing, we build all of our housing or like the vast majority of our housing here. We supply the majority of our food. Um, we have lots of oils if we need to be oil independent from other countries. We have lots of timber, or we have a great relationship with Canada and Mexico with, well, we did with NAFTA, I guess, for our steel and timber. But like there's lots of like, what sectors are you concerned about the United States not producing enough, like in that are actual like important?
If you don't consider it important, and you're just going to say it's crazy.
No, what would you consider
goods,
it to, like, okay, you can argue it being important, and I'm okay with like conceding if like you make a good argument for a certain sector where we're not producing enough of it, and you would argue it is important for X, Y, and Z. I'm willing to concede, but I just want you to bring up an example of that, of a sector where you feel like the United States needs to go back to producing more of that because we've outsourced almost all of it.
Well, I don't actually have any. I have a lot of sectors.
Okay, one important, like, one where you would like to see the United States producing it, that you think is like important, like the United States shouldn't have to rely on other countries because it could devastate us potentially in a time of war, right? Like stuff like that, right?
No, not because of war, just because one of the things that we've have to happen in the United States is because we're not making anything anymore. Consumer nation can only last so long.
You're still pontificating about it. I'm asking you for an example of like a sector or an industry where you feel like the United States should tariff the shit out of that sector with like targeted tariffs so we can like bring back that production here in the US. Like what sector?
Would you mind if I interjected a little bit?
I mean, you can, but
Yeah,
are you in support of tariffs?
I'm just gonna, no, I'm not in support of tariffs. I was just gonna speak on just a little bit about the. I'm sorry. Is this what we're talking about? Just tariffs and in support of it?
Yeah, Lil Money's in support of like the broad sweeping tariffs. I'm not, and I'm trying to like drill in like why we shouldn't be, or if there's potentially some industries where you like the targeted tariffs. And
no, I don't think that we need tariffs whatsoever, simply because America's moved past the stage of being a manufacturing.
I understand. I understand that. Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm talking to Lil Money though. I'm trying to understand from his point of view.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't want to like dogpile you, Lil Money. I want to hear your perspective. Like what industry, I guess.
I know okay. Now, one thing I will just say this way: it takes a little bit of background, but real quick. We can never go be. You're correct about it, though. On the surface, we can never be competitive in manufacturing. Matter of fact, Mexico is considered a medium-class producer, and they make in the Stellantis factory. The average factory worker makes $3.10 an hour. So there's nowhere we can even bring back auto manufacturing.
Yeah. Okay. Which is probably okay.
The one issue. So now the one issue is when you take away auto manufacturing that has high-tech processes and everything.
We have end stage We have end stage car assembly here in the United States.
Right.
Vehicle assembly.
If you can go for it fully though, then we can't manufacture and do anything here except service work.
Wait, I literally just provided to you an example of how we do end stage car assembly manufacturing here in the United States. A good amount of it too.
But like even John Deere wanted to move away from the United States because the labor cost would have been $3 to $4 an hour compared to 20 and 30.
Which
we don't compete very effectively. You're right. We don't compete very effectively. I'm not going to say you can keep your
but
the G7 countries. The only
out of curiosity though, do you see the positive though like impact of that though, where like it frees up more Americans to do more productive labor? Like if a bunch of like, let's be honest, uneducated like second, third world country people can do that job, why would we want Americans to be doing that job? Wouldn't we want us to be doing more like economically productive work?
Yeah, when people, but what do you consider a career job? What do you consider a job salary-wise that you consider a career?
Like, what do I consider
We do
a
amazing
good?
work in
What do I consider
military
like a
and
good?
airplane manufacturing.
No, but like, what do I consider to be like good paying work, Lil Money? Like a good career for like the average person?
Well, no, not like an. I stated it wrong. But what would you say? How much money would it take though to be a good job? Right?
For me personally, what do I think would be a
anything.
good job? Just like the pure
Well,
numbers.
no, for the average person, not particularly you, because for me it's $65 an hour is considered a good job.
I consider
But
that I think that's a
job
little
is.
bit out of touch. I would say probably
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
not as an insult.
But I consider it.
You could that's like way more above what you would need to like live a good life and like have like a good existence.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's for the average person. I'm just saying I think the average salary is about 20.
The
Like,
average
when you look
salary,
at
I
the
think median is 37,000 across the U.S.
Yeah.
And that's close to like 30. That's like close to $27 an hour.
37,000?
No,
No,
that's
37,000
close-
is like
that's close to $18 an
18,
hour.
19 an hour.
Well, if
Yeah.
it goes 40, it'd be $20 an hour.
No,
so.
50 or
Oh
wait.
yeah, you're right. It would be 20.
I think
Yeah, it'd be 7. Yeah, it's 17, 17 and 18 an hour.
Yeah, 17, 18. Yeah. I don't think 17, 18 an hour is like I don't think that's like a livable wage though, personally.
Well, let me go ahead and just interject.
Obviously,
a little
people
bit
make
on
it
the point
work,
there
but
with
like
the 17, 18 an hour. Yeah, at this stage in our economy, we would need the government to step in because majority of people are making between that $18 to $20 an hour range, and with government assistance, like minor government assistance of even just $400 a month, it is sustainable to raise a family of 2 on that.
But the sad part about it was, the stat is the United States is not capable right now of doing any UBI, unfortunately.
Oh yes, it is.
If you
We are
look
very
at,
capable of that if we rearrange the tax brackets.
let me give you. I'll be happy to give you an example actually.
Well, if we had a more, I'm sorry, continue.
When we did, okay, so when we did the COVID deal, right? Now all the money is basically. The government only really gets enough money in taxes to pay for the.
Oh wait, pause. Actually, I probably agree with you, Lil Money. The whole point you're making about right now it's probably not 100% possible, but a lot of the reason why it's not 100% possible for us to do like some sort of like universal like income stipend type of a deal is due to like the oligopolization of like every industry that doesn't allow for there to be any actual competition that drives down prices to where they probably should be. So, and there hasn't been any like forceful push to like make companies across the United States keep wages to matching inflation. So I guess
one thing I will say,
there's probably you're probably correct. You're probably correct.
Yeah.
Corporate greed in America has probably fucked us. I'm not going to disagree with you.
Well, okay, now the whole situation with the government.
And I'm a big market capitalist. Like I'm a capitalist cuck, and even I would probably still say that.
As the American
now it comes with the government.
It comes on the burden of companies to start supplementing the government for what it is, because they are contributing to jobs, they are contributing to the economy, and it's up to them to basically pay more than what they are, and not have CEOs making disgusting billions of dollars.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna.
Tax brackets and everything. Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
You know how they actually.
I'm not a hate rich people person. I will just agree though that there's probably like we've probably fucked up in our holding people who have been able to do well in the United States, holding them to like to the fire to like actually give back to some degree, like to help benefit the society that allowed them to get to the position they were in.
Yeah, it's not even tax.
Let me tell you how to. Let me tell you how to fix it. Let me tell you how to fix it all.
How do you fix it all?
In 5 minutes, how you fix it all.
Oh,
Basically, because basically, when actually Donald Trump was in office, there's 20 zombie companies in the Dow. You can't. Actually, Japan reported that they're in a 30-year recession because they unwound 10 of their zombie companies.
Companies that have been running deficits. Wait, companies that aren't like.
Okay, but let me get to I'll get to the important point, right? So they opened up floodgates of printing money. They printed 1/3 more currency to make the discount window open.
Are you fiscally conservative, Lil Money?
I am pretty much.
Do you
This is
hate
beyond just spiritual.
do you hate that Trump spends money like a liberal? Like how liberal he is with spending? Like how the fact that he's like fiscally not conservative? I'm just curious. Does that bother you?
Okay, so the only thing that I think basically the tariffs are going to pay back some of the right now he's borrowing $1.4 trillion for the budget basically.
He's running.
The tariffs aren't paying off. So to be clear,
well.
the tariffs aren't even close to paying off any of the deficit.
For the record,
I
think the reason why that's. Oh, sorry, Hugh. As you can.
Just real quick.
Let me just finish this.
The reason why talking about the tariffs for revenue is nonsense is because Donald Trump extended some tax cuts, some IRS cuts, funding cuts, and they didn't collect $700 billion in taxes. That number is going to go up every year. Tariffs aren't bringing up even close to that much. So,
and also,
while we talk about revenue,
yeah, I don't know why we talk about the tariffs when it comes to revenue. Also, when you look, the tariffs don't even cover all of the expansions for border patrol and like immigration enforcement. Like it doesn't even cover that bill.
Well, the one thing
that was one aspect of the big beautiful bill.
Okay.
Tariffs don't even cover that. Sorry, continue.
Hold on a second. So the tariffs, they do have the potential to bring in $4 trillion.
I don't care about the potential. I care about what they're doing right now.
I understand. Let me continue with my point. All right, and that's the issue that we have with the tariffs is they were implemented with no plan, and it's reflecting as a cost on the consumer.
Oh, agreed.
Donald Trump has no plan. Yeah, Donald Trump has no plan to be supplementing the consumer.
absolutely. Had there been a plan, they absolutely could have made a lot of money. Absolutely, yeah.
They could have made a ton of money, and he wrote off of these tariffs issues while basically just ripping off the American consumer, the American person.
Because
actually inflation rate doesn't show it. This is where actually
what doesn't show
he could right his wrong by opening. Okay, so he could right his wrong by opening the discount window, and he could save America.
Wait, what discount window?
Right. The discount window during COVID was opened up, and 1/3 of the money went burr. The printing money went burr.
Wait, what's discount window? I'm confused by what you mean by discount window.
Discount. Okay, so instead of releasing money to the American people and printing money and giving it to the American people,
like the stimulus checks.
Yeah, but this was a stimulus open window for corporations to borrow at 0% interest rates. They were just said, "Hey, I need $1 million. Here you go. All right, pay us back when you can."
Well, that would have. Wait, Trump did the. That was the first stimulus.
He did that. Okay,
under Trump.
Let me. He did that. Right.
I thought that was the Inflation Reduction Act with Biden, where businesses were able to.
No, that's actually Trump caused a lot of the inflation.
Wait, no, pause. Quick thing, everybody here. Did Trump, with any of his stimmy stuff, did that allow for businesses to take interest-free loans? I thought that was Inflation Reduction Act under Biden that allowed businesses. Google
discount window during COVID. You'll see it right there.
Well, COVID during Trump or COVID under Biden?
I think
COVID under Trump.
I think both.
I think both, but I think
I think both. I think both caused it too. Yeah, Biden spent more money than a drunken sailor.
I'm just talking about the interest-free loans. I think you had a window under both.
If you don't want me to tell you how it all fits together, I won't, because you keep interrupting me, so I can't finish what I'm going to say.
Okay, continue.
Oh, okay. Let me finish what I'm going to say. Is there is possible way of fixing? There's a way of fixing this whole thing. And Trump got $4 trillion of basically commitments for reinvesting in manufacturing. The reason why we are not creating jobs after COVID is that when you have the stock, when you devalue the currency like they did, all assets rise in value because the dollar's weaker. That's why the stock market in the P ratios are actually earnings per stock share are down on all companies. That's why they have P ratios of 30% instead of the average 12 to 15. It's basically it's because when you devalue your currency, the stock price goes up. The CEO doesn't create new jobs then because the shareholders are happy. Stock's going up, don't touch it, don't do anything. That's why we have like minuscule job creation after COVID, right? The only way to get rid of this is actually build in America. Build whatever you can build, whether it's a factory or services or whatever. Bring up the GDP where there's money going towards that new project. Right now, all of a sudden, currency currency starts
Wait,
rising
oh my
in
god, I
value
am so
when
sorry.
there's
I
a
was
need
just
for it.
reading on the what is the I am so confused by what point you're making. I have no idea where you're are you tying this back
Can you make this a
to
little more succinct?
Yeah, could you just like tie this back to Trump, I guess? And like what I guess what's the point you're trying to make? Like what would solve all of our
And what I'm making
economic
the point is
problems?
is how you fix it all, right? Because the two big things is basically job creation and housing prices.
Wait,
right?
when
Those
it
are,
comes
the two
to
big
like the
top items.
Fed,
No, let me just finish and I'll explain it. Now,
I
you
have no
to,
clue what
you
you're
have to
saying.
come
I'm
to
gonna
the,
be honest. I'm not trying to be a
okay.
dick. I genuinely have no clue like what the point you're trying to make.
Okay, so the dollar rises like you can if you print enough money and if say your currency is $10. If $10 suffices for all the people in your market, it's not inflationary nor depreciating. It's just normal. But what happens if you print $11 and you don't need $11? You only have $10. You need $10 in your economy. That lowers the value of currency because it's all based on what you need. So actually, so what happened is when they printed 1/3 more money, then basically Biden actually increased inflation, and so inflation got huge. And as soon as the dollar keeps going down because of the inflation, so the dollar has steadily decreased. Well, what that means is that all the assets that are valued in dollars increase in value per dollar, because now if your currency is worth half of what it used to be, your company now that was worth $10 is worth $20 now. That's what showed the stock price. When that happens, the CEO is supposed to return to the shareholders through the stock price. There's no reason to actually basically create new jobs and new processes to bring up the earnings and the value of the company. There's no reason to. If you actually, but if you tell it, oh no,
I still don't even
I haven't
understand the
finished
point
yet.
like you're trying to make
If you
though.
stop, okay, I'm just going to drop. If you don't understand it, that's fine because I'm going to drop because I probably will be telling you the most important thing yet ever. Okay, so basically, is if we start bringing economic activity back, like bringing back the CHIP Act as one big thing, making processors in America.
Yeah, which
We're also
Biden did, which
making
was really good. Yeah.
No, it was bipartisan.
No, but Biden
anyway,
Biden under Biden's presidency, he was able to get Congress to work together to pass that bipartisan legislation. But yeah, continue.
But anyway.
Oh wait, you're not going to give credit. You're not going to give credit to Biden for the CHIPS Act.
I'm going to give some credit to Biden.
You're not going to give credit to Biden for the CHIPS Act.
No, I am giving some credit to Biden. I'm giving some credit to Biden. I'll give some credit to Biden.
Thank God, Jesus.
Okay, so anyway, if you all of a sudden these are coming to fruition now, if we can bring back manufacturing because you make microprocessors, you also make low-end processors too.
No, you're shoehorning in manufacturing. I don't care about manufacturing as a whole. I
Okay,
care about very
but
specific.
let me just finish my story.
No, but you're
I have ADHD. You must have worse than me.
I'm on Vyvanse. I'm doing just fine. It's just the points that you're making are like incoherent.
It's funny that he calls it that.
It is just a story.
It is incoherent.
It's literally just a story. That's all. He's just telling a story. It's not real.
I've not heard anything.
Story. I'm just dropping.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, man.
Goodbye.
Okay, I don't need to do. I don't need to deal with this. You
Goodbye.
Know what I mean?
See ya.
I'll see you later.
See ya. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
You guys are idiots.
Goodbye.
You don't realize what's happening.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Dude, what the fuck? Why'd you guys run him off?
Cause he was just like rambling. It was just.
No.
He was rambling.
Do is let him go, let him ramble, let him keep going, clarify his points at the end, and then he'll clarify an argument there, and then once that's all finished there.
Also, like the
talk to that guy. He's not.
No, he wasn't capable. I was trying to hold him to when we were talking about a more micro topic that was way simpler to comprehend and grasp. That wasn't really that complex and nuanced. He would pivot immediately. Instead of staying on topic, he just I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean when you're debating idiots like that, you kind of have to just let them go for a bit and then just draw it back once they're done.
I mean, he has a based take of what an American is though, so I'll give him that.
Yeah, what's that take?
He said that for the most part it was based. I would add more to it, but he said that like freedom and opportunity, pursuit of meritocracy, like some sort of shared like struggle and like history, which I'll give him that. That's like a respectable take on what it means to be an American.
Yeah, fair enough.
He didn't do like the whole race realism founding stock thing, so I'll give him credit there.
I mean, like, his point about I was about to go off on him once he was done, because the whole discount window thing, that wasn't just the U.S. printing money. That was a government
But that
opportunity
also
for banks to
predates
stabilize the
COVID
economy.
by such a long time too. But
It does, but him trying to write off of that, because it was expanded during COVID. It wasn't just it wasn't just before COVID. It was, but I don't know. There was a lot to go off in there, and I was kind of gathering his points and just telling out there.
yeah, it was very hard to it was hard to just listen to the rambling, but it's all good.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, anyone else want to chime in?
I really have no points for Donald Trump. I'm pretty against. I think he's
Based.
an actual fucking retard. But
True. That's why I don't like comparing him to like Hitler or like Nazis, because like Hitler and Nazis actually had like a coherent like strategy and malicious like intent with like some like plan that they were trying to enact. Trump is just like retarded. Like he's just like a petulant child who like literally the last person that talks to him is where he like sources all of his like truth.
Trump is a dumbass figurehead. That's pretty much what he is. He has no actual policies. He has no he flip-flops on so many different things that he has. But the people that are behind the scenes running the show on his party, the people he keeps close, are just actual like evil people.
Like your Peter Thiels, like those people.
Yeah.
No, like your Stephen Millers.
Oh, Stephen Miller's
That guy's
actually fucking evil.
yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, not Peter Thiel. Jeez, I meant Stephen Miller. That guy is actually fucking evil. Holy fuck.
Oh yeah.
Vance too. Vance, Marco Rubio, both of them.
Yep. Trump is a straight narcissist. I think he's idiot. He's dumb and he's a narcissist, and he'll just give a job to anybody who sucks his dick.
Based.
Which is why JD Vance is in, because he was writing hit pieces on Trump for a while, and he just started sucking Trump's dick and eventually became vice president. Like, oh my god.
Why is
After he like called him the next Hitler or whatever, it's kind of funny to see him cuck out and like immediately suck Trump's cock the moment he realized that he
Rubio
could get some
did
political capital from it.
Rubio did the exact same thing. He used to say Russia is the enemy of the American people. And then he went from that all the way to like sitting there laughing while JD Vance asked Zelensky about his suit.
Oh my god, Marco Rubio, also no principles.
Hey guys, I've never heard of Stephen Miller, but I just looked him up. He looks evil.
Yeah,
why
he
is
does.
he? Why is he?
Go search up Stephen Miller janitor's high school. Go look that up.
Okay.
On YouTube. He's been like this since the day he was born. He was evil. He came out of the womb evil.
He came out of the womb evil. Based. Anyone in here want to defend Trump though? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big Trump guy.
Are you meme and trolling? You genuinely are?
No, I like Trump.
What about Trump do you like?
I like that he's giving more money to ICE, right? I'm like a big person who has like a big ethical problem with illegal immigration.
Okay.
I don't really care about the economic aspects of it. I really have like a large ethical concern regarding these individuals.
So how do you feel about like all of the people here in America today, where like a large portion of them, like a lot of the white people, even in America that exists, are products of illegal immigration in like the early 1900s, late 1800s. How do you feel about those people? Are you against them?
I don't care about the children of illegal immigrants. I don't care about that. I care about the actual illegal immigrants themselves. I think that when you are a moral agent, right?
It would logically follow though that you wouldn't like the people that are products of like illegal actions then, right?
Why would that be the case? Like, I cannot like a rapist, but I wouldn't like hate their child. The fuck?
That's
Okay,
probably
well, let me go
not
ahead and
like.
just have you define terms a little closer. So you say illegal immigrant. What makes an illegal immigrant different from a regular U.S. citizen that makes them negative? What puts them in that negative light to you?
It's an individual who knowingly came to the U.S. when they were aware of the fact that by coming to the U.S. they were violating some law of the United States of America.
Do you think the people here seeking asylum would fall under that bucket?
I think it probably depends. I think a lot of them seek asylum dishonestly, and
well, how could you know that if they haven't had their like court case yet, or they're the ones that are still just awaiting, like that are here under that?
I guess you can't, but if they have their court case and they say, hey, go home, then they probably should go home.
Okay, I don't disagree with you. Okay, so then like the vast majority of people that are here, you don't care about, because like the people that aren't here under asylum makes up such a low percentage of like all people.
If they were to come here like not actually needing asylum and claim asylum, and they're just waiting for their court case, but they know that it's gonna be the case that they don't deserve asylum, then I do care about them.
Here's the thing with illegal immigrants. A lot of them were actually here out of just negligence. Not out of malice, but because they are seeking asylum here and they had paperwork to do. They started financially struggling, so they took a job under the table to provide for the family and the people that are around them. I don't think that that's necessarily malicious, though, because these people aren't here to, fuck up our system. They're just here for an honest life. And where you and I may disagree, you see the illegal immigrants as people that are here out of malice. I see it's just out here because, it's like if you had an unpaid parking ticket. Do you disagree?
Well, hold on. So,
being ignorant of like the laws,
and they're waiting. They don't know they're not supposed to take a job or whatever? They just don't know that?
A lot of them don't. I mean, I work in fast food. I've worked in fast food for years. A lot of the people that I've worked with, they, are here because they came from Venezuela. They were, their country's in a shithole right now. They wanted a different start. They had a cousin over here. They ended up flying over. They went through the process of getting a job here, and they thought that's all they needed to do.
Yeah, but those are like those people sound brain dead to me. But like, okay, we can ignore the brain.
Wait, pause. The people that are brain dead. Why are they brain dead? From your perspective?
Because they came to this country and they have no knowledge of the laws, whether they're supposed to be working or not, and then they just start working. I don't know. It seems kind of irresponsible.
You think it's irresponsible for them to contribute? But do you think it's bad that they're contributing economically?
Like, I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think it probably could be, but
wait. I need you to like explain to me in what world it can be like a net negative for people to be here.
Yeah.
Contributing to the economy, working, paying taxes, buying stuff.
Well, do you disagree with the fact that if
paying sales tax, like, tell me in what way that is like a net negative to our economy?
Yep. Clarify.
Would love to know. I mean, because they commit crimes at a lower rate than like U.S. born citizens, so we already know that they're not like. They're not committing crimes, so they're not being negative burdens to society in that way.
Increases than wages.
I'm sorry?
Oh, you cut out. Sorry. So did you hear my question?
No, I didn't hear it. Can you say it again?
Oh, you were the one who cut out.
Well, no, I mean it's like okay, it was, but I was asking, are you aware like that it's going to be the case that if like the supply of labor in a country increases, then the wages of the labor is going to go down?
That's not necessarily true.
That's why I said it's like not necessarily a bad thing. That's like a general like rule in basic econ, right?
Yeah, it's a general rule in basic econ. I'm not going to disagree with you. So do you think that wages will go up by losing that labor, the labor force that they inhabit?
Yeah.
Why would you feel that way when they occupy when they occupy low skill labor? And those jobs are needed, but they don't make up the majority of low skill labor in certain sectors like agriculture, for example. Why wouldn't that matter?
Well, let me just go ahead and say that illegal immigrants a lot of the times in this country are filling a vacuum, and that vacuum is something that most people don't want to work in. I don't know a whole lot of people that like it.
Not very many illegal immigrants.
Wait, do you think it'll put an upward pressure on like your wages as like a, I don't know, like let's say like a nurse or a IT guy, if there's less illegals here picking like apples and like digging holes for in excavation, or like
that
pouring
could be
concrete. Wait, in what way would that put an upward pressure on your wages? Actually, if anything, it would put a downward pressure on wages for more economically productive jobs, because we need the low productive, low skill labor jobs to be filled in order to do those more economically productive jobs. Like, do you not see?
It could be the case possibly that these illegals come over and then seek education to get their jobs after working in low skill labor, which would put a downward pressure on their wages. But like, irregardless of all of that, that's why like I'm talking when I say like wage increase. I'm talking about people who work in this low skill labor.
Right.
And
Right.
That's what I care about here.
Oh,
I don't really.
Wait, but
like,
so you care about protecting the jobs of like Americans who would be doing those.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, American.
So then how do you feel that? Then how do you feel that like our unemployment rate's been at 4.15% on average for the last 4 years post COVID? Like, so that still wouldn't change your mind that we probably need these people here if our unemployment's been pretty low?
Let's not get so heated over this.
It's not heated. He's just so wrong.
I don't know why the unemployment rate matters here, and also if you look
why
at
would the
real
unemployment rate not matter when it comes to like talking about jobs being taken and it affecting Americans when unemployment's already really low? Why would you even?
Do you acknowledge that like some of that employment's going to be cyclical? I'm sorry.
Some of that employment's going to be cyclical.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying. So
unemployment's going to be cyclical, as in there's not enough jobs. Some of that's going to be cyclical, as in there's not enough jobs.
Some of that employment's there's not enough jobs. No, there is enough jobs. What do you mean?
Well, it's going to be depending. Well, it's going to be depending on location. Like, you're not going to leave a job like across the country.
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, we can get more specific, but like we're looking at like the aggregate, right? Like across the board. No, the whole point you made was
and there's also a lot of people in America that are
the whole point you made was that low skilled labor is it being taken up by all these illegal immigrants or people here under asylum is bad for all the Americans who would be taking up that low skilled labor. I presented to you the fact that hey, unemployment's actually really low right now, so it seems as though having those people here is actually like an economic plus because we don't have the amount of people. We don't have the people needed to fill those jobs now. So this like this
unemployment doesn't even matter. So if
it would 100% pertain to this conversation.
Okay, if it's the case that there's a shortage of labor, do you think wages would go up or down for low skilled laborers? If there's a shortage in unskilled labor.
If there was a shortage of unskilled labor, would there be would wages go up?
If I can cut you off real quick.
Yeah.
Unskilled labor, as we're defining as apple picking and fucking like Wendy's and all those different jobs that are just service industry jobs that pay the bare minimum. Those industries thrive off of paying the least they possibly can.
I am aware of
not something that hold on. This is not something you could just say if there's less workers, wages will go up, because if there's less workers, what will just happen is stores will just shut down and then it'll just consolidate into different stores. So it doesn't really matter whether there's more immigrants or less.
I mean, that's the more nuanced take, but I still think he's wrong on its face too, though.
Well, prices will go up in these stores for the people who work in them will be paid like comparatively higher wages that they'll have more purchasing power than they did before. It might be the case that upper class people have less purchasing power than they did before, but these low class people are still going to benefit.
Wait, so it's just please. I have no clue.
You didn't understand that?
No, I didn't understand any of what you just said.
We were talking about the low skilled wages and you saying that consolidating the stores would make the prices go up. I just want to know why you think that.
I think that stores raising their prices and having to pay their employees more is going to lead to a work hour buying more for each of those low-skilled employees, but maybe the work hours of a higher-skilled person is going to buy less, because now grocery stores are charging more for groceries.
Well, how exactly would that happen when the total reason that people are going to these places are because of the low prices in food, and the low prices in apples, and the whole lower prices?
Well, if the price of food goes up everywhere, then they don't really have a choice, do they?
Well, that's not a sustainable thing. We don't want prices to go up in food in those industries there, because that's just
But if these low-skilled people are paid more and can buy more with their dollar, so
they wouldn't. No, you're so wrong. They won't get paid more because there's less of them to fill those positions. There'll just be less of those positions, and the wages will stay the same, remain around the same that they have been over the last 50 years.
Exactly.
Or very small go up. I don't know why you think that because there's less people to fill a position that all of a sudden the it's gonna increase like the amount that you're getting paid to do that work.
Yeah. This is literally basic econ.
No, it's
If
not
there's
basic.
less-
It's not basic
yes.
econ. You're incorrect on it.
What are you
You're
talking
so
about?
incorrect. We're not talking about like on it. Yeah, we're not talking about like highly specialized jobs that are like super needed and super like desired and like you need to go to college for X amount of years to do this like becoming a surgeon where less surgeons would make the cost of to be the salary of surgeons to go up. We're not talking about that. We're talking about low skill labor industries that are built because we have that surplus labor that can do those positions.
Right. So if you're simply saying that it'll force companies to become more efficient, I would also just think that's a good thing.
So what happened in Florida
there would be less
was
jobs.
We enacted ICE in that area, and a lot of illegal immigrants left the area, leaving a lot of jobs open in those industries. So instead of closing stores down and raising the wages to attract more people to go into that industry, what happened was the company lobbied the Florida government to lower the legal working age to 13 years old, so more kids could get into the industry and fill those low-wage positions.
Yeah, I think that's bad.
We're showing you like what happens when you actually do this.
I don't think that's a Donald Trump policy. I think it's a policy resulting from the lobbying of Florida state politicians.
Right, exactly. But you understand that that's how the American system works. When you say less labor going in means more wages, that's just factually not true. So you're going to have to come up with a better argument than that, buddy.
Hold on, you're saying that's factually not true.
It is factually
because
not true.
In Florida, what you're saying is in Florida, after they decreased the amount of laborers, a company lobbied to have the labor pool increased. Actually, it goes alongside my point. You understand that, right?
Wait, no. So do you think it's a good thing?
Wait, so you acknowledge that runs?
Wait,
Wait,
Reagan. Do you think that that's a good thing that the age?
Your point is good in theory. In theory, it is correct, right?
Sure.
But the demonstration and the application of the real life ramifications of what reducing the labor force has had in those industries, the real life application is that we just change laws and allow people to work for less.
I don't know
work
why,
at a younger age and work at a younger age.
A policy implemented through lobbying in Florida, that's obviously bad, and I disagree with that. It doesn't change the fact that what I'm saying about econ is completely right here. Of if this company didn't have the expansion in the labor pool, but then you've been disagreeing with that for the past 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, I have, because I'm arguing off of the real life ideas of this. You're arguing off of the textbook ideas of this. I've been saying the real life thing going on this whole past 10 minutes that we've been doing, but you just keep going, oh, well, it's actually
it literally is.
My econ textbook says this, but no, that's not happening.
This is what actually should happen. This is what actually would happen, even though we show you examples of where.
Wait, but you're tacitly admitting my point is right here about this policy.
No, we're saying on its face. We're saying that your point.
If there is a contraction in the labor pool, are you going to see an increase or decrease in the amount laborers are paid?
That depends.
It depends on what the sector is. It depends on how specialized.
Okay, generally.
It is. Well, generally, sure, across the board, but we're talking specifically about low labor, low skill jobs, in which case, no, you wouldn't see an increase in wages.
Well, this guy just said that you would, and that's why they had to re-expand the labor pool, allowing for more people to work. Am I mistaken there? That's what you said.
Because you don't want to engage with what I'm saying.
No, you are saying something different than the other guy.
I think me and him have fairly agreed so far on
no,
everything.
the llama guy, this llama guy.
Yeah, what am I saying?
He's saying that if there's a contraction in the labor pool, wages will not increase. And then
it was a little bit more of a nuance. It was a little bit more of a nuance, explained take than just that. But if you want to reduce it to just that, then sure, that works.
You're saying that if there's a contraction in the labor pool, wages will increase, but companies don't want that, so they'll find some other way to expand the labor pool if there's a contraction in the labor pool. That's what you brought up. What are you talking about?
Wait, no. Also, you misrepresented the point I made. I don't know, why you're shadow boxing. But okay.
Sorry, it's just sorry. I really just need to get this point out because you are just.
You both keep conceding and then going back on your concessions, and I'm very confused.
I've never conceded anything you've said.
That in theory, your idea works. I've said that. I'm granting that to you. That is perfectly okay. But we do not live in a theoretical world. We live in a reality. Our reality, and me and Llama have agreed on this the entire time, is that that does not happen. And I've given you real life examples as to why that doesn't happen, and Llama's been arguing on a theoretical points why it doesn't happen.
Sarsipius, you gave to me an example of the labor pool contracting and then a company lobbying the state government to re-expand the labor pool.
Wait, no, pause. You do, okay, you can, okay, we need to acknowledge what you're saying right now. We need to acknowledge what you're saying right now. You're saying to increase the labor pool, they lobbied to do that, right? Right? That's correct? In order to hire younger people to fill those positions. That's
right.
For the United States. But yeah, how's that raising wages? Just by making more children be able to work.
It's not. That's not my point. You're missing.
Then what's the point that you were making? What's the point you were making?
If there's a contraction, the labor pool wages will increase. He is saying that.
Yeah, we've just demonstrated how that's factually incorrect by them just lowering the age to work.
You're not understanding. Okay, the Sarsipius guy is saying if there's a contraction in the labor pool, then they will just find then state governments will just be lobbied into finding some other way to expand the labor pool. I don't see how that's counteracting my point of if you contract the labor pool, wages will increase.
But wages aren't increasing. They're just hiring people at a younger age to fill those positions.
Right. Yeah, but because the labor pool hasn't contracted.
Oh, so you're just saying well, the labor pool technically didn't contract, but
not in his situation, no. If what he's saying is true.
Oh, okay. So I guess
he's merely saying. Wait. This guy is.
So then how do we agree with you?
So a contraction. Well, this guy is just saying that a contraction. This is basically what he's saying to me. He's saying a contraction in the labor pool would not cause an increase in wages because there will be no contraction in the labor pool if a contraction in the labor pool occurs because they will find some other way to expand the labor pool.
They'll either find some other way to find some way to expand the labor pool, or those jobs will just disappear because those businesses will consolidate or shut down.
Well, from what I'm operating from this guy, I have no idea if what he's saying is actually true or not.
Hence
first
why.
Of all. Second of all.
Sorry.
Second of all, if it's the case that some company lobbied the Florida government to fucking expand the labor pool, as in making it possible for people at younger ages to work, while also removing illegal immigrants, thus having the labor pool remain at that static, then it doesn't prove my point at all. That doesn't disprove my point at all. And I don't know if that would be able to apply that.
Wait, it may not be disproving your point, but we're showing you that's bad economic policy, right?
You don't think I'm making a point at all?
I don't. I really think that you're just.
Then what are you disagreeing with if I'm not making a point? I've made a positive claim.
What is your positive claim?
Yeah,
you can't, if you haven't, can you not repeat back to me my positive claim?
Your positive claim was just that you think that if labor gets removed, that wages, there will put an upward pressure on wages. We've demonstrated to you why that doesn't happen. Either the market will find a way
you haven't, though.
We'll find a... What?
You haven't actually disproved that assertion. You've just said that, in practice, it's extremely difficult to actually contract the labor pool because people will lobby for some other way for the labor pool to expand.
Give me an example of where removing these low-skilled laborers, where it's put upward pressure on those industries that they inhabit, those sectors.
I don't think empirics are necessary for my claim.
Oh, then what the fuck are we even talking about? Don't you care about the real world? Don't you care about having actual effective policy, how it tangentially relates to the real world? I don't want to sit in here and pontificate about. I don't want to sit here and pontificate about econ. I want to show where it's actually demonstrated in the real world.
So you don't want to talk about economics?
No, you want to pontificate about economic philosophy. I'm not trying to sit here and do that.
Okay, fine. We can return to my point about how I think it's unethical then. And I would just say, okay, I think obviously child labor is extremely unethical, so is illegal immigration. I think both of these things should not be allowed to happen.
Well, let me go ahead and get to your point in a different government, because in the UK, actually, I've seen your point work out demonstrably well, because we did increase the labor pool and it drove prices down a lot, just because the United Kingdom has a different structure of their government and they have a lot less big businesses taking things over. I don't disagree on your point on a actual theoretical level, because it demonstrably works, right? I'm going to give you that. But the United States government is built different in the sense that we have big corporations that are going to try and lobby and keep the wages down because we thrive off of that low wages. A lot of those CEOs, they want more money. A lot of the companies there, they only can
profit incentives, baby, which is based.
Yeah.
Well, then I would just say that I like the Trump policy, but not the lobbying that's occurring.
Well, there you go. You could say that, but that's the reason why I don't like the Trump policy is because it goes hand in hand with the lobbying.
Yeah, you have to look at like the ruled applications that
I don't know
of
if
the
that would
policy,
necessarily
right?
be the case.
Well, if Trump isn't doing anything to combat the lobbying and everything that is involved there, then he'd be ineffective at enacting the policy in the way that you'd like to see it, right?
That may be the
Yep, and his
case.
half-assed plans are a failure.
Well, I don't think that necessarily means his policies are bad. I like Trump for a variety of reasons. That's just one of them. But
so I see what you're going with here. I do agree that if you contract the labor pool, things prices will go down and wages will go up. That's demonstrably true in a lot of different areas. But in the United States, we don't have a system that supports that same economic growth or that same economic change because our system is focused on perpetual growth. Stockholders will want to make more and more money because that stockholders are the main.
I mean, you can have perpetual growth while also like contracting the labor pool. I don't know why those two things are completely
mutually exclusive. But they kind of are.
They are dependent on each other.
That's what I say.
I mean,
because with the contraction of more people working at.
Well, I can lobby for a contraction labor pool in like one way, in that I see restricting an unethical behavior, but I can lobby for an increase in labor pool in other ways that I see as ethical.
Clarify on that. How would you do that?
Based.
You could any kind of pro-natalist.
Wait, are you a socialist out of curiosity, or like a communist, or like what would you?
No, I'm not a socialist.
No, not you. I'm just curious. What is your like do you believe in like free market capitalism, Reagan, or is that like the economic mode that you are a big fan of? Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I believe in. Why would I not believe in capitalism? What are you talking about?
Not believe as like not like that. I'm saying like, is that like the mode of economic?
I disagree.
Like I disagree. Continue to move in. Okay.
Look, I disagree with the fact that the government directing industry would be more efficient than industry directing itself. There you go.
You disagree with the government doing that, like command economy
directing? Yeah, of course I disagree with command economy.
Yeah, okay, me as well. Cool.
Here's the thing: we are arguing for a system that currently doesn't exist right now. Because you're saying that if we contract the labor force and if we contract the labor force, then the wages and the wages will go up and prices will go down. But we live in a system where all of our government is controlled essentially by the corporations that fund it.
Can you literally ever?
Can we cite this? Can we cite this anywhere? I mean, yeah. I mean, just look at every industry where it's like. They're just like oligopolized, where it's like X amount of.
I don't know. I was muted this entire time, but like, buddy, that's just the agricultural market. Next, like agricultural perpetual growth, less people. Like this is pretty normal. Can we continue or?
Oh, that him not being able to acknowledge that like every industry to some degree has been oligopolized.
I don't know what that has
no,
to do
I was
with
just saying the agricultural market example of like you see contraction. Right, at least as a percentage of like GDP for like labor, and like ultimately speaking, you see like massive levels of growth. Right, so despite having like more people in like agriculture, we had like less production back in the day because of capital. Right, so it's possible that like even though you see contractions, right, in a labor pool for an industry or even an economy as a whole, you can still see consistent growth just depending on how that labor is distributed. Anyways, so. I don't even know what the main like intention of that would be.
Yeah, I don't think they had one. Now they're pivoting to like the government is completely corrupt, and I want them to substantiate how corporations control the United States of America. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
The different funding that Donald Trump got to get elected. He was.
Why does that matter?
Yeah, for the record, for the record, I feel like that's not even like a strong way of arguing like that the United States is. I think it's relevant, but like a person like this, a person like this can feign ignorance and be like, "Well, that doesn't necessarily prove it." I don't see anywhere. I know what you're gonna say. I'm just saying, me and you.
We take it as a general.
No, Reagan. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Sar. I'm talking to Sar.
Why doesn't Planned Parenthood?
Sar, the thing is.
Why doesn't Planned Parenthood fund both?
Sar, the point that I'm trying to tell you is that if you're gonna point to something where it's like, hey, it's pretty obvious probably what's going on here. If you just look at like the financial interest, they're just gonna feign ignorance that like, well, it isn't. There's no actual stated objective anywhere where there's just enough plausible deniability is pretty much like that's gonna boil down to.
But it's beyond plausible deniability. It's like just clear reasoning,
It
which
is
Llama,
plausible deniability.
can I explain to you?
It's more than plausible deniability.
But
It's
that's
like
what he's
if
gonna
you just
feign
use
to.
hold on, buddy. Like I can say more than that sentence. No, go ahead.
So, with the United States system, our politicians are not organized for the people. They're organized for the different corporations that are investing in them, right?
Substantiate that.
Why is that mutually exclusive?
The problem is you can't substantiate it like on its face. Like
Buddy,
you might
can
be
you
able
stop
to.
this fucking substantiation shit? Like, why does he think they're mutually exclusive?
That's why, but you can't. Like Reagan's correct. Technically, there's nowhere on paper where it shows where you can perfectly show. But like,
Bro,
if you have like a
you
brain,
even get to that step, brother, you have to explain why they're even mutually exclusive to begin with.
What's mutually exclusive?
The government being run like for the people and also having like corporate interests be involved in its operation.
Like, why can't they both be intertwined? Why does that have to be one or the other?
Well, here's one of the things. I used to work in solar a little bit ago. So with the solar industry, a lot of it was going off of government benefits. So people would get tax rebates for installing solar panels, which would make the energy cost cheaper for the cost basis, which was an amazing plan. It was like that for a good 10 years. Trump recently repealed that to fund more into the oil and gas industry.
Yeah, there's geopolitical reasons why you would make that decision. Wait, hold on.
You see,
so you're doing the thing. Wait, hold on. So by the way, like the reason you would do that is because we are currently in the middle of a massive demand for like energy, specifically due to like our data centers. And because people are not going to stop using the internet and like creating data, then we're going to have to find a way to make energy. The fastest energy you can get on the grid is nat gas and oil, right?
Well,
and the cheapest
like,
one. Hold on.
But,
That's the fastest one. That's the fastest one you can get on the grid, and it's the fastest one you can recoup your money. Therefore, reinvesting it on the grid, right? So if you would want to scale energy, you would necessarily need to do these things, right? So that's like the logic, and you can just disagree and say, oh, we ought to wait this or that, but to pretend as if like this is because like the donations, no, you have two different people who have different philosophical views on how to address a set of problems, and like one party is like, no, we need to get energy on the grid as fast as possible. The other party is like, oh, well, we can do it we can do it slightly less fast.
You're roboting really hard right now, dude.
The environment.
Dude, you're roboting like super hard right now. Hello?
Okay.
Well, the question is,
hello?
Why did Trump decide to do that on his second term instead of the first term when he was being funded on the second term?
Wait, so first things first, he was funded on both. And like, hold on. First things first, he was funded on both. And like the problem is nowhere near even like in the realms of like the same. Because in the first Trump term, which ended in 2020, we didn't have ChatGPT. Right? The second ChatGPT comes out in 20.
Some people might argue.
The second ChatGPT. Hold on, let me finish.
Hey, some people might argue it ended in 2024, but okay, anyways.
Buddy, the second ChatGPT comes out, like we are now under like global notice that there's about to be a massive boom in like AI demand that's going to make all of these data centers shoot out of the roof. Nvidia explodes as a company. All of these companies explode in valuation.
Yes, lots of
the global economy
marketing.
changes.
Yes, lots of speculative.
So now, like what seemed like something that you had some like maybe 15 years to adjust, now it seems like in 5 years, if you don't adjust it, you're going to be cooked.
Yes, there's a lot of speculative investment going on now with AI. I'm not.
It's not about the speculation. It's about the fact that it's happening.
No, there is. Wait, you're disagreeing that there's a lot of that it isn't like a lot of it isn't propagated
It's not
by
relevant.
speculation.
No one's disagreeing.
The literal demand of people using ChatGPT is burning through silicone, and that's requiring us to use way more energy. So like we're just tracking the usage.
Wait, I don't even know. This is like off topic from I think what we were arguing about before. I have no clue what this. This is like a complete pivot.
Well, that was the one example he gave, which is like, oh, look, Trump did this. And I'm like, oh, this is obvious why he did this because like it's faster, like by physics, right? To get nat gas on a grid.
But I believe that there's other examples, and I don't.
Like what?
Have the energy to pull it up right now, so I'm just going to concede the point to you. That makes sense what you're saying. What?
Yeah, but like if you guys
but don't you think it's probably more likely that like any example that you pulled up, if you just had like my level of research, that you would have like the reasoning behind why the Republican Party would make that decision or why the Democratic Party would make that decision, and you can disagree with like the reasoning, right? But like there is a valid level of reasoning on why you would want to like address this problem in this particular manner, and why a bunch of people, right, who are like, hey, we have a massive issue.
High
Hold on, we have a
value.
massive. Well, and then you have the fossil fuel people, whatever people, who'd be like, hey, we have a massive issue the country's going to face, and we need you to be aware of this issue. And if you're not, then you're going to get cooked. So we need a person
High
who's
value.
willing to listen
Okay, high
to
value.
us.
Yes, high value. Yes, you're very passionate. The point I'm gonna make now, I guess, in response to that is that I might believe that and I might concede on that if it wasn't for the fact that like the Republican Party has been lobbied and bought by big oil for like decades now, and that's been the same like messaging they've been pushing like nonstop. And it was I love how you bring up a relevant example with AI now because it like you can like jam it in, but like that has absolutely nothing to do with the literal decades of like lobbying that the Republican Party has gotten from big oil.
What time period do you think the physics, right, of like nat gas and fossil fuels being the quickest and cheapest to get on the grid changed? Like, did you delete that part?
I'm not deleting that part. I'm just the point I'm making to you is that you're making it seem like, oh, it's only relevant to today. The only reason why their interest in like
but
using
now it's
fossil
even more
fuels,
of an emergency. But back then it was always the case.
It was always the case that they
fossil fuels.
Yes, but you know what? The issue is that Democrats or like the Democratic Party was looking for alternative means of like sourcing energy that were
more
that were
expensive
that were
took
clean.
longer.
Yeah, and that were cleaner, better for the environment. I guess we just don't give a shit about that, but okay.
No, buddy. No one's disagreeing that you can have a different perspective on how you want to address the problem. But the other argument isn't some shill argument. The other argument is, hey, our perspective right here is that we can make fossil fuels like emit less CO2, but like over, mind you, a longer horizon. But at the same time, we can get energy on the grid so the rest of the economy can grow faster so that you can then take money from the rest of the economy and invest it, right, in ways to make it cheaper, right, and to make it like more efficient. So that logic is like follows, like that's math. So you can disagree and be like, no, we should go this direction, but you can't pretend like the other logic doesn't make sense. Both logics, I can see how the person came to the conclusion, but to pretend like it's some kind of shill is like insane. It's physics.
It's probably like the shill explanation probably underpins it more so on that side, but yeah. Anyways.
How do you delete the physics? Like out of like the physical.
What physics? What physics
like
are you talking about?
You're pretending as if like.
Hey, if fossil fuels weren't like super like economically like what's the word, I guess, beneficial to like a group of people that have like specifically been lobbying like the Republican Party.
You mean the entire economy?
The Republican
like,
Party. They've been lobbying the Republican Party. I might agree with you if it didn't seem to be like there's all these like vested interests.
I feel like you're deleting the part in the physical reality part, where it's like we literally live in an economy where nearly everybody needs energy, and because everybody needs energy, we're in the scenario where if energy is just like 5%, 10% cheaper, that affects the entire economy by hundreds of billions, potentially trillions of dollars. So like this is all calculation that fossil fuel company has to think about. But you're like deleting this out of your brain.
Yeah, there's also the incentive structure there as well. That's the whole point that I'm making.
Of not wanting the entire economy to waste an additional 100 to 400 billion dollars when we can just go down this route.
Well, here's the thing.
Wait, the complete pivot is the incentive structure, because if you were in the meantime working towards fossil fuel or using fossil fuel while you work towards
with what money, with what capital?
What do you mean what capital? Public investment, government investment. What do you mean what capital?
Where does the government get the money from?
The fucking infrastructure bill, like energy bills. I don't know.
Where do they get the money from? Where do they get the money from?
The taxpayers? Are you not aware of
like
how governments
get their money from? Where do the taxpayers get their money from?
Working.
Okay, great. So what if it were the case that they get paid less because their profit, right, for the company they work for is lower because their energy cost is higher? Then the government has less money to invest in these things, right?
Are you saying that like do you think the point I'm making is that we should like slow down our investment in building of like fossil
Buddy,
fuels
listen,
and oil?
all
Wait,
of
are
the
you sorry? Wait,
factors that
pause,
you're
pause,
no,
pause.
no
I
one
need you to
said that.
respond to
No one
that.
said that.
No, then why did
I
you
said
just
no.
then why did
But
you just say what I just said?
because in your brain, you need to process that some people are at a table and they're also agreeing with that. Maybe you should transition away. But basically, the way you do it is by basically investing in fossil fuels to get money to even invest in other sources.
Base,
But
you know
that
what?
doesn't factor in your
I don't
brain.
disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, but guess what? They're not doing that. They're not using. They don't have any intent on investing in cleaner energy. There's no intent.
The Clean Energy Act was killed.
There's absolutely no intention to do that at any point moving forward by that side of the aisle.
He's gone.
He left?
He's gone.
After saying all of that, he left?
Yeah. I think he was doing something. I think he was out of his house, because whenever his mic cuts out, it's that he's out of his house.
Jesus. The incentive structure. Jeez. I guess we're just gonna ignore that. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. It's just, I don't know. I stepped a little out of my own range.
Is he a big oil shill? Like, who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah. I don't understand it, because it's like, it makes more sense to me if Donald Trump really cared about small businesses. 90% of solar installation is done by small, family-owned businesses, really tiny companies. And the way they do it is they do it because they get tax rebates and they get a certain amount of money, and it's very profitable for somebody to run their own solar industry or a solar company. And it just doesn't make sense to me for Donald Trump to be killing those tax incentives and thus kill small businesses to.
If there wasn't an incentive structure in place to.
Yeah, if there wasn't an incentive. Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. There is a note on that. Is that the solar industry is broadly controlled by China.
Yeah, but that's like what's that called? A red herring or whatever you.
No, it's not. I mean, Donald Trump's policies regarding trade with China have been fairly consistent, which is to cut them out wherever he possibly can. And given solar isn't too significant in the American economy at the moment, it's entirely reasonable to cut them out for that reason.
Wait, the manufacturing of like a solar, like
yes.
Oh, the manufacturing of like the solar panels. Well, why wouldn't we just expand that part of our economy, like in producing it?
I would agree with that, but what's his face's fucking argument still stands, which is that expanding the manufacturing of solar panels would still take time. Like, it would still take 6 months, couple years.
Oh,
and
true. Just like bringing back base level manufacturing by tariffing China to hell, but he's still doing that.
Yes. It's the same logic. Literally, by doing what he's doing, which includes the solar panels by the sounds of it, cutting government subsidies and all the rest, it means that the support for the Chinese industry will wane and support for an American industry could be increased. Yes. Applying the same logics there. Although it does appear that there's less incentive. He's not reapplying incentive for the solar panels. He's just decreasing incentive, period.
Well, that's one of the things that's hard for me to understand is why so against China when they've done so much to themselves to, redo their policies and move away from that authoritarian communist regime that they had. I mean, there's a lot of things in China that are.
You think the Chinese are moving away from their authoritarian communist regime? Hello? Do you live on Earth?
Yeah. Probably.
That policy, them moving away from that was rather thoroughly put down by an armored column and a few thousand bullets. But what do you mean?
What was I reading? It was like something about them being able to clean up a lot of their ecology over there and being able to prop up different industries that pay people better than the factories that they're working in.
Yes, that's because they're rapidly becoming an advanced economy, if they aren't already.
Right. Well, they are an advanced economy. I would say that.
It depends what you consider advanced, I guess. Broadly, if you say like by percentage of economic base, then no. But by total number of advanced products produced, then yeah, no shit.
I don't know. China's a big country, and they utilize a lot more of their land to create a lot more revenue than we do. I think that it would be a good step for us to mimic some of that, but at the same time, I don't think the actors in China are the best people.
But yeah, again, it's an authoritarian communist regime.
Yeah, I mean, I need to do some more research on that.
Since Xi Jinping took over, they've taken really big steps in the other direction from democratizing.
So isn't Russia and China, aren't they allied?
Vaguely.
Vaguely, okay.
They're allied in the same sense that, I don't even fucking know. That the United States and Russia were allied in World War II. It's like, yeah, hello, you're there. Here's some stuff to kill my enemies. No, fuck off. We still hate you.
Man, geopolitics is complex, guys.
Not really. The Chinese want their fucking land back. They've been consistent about that for the last, I don't know, 100 years. You know?
Right.
The Russians aren't keen to give it back, and the Russians also don't have the ability to resist the Chinese. If the Chinese wanted to just fucking take it, the only thing they've got is nukes, and if the Russians are in such a shitty economic position because they waged a however many years long war against a tiny country on the fringes of Europe, the Chinese might be able to just buy the land back.
Yeah. So what do you think would be the best course of action for the United States to, sort of take more, I guess, do you think Donald Trump would be the person to reverse what's going on in our relations with China and try and take them down a little bit? Or what's the course of action you would say? This is just me hypothetically speaking. Like, what's your thoughts?
Taking down the Chinese sounds like a really ambitious and stupid thing to try and do.
I misspoke, but like, what ways can we be drawing back from the support of the Chinese economy, if not for tariffs and whatever Donald Trump's trying to do? Is that even a relevant point to bring up? Are we even involved in that, or would we be wanting to support the tariffs and making sure that China's poorer?
The answer would be to limit their outlet markets. Tariffing them or not is kind of a neither here nor there. There are ways, and tariffs are one of them, to deal with Chinese exports. But the big one is dealing with their outlet and inlet markets, namely Africa, but also like South Asia and all these regions, Russia as well, where that's where China's going to be making their money. It's like, yeah, they make money from America, but you make up 13% of their trade. You're a fraction of their fucking trade. They make up like 30% of yours. Like, this is significantly different. And the China's like that for a lot of countries, right? China is a massive trading power. United States less so.
Wait, we can agree that that's probably not like a bad thing, right?
I'm just learning.
It's not necessarily the worst thing. It depends. The nature of the American and Chinese economies are very different.
Yeah, we have different.
The Chinese are rapidly transitioning towards a service-based economy, but they still very much intend to keep their industrial base, which America has done a good job of keeping as well. It's kind of a meme to say America has no industry. It's like, no,
that's why it's so cringe to me when people say that.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, but the Chinese shipbuilding. Yeah, but how many of those ships are being built are like capable of warfare? The answer is like fuck all. Right? Yes, they're still outbuilding the American Navy, but I mean that's not an achievement. The American Navy's barely building anything other than supercarriers these days. But the American Navy is not the only one they've got to compete with. The South Koreans, the Japanese, the Dutch, the Spanish, the French, the Italians. They're all massive naval shipbuilders. So, fucking... The Chinese aren't winning that fight.
Wait, me?
I was asking Congo.
Oh, sorry, you go.
Congo, yeah. I'd say I'm a liberal. Like, classical.
Okay, sounds like you and I probably would agree on a lot.
Your argument with Reagan was fucking weird to me, because it seemed like you were both right. It's like, what the fuck? Like, these points aren't, like, conflicting. It's just, like, yapping over semantics.
It's just Reagan refused to engage in any of what I was saying there about it, because I wanted to pivot from illegal immigration into... I mean, I guess not pivot from illegal immigration, delve a little more into why illegal
I'm gonna be honest with you, I thought that whole thing with that guy was an extensive troll. I didn't think he was actually serious. Initially.
Reagan or...
No, the one guy that was in here.
Ben Franklin, yeah.
I thought he was extensively trolling, but it turned out he was...
no, he's just retarded.
Okay, that makes sense.
He does this all the time, he's just fucking retarded. But he's also... His point was kind of... I say vaguely right there, is... energy consumption is something that's going to go up, and for the United States especially, focusing on fossil fuels isn't the worst idea because it's all domestic. You don't import fossil fuels.
No, it's good. It's good for now. Like it's not like, or it's.
For the long term, it's a terrible fucking idea,
it meets the demands of what we need right now. No.
Like,
and the thing is, I could agree with him that like, oh, there isn't some vested interest there if Trump was also making positive steps towards like clean energy sources that don't rely on fossil fuels, but he's actually not doing that insofar as like completely. like demolishing the solar industry. But
Yeah,
right.
It's kind of
for an example,
Building up a
and him
domestic
and his
solar
hate
industry
for
would be a
like
great
wind
idea.
energy as well. Yeah, there's just a lot of things that he
I don't get that. I don't know why he hates wind energy. That's a weirdo Republican thing in America. It's like no one else believes this garbage.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Was it the wind turbines kill birds? It's like the birds are not that stupid. No, they don't.
Yeah, they don't.
And even if they did, that's natural selection, baby.
Well, the birds will get smart enough within a couple of years.
I think we need to
generations
practice
within.
constitutional eugenics. Stop giving fucking blue states blue states need to stop subsidizing red states' welfare and social good programs. Let the red states fucking die and collapse.
Very much agreed.
Oh, well, that was what California was threatening to do, right? Gavin was saying that, oh, we'll just stop paying our federal taxes then. If you're not going to help us when we need it, fuck you. You're not going to get help when you need it, which is always.
Also, can we be 100% honest too that like the quick thing, this is a pivot but kind of follows. I hate the way that the Senate is ran where it's like 2 representatives per state. I think that's unfair representation for Republicans. I think it's super unfair.
When our
Holy
shitbox
fuck.
state with 500,000 fucking people in it, all of whom live on a ranch the size of a small country but don't achieve anything or add anything to the economy, versus literally California, the 4th largest economy on Earth?
It's third now. They actually surpassed India, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Did they beat Germany?
I'm pretty sure they did. Let me do a quick little lay Google.
I think it was they surpassed India and Japan, I think, but not Germany yet.
I grew up in California for most of my life, and then I moved out to Utah later, and this place is kind of a shithole. Like it's wild how there's like no rent protections, no wage protections at all. Everybody's making like $12 an hour, just like doing whatever the fuck they can. And then there's the millionaires out in Alabama. But this is just my personal experience.
Oh nope, they still haven't passed Germany. They're still 0.6 away. But that was as of 2024. That was by 2024, so maybe this year they'll outpace them.
Yeah.
I am for Pacific Northwest secession.
If growth rates keep up, India will surpass California by within a decade or two of now.
More than likely, yeah, being at 3.9.
It's like India will be about on par with the US economy by the end of the century.
On par? That's crazy. That's a crazy jump. They would have to like.
Well, I mean, look at the scale of the Indian economy, right?
They would have to like They would have to like what 10x their economy to be comparable, if not a little bit, maybe like 8x.
They're thinking the US, everyone will reach about 100 trillion, basically the big 3: US, China, India. If it all continues, no one nukes each other. About 100 trillion by the end of the century, or like 90 something.
Oh, I don't want to. I do not care about those discussions about what could happen in 100 years.
Yeah, it's very like wishy-washy because the shit, like, you know, Japan was going to surpass the US in the 1970s.
Yeah, let's see what happens in the next like 8 years, and then we can go from there.
And the answer is, as with current economic schizophrenia in the United States, chances are that India and China are going to surpass it within a couple decades, rather.
Well, if we continue down this route of like isolationism, yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, because the US will demonstrate that it's an untrustworthy partner to countries in Africa that already don't fucking trust it. So yeah, all these up and coming countries like fucking Ghana, Nigeria, double-digit growth numbers. These are the ones you want to be trading with, but no. They fucking hate you.
We put tariffs on the Penguin Island. If that doesn't show the direction of our fucking economy, where we're going.
Uninhabited fucking island, random territory of Australia. Yeah, what the fuck?
Is it the Galapagos?
Yeah, United States is a brand name.
Not the Galapagos.
No, the Galapagos isn't them fucking pig.
It wasn't the Galapagos. It was that one. Anyways.
Yeah, it is Australian island, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I was about to say, somewhere in the south.
Is the Heard Islands?
I don't know, we put an import on them, or an import tax on them, though. That's all I know.
I know, it's funny. Yeah, despite the fact that the United States has existing trade deals with like Canada, Mexico, Australia, now Britain, it's still putting tariffs on them all. It's fucking stupid. Was it my country recently just readjusted a metric fuckload of shit to trade more with the US, like over China. The US is still second place or third, depending on the time of year. And also opened the FBI fucking outpost down here because the Five Eyes and intelligence sharing, all sorts of random bullshit. And then the United States slaps an extra 5% tariff on just randomly.
Get fucked.
Despite the fact
nerd.
that we're actively fucking
get fucked.
Trying to adjust, but no, okay.
Get absolutely fucking mogged.
Yeah.
That's Trump for you. Daddy Trump.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm gonna head in and get some lunch. It was nice talking with you guys. I was
Nice
gonna ask Congo, what part of UK are you from?
I'm not.
You're
the
not?
bit that's nowhere near the UK. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Okay. I was just asking because I was in the Cotswolds and like London touring a little bit earlier this year.
I see. I do want to go to the UK sometime. I would like to see the museums.
Oh, okay. Oh, you Australian? Yeah.
No, I'm a Kiwi.
Kiwi, okay. Not just barely not Australian.
Pretty much. At this rate, we'll be Australian by the end of the century.
Yeah, I believe it. Hell yeah. It's nice chatting with everybody. I'm gonna get some lunch. I've been standing in the parking lot for the last like 40 minutes arguing with
just watching people walk by and stare at you. What the fuck is this guy yapping about?
Arguing like a schizophrenic, just like by the dumpster. Like, no, the United States does not have the economy.
Fair enough. We'll talk at you later, buddy. You have a good one.
Ciao.
Love of the game. See y'all later.
Yep, bye. Oh, shit. How are you
Does
doing?
Wiggle Worm have a thing to say?
No, he's been in here since last night. Actually, he saved my room from closing, so I gotta give him props there. But he's retarded.
Oh.
He's mentally like deficient or something. I don't know. Last night, I'm pretty sure. So.
Does it not AFK people in this server? It mustn't. Yeah.
It does eventually, but for some reason it didn't AFK him. So here we are in my room at the top of the list because of him.
He's at his computer with Discord on mute.
Sorry?
Doing other he's at his computer with Discord on mute doing other things.
Yeah. Listening to us yap. No, I don't know. He was stupid. Hey, I don't just ad hom to win win arguments. I'm not cringe like that, but like that guy was actually genuinely fucking like there should be an IQ test. He's the type of person that gives me like pause and start having some wacky illiberal ideas behind like maybe we should have IQ tests before people are allowed to engage. Hello? Hello?
There we are.
He's the type of person that makes me want to like get radicalized into believing there should be IQ tests for people to be able to engage in politics, vote, all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
But then my liberal cuck self's like, no, we can't do that.
I genuinely consider it the Ramaswamy fucking thing of everyone has to pass a civics test or be part over, like he said 30 or something. I think just pass a civics test. You have to be able to pass the fucking driver's license to drive. You got to be able to pass the civics test to vote.
I think like
that's a reasonable standard.
Consistently,
if you can't read, fuck off.
I think if you're illiterate, you shouldn't be able to vote. I kind of agree with that. Like, I think you should be able to read and write at like a 8th grade level. That's my bar. That's where I set the bar at.
What does 8th grade translate to? Is that like end of high school? No.
That's like prior to like primary or secondary school.
Oh, so like middle school? Because you have age to 16. They dropped it.
Based.
And then there's now calls to do that here because we're still subjects and such. So it would be really, really, really fucking easy for the government to just say, oh, yep, that's a new law now. Done. There's no constitution. Nothing like that. Easy.
You have a parliament.
Nothing to fuck with. Yeah, but no constitution. No,
wait, you're not. You're in the UK. You're not in the UK. You said.
No, I'm in New Zealand.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know New Zealand politics. Sorry, I'm ignorant.
Yeah, it's.
I'm an ignorant normie. I don't understand New Zealand political discourse.
There's fuck all going on. Everything is liberal. Just like the Labour Party, our socialists invented like liberalism here.
Gotcha.
And then the National Party adopted it, and it's like their hardcore ideology now. Even though they're the right wing party.
Being a liberal is like the primary guiding ideology there.
Yeah, free trade and all the rest. That's genuinely like market liberalism is the thing.
Based. Get me on a flight to New Zealand, Jesus.
Standard for a long time. No, because it's biting us in the ass when the rest of the world is being dicks and not trading properly.
Oh, true. Yeah, you guys like finally got on board, and then like Biden became the president of the or not Biden, Trump became the president of the U.S. just to cuck you.
Yeah, COVID hit like a fucking freight train because the government, despite doing well compared to other countries, still managed to fuck it up. Which I think the whole issue of inflation and such is overblown. The issue is that they caused, or partially causing inflation was that they let outbreaks happen in the country during the period. It's like, we're a fucking island. Just close the fucking airport. No one can get here. Send the Navy out to shoot the boat people. Like, it's not that hard.
Pissed.
And there are no boat people. The boat people are Australians, and they're easy to deal with.
Based.
Yeah, it takes them 2 weeks to get here, so like no COVID anyway. But like I don't know, they just kept the airports open and let people come in during that period. It's like, why? Just close it. If you're abroad, you had your time. You had your 2 weeks notice to get back to the country. You've chosen your shithole country to die in. Stay there.
Go die in whatever fucking tourist trap you fell into.
Yeah, it was Americans mostly who came back.
There's a lot of Americans that live there.
No, it's a lot of New Zealanders who live in America.
Oh, gotcha.
So the population of the country, normally about, like, at the time, 4.8 million, swelled by 500,000.
God.
Which caused minor housing issues. Not to mention, at the same time, a whole bunch of Indian people have been coming in because immigration policy. But then, because of COVID, it allowed people to bring their families in as well.
Okay, yeah.
So, not just like the workers, but literally fucking every other person on Earth was coming in. And half of those people are still here, I guess. But they seem to be doing whatever it is they do. Fine.
Right. Jeez.
Eventually. Whatever the Hindi equivalent of that is. Yeah, and then it caused, because they mismanaged the airports and the hotels, it meant that COVID got out into the population like 3 times during the fucking pandemic, which is like, why? Just close the airport or do your shit properly. Don't half-ass it. But no. And they summoned the military to guard the fucking COVID hotels where all the people who had COVID were put, or the people coming from abroad. Not the people who had COVID, but rather the people who came from abroad with it. Yeah. And the military fucking hated that because, I mean, it was them dealing with stuck-up tourists. Which is not their job. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. Why is this news? Who cares? Nope.
Mods on the server focus on the weirdest stuff.
Yeah, why do you think there's a 24-hour flat Earth room?
Yeah.
Fucking brain damage. Or why religious people are a fucking thing.
Does it still try and claim it's not a right-wing server?
I don't know. Are the mods particularly right-wing?
Or, I mean, like, at least Doobie.
Doobie.
Because when he would sometimes be on people's YouTube, like, debates and streams, he would always try and claim that this isn't a right-wing server.
I don't know. Is it a right-wing server? I don't know if it's a right-wing server.
I mean, it's predominantly right-wing, and it's like...
Well, it's because you got all the religious wackos and the fucking flat earthers and shit dominating the actual population.
I feel like they probably
all these
dominate
people
the mods,
are
too.
right-wing.
Like, I don't know if I'm wrong.
It wouldn't surprise me.
The mods might be, but the rules seem pretty normal. There's no like inherent bias or anything, as far as I can tell.
Is it against the rules to call people Nazis, or is that just something the Nazis in here say?
I don't think that's not against the rules. It could be against specific room rules. Nazism. Oh no, follow Discord's TOS. Do not promote illegal activities, including but not limited to. Oh no, you can't support Nazis, is what it says in here.
You can't support. Oh, that's technically in their rules.
Yeah.
Well, they
Slurs,
don't
race
enforce
baiting,
those
racist
whatsoever.
caricatures, terrorist symbols, and Nazi imagery are prohibited. Do not spam, do not threaten or encourage. Yeah, it seems pretty normal. Like, I think a lot of large scale servers have the same rules. Don't dox people, don't disrupt conversations, English. Don't bait people. By joining the server, you consent to be recorded. Yeah, like.
I don't know.
I don't think there's anything particularly egregious.
Servers just always felt very. I don't know if bias is the right word, but just uh, like far right people get a pass.
They kind of, yeah, they do. But so to the far left, there's a commie room as well. Those fucking people exist, and they're unapologetic.
I mean, I don't think they. I don't know. I don't think communists get into nearly as bad territory as often as like fascists and Nazis do.
No, usually it's just advocating for brain dead forms of government, but as opposed to like the extinction of groups of people.
Dehumanizing people and yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, there's an Israel versus Palestine fucking room already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Nazis.
Which side are you calling Nazis?
Case in point. Yeah. That is funny, because at its core, both groups are inherently right wing.
Yeah.
They fucking hate each other, and they hate anyone that's different from them. Yeah, I think the Israelis are a bit more tolerant, but
I really don't know that much. It just seen limited stuff where I'm like, both sides seem like they kind of suck, and their government or whatever government equivalent Palestine has doesn't really represent people that well.
Yeah. Well, the Palestinians, last time they got to elect the government free and fairly, or at least the Gazans, they elected a terrorist organization. And the Israelis, the last time they got to elect a government free and fairly, they elected a corrupt fucking bitch. So, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. America elected Donald Trump, but I don't think he
America's not doing any
represents
better,
the
but no
people
one's
very well.
accusing America of being a democracy anymore.
I would accuse America of being a democracy. Anyone who says otherwise is anti-American scum. Especially if you live in America.
We're still a democracy. Like they're trying to make it not one, but like yeah, we're still
a liberal democracy. I think it's fair to say America is a flawed democracy.
I would disagree with you. I think it's pretty good the way it was intended. I think there's people that are coming in trying to obstruct from that, but I don't think, or they're trying to take us away from that, but I don't think there's anything wrong with. I don't know what you mean by flawed, unless your argument is just like, oh, technically, liberal democracies are failures because they allow for people who are antithetical to them to rise to power and
no, that's not
them.
The point.
Oh, okay, what's the point you're making then?
That's part of liberal democracy. Is people being able to choose who the fuck to put in charge, or they're having restrictions against what they can and cannot do is kind of important. In the case of America, it's flawed because basic civil liberties are undermined by its own inherently non-democratic systems.
What
Like things that
non-democratic
people
systems?
have, like representation in government, as we were talking about earlier, don't fucking exist in America.
We do have representatives that are voted in democratically.
You don't even elect your president. You understand that, right?
No, the states vote for our president. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
So in the choice of your head of state or your like a significant portion of the actual function of your government,
it would be 1/3 of
American
the
people have next to
hasn't
no.
the popular vote correlated with the electoral vote like 99% of the time?
Yeah,
100% more or less.
No, well,
like,
okay, yes, so 99%.
Oh, not the popular vote, but like the whole by state, yes. Overall, no. But the point being is that things like the Electoral College are literally just a step away from having a liberal system. You could argue that it exists,
for the record, I don't have any.
In a sense, that could protect it, but it doesn't. There's no pretext or pretense that it does. It doesn't exist for that purpose.
I'm not opposed to like the Electoral College. I think I don't know what would be the opposition for it towards it.
I kind of am.
Pointless.
What's
just
pointless
have the
about
states
it?
exist in that system. Well, you don't need it.
Why don't you need it?
Because why do you need it?
Wait, hold on.
Wait, you're just asking me like why do we need it?
Yes, you're getting to my point. It exists for no purpose other than to take a civil liberty, a direct access to democracy away from the American people.
No, but we're not a direct democracy. We're a constitutional republic. We're a constitutional. It is. Well, pause. I'm literally gonna. If you keep interrupting me, stop. No, we're not gonna do this interrupting like a railroading thing. I'm making a point. We're a constitutional republic. We're not a direct democracy. And your response is like, who cares?
Democracy.
No,
my point is that your point isn't a point. It's not relevant to the conversation.
It is relevant to the
conversation.
conversation.
No one's a direct democracy. Direct democracy is not what's being discussed.
Then what's being discussed? What are you arguing against? What are you like pontificating about right now?
I'm saying that the Electoral College existing is fucking pointless because so far they have done absolutely everything that the American people have wanted them to fucking do, but they exist and have the ability not to for no reason.
But then, if they don't do it, then if they're acting?
Why do they need to exist when it's just statistical analysis?
Wait, you really? Wait, hold on. You think that's a good argument? Like what? Like people are allowed to subvert the power of the people, but they usually don't, so it's fine that they're allowed to. Like, come on.
Wait, it's fine that they're allowed to. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What do you mean by it's?
It's a fundamentally illiberal
I thought that's
system.
literally what you just
no.
You just
The point
said that...
the point he's making is that it is there's a potentiality for it to be corrupted or for people to, like, I guess, go against the will of the people.
Yes.
De facto, ipso de facto, it's a fucked up, flawed system that is undemocratic and illiberal.
I mean, Trump literally tried to exploit the Electoral College to.
I don't disagree with you on that. Right? I don't disagree with you. But he's fundamentally an illiberal figure, right?
Yeah, so
it doesn't matter what Trump's doing, but it's a safeguard against these people would be literally not have a system that can be abused like that. It's really not that hard. That's what I'm getting at.
But then it would be
many of them.
It would be illiberal. It would be illiberal then if you had a system that was in place. What do you mean?
Direct democracy.
What do you mean? It would be
a popular vote is illiberal. What?
I apologize. Not illiberal. It would be going against what the United States was built on, being a constitutional republic.
It wouldn't.
The United States was built on a constitution that's supposed
republic
to
without having an electoral college. Nothing would change by removing it. Except for the fact that people like Donald Trump wouldn't be able to abuse it.
Also, the Founding Fathers intended for our Constitution to be able to change.
Yeah, that's also true. When was the last time it was changed? Was
the Electoral College was primarily put in place because of communication
the last time the
Constitution
was changed was in 1985.
So that's an argument that it shouldn't change? What?
Wait, what's wrong with the Constitution changing?
You said the last time it changed was in 1980. I thought you were arguing against it changing.
No, I think that was me who said that.
Oh, I wouldn't have any problem with it changing. I was just answering the question of when the last time it was changed. I don't think there's anything wrong with it changing. It's a living, breathing document that is able to be changed.
What's the issue with changing what the Founding Fathers intended if what they intended doesn't fucking work?
Oh no, just the core, I guess, guiding principles behind our country, I guess. what it means to be like, I guess, an American. Isn't that, wait, what are we talking about? I'm so confused right now. You're talking about how the electoral college is fundamentally flawed. My response is like, yeah, there's probably some problems with the electoral college, but I don't think on its face it's necessarily like a bad way of like doing things, like electing.
What do you think is the benefit of it?
What is the
modern day?
benefit of it?
Yeah.
What is the benefit of having an electoral college? It's a great question.
It is.
This is my point. There is none.
But you
no
don't.
reason to do that.
But what's your negative argument for it? Like, what would you argue? Why would you argue?
It doesn't
against
provide any benefit.
Okay, just a few minutes ago, did you not agree with me that when I said like 99% of the time the electoral college correlates with the popular vote? What if that was like just 100% of the time you just had a popular vote?
Because the people don't vote for the president; it's the states that vote for the president.
But you just still run its popular vote by state.
We
this
still,
changes
we
nothing.
still run the popular vote, yeah, but like
The state and the states are allowed. No, aren't the states allowed to?
Technically, they're allowed
decide that to some extent because some states don't just do like the winner takes all system with the electoral votes. You know, like it.
Yeah, some of them. There's
They
two that
get
split.
their
There's
own
two
thing.
that split their votes between.
But you could do that more easily if, like, states would be probably arguably better represented if they had more ability to regulate how their votes were cast.
Wait, I guess my confusion then here is what are we disagreeing on? Are we just
You said that
disagreeing on like
the electoral. I said that America is a flawed democracy, and you asked how, and I brought up the electoral college existing as a fundamentally illiberal system that can be exploited by people like Donald Trump, who fucking tried. He failed, but he tried, and there's no reason why he couldn't succeed. With my understanding, at least, of how the electoral college works, there'd be no consequences if one of them voted against what they're supposed to be voting for.
There's some states where they actually will prosecute you if you, as a member of the electoral
Yes,
college.
but there's no federal consequences for how within the actual system. Yes, the states do their own fucking weird shit.
Yeah, because it's the states that.
So not all of them do. It's a fundamentally illiberal system that undermines again the value of the vote for the average American.
Yeah, I don't care about the average vote for the average American when it comes to voting in the executive.
As in by average, I mean every.
Yeah, every.
Unapologetically, every single one.
Unapologetically, everyone. It doesn't matter when it comes to talking about the executive and the way our Constitution was written to elect in the executive. And the process by which we do it, the pure democracy, everyone's vote, the popular vote does not matter. The states vote in the executive. I don't know why. What's so hard to follow for that.
It's not the point. I think you're missing the point. It's not the popular vote that we're talking about. It's state-by-state popular vote. The existing system I'm not debating. It's the fact that the Electoral College exists to enforce a system that doesn't need to exist. Like, it's just the Electoral College itself.
Yeah, the Electoral College exists because the states vote in the president, not the people.
Yes, but the states can still do that. The people of those states still vote. It's just counted as part of being that state's ballot, not part of a national ballot. I understand that. It's not like up for debate.
You realize that like
relevant.
the Electoral College is like just the process by which we
and it's pointless and can be abused.
It's the process by which we determine what how much the states have a say in the president like being elected in, right? That's all that aims to do.
No, but it gives individuals the ability to literally corrupt the system independently.
How is that?
For no reason. Because it's individuals who cast the Electoral College's ballots.
Wait,
the Electoral College's people, it's individuals.
Wait, are those individuals voted on?
No.
You're saying that the people of the Electoral College are just like appointed?
It's essentially a pool of people that come out of like left of field. Yes.
Did you go to like middle school social studies class? Yes.
Oh, okay.
They're not elected.
Okay. Cool.
If they were, it would still be weird.
What is this guy doing?
Like, no. The Electoral College is just one fucking example.
Each state gets
The
a number
Senate-
of electors equal to its total congressional representation, House seats 2, for example, who appoints
Yes.
the members of the Electoral College. There's state party selection. Each state's political parties, Democrat, Republican, sometimes minor parties like Libertarian or Green, nominate a state slate of electors before the general election. These are typically loyal party members, such as state officials, party leaders, activists, or prominent supporters. The number of electors per state equals its total congressional representation. Nominations often occur at state party conventions or through party committees as determined by state law. For instance, in California, the Democratic and Republican parties select their slates during state conventions or by party leadership vote. And then who votes in the party leadership? The members of that party, correct? To represent them for their party, right? Is that not like a...
Sure.
So my whole point that those people get elected in, there's a process by which our the representation, like your representation for your party, like the people representing you, like the Democratic Party, for example, they're the ones that are picking, like, I guess those electors, the slates of electors. There's a democratic process. Maybe not a democratic process for the individuals who, like, individually become the slate, like the electors, but, like, there was a democratic process to get to where those people got into those positions to begin with. So I
no,
guess
because the parties don't have to be democratic. There's no regulation saying that. The parties
True,
are by nature of their age, but if a third party, see the Bull Moose Party, wanted to come left of field and establish itself and did somehow, then there would be no obligation for it to behave in the same way. It would still have the same thing, and it could still vote in someone who could do some completely weird left of field bullshit and not represent the people who did or who they should be representing. Not the people who elected them, this is still an issue anyway.
I don't
disagree. They're representing.
Hey, Based, I don't disagree with you, but guess what? Those people have never really had any prominence in, like, American politics, like, on the national stage, so I don't know why this is even
Party won,
What
like,
anti-democratic
when it ran.
What
do you mean?
anti-democratic party has gone on the national stage to, like, actually, like, win a seat? Like, not a seat, like
the Republican Party. No, like, what?
I'm not talking about the Republican Party now. Like, that's more of just, like, byproduct of, like, history.
Wait, why not the Republican Party now?
We can use the Republican Party as an example, but, like, from the standpoint of, like, are we just gonna keep, like, laughing when you feel like you, like, made a point? It's just, like, super
No, it's
childish.
just funny.
It's like
No, I'm
super
just gonna
childish.
laugh when I feel like you're being stupid.
You can, like, in what part am I being stupid that I'm, like, super civics brain, like democracy pilled, and like
You just said what anti-democratic party has won a significant, like, election seat, and you forgot the most recent election.
Were the Republicans not? Did they not vote for the president? Did he not win the popular vote? Was he not? Did he not get the fucking?
It doesn't mean that his policies. haven't been
I don't give a
broadly
shit. You're saying that it's
anti-democratic.
You're saying that it was not done in a democratic fashion. He literally got voted in.
No, it's not that it wasn't
issue.
done. No, we're talking about the party's policies, not how they were elected.
I don't give a shit. But okay, if we're talking about
No,
policies.
wait, you think a party can only be anti-democratic if they coup d'état the government?
No, I also never said that. I also never said that. Why are you putting words in my
Yeah, you're not
mouth?
saying anything. You're not saying any definitive point.
The whole point.
You're
No,
just
the whole
weaseling
point.
around
No,
not saying anything.
The whole point you guys are making is that, like, the Electoral College is anti-democratic. I've gone to show you how it isn't anti-democratic, and then you guys are now what about
If it's anti-democratic, it's just like
pivoting
a useless.
to, like, these
it's
weird,
like a
personal
useless
attacks.
extra step in the middle of democracy.
I disagree, but that's fine.
One
I
that
disagree.
can be and has been
What's
attempted
useful?
to
Wait, if
be
you disagree, what's useful?
exploited
What's
in the
useful?
past.
I've already explained why
the-
it's useful. You just
The
don't. You don't like
excuse
it.
for it is so that the
When did you explain why it's
majority
useful?
doesn't have. ultimate
Wait, I
power.
asked you why
No,
it's
for
useful
the
like a
for
few
the
minutes ago, and
for
you're
the
like,
record,
"Oh, that's a really good
for the
question."
record, your negative counter to it is it's a useless third party, like,
Yes.
thing in the way of democracy.
Yes, it's a useless step in
you
our
haven't
election.
you haven't substantiated that. You're just saying that. That's like an opinion, right?
No, I
Because
can,
okay,
I can
Lama,
still
hold on.
handle it for college. It
No,
just
you
doesn't
can't.
work
Shut
the
up. We've
way
done this
it's
before.
supposed to.
Look, I already explained this to you. Is the thing that the Electoral College does, right, and has done consistently. I think there might have actually been one exception, like an individual. But is cast the ballots that the states are allocated by the popular votes or however their fucking system works in the individual state. That can still be done without having this group of electors per state who are not necessarily democratically elected and who do not necessarily have to represent those people who did choose them. As in, there's no consequences for them, depending on the state, but broadly speaking, if they choose to just do the opposite from whatever it is, if they could, all of California could have could have what, 30 fucking electors? And then of which more than half would be Democrat. But then half of those could switch Republican on a whim of their own choice, with relatively few consequences. This is the issue.
No, they would face
undemocratic, anti-liberal system that does not need to exist.
They would face. They would
without it existing.
They would face. They would face consequences electorally. They wouldn't get re-elected by those people.
That's fine. They only need to do it once if they're trying to overthrow the government or some other horseshit and doing something anti-liberal.
Well, like, then I don't want to like argue like the nonsense like hypotheticals.
It's the fact that it can be done as a system that can be easily exploited, and it's been acknowledged as existing in that manner for 2 centuries.
That's again, that's how you feel about it. That's fair.
It's not how I feel. It's a fact.
That's how you feel about it. Again,
it's got nothing to do with how I feel. It's a fact. It's an empirical fact that they can do this. It is not against the law for them to do this.
That's
fair. They do not face punishment for them doing it.
I'm happy that they haven't done it. Thank you for also illustrating that point.
Wait, what's
I think
wrong with,
one
just...
person
I don't care about like whether or not
I don't face punishment.
I was about to say I don't care about like what they can and can't do. I mean, hypothetically, you can do all sorts of crazy, wacky things, like in any government
hypothetically,
process.
The king could nuke America tomorrow, but he fucking won't.
Yeah,
but,
so
like,
I just don't understand.
Make him a liberal system.
I wouldn't consider the king to be in a liberal system. The king of like the UK, is that what you're saying, or like who?
The king of any country, but yeah.
I don't even know. Is there a king of the UK now? I have no clue. But
this dude don't pay attention to anything.
Yeah, I don't care about like cringe soy European politics. Yeah, you're right. My
you
bad.
don't even know how your own politics
work. I picked it up by osmosis because I pay attention to shit.
Well, I know they had a queen that recently died. I didn't know if I don't know if someone had ascended to the throne or not yet. Just curious. I literally was just a comment.
The king.
I guess we're gonna hold me to the standard where I have to like.
State.
I was about to say. I guess we're gonna hold me to the standard where I have to know everything that might
Why
be
are you saying
tangentially.
anything
Yes,
that
I definitely said you have to know everything. That's
no,
totally
the point that you made
True.
though. It would logically follow you like trying to like point out me not knowing that there was a king of the UK as like should be like common knowledge. But like, how would I know that?
It probably is common knowledge. And what is
to be fair, though, it's a trick question because technically it's not a king because they don't really have any government like policy impact.
Aren't they just like a ceremonial position? I don't know if there had been somebody that actually ascended to the.
There's Magna Carta, and the powers of the king have been whittled away in the opposite way that the powers of the president have. Like,
okay, I didn't know that. It was genuinely just like I don't know. I don't keep up with like the UK's
theoretically,
parliament
the king,
and monarchy.
Theoretically, the king has.
I don't know if that's relevant. It is something for me to know. In what conversation are we having right now where it should be relevant?
Yeah, we don't focus on outdated.
It comes
government.
up quite a bit.
Right now, when we're talking about like the electoral college,
it's not a focus on it. It's knowing how it works.
I know how it works. I literally demonstrated how I know how it works by the ascendancy, the fact that the monarchy there is more there for ceremonial purposes, that the parliament actually makes the majority of like the decision making that happens in that country, that the king is just a figurehead for the people as opposed to someone who has substantial power and like control over like the country. You're saying that I have like a misguided misunderstanding. Tell me where my summarization is incorrect there. I would like to know.
Okay, if precedent is to be acknowledged, then by the system, the thing that happened, the Australian constitutional crisis, same fucking monarchy, the king does have the power to dissolve parliament.
Are we talking about the Australian parliament in Australia?
The same logic
applies.
I'm talking, it's the same law.
Is it the same law that the UK has?
It's the same fucking king.
Does the UK have the same laws when it comes to their monarchy and their parliament?
Yes.
Are you know this 100%? Like you know this?
I live in New Zealand. We also have the same laws. Yes.
Okay, you said that the king can dissolve the parliament.
Yes, in the case of Australia, the Governor General, the representative of the king, which is like, I guess, a governor in America, but it's like a lot more powerful. Yes, can do that.
So the king
again, this has happened once, and it nearly caused Australia to become a republic, but it worked. And
I'm not arguing about Australia's monarchy and politics.
But the king in the
We're
UK
talking
has
about
the
the
same
UK.
power.
Okay, so the king
So
he can also is the only one who can declare war. He could declare war
I was
on
just
you
curious.
tomorrow
I'm just gonna
and nuke
look it
America
up.
off the face of
No,
the
the
earth.
King of the United
He
Kingdom.
won't.
No, the King of the United Kingdom, currently King Charles III, cannot unilaterally dissolve the Parliament. The power to dissolve the Parliament has been
No.
significantly curtailed by modern constitutional law,
Yes.
specifically the Fixed-Term Parliament Acts of 2011 and its successor, the Dissolution and
Alright,
the
well, that's
Calling
new.
of the Parliament Act 2022. I thought the point you're making was retarded and just like just some
Well,
weird
2011 is significantly after the point of the Australian constitutional crisis.
the Dissolution and
which
Calling
I
of the
wasn't
Parliament
aware
Act
had been
2020.
addressed in the UK.
The Dissolution and Calling of the Parliament Act 2022 also states.
That's way newer. Jesus. Parliament calling.
This is just my own ignorance, a question of my own ignorance. But is New Zealand still a part of like the UK
Yes.
government? Like,
Not.
okay.
Like we have again, Governor General, same situation. I don't know. I don't think. I've never heard. Based on precedent that I do know, is even our foreign policy is affected by this in the sense that we cannot do things that the UK does not allow vis-a-vis the monarchy.
Wait, but quick
So,
thing.
if-
I want to get back to one point real quick. So Proxima,
So
can
we
you
couldn't levy
can you
independent sanctions.
Proxima, can you acknowledge though the whole like cringe, like trying to like point and laugh thing you did to me because of like my ignorance was like
Fuck
completely
Trump.
unfounded and like retarded?
The point is
Trump is a pedophile.
Okay, that's cool.
I don't think it is because like you said that like you do literally know how monarchies work, but
I do know how monarchies work, but I wasn't aware.
But that was followed by saying you didn't know that the like UK monarchy still functioned.
No,
like,
the whole no.
basically.
Very
It is for the most
specific,
part a rubber
very
stamp.
specifically, what I said was had the king ascended, like. Do they have a king right now? And I thought that, you know, if we were talking from like a charitable standpoint back and forth, you would have understood that I meant like had he ascended yet post like whatever happened with Queen Elizabeth, or I wasn't 100% aware if there had been a new monarch put in place.
Isn't the point of monarchy to do that? Like, isn't the point of monarchy to do that like right away?
I don't know. I don't follow how the UK 100% does their monarchy. I think feudalism. I think feudalism is cringe. So like, why would I like care?
I think it's cringe. I think it's cringe too, but I also think I know how it works.
I know how monarchies work in general, but I wasn't keeping up with what was going on in the UK and their monarchy. Yeah.
Proxima. He understands how a king operates, right? So
that was not my argument.
Your argument is to me for me to know immediately when.
No. The point was to point out that the electoral fucking the electoral college is an illiberal system in the same way that a fucking monarchy is. Even if it is just a rubber stamp, which the electoral college is for the moment, although there is again I think one asterisk in that. It's still an illiberal system and should be dealt with. It'd be difficult to claim to be a liberal fucking democracy under those circumstances. In the case of the UK,
well, we're
like on the monarchy.
We're like a constitutional republic with like democratic representation, I guess. But like you keep harkening back to us being a liberal democracy. But you keep harkening back to us being like a liberal democracy. Like that's our main mode of like political like underpinning that sets up our entire like
flawed democracy because your people don't have rights, fundamental rights.
We do have fundamental rights that are. We do have fundamental
democracies.
Wait, what country are you from? What country are you from? New Zealand? Do you have freedom of speech in New Zealand?
Yes.
Can you talk shit about? Can you
have freedom
can you
of
talk?
expression?
Can you wait? Do you have freedom of speech? Like, could you talk shit about your monarch? Like in a public forum.
Okay, not the last prime minister. Prime Minister John Key. He's like 3 back now.
Are you operating under
he is
the
an
EU?
avid Republican. Yes.
Wait, I don't know what the point you're making.
Can you be a republic? Yes, you can talk shit about the monarchy. We're not Thailand.
There's no. I'm pretty sure even in like Canada and the UK, you can. There's like speech crimes and like. Both those.
Prince
I don't know
Andrew
if that follows to.
I don't know if that
sausage fingers. I don't know if that follows to New Zealand. Does New Zealand have like complete like free speech in the way the United States does? I don't believe that they do. I don't believe like any country in the world.
I love how you're asking him and he's telling you, and you're just like, I don't believe you.
Okay, you know what? Perfect. You know what? Let's just like Google it.
Okay, the last time I think. No,
I thought being a representative of New Zealand, he could answer the question.
He did answer the question. You didn't believe him.
He didn't answer the question.
Oh
you asked if I could criticize the monarchy.
Bro. Are you mentally like 12 years old?
Monarchy,
Holy shit!
And I literally did it in front of you, and I explained one of our previous prime ministers, one that has been prime minister for 9 years of
Listen, stop
my life.
yapping, you mentally ill twat. you don't have freedom of speech. I just looked it up.
You have
literally
hate
have
speech
hate
laws.
speech
We have
laws.
freedom of
Yes, hate
expression.
speech
Yeah,
laws.
you have hate speech laws. So I mean, I guess maybe again we're operating under the
Yeah,
same
people who
assumption
call
when
to
we're
that-
talking
call-
about
call
free
for
speech.
So you can
violence
keep trying to ramble your way
people
out of
based on
this,
race,
right?
which
And you
is
try to
against the
redefine what
rules
free
in the
speech
US
is, but
too.
you don't.
Wait, there's no limits on speech in America? We have no limits
Did
on
I
speech?
say that?
Yeah,
there-
that's really stupid.
Are you also
Oh,
gonna
here it
wait?
is.
So trash human,
That's a
you're
straw man.
trash human.
Oh,
Don't
America
be
doesn't have free speech. Oh my
trash
God, we don't have
human.
free speech because you can't yell fire in a crowded movie theater. Oh
Trash
no.
human.
Speech. No
Trash human. We're not talking about like limitations on free
Threat.
speech. We're talking about free
Threatening.
speech in the way that the
talking about limitations on speech.
yeah,
Let me
very.
talk- let me talk
No, we're
about
very
it.
specifically talking about. There's no other country in the world that I'm aware of that has free speech in the way that the United
We're not
States
talking
does.
about the threat. Let me phrase it. We're not talking about the threatening aspect of it, right? Because every country doesn't allow threats.
Law the way any country does. No one's government is exactly the same. Yes.
No, but I think we have more freedom of speech and freedom of expression in the United States than like any other country like in the world. If I'm
Why
not.
does that fucking matter?
I think it does. I think it
Freedom of
does matter
speech
when.
isn't the
I
only
think it
right,
does
my
matter.
guy.
No, it matters because the whole reason why I'm bringing this up is because of fucking.
Alright, there's too
Who's
much
the?
emotion.
I'm
Who's
sorry,
the?
can you conduct
Wait,
flag
no.
burnings?
I'm waiting
Can
for
you
the.
burn flags?
Legally in the United States, you can burn the flag. Yes.
Why would the hate speech be the line you care about? It's crazy.
You can't, because your fucking president outlawed it.
Did he
What
he
do you
actually
mean?
already outlaw it? I thought he
Yes,
was
it
proposing
was
to
one of his
outlaw
first
it.
He signed an
orders. It was
executive
day
order.
one.
Oh, if an executive order can be challenged to the Supreme Court because.
Yeah, but if you burn a
Yeah,
flag
till then
as
it
part of a
stands.
protest, you'll get arrested and charged for a year in prison until a judge stops him. Not
Yes.
very free.
Wait,
A
wait.
fundamental
for
attack
the-
on your civil liberties
wait,
and
for-
freedom
wait,
of
for the re-
expression. I can do that.
For the
here.
wait,
I
wait,
can
no.
burn the Governor General's flag.
Wait,
no
whoa,
one will
whoa.
arrest me.
Wait, pause for a second here. The whole point we were getting back to is you saying that Americans do not have like civil liberties and we're not afforded all of that. I'm explaining to you. I brought up one point of like freedom of expression, freedom of speech. We have that better than like any other country, even though we have this supposedly flawed democracy. That was my response to what you were saying. And we had a
Okay,
bunch
that
of
one
like
doesn't
weird
address
pivots
civil
and a lot of
liberties. That's a
people
right,
jumping in.
which yes, a lot of countries do have an asterisk on.
Wait, civil
But-
liberties? You don't consider like freedom of expression to be like
No,
a
civil
liberty?
liberties like typically refers to how people are involved in the function of like their actual state, like the country in which they live, not their freedom of speech, which again is a right. Rights and civil liberties are different categories of things.
Oh, look at you. Oh my god, what a gaslighter.
What a horrendously pedantic like.
Jesus, you just sit here and
representation of,
argue like
what a civil liberty is. Jesus.
Yeah, what I'm
Well,
getting.
did you not understand
You're
that
being
before I just
horrendously
explained it?
pedantic
Because
right
that's the
now.
vibe I'm getting. here.
No.
You're being horrendously pedantic.
Proxima, you do realize what he just said was absolutely retarded, saying freedom of expression is not a civil
You realize what
liberty.
you just said was absolutely. Shut the fuck up.
freedom of expression. He's trying to separate freedom of expression and freedom of speech. What a fucking moron.
And
As if
even-
they're not under the same category.
And then there's
That's
still
not
both
the issue.
civil
I'm
liberties.
saying they are under the same category.
There's still
Freedom
civil
of
God,
liberties.
expression and freedom of
you've
speech
just
are the
been
same
bred to be a
thing.
retard, haven't you?
Did you not listen to a word I said? You just
Oh, trust
heard
me,
that
I've
you
listened.
didn't
I've
fucking
listened
like
to
my
enough
voice or
words,
something?
unfortunately.
No, they
Trust me, I've
Well,
heard you.
unfortunately, shut the fuck
You
up.
like, bro, you like just joined. What the fuck are you talking about?
Also, Proxima, what's
Okay,
the
Popcorn, do you
what's
support
this
the
Proxima?
fucking
What's
right
the
of
like
the-
what's like the rage we got going back and forth here? Just out of curiosity, I'm pretty sure we've
Rage,
talked
we
before.
got going back and forth. You keep. I've shut up and let him talk to you, and you keep diverting back to me, bro. You're obsessed with me.
We basically.
Oh, I'm
mentally
obsessed
ill
with you.
people
I don't
fighting.
like talk. I don't want to talk to you then anymore. Then,
Why
if we're gonna play the game where I'm obsessed with you, I can get you to leave my room because of how unobsessed and how little I care of you.
So much. Why do we want this easily corruptible thing that is like perfunctory and unnecessary?
I'm not even
does it
like
do?
I'm not even like a big like proponent of like defending the like electoral college. I just think that they have like a misunderstanding of like how the electoral college like works and operates. I think that they fundamentally don't
Except
understand.
I explained it to you,
You didn't-
perfectly multiple
you
times, and
didn't-
all of your counters have proven my point. Like,
Proc-
what do you mean? You're just refusing to acknowledge reality that the electoral college is a shit system. And you just
It's
banned
not a
him
shit
for no reason.
system.
Okay.
No, I
mean, you
banned
vote
him
for a
because he called me
representative
obsessed.
that
I don't want
votes.
anyone to think I'm obsessed
Yeah,
with
but
them.
you don't vote for the representative. The parties vote for the representative.
You vote no.
Wait,
no. You
out of
do,
curiosity,
you vote
is-
for a representative. That representative votes for another representative. It's like
Yeah, but okay, sure, but the representative who actually casts the final ballot isn't obligated to vote in line with what they've been voted in to do.
okay.
That's the
You're
issue.
right about
It's
that.
a, it's a
There's
pointless
reason-
rubber stamp
you're
process
right
that
about that.
can and has been abused.
You're right about that, and there's a reason for that. It's to prevent tyranny. It makes it very difficult for our government to become tyrannical.
But if if you can artificially change the the fucking what is it? The outcome of an election, which Donald Trump
Yeah,
tried
but
and failed to do.
we don't want a
thankfully.
pure democracy.
It doesn't matter. If you can artificially change
Wait,
the
it
outcome
does
of an
matter.
election,
We're not a pure democracy. Like that's the point I keep making. We're a
it's not what I'm
constitutional
advocating.
republic.
It's not relevant.
It is
The process
relevant.
of-
It's relevant when you're
Hold on.
talking about the fucking electoral college. It is relevant because your
Are
whole
you gonna
point.
let me finish a sentence?
College doesn't do anything.
Trash human, be quiet. They don't understand that. That's too complex for them.
It's too complex. It's too complex.
I mean, you could belittle and look down on us, but I mean, you're from New Zealand, so you're from an underdeveloped country.
Underdeveloped country with like
I'm
limited
from
rights.
an OECD country with a much higher fucking.
With a much, your
set of civil
GDP is
liberties
like
than you,
equivalent. We have like 12 states
Yes,
with a
it's
higher
about the same as
GDP.
Alabama.
We have like
You
12
can't sit
states
there
with like a higher GDP than your entire country. I don't know why you're yapping to me about your country
What does
being
it matter?
like economic booms.
I don't know
It's
why
not.
the GDP would
Again,
matter.
I said my country has serious economic problems at the moment. We're an agricultural economy, yet we're in the fucking OECD. You understand that, right?
That's
We're
tough.
a developed economy, despite being primarily agricultural.
That's tough.
That's fucking god tier. What do you mean? The fucking only other country to be even remotely close to that is the Dutch, and they're still an industrial economy. We're not.
I think if New Zealand was God tier, we'd hear more about it.
I agree.
No, you just have to open your ears a little bit. Maybe you would.
When would we ever? Okay. How much land do you guys got there in New Zealand?
Like 20% more than the UK.
Why are we dick measuring?
Just
We
curious.
need to translate per
It's small,
capita.
it's
Why are we
small. It's
dick
like
measuring? It was an
land
actual.
that's smaller
It
than
was literally
Texas.
just a question. Jesus.
It's-
He was
it's-
talking about.
that's
He was
smaller than
talking
Texas,
about
but
them
it's
being
like
an
land.
agricultural-based economy. I think asking how much land they have there is probably a good. It's probably like a good, like probably a relevant question, right?
Yes, and from what I remember, New Zealand produces enough agricultural products to feed about 40 million people.
Everything that we're criticizing about the electoral college and this system
Yes, we have farms too.
when we were an
Yeah, you do.
agricultural economy.
Congratulations. Can you feed your own population 8 times over? No, shut the fuck up.
Yes, we could.
Wait,
yes, we could.
the United
excess,
States-
the excess food, it's been proven.
You can feed the entire
excess
population
food,
of China and India put together.
Can you
the
guys?
excess food that's thrown away could feed everybody.
Alright, philosophically.
This is
The
known.
world, yes, it could end world hunger. It's not feeding America 8 times over. Like not 300 million people
No,
are starving
our
to death.
portion
Like, what do you mean?
sizes are much larger than yours. Like this is very
That's-
common knowledge
we have,
across
like,
the
the
globe.
same
We have one of the
fucking
largest
portion
portion
sizes.
sizes.
You also have a population of
That's not
5.3
relevant to
million
tonnage, my guy.
people, but-
You're
Like,
celebrating how fat Americans
unless
are now.
Americans are eating in tons, I'm not sure.
So how much?
Wait, for the record,
how
you
much
can.
do you pay for your milk? How much do you pay for your milk?
Well, if they're
I don't
an
know, like-
agricultural-based
Yeah, a
economy, it's
gallon
probably
of milk at
pretty.
the grocery store. What's the price of it?
Oh, it depends. We don't use gallons, but what's that, 3 liters? Or
Yeah,
six,
the-
6 to 8 NZD? It depends on the brand.
Okay. So no, but you know what a gallon is, right? You can
Roughly
comprehend.
like.
So
I
whatever's
think it's
similar
like
in your
3
metric.
liters. Yes.
Okay. So how much money
Yeah.
would that be in dollars?
USD.
In USD, they translate. If we go with the high end would be $8. If we
Like,
go-
what's like
it
what's
should-
average?
No,
What's the average
$8
cost?
here, $6 US. Give or take. It depends on currency conversion at a given moment. USD's been like all
Okay.
over the show.
Well,
lately,
our milk
but-
is around like
yeah.
$4, like $4.20, $4.50.
Why are we still dick measuring?
So-
Can we just get back on
Depends
topic?
where you
What
are.
was it?
Yeah, it would
No,
depend where
because
you are.
because
No,
I don't trust stats. I don't trust the stats like the GDP. Where like, oh, this country's better. Your country's a speck. It's literally like here's
Oh,
a
wait,
you're
wait,
a
wait.
tiny speck
That's
on
not the
globe.
point. Hold on.
Wait,
I acknowledge my country has serious economic issues.
Wait,
Like,
popcorn.
that's fine.
I was saying that his country was like, when it comes to like GDP and all that, it's like probably like an inadequate country that isn't doing super well, and like for him to like, and that's why I thought it was weird that he was bringing his country up as like an OECD country.
I'm bringing, like, when we're talking about rights and civil liberties, yes, I'm comparing America to another country. What is the problem here? That's my country, that's one I know the most
Well-
about, because I have more rights and civil liberties than you.
You don't though.
Yes, you can put
You
an
don't.
asterisk on the freedom of
You
speech.
literally,
because
you
there is a
literally
thing
don't.
about hate speech,
Objectively,
but no
you're
one's been
incorrect.
arrested for hate speech.
Objectively,
Dude, you're lying.
Is that the debate topic right now? Is does New Zealand have more civil liberties than the U.S.?
yes, that's essentially where
Apparently.
this is the direction this is going. Yes.
This is where he's
Okay, we
taking
can-
it because he
Yeah,
thinks he
I
has a
pay
one
$2 for milk. I win that.
That's where you want to go. You want to follow them there, and you want to.
You seriously sat here with a straight face and said New Zealand has more freedom than the United States? Really?
Yes.
Yeah, but I pay $2 a gallon for milk,
delusional is your
bro. I win.
government? Is your government like
True.
brainwashing you,
No.
or you're just like a nationalist?
Like, are
It's
you
very
like an
odd.
ultra? Are you like an ultra nationalist for New Zealand? If that's the case, that would
I don't
explain
even think that's
it.
possible.
You can be ultra
New Zealand's not even
national.
a nation.
You can be like a hyper nationalist about any country you reside in that you have allegiance to.
And if you understand
There's
what
nothing
the word
wrong with being a
nationalist means,
nationalist.
no.
It's more of like the extremity of it and like the delusion that it comes with. Of, like
It
you think
depends on
your
the
country's
kind of
number one.
nationalism too. There's multiple different
Yeah,
ways to
I pay
interpret what
$2 a
nationalism
gallon
means.
for milk. I win.
You see, with
Yeah, sure,
Americans, we can say we're the best country, right? Because we're not actually, it's not a delusion, it's just fact.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Which is why every other country targets us.
Militarily, economically. I mean, yes, we have problems with our current.
I don't know that the best country can have an electoral college. That seems fucking stupid. Why would the best country have an electoral college?
ChatGPT's liberal. Liberal.
Looks like the U.S. offers broader free speech and gun rights, whereas New Zealand has better privacy and social protections.
Yes, that's true. They recently passed a new privacy law too, which is based.
But the New Zealand has no. New Zealand has way better privacy. U.S. has slightly better free speech, just because it doesn't have the limitations on hate speech and whatnot.
Okay, we can comprehend that. But when you say they have better privacy,
Wait, for the record, what would for the record, what would privacy have anything to do with civil liberty?
Oh, the Privacy Act of whatever the fuck here. The UK has one too. So does Australia. Is the government?
So you don't even you can
launch a petition to the government.
Privacy. They all have
If you want me to
that
name
makes
every
you more
single
private.
fucking government act, fuck off.
Yeah.
But
you can't even state the law. You can't even state the law to make you more private.
2022 or whatever the fuck.
Care about freedom, Butter Popcorn? Why don't you care about freedom of your own fucking privacy? The rest of the modern world.
Because that's not what we're talking about.
If someone has information about you here in this country or even abroad that
This is how
you
you
do
know they're
not
mentally ill,
consent to
guys. When
giving
they
at
ask
any
you a
fucking
question
point,
and then they
you
continue
can petition the government directly, like the national government, to go and say, "Fuck off, delete it, or give it back." That's
Exactly.
what you can do.
Yeah, does that mean that does that mean that you guys have more civil liberties because of that?
Yes,
Is that like,
it's actually
in what way does privacy have anything to do
Here's-
with civil liberties?
Here's
Does
a
that have anything to do
hypothetical.
with
What do
it?
you mean? The right to not be surveilled in your own home?
So, if
Wait,
I
the
were to
United
be running
States,
for
you're not allowed to
government
be. The
in
government's
New
not allowed to
Zealand-
surveil you in your own home.
Oh, you want to tell that to the Patriot Act, do you? You want to tell that to the
with
Patriot Act?
surveillance online is the all naked.
You can't be
That's what you
surveilled
can
in your
only-
own home by the United States government. I think the only way that you can.
The Patriot
the
Act
only,
disagrees with you.
The only way that you're able to be surveilled in your home is
You're a
if.
terrorist because you said Donald Trump was a moron. No, they can surveil you.
Yeah, but like, okay, you have to like. For no reason they can't do it though.
There's
They
no
can just make
reason
up a
they
reason.
can't. They
No,
are
no,
right.
no.
Okay, imagine
Quite
I'm running for
literally.
office in New
Quite
Zealand,
literally.
and
They cannot. But okay,
and
it's fine.
I really get off the gay train.
They absolutely can and have. You understand how many
I
Absolutely
times?
mean,
can't.
they can do that if you have a anonymous call that
Listen,
you
if you enact martial law or like you're the government arbiter, you can enforce anything, right? If you just put your mind to it.
Like
If you just say
squatting or something.
for somebody to do it. Okay, so you're playing these he's playing these games.
I know what
Playing
he's
these
doing.
I'm not
ridiculous
playing
games.
games. I'm spitting facts.
Yes, you are. You are playing games.
Lama's
right? Because I
weaseled
assume
out of
that
every
your
single
government,
fucking point
your
since
government
we
could
started
obviously
this
go out of its
conversation.
way
It's
to
louder
do the
just
same
wins
thing and
game
trump over the written
conversation.
law.
Holy shit.
Trash human, you need to fix your mic.
Yeah, Trash Human,
Or he needs to fix his mouth.
We're
and
trying to
dispose
go
it.
back and forth. Everyone keeps interrupting and talking
It's
all at the
bullying.
same time.
Yeah. Okay, let's like do like a little structure thing and just let people finish their sentences before jumping in. Does that make sense?
We don't speak in sentences.
Holy fuck, I agree.
We speak in single words.
Single words.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, here's my point that I was going off.
Can I-
with,
No, that was like 8 words.
Wait, pause for. Oh wait,
So-
can I respond real quick,
I'm
Sars?
still-
And then
okay,
I'll let you
go for
go.
it.
And then when
All
it
right,
comes to
let
the
me go.
United States being able to surveil like its citizens, they're only allowed to do it under certain circumstances. But these are strictly like regulated by like the Constitution, like the laws we have like on the books when it comes to like being able to like surveil in quotations U.S. citizens. They can't just for no reason surveil you. There has to be like a probable cause.
Gotcha.
There has to be
I
like
understand.
U.S. citizens do have a reasonable expectation of privacy. I don't know what this weird like are
Okay.
you and if
Let me
whoever's
just keep going with my point real
arguing
quick.
about
Keep going.
whoever's arguing against that would need to provide proof like in the U.S. like Constitution or like
I
laws.
do. Yeah, where in the Constitution
Yeah,
does it say
that's-
privacy? You don't have it.
I think it was my turn
It's
after.
implied.
So say I was in New Zealand and I really just like gay fucking tranny porn. Like that's all I would want to watch. Sorry if that's a slur. And I just watched that all day. And Facebook knew about that, right? And Facebook
Everyone
in
knows
the
it.
U.S. Well, in the U.S., Facebook would be allowed to just say, "Hey, I can divulge this and slander your whole like campaign." In the New Zealand, you'd be able to request the government to have that removed from Facebook, and then Facebook would legally have to comply. There was just limitations over corporations and selling your data and privacy. New Zealand has it better.
This is making a
Wait,
digital
pause.
It's not
Okay,
just
can I
corporations,
can I
the
can I
state as
wait? Can I
well
respond to
can't
that though?
surveil
Can I
you.
respond to
There's
that?
more
Well,
restrictions.
corporations
Well,
are
can I?
limited by the state.
But
That's
can I
what I'm saying.
respond to you then on
Yeah.
that? The United States though, or like we have the the Patriot Act where businesses are like entities that are afforded certain rights, and like we don't allow our government to be able to tell private companies and businesses what they can and can't do. Like that would be going against their like rights as well, right? Like we understand
Right.
that.
Yes, we do.
That is
We have
not.
laws.
There are
We pass laws
limitations.
against
There
businesses
are
all the time.
limitations. I'm not being like a Neanderthal. Like yes, there's carve-outs, exceptions. There's limitations, but like generally the government can't go in and just tell like Facebook, hey, you have to remove this speech. They would be violating that company's like.
They have to go through like
It,
a court
it
system.
absolutely can.
They
It
would have to be
absolutely can.
proving. They would have to be
And you
proving
understand how
some
that's
like.
contrary to your point, though, right?
But they would have to prove.
Yeah.
The government would have
Like
to be able to.
every single regulatory body does this. They even have their own courts to do it.
Base.
Shouting
I don't know.
emotion.
This is true here. In order to get something removed, you have to prove that it's you that it's depicting. Which, if it's like a photo of you doing fucking gay porn or whatever, then like, yeah, that's easy.
Yeah.
And then the government
You
will
could have that
essentially just do
removed.
it. Like, is it a judge? Someone will fucking essentially rule on it, like a bureaucrat, and
What about
the
NHS
government will
just,
issue a
does it?
warning or a notice to the company or whoever the fuck is concerned that this information is not legally possessed by you, therefore must be deleted or returned.
Right.
The UK has a
I'm
very
just saying-
similar law. Australia's aren't as strong, but they also have one.
All right, and I'm just saying because corporations are not people, corporations do not count in that sense of civil liberties for people.
That's true, but they have some protections for the government being able to go in and like.
They do.
That's all
but
I'm
they
saying.
have more protections here than they do in New Zealand, and by that is virtue of people having less rights than, people having less rights here than in what's it called? Because of the competition of rights between people and corporations.
I think that.
And I don't know why you would trade that. Like, I don't want those freedoms. I don't want that bias towards me as far as who is my data, what they're doing with it. Because I want to say the N-word is like a crazy argument. Like, drawing, well, hate speech is better. I'll give all that away for hate speech. Is ridiculous.
Yeah, can someone make some like pause or some like actual claim to why companies having your data being a bad thing? I just want to hear like an actual argument for why that's like
I want my data to by default be owned by me. It's my information. The default, as far as the courts and legal systems go, is it should be mine.
Right.
That's what I want.
Like
because it is
you
mine.
do realize
It's
part
up
of
to
what
my
would
person.
what would be included in your data would be like your shopping practices, right?
Right. And I agree that
Everything.
it's
Yeah,
not my
no.
person.
So you're saying like companies would never be able to like you don't like the idea of companies being able to harvest that.
It's
that
not that
data and that
companies would never be able to. What these countries do is like the same way you sign a terms of service. What they can do for terms of service is limited.
Right.
Let me. I would like
And
to
there's
respond
bias
from
in the
what-
system for it.
Actually, of interest.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's start with a simple example like Chrome. Okay. Chrome is something I'm using for free. You sign their terms of service, and in lieu of you getting this service for free, I'm using the data and selling it. Like, what's wrong with this?
Right.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's just the
wait,
limits.
Trash
The
Human-
government
wait,
puts
but
the
Trash
limits on the
Human-
type of data, how much,
Trash
and so
Human,
on.
all
that they
of
can
your
sell.
data that's been like I guess acquired, all the acquisition of your data has been you've consented to it though. And if there's
Right,
been
yeah, there
instances
is-
where you haven't consented to it, usually there's eventually like a class action lawsuit.
And the distinction
you
that
get
it's,
sued
it's
for
almost
it.
always for.
All right, let's prove this. You go right now on your computer, log out of Google, go to google.com, search something, and see if you sign something.
I don't
to say that it's okay.
I don't use Google.
It's by okay, wait, don't be pedantic.
You understand
I'm not
the
being
point?
pedantic. No, I'm not being pedantic. If you're fear mongering, no, I'm not being pedantic. No. Pause. Wait, am I allowed to respond? Or are we gonna be
using it instead?
I use Vivaldi.
It's like the same fucking shit.
It's
They
not
get
the
your
same.
data,
It's
you
not
get
the.
your
No,
data.
they don't. I have
It's whatever.
They don't
Okay.
harvest my data actually.
That's great. You're
So
smart.
you are concerned
Yeah,
with
so
data.
so all it's not that it's no, I just like the web browser. I think it's like a better web browser. That's all I'm saying on that. And it also sucks up less. It sucks
cool,
it
man.
sucks up less of my like computer's processing power. The point I'm making
That's
though,
also great.
the point I'm
You're
making though,
protected by a
the
country
point
with better
the
laws than
point
yours, too.
the point that
Yeah.
I'm making though is if you're a consumer who's falling victim to like I guess predatory practices when it comes to companies harvesting your data, you're just like you're an ill-informed consumer. Like that sucks.
Gotcha.
Get better
This is
educated.
what I
doesn't know how the
This
electoral
is-
college works.
Fucking
This
Google.
is
You know,
this
you
is
can consent the same way.
justifying. This is justifying like authoritarian mindset. Like
I'm
even
not.
right
I'm
now,
not just.
there's-
I'm not
Hold on,
justifying
no-
any authoritarian
Well,
mindset.
Well, what I'm saying is what you're doing is like you're justifying not having something that's of your person being owned by you and like the government protecting
If you
that
consented
and helping
to it, if you
protect
consented to it,
that.
it
Let me
being
finish.
initially given.
Let me finish. When we have like right now on a lot of courts, there's a lot of NDAs that people think are illegal. They're illegal because they're limiting what you can say because people are signing away their rights in order to get like work.
They're choosing to do
In
that,
order
right?
to-
Though they're
well-
consenting to do that, correct?
Exactly, but there's a problem with it, and that's what the courts are finding. So, like, you cannot consent. You're over here arguing that if I can consent to giving up all my rights, I can consent to being a slave, then it's okay.
Oh, geez, that's a
the
pretty
argument right now.
logical extreme. Did I ever state that
No,
at any
that's
point?
not an extreme.
It's not. It's
All I'm
not
talking.
one of the-
No. Hey, I'm
Like-
talking very specifically about like your data, like.
Why are you talking specifically when we're talking in general?
Because I'm not talking about like broad sweeping like giving up to companies. I'm talking
You
about
are,
very
you
specifically
are.
data. I'm talking very specifically about data.
Yeah, one right that's of your person. You're like that one's not that important.
It's not
You
that
should
that
be
one's.
able to
It's not
sign
that.
it away.
It's not. It's
Wait,
not
hold on,
that
hold on.
that
Can I
one.
address this for 1 second? Like, you're
Sure,
always been
TK.
allowed to sign away your rights. Like, if you look at the military, when you join the military, you sign away your rights to have a
No,
jury
you
trial.
don't.
You do. Well, you
No,
have.
don't.
You have some protections, but there's certain rights that you forfeit when you.
There's certain rights we deem that you're able to sign away.
No,
There's others you can't.
I've been in the military.
Yeah, hey,
you're
trash
lying.
human. Same. What the, you can't argue from a place of authority on this. You sign away certain rights by joining the military.
No. You sign
Well,
away.
hold on. When
You
you
sign
join
away
the-
liberty.
How do you not?
When you join the military, you become a public servant. You're a servant to the state and the fucking people of your country. It's the same as joining the police or being a government official. There are some things you simply cannot fucking do for obvious reasons because it is not within your powers as now a representative of your state. Your task is to defend or represent your fucking people, however that may be.
What right do you think you don't have
Suddenly that's
as a
different.
member of the military? Like, I don't want this to be like a tangent, but
You
you
have the same
every
freedom of
single
speech.
right.
You don't have the.
You do.
You have the same freedom of speech.
You absolutely do. You do have the freedom of speech. Yeah, you do.
I'm pretty
What do you mean?
sure when it comes to like classified documents and stuff like that, you don't.
Well, no
Oh
shit.
my god, that's so
I'm not trying to
That's
be.
true
I'm not
everywhere.
trying to be pedantic. I'm just. You're telling me right now, like, but you wouldn't. What are we classifying as like a right? Because are you gonna do the pedantic thing when I say, well, technically you don't have the right to smoke weed because you don't have the right to smoke weed when it's federally illegal and when it's federally illegal, even though it might be legal in your state if you're serving like a reserve component.
So.
Or are you going to be
Yeah,
pedantic and
smoke
say,
weed
well, that's
and
actually
at all.
not. Well,
don't
there's
know.
states where you're allowed to smoke weed, but
That's true, but
federally
it's not a right.
it is illegal. But you're signing away that right to
Hold on.
smoke weed by being in the military because
That's true.
federally it is illegal.
Right. Well, the
That's true.
military is a
Just go to
fucking
freedom of
job. We
speech,
can't
okay?
argue
I
about
brought
the
up
military
I have,
being a.
I have 3 or 4 examples for you. Okay. So
Perfect.
Article 88: commissioned officers cannot use contemptuous words against the president, Congress, or other high officials. Article 134 prohibits speech or behavior that brings discredit upon the armed forces. There's multiple things like this, right? You literally do have limits on your freedom of speech when you join the military, and other rights, by the way. Just one
You
example.
Finish that.
You
Say,
have-
if you
you
want to
have
be employed by
limits.
the military,
Yeah, if you want to
then
be employed
you
by the
cannot have those
military, they will hold those against you. If you do those things, they will kick you out of the military.
Right.
Wait, but
It's a job.
It's not like
wait,
you're
trash
not- you
trash
don't-
human.
You don't lose that right as an American.
Trash human.
You're
Wait,
still
so
an American.
but you acknowledge that you
With that
sign
right.
away, you do sign away like the right to do that if
You-
you
so
take
yes,
on that
You're
position.
understanding it.
So
you're
where do you,
understanding it
so now
incorrectly.
you're gonna
No.
be like pedantic about it by saying, well, no, technically you just get thrown out, so you're not actually losing the right
I'm not
to
being
do freedom of
pedantic.
speech.
Like Your relationship with the government has changed in this scenario. You have a different position. You don't lose any of the things you have as a civilian.
For the record, I think you might be able. For the record, I think you could be potentially like court-martialed or held in like some military court of law. You could be held to like some like crime within the military.
You do have a method. You do have a method of recourse here. There's nothing to stop you from then leaving the military to then reassert your rights. There's still asterisks on like you can't take classified information with you, whatever.
They can let you go, but if you're charged by the federal government, if you're charged by the federal government with a crime, you have all the same rights.
What are we arguing?
I would love to respond.
I don't understand this. Stanley, back when I was like,
this guy was disagreeing that like you can't sign away your rights, that we don't have any way of being able to do that.
Actually, just take a pause, okay? Take a deep breath. Okay. So his original thing was about NDAs and how they might be illegal, right? If we're talking about I'm able to temporarily sign my right away while I'm in the military, that's no different than an NDA.
Okay, yeah. For example, I work for Morgan Stanley.
The United States has never ruled against how someone's treated in the military based on their rights. Is that what we're arguing?
Wait, I don't even know what you just asked. What did you even just ask?
Your rights are defined by A, the Constitution, and B, like how it's been acted out in the courts. So the argument that I've given away my rights by being in the military is ridiculous because
you've given away certain rights.
The United States will intervene on behalf of your rights if they think it is unconstitutional. Yes, it will.
It's not unconstitutional to sign away some of your freedom of speech rights while you're in the military.
Right. And it's not unconstitutional because it's because you're holding a position, and it's the same thing as if you were working a bank. You can't write all the fucking bank numbers.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's the same as being in a bank.
Just like
it's the same as being in a bank.
Wait, but how does
this having no rights?
But Trash Human, how does this harken back to being able to? How does this harken back to you signing away your like personal data when it comes to like your shopping habits, potentially like your search histories, like your tendencies as a consumer. No. I'm not finished. Your tendencies as a consumer.
There's an amount of transparency.
Because you're the one. You're doing that.
Right. You're doing that, but it's an issue of transparency and the ability to update contracts on services that you don't agree with, like Google. So Google updates their contracts regularly, and you need to go search down their terms and conditions in order to use it and stay informed. A lot of people don't have the mind space or have the ability to be consenting to that or to be keeping updated all the time on those things they're doing because they do it without notifying you. There's no notice of what's being said.
That would be like comparable to like somebody arguing like, hey, I was ignorant towards a crime in that country, so like I shouldn't. It's not my fault that I wasn't aware of like this change that was made.
Right, but we're not talking about
you have like you have like a responsibility to be like a responsible, due diligent like consumer to like yourself, if anyone.
Yes, you do. My 9-year-old retarded nephew doesn't have the same ability to consent.
Yeah, well, you're the parent you're a parent that's in charge of them. Don't let them use Google then. That just sounds like an irresponsible parent then, right? That's not a problem with
better because
Okay, and what's the problem with the responsible parent?
What's the problem with what?
What's the problem with the responsible parent in this case being the fucking state going out and saying, "Hey, it's fuckhead company, you cannot and will not take or misuse this type of information, and anything else at all, or we will put a gajillion-dollar fine on you every single time you fucking
that's
do
perfectly
it."
ethical.
I'm pretty sure if they do that, if they do it illegally by some like mischievous manner and then like without letting people know or informing them properly, I'm pretty sure that they do get held.
Yes.
Like how many times has Facebook been sued or the other big
banks?
A lot.
In the United States, your PHI is protected. Why is your health information any less important than all the other information about you?
Wait, why are we pivoting to health to like healthcare right now?
I'm just trying to get the idea into your head with different approaches. We already have this exact protection for PHI, but for some reason other
do you think your health information is comparable to like your shopping habits?
Wait, can I actually talk on this? Because I actually know.
No, just real second. The reason why it's different is because companies like insurance companies, because insurance companies could discriminate, having that information. of
You
like your
have to give
prior
an insurance company that information. That's not one of the things that PHI does. You have to give the health information to an insurance company.
Can
You
I try
have
to
to like go through an exam to get it. Yeah, sure.
I try to explain the real world problem here. So currently, I've
Go for
done data
what?
engineering. I'm like a principal engineer. Been doing like e-commerce. Now I do ETL for AI stuff. But PII is always something that we have to take sensitive of, and it already is regulated that you can't like leak PII. This is PI's personal identifiable information. It's a street address. It's a credit card. That's a full name, not first name, full name, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Problem is a lot of the laws get kind of shaky. So, for example, I could store your first name in a database. That's not PII. But if in that database there's another table that has your last name and it can be associated, that is breaking the law. But if I have a separate database that holds your full name, that's also okay, right? That's PII. So what happens though is most of these companies will get hacked, and the data they have that isn't actually violating any law will be spread into the dark net, right, or the dark web, right? And then other companies, that get hacked, will have their PII exposed. And once you're able to link one set of PII to one set of not PII, you're able to start building out a web of information. So most of these companies are not like Facebook, Google, and stuff are not storing PII. Problem is that your email address is not considered PII, and so somebody can go on the dark web and buy like 100,000 email addresses to PII information, and then go Facebook or anybody else can go take that email address that's associated with your account and get a whole bunch more PII from it. So essentially, they're finding ways to link to other things, and most of these companies aren't actually breaking any laws. We already have regulation. So we already have regulation. It's a good thing. We probably need more regulation. Problem is data is just being sold around the dark net, and hackers and programmers find ways of correlating them together to build a full profile on you.
So do you agree with my position in the sense that New Zealand has better data protection rights because we have the ability to revoke that data from corporations? That's yes or no? Okay, cool.
Yeah, California has
That
the
settles
same
that.
thing too, but like we don't have it federally. So like specifically for the app that I'm working on right now, it does like an ETL for all criminal data. We have to have specific endpoints for California law.
Right, and it should be federal. That's my argument here. Is New Zealand has a better system for that, and that's a right that they afford us that the U.S. doesn't.
The difference is the mistake you guys are making is that we do have that system. We're just like 20 years or 15 years behind. We just need to update our regulations. We have regulations. The regulations just don't keep up to date with that.
Exactly.
I mean, realistically, it could be like one executive order, like change. It's just the president's like, nah, this is the fucking law now. But
well, ruling by executive fiat isn't good because it doesn't stick.
Yeah, too late. He already fucking does it.
The next president could just literally unfuck or undo it.
This is true, but that's where you then have Congress or whatever go through and pass a more comprehensive bill.
Yeah, I agree. That would be the way to do it.
Okay, so I think that this whole argument's moot because it's like, what rights do we have? What rights? Because we're arguing on like hypothetical. What if they're, or what if president, or like, but it doesn't make sense because we're all progressing to the same point, which is that, security eventually and, equal rights eventually, free speech eventually. It doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter?
I mean, I would just say these are the biases and the courts in the system. Like your ability, the dick measuring is fucking stupid, but like the actual ability to have the rights to revoke these things, to have more things protected, or more things that affect your life that are of your person, being biased in your favor in your system is all right is.
Yeah.
That's all it. So like I think it's good to have those things. If we can't say the N word anymore, I don't really care.
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you can say that here too. Like, someone might clock you in the face for it, but you can say it.
Oh, you mean like legally? Are you is that protected speech? Is that what you're getting at?
You're not allowed to discriminate in a real way. I think you can say whatever the fuck you want for the most part. No, I don't. I think.
Oh wow, it's the same
Sars,
here.
you're a Kiwi, right?
Yeah. So this whole argument.
Yeah. So I don't think anyone's been arrested for the hate speech law.
Yeah, you guys.
One guy was harassed because he was. What was he? He was posting not. It was hate speech, but also it was like direct threats against people. So it's like,
you guys let Butterball get in here and stir you guys the fuck up because all he does is attack and doesn't really have any real opinions. And you went down the road with him, Llama, and I'm like, that's why I was trying to get back. I'm just like, why is America better with electoral college? If we're shitting on him for having an agricultural economy, why are we holding on to this thing from our agricultural economy? Why do we need someone to sign a piece of paper in Colorado, 13 people, and then bring it over to the DC, and then someone read, oh, these 13 people signed it? We can just get rid of that.
Fuck you, that's why.
Yeah, fuck
just
you.
get rid of it.
I'm a cuck. I'm a cuck for. Hey, do you know? Hey, do you know why? You know why? You know why, Trash? Because I'm a cuck for process.
You know, well, we can have whatever process we want. I mean, what it really is we're a cuck for the fact that we need to have a certain amount of votes to change the Constitution. And
that's good.
That's all it is. It's not something that enough people care about.
Wait, is it?
Really isn't.
Do we think it's bad that the? Do we think it's bad? Do we think it's bad that the Constitution is like it's like very hard to change it?
It depends. If the nation can't react enough to something it needs to react because of the Constitution, then you're just cooked, right?
Yeah.
I don't
know.
The U.S. Constitution is that big of a deal in that
We've been doing pretty fine we've been doing pretty good for a while now. I don't know what you mean by we're cooked.
What do you mean doing pretty good? The Congress has decided that it would be too hard to change things, so they just give more rights to the president. Now they can do an emergency tariff and we don't have to declare a war. We don't want to do things constitutionally. We're going to give more powers to the president to do this. So it's like we're circumventing the Constitution as it's written.
Centralizing
the legacy.
Yeah, centralizing power, but in one branch is not good. Like I don't disagree with
you.
But what is it? But what does that have anything to do with the Electoral College? Is that?
Well, these are. Well, you moved on to the Constitution. You moved on to a broader example of why do we think it's bad? It's hard to change the Constitution. I would say clearly we're adapting around it, working around it, and Congress is just giving its power that it's supposed to have to the legislative and calling it something else so it's not silly.
They're giving the power to the Congress is giving the power to the legislative?
Oh, sorry, I meant to the executive.
Oh, sorry, I'm not.
The power to the executive.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you're right.
That's one of the flaws in the American system.
No, I think that the centralization of power that's happened under Trump in his first term and his current term is real scary, not good. Probably shouldn't.
Yeah, but these things are older jobs using them, but all these things came before. The reality is these
but
powers
the way in which
Congress
Trump wields it though is uniquely it's unique in the way he does it. It's not been.
Of course, the guy's a piece of shit asshole, but that's not the point. The point is there's a process put aside. When you say that Congress should be doing tariffs, when the Constitution says that Congress should be declaring war,
correct.
That implies that there should be a debate about it on the floor, on the record, amongst representatives,
amongst the people who were
in the executive,
amongst the people who were elected by their constituents. Yeah. I think that would.
This came about as a result of the advent of nuclear weapons. So it's the same thing in the UK. Is the Prime Minister doesn't have to consult anyone to launch their nuclear weapons. He just kind of does it. There are a bunch of asterisks to that, but the US is the same thing. As the president can take whatever action he wants within 40 days now, which is a lot more than it used to be under Truman, who established this change. Was it Eisenhower? Whichever fucking one.
Well, now we have the war on terror, and you could do anything as long as you call it terror.
Here, I'll ask a question to the room. It's kind of interesting. So, what is the point of Congress being a stopgap for terrorists?
Being a stopgap?
Yeah. What is the point of
there being? You're gonna have to elaborate on that.
Why is it that the president being able to arbitrarily dictate tariffs? Why is it a bad thing?
I would say that tariffs before the Constitution was signed with other governments, you weren't even allowed to people were doing tariffs that were affecting other states. So they would do a tariff on a state with on a product or a state with a port, and it would affect another state down the line. So they got rid of things like export tariffs. And the whole point is that tariffs affect more than just the country as a whole. It can uniquely affect certain locations, and again, that's why there should be a debate about it. And you hear oh, Canada's doing because of the tariffs they want to affect more red states and stuff like that. That should just wouldn't be happening. It was debated in Congress.
I think why it shouldn't. Okay, my response to you, Shimothy, would be the reason why tariffs should be done by the Congress and not just unilaterally by the president is because that is a lot of economic control and power that one single person is wielding unilaterally. And as a country and I guess what we were built off of being co-equal branches of government, it's kind of weird to see one branch, one office wielding that much power. It's a little, especially when it has such negative or such, it can be negative or positive, I don't care, such huge effects on like the economy. Sorry, continue.
So I posted 2 articles in side chat, and here's my contention. I don't really give a fuck about the Constitution. I don't really have like a principled view that the Constitution is the best document in the world. I'm an effects person, right? So is it effective? And to me, it could be cringe, but like there's plenty of other documents that have been existing in history. It's how effective is it? And the problem is, the reason why you want to have tariffs going through a long regulatory process is because businesses, other economies, other supply chains can react, and there's a stability to that. Right?
Well, yeah, of course.
So it's happening now.
Yes, of course.
About
yes,
1/3 of the soybean contracts for America have been canceled. John Deere is now expecting at best to get a $600 million loss by the end of the year. They're going to fire 3,000 people. Nebraska, I think, is filing for bankruptcy at 4 to 5 times their rates. That's, I think that more than talking like ideologically, like, oh, the Constitution, maybe it's more effective just to say like, hey guys, we're doing stuff that breaks the effect that we actually want. The effect isn't a stable economy. People are going to lose their jobs. People like that's
wait, people don't realize
posting all this shit.
You know the minimus. You know the minimus. Hey, Shimothy, did you see that the minimus exception, the 29th, I believe, of this month in 3 days is going away?
What is that?
The minimus exception. Oh, it's the tariff on goods that are. Okay, so it's the exemption that allows imported like value under a certain amount. I think it's $500, like in the U.S. to enter a country without paying import.
No, they're dropping it down to $100, I think.
No. They're completely removing it. It doesn't matter how much it costs. They're slapping on that like.
That's gonna be a shit show.
We're talking like. No, they're doing it. It's a.
No, I'm saying it's impossible to do like and have
that paperwork. It's gonna stop up the. It's gonna stop up the ports, like motherfucker.
Yeah.
You're not.
Yeah.
Like,
hey, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, this is what I was saying before, and like I kind of said what you were saying, Shimothy. That like the whole point, like
I was just curious if you
whether you like the Constitution or not, the idea of having like a body for debate, that is accountable to a vote, is probably a good thing, and that's why these things should be in like those sorts of bodies where a debate has to happen. Vote has to happen.
Is anybody challenging on that?
Hearings.
I think everyone here agrees with that.
Yeah.
The President of the United States. Oh, he asked the question of people that agree about their logic of why they agree.
Well, anyone who isn't like 10 IQ probably would agree.
Every human, not the lizard people, okay? The lizard people have their own weird viewpoint, okay?
We are in a room for attracting lizard people.
That is why it's titled the way it's titled. Yeah, but the de minimis exception shit is like, whew, not bueno. Not good.
No bueno at all.
I think that it's like a flat $80 like a surcharge or something is what's gonna be imposed on any item. Yeah, not bueno. Timu and
Donald Trump even knows what he's actually doing. Whenever I watch him sign executive orders and shit, he seems so not there.
I don't know.
I think he just uses power in order to get leverage. You know, he has all the power, so he wants to get all the leverage, and then whether he even knows what he wants to do with that leverage is a different idea. Yeah, he just likes having leverage.
I think he just likes the aesthetic of being like big and powerful and in control and strong and.
But that's what his voters want. The voters want someone who throws their weight around for presumably something in their interest, and as long as he's doing something that's throwing weight around, they're going to assume it's in their interest.
Yeah, because we have a huge-ass voter block of people with dementia.
You see that Donald Trump would clearly show like indisputable signs of dementia, like
so
not even knowing his name in a press conference or something, that people would stop supporting him? Or do you think that is because I think that this is a cult of personality, and what I think the way you destroy a cult of personality is the personality that's the cult leader has to be made to be shown to be an idiot and a fool.
But the problem is his whole thing is he's an idiot. Like they think Donald Trump's authentic, but you could see him candidly talking to people and how he behaves. There's like a YouTube video where he's golfing with a guy, or there was just like a thing with Governor Wes Moore. When he talks to people one-on-one, he just talks like a normal-ass fucking dude. all the things they like about him are performative.
Wait, for the record,
and him being retarded is part of the performance, so they're not going to care.
But Trash Human, for the record, there's like you could literally find moments of that throughout the entirety of like Joe Biden's presidency, where he was talking like candidly, like intelligently, coherently, but they did was like constantly point out the gifts or the gaffes.
I don't mean what you think I mean. I'm not pointing at like he's gaffless, when he's talking. I'm pointing out that like his whole persona of being like a cavalier moron who hates the people you hate is all fake.
I agree.
And he's just a normal guy.
Oh, I see.
And part of it is he's being retarded. His whole shtick is being a retarded asshole. So when he goes up there, well, what's the easiest thing to be when you're dementia? A retarded asshole. He's like dementia-proofed his personality, his public personality.
You just think that your thought process, Trash Human, is that like Republicans will never like care or concede because they'll think that that's just Trump being Trump at all times.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's horrible to think about, but probably somewhat true.
Like, if Trump forgot someone's name, they probably just think he's disrespecting them.
Did he do that? Hold on, he did that. What did he forget?
He's forgotten. There's been lots of meetings. All the negotiations.
Was it Mertz?
Okay, I have a question. I need some moral
Chancellor
guidance
of
here,
Germany?
and this might be morally out there. Is this funny or is this a bad thing to laugh at? I think it's funny, but I feel bad laughing at it.
TikTok.
Yes, defense. No,
Special forces.
Yes,
Oh, it's
I
gone.
agree.
Wait, where is it? What was
it?
This is Venezuela.
Send these immigrants back. Yes, I agree.
Nothing wrong with laughing at
Just I feel bad, but like, good for them, but also it's hilarious.
Whose special forces
That shit is
is
absolutely hilarious. Nothing wrong with it.
Whose special forces is that?
I think it's like Mexico or something.
That's tough.
So we're invading Venezuela?
It looks like it. We're setting up for it. Anyways.
Yeah, actually? No way.
Yeah, anyone like that meme in the side chat? I think it's a good meme.
I think so too. Yeah, go search U.S. escalation Venezuela.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's talks about invading Venezuela.
Well, they've like delegated
we're sending a whole Navy fleet over there.
Okay. Is it like a brinksmanship thing where we're just showing force, or are we actually planning on boots on the ground?
Do you feel threatened by Venezuela?
Do I
like,
feel?
What are we brinksmanshiping them for? Like, why
wait, that's Peru.
They're threatening us.
Oh.
It's the issue.
Well, it's
like,
a form of brinksmanship. It would be a form of brinksmanship though if we just like sent like a navy over there, but we didn't like really put boots on the ground or do anything, right?
Well, aren't we already at war officially with Venezuela?
I didn't know that. Did we declare war? I thought we just declared war.
We're not at war with Venezuela.
I thought we just declared.
The Enemies Act assumed we were at war with Venezuela as part of it, and that's still standing. No one's taken it out. Like no judge has been like, "You're not at war with Venezuela. Quit it."
Oh, I didn't know that.
Made it go away. So like he's just following the next step. And he said, "Hey, we're Venezuela. Government act as such."
Wait,
and
stop.
everyone's like,
What
cool.
do you mean by at war? There's a legal definition, right? Like when you say at war, you mean it colloquially and like we feel like we don't like them, or like we are
for the purpose of the Alien Enemies Act.
Well, the purpose of the
at war.
Yeah, the Aliens Enemies Act doesn't have to do necessarily with just being at war. Doesn't it have to do with just we sanction like or we mark we just mark a like
no,
group
it's
or
not war.
org as like a terrorist org or something?
No, they're doing a hostile invasion. So
oh,
if you're not
yes.
at war, you're being invaded by them.
Yeah, we've technically not declared war on Venezuela.
Hostily invaded by them. No, no one's saying we would never technically declare war on anyone after like 1971. But that we have considered them a hostile nation that is invading our country, so it's not out of line for him to send a bunch of troops over there. It's just the next logical step if you pretend like that's true.
What was it? Sorry, my brain's being broken right now.
It's a brain-breaking thing. It's very retarded that we're in this position.
Yeah.
Wait, is the United States actually going to like invade Venezuela or something?
That's what I was wondering. I didn't know if it was like we were just trying to like show presence.
It's brinksmanship, and then Maduro, I think it's who it is. Right, Maduro, Venezuela's president.
So I was bringing that up, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Maduro.
Yeah,
Maduro said that he had like 3 million people who are ready to go as militia. So it's definitely brinksmanship. It's like, why the fuck is Donald Trump doing this? So, well, you know, is he if he's gonna
strain on the Venezuelan state? Honestly, it might not be the worst thing.
It puts strain on
Venezuela
us.
does deserve.
Wait, but it also puts strains on us.
How does it put strain on the U.S.
to move an entire U.S.
I'll tell you
into
exactly.
battle-ready positions like outside of Venezuela? That's
Imagine you were at home with your wife, and then suddenly you're on deployment to go to Venezuela.
Yeah, you're in the army. That happens.
People get surged. Like, you're going to be pissed off. He did the same thing in his first term. It's like, do you think people in the National Guard love to, instead of hanging around Thanksgiving, to be sent to the border for the migrant caravan? Like, he's going to piss these people off.
Hey, for the record, there were some.
This is one of those rights you signed away when you fucking joined.
Wait, hey, Kongu, that's not even the point that we're making right now. That was a crazy. That was a crazy pivot. I don't know what that has anything to do with us saying that would put a strain on like the people in the military.
Kongu, I want you to estimate how much taxpayer dollars this movement's gonna cost us. Give me a guesstimate.
The same as it would have cost for those troops to go on exercise.
The same would have cost us to go on an exercise?
Perhaps less if you're not firing munitions. If there's
Perhaps less?
Do you think you normally go on exercise to like another
territory 5,000
like
troops to
Yes.
What?
You know what do you mean? There was a U.S. Coast Guard ship like parked like I don't know 200 meters outside my fucking window a couple months ago. What do you mean? Yes, you fucking do.
Do you think that's comparable?
That's someone's scheduled deployment. That is someone's scheduled deployment to go out there. Yes, we played war games with Australians and all this stuff on the Pacific Fleet. We do with European powers, and it's part of your deployment.
So you mean to say the Atlantic Fleet doesn't do this too?
Wait, Kongu, that's all baked into the budget. That's all baked into our discretionary spending. We're talking about outside of that.
I was able to find out.
Jesus.
So he's funding
$6.5 to $10 million a day for a full fleet movement. I also have another search going for a fleet like training activity, which would be about $1 million per day, and that would last about 3 days. So we're doing 1/3 the cost of one full day's movement for training. We're already way over budget there. So for 30 days, we're going to be costing around $300 to $200 million, and if we're there for 60 days, anywhere between $350 million and $500 million.
And it's going to be more because usually where you like normally do war games, normally where you're doing training exercises, normally when you're doing some of the other countries, you have like your logistics already there. You go to where your logistics set up. I don't think we have logistics to go pick up.
No, we're not getting any useful information. There's no training going on here. These are people being paid on a boat.
Where are they going to get food? Where are they going to get all this shit?
No, go back to brinksmanship. This is brinksmanship.
It is
We're just
brinksmanship.
Deploy
That's
them here.
100%
They're going to sit on the water, and they're going to do no training. We are both costing the American taxpayer, if it's 60 days, $500 million. If it's 30 days, maybe $250 million. And we're costing the U.S., like, I don't know, global capital, whatever you want to call it, global influence capital. We're costing both of these. That's why it's a problem.
Hold on, why is U.S. global influence capital being costed?
Does it look good for us to be doing
Kongu,
that?
if you're a dick to the rest of the
necessarily
world,
bad.
will the rest
No,
of the world
it's
be...
necessarily yes.
Okay. Who? That America
You ever played
cares
Civilization
about?
before? You ever played the game Civilization?
Shut up! Don't fucking interrupt me when I'm doing something. Fucking who that America actually fucking cares about gives a fuck about Venezuela.
Me.
In one country.
I'm an American.
I was going to say, I mean, I
Okay,
care about
I'm sorry. If you
Venezuela
haven't
as a country.
understood that your government doesn't give a fuck
If
about
who in
you by
America
now,
gives
I
a fuck
can't help
about
you.
Venezuela, I name
No,
that person.
who? Which country? Your global
Other
capital,
than
not your
America?
fucking domestic bullshit. Yes.
China.
No, China doesn't give a fuck about Venezuela.
Why does China not give a fuck about Venezuela?
China might be pleased because Venezuela's more likely to buy stupid shit from them in order to defend themselves in quotation marks.
Do you know any geopolitics about China?
Do you think?
More than
Do
you.
you think? Wait. Do you think the EU?
Really?
Do you think the EU likes the United
fucking degree in
States?
it, yes.
Do you think the EU likes us doing like knuckle dragging behavior, like going and performing
Wait,
this
you have a degree in
performing this like brinksmanship? Like
Okay. The EU holds the same position, not to mention Britain, against the Venezuelan government that the United States does.
Imagine having a
Yes,
degree
they don't
in
give a fuck. They would
poli-sci
rather
and not
Maduro
thinking
ate,
that
ate
like
shit and literally
negative,
died.
That there
negative
isn't
action
negative
towards other
capital.
allied countries. Yeah, this is silly.
No, there's not significant negative capital. There may be some, like, Venezuela doesn't
Question:
have
do you
fucking
think that
allies.
America
Like,
is threatening to take back the Panama Canal?
yes.
On the global scale, what about
That does.
Greenland? What about Greenland?
Yes, obviously
What
that
about
does.
what about any action where they're unprovoked and they show an offensive military action?
Any?
Yes, they're unprovoked and they threaten the sovereignty of another country.
Typically, that could be yes. Why?
That would be a negative thing, right?
Typically, yes. Depends on the country.
That would lose us international capital and diplomacy and influence, right?
Again, it depends.
But also,
Okay.
Shimothy,
What does it depend on?
Okay. Well, think about what the French do.
Saying
this
it
shit all
depends
the
without
fucking
saying what it
time.
depends on just tells me you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're
Well,
talking
on
out
the
your ass.
relationship that specific fucking country has with other countries. If I need to explain this to you, every time you open your mouth, stop opening your mouth.
Okay, so do you think that if America were to take military action invading the sovereignty of North Korea, people would be chill with it?
No, the Chinese would take massive fucking issue with it.
Okay, excluding the Chinese and the Russians, do you think anybody else in the world would care?
The Koreans would probably be happy, assuming no one gets
The Koreans
nuked,
would be
everyone
happy?
probably would. The
Wait.
South Koreans, yes.
The South.
The
Maybe
South
this-
Koreans would be happy?
It again depends, but yeah.
To have a full-on war started. Do you know how far Seoul is from the border?
For the record,
a few miles, yeah.
for the record, I think maybe
You
South...
are. You have a degree in this?
No, Shimothy, I'm gonna be honest with you. To some degree, maybe I think South Korea, to some degree, probably it'd probably be a
They want
mixed bag.
reunification,
It'd
they
probably
don't
be
want war.
it'd be a mixed bag.
War
But,
is
let,
going very
but what
well on
if
them.
the stated purpose of America doing that was to like reunify the two?
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Again,
again, it would
this
depend
is
on
all
the
predicated with
situation. If it's
unprovoked.
completely left
Yeah,
of
but
field,
like let's say
unprovoked, obviously this is
going
gonna
in
be
Okay, but yeah, let's say
No.
unprovoked.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, fair.
That's fine, but okay, Libya. The US did this in Libya, completely left the field.
The U.S. Wait, the U.S.
No one
sent
gave a
a fleet
fuck.
to Libya?
The French do this shit all the fucking time. The US
The US
bombed
sent a
it into
fleet
the
to Libya.
ground, you fucking clown.
I'm curious.
Yes.
What was going on in Libya at the time we sent the fleet there?
The fucking civil
Hey,
war.
thanks for the follow, Luna.
Oh, okay. And why was the
Well,
was
in
there
the
a
early
reason
stages
for
of
us
the
sending
Civil
the
War.
fleet? What was the reason for us sending the fleet?
Support one of the rebel factions and put down
No.
the government.
Put down
Yes.
the government that was doing human rights violations. It was
No
literally
fly
just-
zone.
Yeah,
no
Yeah,
fly
and,
zones.
and,
We have a
and,
fleet
and,
there.
for, enforce
and
the
we were
completely arbitrary
explicitly not there
no-fly
to
zone.
invade
Yes.
their sovereignty. How do you have a degree in this and you're so bad at
What do you
understanding?
mean? That
the
invaded
culture?
their sovereignty, but what's
When did we invade their
No one
sovereignty?
cared. When you bombed them and enforced a no-fly zone over their country.
We enforced a no-fly zone because the government was doing human rights crimes against their fucking
Okay,
citizens.
so
using
they have a
chemical
right to do whatever
weapons.
the fuck they want within their own borders. It's not your business.
So the key part I asked you was that we were unprovoked going
Yes.
into invading. So in that case, there was not an unprovokedness. You understand that, right?
So the United States is the arbiter of justice on the world stage?
Yes.
Suddenly?
Yeah,
That's the entire point of our military
signed
industrial complex.
treaties to say that these things provoke us. Yes, when the UN says you can't do this and you join it, you're.
Wouldn't that
Just-
require like
these
a
are
UN
obligations when you do-
resolution
Wait, why
to be
does
passed
the
to the
US
Security
have?
Council?
Why
Like
does the
say,
US
I
have
don't know,
the
what happened to
four
Iraq?
largest aircraft, the air forces in the world? Then, if not
The
to
four of
exert
the
its
five or
power on a
whatever,
global
yes.
scale. I know.
That's fine. I don't dispute this. So
This
why are
is
you
the
against
reason
America
we
wielding
have
this
it.
power against one of the few people on Earth who actually deserve it?
It's
What do
to
you mean?
no. The entire point of having such a large military is to win international diplomacy, like capital, so that people will have to listen to us and they'll have to use the dollar's default trade. Generally, we want
Yeah.
people understanding that America will protect human rights and will keep a
Well,
country
the
down its
dollar's a separate
sovereignty,
issue.
and will involve ourselves in the country if the fucking leadership there is going to massacre all their civilians or something. That's a good thing in human capital.
Yeah.
Somehow you thought that us unprovokedly going
So
to
what
invade
is the
Venezuela's
issue
sovereignty
with dealing
would
with
have no
Venezuela's?
consequences.
What is the
I don't
issue with,
believe that you have a degree on this.
potentially violating the sovereignty
why
of
are we
Venezuela's government
justified in
that is
going to Ve-
actively starving
Why?
to death its own fucking citizens in the millions? What do you fucking mean?
Actively
This is a
starving to
million
death in the
times
millions?
worse of a humanitarian situation than
Wait,
whatever the
actively
fuck
starving
Gaddafi
to
was up
death
to.
in millions?
Yes, because people live in
Haven't-
Venezuela, unlike Libya.
But he's actively starving them?
Haven't we been accusing them
Yes,
of
these people
starving
are
the
starving to
Venezuelans
death.
since like
I'm
2018?
convinced
Like
to a
it's been a
degree.
decade.
The difference is that the level
Homie,
of
you
food
have like a
insecurity
fifth
in
grader
Venezuela
understanding
is on an order of
geopolitics. You thought that
magnitude
nobody would care if we
worse than it
invaded
was 10
North
years ago.
Korea. I don't think you have a degree.
I do, but like, what the fuck are you talking
Are
about?
you
You're just
getting your
yapping
degree?
over me and won't let me fucking respond.
Well, you believe that Maduro is starving them forcefully in the millions? How so?
Not forcefully. His incompetent
You said
fucking
he's
policy
facilitating them
making.
starving in
His
the millions.
refusal to
How
engage
many
on the
people
world
have
stage
died due to
responsibly.
starvation in Venezuela in the last 2 years?
I don't fucking know.
You said millions.
How many people have died in fucking... No, I
You
said
said millions.
are
You said he was
starving, are
forcing them to starve in the
experiencing
millions.
food
You don't know
insecurity.
anything
Did you
about
not listen?
geopolitics.
Shemothy, shut up. Did you not listen to what I said?
Wait, no, you made a claim. Back up your claim, or admit you're talking out your
Yes,
ass.
I said millions of people in Venezuela are
being
suffering from
forced to
food
starve to
insecurity.
No,
No,
you
you
didn't.
did
You're
not say that. You
changing
just
your
changed it to
word.
that. And food
Just
insecurity
admit
is
you're talking out
bullshit,
your
right?
Oh
ass.
fuck, I can't even
Half of
fucking
America
record it.
has
That's
food
absolutely what I fucking said. Yes.
You said starvation. We all heard it.
Yes,
I
they
don't
are
tell you.
starving, and then when I gave you specific numbers, I specifically said food insecurity. Yes.
Food insecurity is not starving. We have food
fucking
insecurity
is,
in
but anyway.
America. It's
I was
not.
about to say, I'm pretty sure that the excess deaths due to like malnutrition is like 20 to 40K per year or something. Somewhere in that ballpark.
He said millions in the plural. I'm aware that their economic
Yes,
situation
are
is bad there, but
experiencing
nobody
this
is
as a
forcefully
massive fucking
starving
issue
their
because their
population like they are
society
in North
is
Korea.
collapsing. Yes.
Yeah,
Why do
this
you
is
think
what
there
we
are so
do.
many Venezuelan migrants to America? Why do you think
We
so
used
many
to
cross the fucking
USAID.
jungle to get there? Like what?
We used to have USAID to help poor people and starving people and influence governments. I guess we're not going to do that more. We're just going to send the military and see if that turns into a better world.
I don't support the dissolution of USAID. I'm not a
Right, but
pro-Trumper. I'm saying
but
that the
you're
policy that's
arguing
fucking with the
for the
Venezuelan
policy that he's
state
doing instead.
isn't the worst fucking thing. Yes.
We've also been sanctioning
Sending a
them for a
fleet
very
to a
I do
long
not
time.
support
now.
you
We're
unilaterally
not
invading
isn't the
North
worst
Korea because
fucking
you fucking
thing.
feel like it.
What does it even benefit us? How about that? You said it's not the worst fucking thing. We've already told you the
Okay,
negatives.
because the
You conceded
Venezuelan
on the
state's
negatives. What does it benefit
irresponsibility
us?
and let me answer the question. The Venezuelan state, the existing one's incompetence and instability has caused it to cause what Donald Trump perceives as the worst fucking crisis in American history and violating the Alien Enemies
Donald
Act,
Trump doesn't
which is the
actually
fucking
perceive it as the
migration
worst
crisis.
crisis in American history. He's using that to be able to do powers.
I agree, but that's his fucking
Why
stance
would
and
you
he's being
say that
consistent.
it's the worst fucking crisis in American history if you don't believe it? And he doesn't believe it.
Because
I don't
said
understand
that that's
how
what
threatening
he's
war
perceived to be,
this.
at least publicly.
How does threatening a war or even engaging in a war make it any better for Venezuelans as far as stability in the economics go? It's going to make it worse.
Because the answer is replacing the Venezuelan government, even if worse temporarily, would be better just in the long-term period. That's not even up for debate. That's a fucking fact.
I don't even think. And also, is there even like a
literally
stated
anyone
goal?
else being in charge of Venezuela would do a better job.
The benefit is that we're
You
just
could
gonna
put yourself, a disabled retard, in charge of Venezuela, and you'd still do a better job than fucking Maduro.
What about a dude who lies about having a geopolitics degree? He doesn't know any geopolitics. Would he do better?
I know more than you.
I think you would do worse.
I don't think. I think you've demonstrated like that you are completely inept when it comes to like having any information about geopolitics. Like this entire time we've been speaking.
You're inept at getting a fucking microphone. Like, shut the fuck up.
Do we need to go back to like New Zealand, like your defense of New Zealand being like an OECD country and like they're doing so well?
Yeah, you somehow said that because we have different fucking economic stance than the United States, that somehow this means that absolutely no comparison can be made between the rights of Americans and freedoms of Americans and those of people here in New Zealand.
No, you're the one who said American. You're the one who said You're the one who said Americans don't have civil liberties because we're a failed democracy.
You have less. I didn't say you have none. I said you have less, and you do measurably.
Then New Zealand, no.
Then everyone. In the fucking OECD, you are last on the list. Yes, of the wealthy countries in the world, you are last.
When it comes to like civil liberties, we're last.
Of wealthy countries, yes, the OECD, the Organization of Economic, whatever the fuck bullshit. Yes.
Kongu, what do you define as a civil liberty?
The fucking.
You have a degree in this. You should be able to tell me, right?
No, I don't. Not in fucking civil liberty. Maybe I do vaguely.
In poli-sci, you don't know what civil liberties are.
Well, he doesn't think that freedom of speech is a civil liberty. For the record.
I distinguish freedom of speech as a right, and Americans have arguably more rights than we do. If you consider like firearm ownership, that sort of thing, rights can be considered as part of it.
From a right.
Broader. Civil liberties are more less.
No. They might be the same thing. Just sometimes
Granted.
you have two concepts. with
Yes,
different
sometimes
words.
they are. Yes.
Wait.
But civil liberties is a broader. Some civil liberties is a broader fucking point.
You're
Yes,
saying civil
sometimes
liberties
they're
is
the
a
same
superset
thing.
that includes instead of
Americans have more rights, but when it comes to broader things like, say, political representation, Americans have less civil liberties than we do. Yes.
All I'll say is a civil liberty is just the freedom that you're given in society. That's what the civil part means.
Okay, then yeah. Case in point. What the fuck?
Those are the rights.
Case in point. Case in point. What do you mean case in point? What was your point?
Okay,
What was
how
the
can
case
you not
that you just
define
solved?
the terms that you talk about?
You have
so
fucking less of
passionately.
them.
Civil liberty is not the same as a right, but they touch each other. That's all.
Yes,
It's a
thank
more
you.
broad
That's literally
idea.
what I said.
Like you don't have the
Okay,
right
give me an
to
example
vote.
of a civil liberty then.
All right, you don't
Okay,
have
okay,
the
right to education.
You have the right to vote. You have the right
We
to
have
vote.
the right to education in the United States.
And that's a civil
You have
liberty.
Okay. What about fair and equal education access?
So wait, equitability is involved when it comes to civil
Yes.
liberties?
It can be. It get like civil liberty is huge. You could have a civil liberty to like equal education. We don't have that here.
We don't have
Americans
equal
do not have that. We
don't
do.
have equal
We
education
have a
here.
uniform public
No.
education system.
We don't have equal public education in America. We don't.
You famously don't.
I mean,
And the outcomes demonstrate themselves by the fact that you've been defending stupid bullshit all
Domestic
fucking
being, I
evening.
don't even like your own graph because the middle column imposed by the legislature and imposed by the Constitution or Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights and the Constitution are imposed by the legislature.
Well, no, it was trying. No. When it brings
No,
up
they're done by the states.
No, when it
States
brings
and
up the Bill of
legislature.
Rights, when it brings
Yeah,
up the Bill of
exactly.
Rights,
The legislature writes whatever Bill of Rights or Constitution, state Constitution, state Bill of Rights, federal Constitution, federal Bill of Rights.
Well, yeah, there's a separation
No.
of powers.
Wait, but
between
pause
the
just
state
for a
and
second.
federal.
Wait, pause for just a second. I'm not talking about equitability when it comes to civil liberties. I think that
That's a fucking skill issue. I am.
everyone has the right to education, public education in the United States. They have access and a right to it. We want to talk about the quality of it. That's another discussion. But everyone in the
what I'll
United
tell
States
you is-
does have that.
What I was trying to
Actually,
say
I'm pretty sure it's a
before is,
crime
like,
for you not to like educate your children as a parent.
No,
But
what I was trying to say before is that like you could have a civil liberty enforced by a right, like the Equal Protection Clause. So like you could have the various other civil rights acts that were passed, and that's why they call
Wait,
them
we
that.
say enforced by a right though. That right's gonna live in legislature.
Right.
There
So
we go.
like the
So
Equal
that just-
Protection Clause of the 13th Amendment means that like the right reinforces a civil liberty in that example.
But they both live in the Constitution.
What's the discrepancy supposed to be? I'm not missing.
You're
Maybe
trying to
arguing
tell us
something
the
before.
discrepancy. You're trying to say that there's a difference.
I'm trying to say there's a difference between a civil liberty and a right. Correct.
I know, and the discrepancy you're saying is that one exists in the legislature.
wait, but trash.
No, what I'm saying is no. That's not what I said. I just said that like civil liberty is a broader term. Sometimes rights can reinforce civil liberties, like the Equal Protection Clause.
Wait,
But-
can
and
we
that's
get back
kinda
to
how
the
they touch
can we get back to
sometimes.
the main
That's
point that what's his face?
That he doesn't know anything about Venezuela or something.
No,
Is that the main
no.
point?
Can we get back to the point where Kongu says that New Zealand has more civil liberties, like the people of New Zealand?
Yeah.
have more
Okay.
civil
Look, I
liberties
posted
than
my
people
fucking source in the side chat. Yes.
Like,
Just
do you think,
fucking
like-
yes.
You just put
Like
You posted random
do.
numbers
You just
without any
posted
methodology.
random
Look literally two
Can you link
fucking
it?
inches above it on your fucking screen. It is linked, you goddamn blind barbarians. Or are you
Freedom-
illiterate as well? Because that would
Why
explain
not
a lot.
link to the methodology?
Freedom
What do you fucking
House
find
rates
it
people's
yourself?
access.
Did you read the
Freedom House
methodology?
rates people's access to political rights and civil liberties in 208 countries and territories through
Yes.
its annual Freedom in the World report. Individual freedoms ranging from the right to vote to freedom of expression and
Since
equality before the law
74.
can be affected by state or non-state actors. Click on the country name below to access the full country narrative. Okay.
Do you want them fucking methodology? What do you want me to
I
copy
mean, the
paste
methodology
it?
would be probably
Because
good
it changes year by year. They did 2024, I think, is those numbers.
How about this? Why are you confident that this is correct?
Also,
Because it's Freedom House. Freedom House is reputable and respected within the academic community. It is something that was introduced to me during my undergrad. They've been running since the 70s. Again, 74, I
It was
think.
introduced to you, but why are you confident this purports to show you what you think it does?
Because again, they.
Also, why would you cite to
What do
just
you mean?
this?
They're
Wouldn't there be-
reliable, and there's, as far as I can tell, very few valid criticism of it. When I was again did this in my undergrad so many years ago, at least there wasn't. If there's new, then we can go back to data before said. But
Because
I mean,
I'm picking out random ones, and all it really looks like is just measuring how effective you are able to vote like democratically on rights.
Yes, that's one big thing, but that would be your
But
political
you are
whatever
trying
the
to
fuck. There's
conflate
two
being able to
categories.
vote democratically with having civil rights.
We're talking about
There's
civil
two
liberty.
categories.
Civil
Shimothy, are you
liberty,
still
sorry.
illiterate? There's two categories.
A
Thank
civil
you,
liberty could
fuckwit.
be like
Are we gonna keep
vote
ad
being
hom?
equal.
Are we gonna keep ad homing
Dog,
to
you
like
don't
make
even
your
understand
point?
what's going on in Venezuela. There are millions
No,
starving
you said
there,
I didn't know
apparently.
anything about geopolitics, then
You
dismissed
also
anything I
didn't
had to
even think
fucking
thought that
say.
South
What
Korea
do you mean
was
ad
cool
homing?
about starting a war like 20 miles away from
I
the
didn't say
capital.
have you started a war? Has someone in Venezuela been bombed?
Wait, you
No,
actually said.
shut the fuck
I
up,
know,
you
stop,
goddamn
pause.
barbarian.
I asked
No
you
one
what's the
even
benefit of
said
him doing
that.
this. I asked you what's the benefit
You didn't
of
listen
you
to my
doing this,
answer.
and your answer was that literally anybody would be better than Maduro, which implies that the U.S. is going to go there and overthrow their
I'm
Democrat-
saying
or-
no.
or
That was a
leader.
separate answer. That is a benefit of going to
No,
war
I
with
asked you what
Venezuela.
is a benefit,
The
and the
benefits
only benefit you
of
told us
putting
so
a
far is that
fleet
we're
off
going
the
to
coast
overthrow
of Venezuela
Maduro.
is fucking with a shitty government. Yes.
Wait, do you think that what we did in Iraq was good?
Which one?
What we did in Iraq?
Which
which
time?
instance?
Oh,
Fucking
sorry.
hell.
I'm talking about 2008.
8. What the
The
fuck?
entire thing
2000?
that led to 2008, yes. 2001 to 2008. That entire stint. Was that a good thing we did there? Did we do a good thing there?
No, I don't think
So why
a
do you think
campaign
us
of
doing this
whatever the
again
fuck,
to
attempting nation
Venezuela
building
would
in
be a
Iraq
good thing?
was a good
Because
thing.
it's not in the interest of big oil companies. The whole reason we imported the Shah was because our U.S. bought a bunch of stakes in big oil
Venezuela
companies.
has no.
let me
We don't
test
have
it.
any
Actually, it probably would be in the interest of big oil companies.
I'm gonna test this theory. Do you think that Saddam Hussein would run Venezuela better than Maduro?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Yikes.
So he should.
He would attempt to genocide half his population, but he would still do a better job of actually running the state. Yes. Give or take. Yeah.
Why are we talking about this? Holy fuck! I missed like the last 20 minutes of the combo.
This was a meme question.
Also,
but I
the
thought it was
whole
fun.
It's a meme question, but the answer is fucking valid. He would. He was a
thing,
decent statesman.
Quick thing, the Freedom
even if he
House,
was a genocidal maniac.
The Freedom House thing that he cited, by the way, Shimothy, reading through it, this just seems to purport on like how free and fair. It doesn't seem to purport on anything to do with just civil liberties. Like when I look at the actual breakdown of civil liberties, they count. Okay, let me like reread this real fast. The full article. It doesn't really like comport with what your argument of New Zealand being having more civil liberties as a.
Do you think that like America?
It rates the United States as a 2 out of 3 for its access to the internet prohibitively expensive or beyond the reach of certain segments of the population for geographical, social,
education?
Or other reasons. For geographical, social.
You're like cutting out.
So one of the metrics where it determines, I guess, are civil liberties when it comes to like obstacles to access, which would probably be part of that. It rates the United States as a 2 for its access to the internet prohibitively expensive or beyond the reach of certain segments of the population for geographical, social, or other reasons.
I would imagine. So free internet isn't typically a thing in the United States.
It puts us out of like a 2 out of 3. Yeah, it puts us out of.
If you're looking at the internet score,
but like, why would we factor in access to internet when it comes to like civil liberties? There's a lot of rural parts of like, the United States.
There's a lot of rural parts of fucking New Zealand.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but the United States has taken positive steps to like right that via like the BEADS Act. To like
this is
bring
true, but
internet.
The point is that they
but
be
like,
there
but
then,
you,
at least as the time of this.
I mean, as the time.
The issue.
The time. I just feel like the methodology. I just feel like the methodology. But I still feel like the methodology behind this is kind of like.
He's conflating rights with the ability for democracy.
This is
no, I'm not. It's freedom houses. These things are
freedom houses. And I was told freedom houses good source.
Timothy, do you acknowledge that rights and the ability to have like a democracy?
Starvation in Venezuela?
No. Do you acknowledge that rights and the concept of fucking democracy may be a little bit intertwined, or no?
No.
Do you not acknowledge that?
No, you could have a very free society that's authoritarian.
Name one.
I said you could.
Okay, so it's just not happened before. It's not a thing.
You could have
there is nothing about authoritarianism.
Yeah, you could have a perfect communist society where everyone gets absolutely everything and everything is fair, and so on. I'm sure that's going to happen one day.
Yeah, I mean,
why does
theoretically
being more
fucking good. Who
democracy
cares?
mean people are more free? It just means people are more willing to able to
What
vote.
do you?
That's it.
Because
People
the
being able to
reason we
vote is
have
a
a
fucking good
democracy
thing.
is because we have more freedom. That's the idea.
Okay,
We
wait. Quick
chose a
question.
democracy because of the freedoms it gives you.
Yeah, sorry. What was the? I think
Of
it's the 19th Amendment or
representation.
the 14th Amendment? Which one was it? Whatever one made prohibition, and the amendment that made prohibition peeled.
That's like
We
21
quite
or some
literally democratically restricted our own rights. So
Yeah.
why would I believe that more democracy means more rights?
Because you have a bigger right that's bigger than that one, and that was representation.
Wait, I'm not gonna. Wait, pause. I'm not gonna do the. I'm not gonna do the. I'm not gonna do the. I'm not gonna do the.
Singapore doesn't score so highly.
I'm not gonna
They
do
don't
the.
have this
I'm not
ability.
gonna do the cringe like Republican thing, but again, we're not like a pure like unabashed democracy. We're a constitutional republic.
Yes,
where we
everyone
democratically elect our
understands that.
represent. Obviously, you don't because you keep like appealing to the United States
Because
not
it's
being
not
like
an
a pure
argument.
enough.
What is
A
a
pure.
cause
No,
again?
you're the one who keeps. You're the one who keeps appealing Kongu to the United States being
okay,
like this.
okay,
No, stop.
you
No,
said
Sarpit, stop. He keeps appealing to the United States, supposedly being this like failed democracy that's like
I
a
didn't say
diet.
failed. I know at no point said failed.
What
I
are-
never said failed. I don't know where you got that from. I said flawed. It is a
Flawed.
flawed democracy.
Flawed. Okay, yes, flawed. The same point. Flawed. Are you gonna be
No,
that
it's not. It's not
pedantic?
failed. A failed democracy is
ceiling's
fucking
flawed.
Myanmar. A
Every
flawed
place is
democracy
Yeah,
is the
they're
United
not
States.
flawed. What's the perfect democracy? Where is it? Where's the perfect freedom country? It doesn't exist.
It's,
Yeah.
listen, no,
Argument is
That's
this,
a better
that when
point.
you're
The closest
when
you
you're
get is
trying
That's
to
actually a
resist
better. That's a way better
chosen
point. You're
to
so
limit
right.
Their right. Many societies have democratically chosen to limit their rights. Right now,
Yes.
Texas is considered democratically limiting porn. Right now, other countries are considering democratically limiting abortion rights. So why do you
Yes.
think that just because a country is more democratic, there's more rights?
Let me just go on my own
I
tangent
don't.
here, because I've been dying to say
That
this
is
for,
kind
like,
of
the
the. Wait, no,
last
pause. That is the whole point you're
This
trying
is
to make.
apples and
Kongo.
oranges.
That
This
is the
your
No, I'm
dumbest
talking about.
thing
I'm talking about rights
question
and civil
I've ever
liberties.
heard in my
New
life.
Zealand to the US.
That
I
is
don't
the
think he
dumbest
said that.
question.
I don't think he
But-
said that. So, like, one of the instances, like,
That's stupid.
the founding fathers believed that you needed educated people who had access to all sorts of information. So, yes, having more access to information is supposed to make you a more informed voter. So it's like, it's supposed to be like a precondition for what you need for good self-representation. Like, these things that he's bringing up aren't stupid, and they're not on this list for no fucking reason. You just have
This
to, like,
argument-
understand the system of freedoms.
Wait, trash.
representation
Having
Trash.
access
That's
to
all.
information doesn't make you free. I can give you a fucking
Timothy-
library and a
Free
Yeah,
chance.
no,
access to information makes you more free than someone who doesn't have access to that
If
information.
I lock you into
Timothy,
a
if we-
library
if
that has
we took
access to
an
the
index-
internet, are you more free than the dude that has no access to the
We're using
internet?
Freedom
and no
House
books?
Billy Anderson side chat.
Bro, if we made an index of all the countries and ranked them as, by authoritarianism from hyper democratic to hyper authoritarian, and then took an index and then took a ranking of the number of like rights they had or the degree of rights that they enjoyed in terms of a liberal, according to like a liberal categorization or ranking of those rights, there would be no way whatsoever that the authoritarian countries would come out ahead. It would be a linear
Okay,
graph.
again, okay,
Fucking
Derek,
anarchist
side chat
US
is
has
Freedom
questions
House. They
about
did that. They
Wait,
did that. It only exists. They do it every year.
No, shut the fuck up. I was responding. So then
You didn't
why
even
the
let him
fuck
finish.
would you ask the question or ask why you think democracy relates or correlates with higher levels of individual rights?
Yes,
Why the fuck would you
because-
ask that question? It's
Colin,
stupid.
I'll ask you really fast. Do you think that New Zealand is 15% more free than the United
It's
States?
not. It's not a percentage. It's a score. But
15
No, I
points
think it's
more
probably
free.
far less free because it doesn't have
Okay,
a cost.
so the main argument that Kongo is
Give me a
trying to
response.
make is
Can I
he's
respond?
trying to say, I'm almost done. Then you can hear my response. Can I actually
You're
answer your
almost done
question?
interrupting him?
No, he asked a question. I'm fully explaining it. So he clearly doesn't
No, I
think
need
the
to
U.S. is
respond to your
lower
question.
ranked until
You
we're
made a
debating
first
it
Wait,
right
Volley,
now.
Volley, just let him finish real quick, and then you can go.
Kongo shared the freedomhouse.org where they're ranking how democratic a country is, and he is saying that that is evidence to prove that the U.S. has less freedoms than New Zealand, and I'm
also
saying
ranks
that
civil
it's
liberties.
arbitrarily saying some country has more democracy or less democracy based off what Freedom House considers democracy, which one of them is just access to the internet. I don't think has any correlation on how many rights you have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and this issue
unless
is too
you're
nebulous
absolutely
to me.
familiar. No, I'm going to respond. Unless you have absolute like good understanding of the methodology by which they're determining democracy ranking of
We're
a country.
looking through the
And then
methodology.
also
We're looking at it
are,
before you joined.
and then you're also and then you're also comparing that to what I would say is an American founding father interpretation of freedom and democracy and constitutional republicanism and all these other things that you want to make sure that a country has, then you have no right to make that claim that the U.S. is less free than New Zealand. That's fucking stupid.
No one said that.
Right, so...
I mean, we didn't say that.
Wait.
We didn't say that. Sorry, it was the New Zealand guy that said
talking
that.
about...
Again, this is why I said with,
No. Actually, he didn't even say that. He technically said that they have more civil liberties in New Zealand than people in the United States.
And he's talking about things like freedom, like your right to privacy.
Let's look into the guarantees a fucking citizen of New Zealand has constitutionally or with some level of...
doesn't really have a constitution, so I don't know if there are any.
Freedom.
Correct. Wait, volume.
Because you need an absolute bedrock of legal... you need an absolute bedrock of rights for them to be absolutely enshrined. In the United States,
that needs to be a
the First Amendment to the Constitution.
A constitution is just how the
What
government
is an equally strong...
Okay, hold on. It's the Bill of Rights Act 1990.
that guarantees someone's rights? What
Okay,
is an equally strong bedrock?
Are you gonna fucking let me answer you? The Bill of Rights Act 1990... Not the Magna Carta, wrong country. The Bill of Rights Act 1990.
Our Constitution, the Magna Carta is our bedrock of our bedrock.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. No, the Bill of Rights Act 1990, it establishes all of New Zealand's rights and the rights of anyone within the territory
right there
of New
you
Zealand.
lose.
Again, freedom of
Because
expression.
No, that's stupid, because the Constitution and Bill of Rights enumerate limitations on the rights of Americans, and there's an implicit and, I believe, formal understanding, I think it's explicitly laid out, actually, neither the Bill of Rights or Constitution of the United States, that Americans enjoy all the rights not explicitly restricted by
Article
legislation or the government. Whereas
Amendment
New
10.
Zealand, or for instance Canada, or any country that enumerates all of the rights the citizens enjoy, restrict all rights not enumerated. So right there,
I don't
you
think that is
destroy
the
the
case.
entire
I'm going to want you to
category of
demonstrate
unenumerated
that.
but
Show
enjoyed
me where it
rights of
says
a
that.
country.
Wait, Pierre.
Anywhere in New Zealand law.
Kongu, we're not... Were you talking about the New Zealand
I'm not-
law?
No, you said that it enumerates all the rights a citizen enjoys. That's not how the U.S. Constitution
No, I'm
works.
saying
US
it provides you the fucking
grants
list. I
all
don't
rights.
know if it says it in the way that you're saying it.
Okay, well, I'm not
I
familiar
don't
with New Zealand
remember
law,
it
so I
saying
took what
that,
you
but
said
you
at
made
face
an
value.
assertion
I
about
assumed you
New
were
Zealand
somewhat
law.
legally, I assumed you were somewhat legally trained in what you were saying, but let me actually look into this now.
Yeah, you made the assertion about New Zealand's law. It's just like
No, he
now
didn't
we have
make.
to
He
learn
didn't.
about the New
He
Zealand
didn't
law.
make. He didn't necessarily just make an assertion. He was just pointing that out and was hoping that what's his face here, Kongu would have the prior knowledge if he's defending New Zealand to be able to rebut it. If what he
I
was
don't
saying
know
wasn't the
if it's worded that way. I don't know if it's worded in the way that these are the only
It doesn't
rights
even
you
need to
have,
be
or you have all rights.
It doesn't even
This
need
is
to
the
be
way that it's
pedantically
justified.
worded in that way. It would
I
just.
don't think that is the case. I don't think the government legislates against things that it hasn't legislated are illegal.
The New
I don't think any
Zealand,
government
I got it
does
right
that.
here. New Zealand system
that
does
is
not have an equivalent to the U.S. 10th Amendment. The reasons are structural. New Zealand is a unitary system, not a
the 10th
federation.
Amendment doesn't
Sovereignty
work
resides
well.
in one central parliament in Wellington, not divided among states or provinces. So right there, you have federal complete unity of control. Local councils exist, but their powers are delegated by Parliament. Whereas, let's see. Yeah,
The 10th Amendment is not applicable to New Zealand.
Thank you. It's apples and fucking oranges. It's two
Not
different
apples and
arguments.
oranges. The 10th
Yes,
Amendment
it
hasn't
is,
done shit
man.
for you. Name me a court case based on the 10th Amendment that gave you a right.
Oh, here, let me just explain my position.
Pause. Wait, hey, stop. Trash human. We're not gonna keep yelling one. Like we're gonna.
There's no
It's so cringe.
reservation
It's
of
no argument,
powers.
and it's not great.
I just
It's not a
give
great
my whole
amendment.
fucking
Excuse me,
argument
there
about
is
it?
no
Like, can I
reservation of
just speak a
powers
whole
to the
10
people in the
sentence?
same way in the U.S. model. So that means that if the right isn't explicitly granted to you by the foundational legal documents of New Zealand, you do not have that right in New Zealand. You lose the case immediately.
Right. It got written down in the Constitution as part of the 10th Amendment and has been virtually useless ever since.
Wait, if I were to find
But
you
it's
really
there,
prominent
and you fight.
cases,
Oh,
would
okay,
you
it's there. Well, there's
concede?
no legal tradition of anyone giving a fuck, so I guess it
Wait,
means nothing.
you
I
can
guess
go look up the
constitutions
legal
aren't that powerful.
precedent. I just
Yeah, sure
Google
we could.
searched for Cornell. United States versus Lopez, Bond versus United States, Prince versus United States, National
Brother,
League
we're-
of Cities versus
Yes,
usury.
there are going to
There's
be
a ton of
many
legal
court-
precedent where they use this.
Timothy, you don't even know if they ruled in favor of that amendment. You just have a list of cases. You just have a
No,
list of cases
This
where
is from
someone's
Cornell
invoked the
law,
10th
and
Amendment.
this is the cases where the 10th Amendment was used to get precedent
Yes, it
to
could've been
allow
looked-
people to have positive rights.
Oh boy.
And did they win the case?
Hey, guess
Yes.
what? Guess what?
It's
Yes.
what precedent means.
Yes.
And what
That's
what
what
right?
legal precedent
Okay, hold on,
means.
hold on.
Wait.
Hold on.
Holy shit!
No, no,
Holy
no,
shit!
no,
No, no,
no.
no! Hey,
Way.
we're not yelling.
What do you
Stop.
mean?
One at a time, back and forth. Can we just stop fucking
I-
screaming?
You know what?
Okay,
No one's
can
allowing
I
my back and
address?
forth.
Trash, you're the one.
Sorry.
Trash.
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 can
No, stop for a second. Trash. If you yell one more time, I will permanently keep you muted. We need to like go back and forth like respectable, like intellectual adults here. We're not gonna yell like little
Okay.
children. Continue. Back and
All
forth.
right, let's be respectful. The argument was that the New Zealand sucks and America's great because the 10th Amendment is great. And just because we can look up a thing, it wasn't so. My argument wasn't the 10th Amendment has never been useful. It was that it's the basis of his entire argument, but he probably doesn't know anywhere where the 10th Amendment gave him anything. So he's arguing in bad faith. Not you, Timothy, the person that invoked it. I want him to name it because it's his argument off the top of his head. This right that it gave him that he cares so much about.
Wait, who?
What freedom did he
Wait,
give him?
wait, Balian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The gentleman who invoked it. He
Okay.
invoked the 10th Amendment, said this is the foundation of America having a better, like, more freedoms. But I really don't think he knows any of these cases. I don't think he knows one of these freedoms gave him. I think he just likes the way the 10th Amendment sounds without knowing any of the history of how it's been used.
Okay, you're challenging him on that.
Timothy argues like this all the time, so it should be okay.
Yeah, so the category of all rights that have been thought up throughout that will ever be thought up is much smaller than the category of rights that have not been thought up that will ever be thought up. And the United States allows, with the 10th Amendment,
We need
all
revolution.
citizens to enjoy the entire latter category, while the New Zealand system does not. So right there, just from a totem.
Okay, you're wrong. You're wrong.
total-
Can I address this
I'm
now?
going to respond confidently. I'm going to respond confidently, and I'm going to throw it to whoever. I'm just going to say this. Yes, in theory, that's great. But we can look at two governments. We could say that, like, in theory, you have all these rights from this amendment that you don't know how it's been used at all. And I could just easily go over and point to a country like New Zealand or any other country and say, in practicality, they've been given a lot more rights than we've been given based on your theoretical knowledge of this amendment. Like, that's
Okay,
no
so
real
does hate
world
speech,
example.
does hate speech legislation exist in New Zealand?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so right there,
It's
you have a
limited
category of
because
things
it
that you're allowed to
conflicts
say,
with the Bill of
and a
Rights,
category
but
of things that the
it
government decides that you're not allowed to say, and that can be moved arbitrarily
government
at the
can't
limit of whatever
arbitrarily
government
make those
occupies the fucking. I'm sorry, I thought it was fucking speaking, you dog person. Did you not learn etiquette in your fucking shithole? Shut the fuck
Dude.
up.
Hell yeah. Based. Continue.
So again, you are at the whim in European Western countries and New Zealand by extension of whatever government decides what is fucking acceptable speech. Done.
Okay, I'm gonna
You're done. They control
Okay, I'm
your
gonna-
thoughts.
All right.
Well, their speech.
That's
I
fine.
actually agree with that,
Peaceful
Gavin.
debate. All right. The 10th
Can
Amendment, good, didn't save you from not being able to say fire in a crowded movie theater, which isn't even what happened. That was the analogy they gave when the Supreme Court said you couldn't give out anti-war pamphlets during World War I. So clearly, like, I know it's politically viable now and everyone cares about the right to say the N-word, but your rights have absolutely been curtailed in this country with all the amendments written.
Can you criticize?
Wait,
Are you trying
Yeah,
to tell
so
me
can-
that the ability to protest a war in your own country is less important than the ability to say the N-word?
Trash human. Trash human.
So you believe that
trash
the only
human.
category
Trash
of
human.
speech-
Trash
I'm
human.
sorry.
I think that
Let me respond to that.
if you're not
That was response to me.
committing crimes while protesting a war,
I'm done.
or
That's a stupid argument. So
you're done.
Yeah. So
What?
American-
If you're not committing a crime in your if you're not committing any
At least
crimes in your
American
protest,
speech laws emphasize your right to dehumanize others,
Did he
but
just
they don't
leave?
grant you the right to fight for
hold
others.
on.
He just fucking leave. Oh, I was
Wait,
enjoying that shit.
Okay, hold on. That guy fucking left, but I posted in the fucking side chat. Again, the 1990 Bill of Rights Act fucking has it listed. Our version of the 10th Amendment. Any fucking right that you have or can conceive of in the future that is not listed is yours, unless legislated otherwise.
Good for you. Good for you for knowing your law and getting it. That's awesome.
I fucking took 2 seconds to read it. I posted the
I'm
link.
glad New Zealand has found freedom finally.
wait, where is it? Where is it at? I'm sorry, the number 10.
Inside chat. It's like just above that image. It's written out.
Just to be
Part
clear,
3,
none of us knew jack
miscellaneous
shit about New
provision.
Zealand's law. We're all just googling this.
I know,
An
I know.
existing
Well, that's
legal
just
legal-
fucking document.
American shit. I don't know jack shit about New Zealand.
That's why being like a jingoistic, like the dick measuring stuff is stupid, and to like even grant it on the grounds of being able to say the N word is
I think
ridiculous.
New
No,
Zealand's
wait,
New
wait.
Zealand's controlled by Israel.
I'm so confused.
New Zealand is
No,
controlled
no,
by
trash
Israel.
human, trash human.
Llama, yes.
Do you
What do
feel
need
as
to-
though
how can I
like
help
free
you without
speech
being
has?
mad?
Do you feel like free speech has been limited in the United States? Like in what ways? I guess where it hasn't been challenged up
You
to
were
the Supreme
banned
Court.
from flag
You can
burning.
just talk about Epstein or something.
That example I just gave you. So they said, hey, you can't hand out a pamphlet saying to not, like, the crime was, what they were trying to stop was, the pamphlet was saying, hey, dodge the draft, refuse to engage in the draft, do not join World War I. The pamphlet was saying, do illegal stuff. If your draft number comes up, do not.
Wait, this was during World. You're cutting out, trash human. Was it World War One?
This was during war. Yeah, sorry. This was during World War I, and the example they give.
Were people arrested for this too?
Yes, it was a court case. It went to the Supreme Court. What the Supreme Court said is they found that you can arrest someone for that, and that it was akin to yelling fire in a crowded movie theater. That's
World
where
War
that comes
One
from.
people arrested for. I'm just curious. I did not know about
Just
this
look up
court case.
fire in a movie theater example. Like that's what it's famous for.
Wait,
It'll
was
take
it?
you right to it.
Wasn't that
Do you know what
famously
this?
the
Do you know what this case is? What the case was?
It was people putting out pamphlets.
No,
I think in a foreign language.
Do you know what the
saying
case
not to do the
was?
draft.
I'm sorry, I genuinely don't know.
I just said look up fire in a movie theater Supreme Court case.
Is it
It's that one.
is it
I promise you.
Schenck versus U.S. 1919?
I mean, the timing sounds right?
I guess I'm just looking it up. Sorry.
I've never
No, I'm
gone
just
to law
curious.
school. I'm not gonna have
Here, I'm not here to. I'm
many
not here to
citations.
I'm not here like trying to argue in bad faith and do like the.
No, I hear you.
I'm
You're in
curious.
good
I
faith. I'm
genuinely
good
want
faith.
to.
We know it.
I genuinely just am curious about this. Okay, this is the one where they
Yeah.
organized and distributed 15,000 leaflets titled "Assert Your Rights" in 1917. Mailed to draftees, handed out near induction centers. The leaflets called the draft a monstrous wrong, urged a peaceful resistance, e.g. petitioning for repeal, and framed the war as a capitalist scheme, blah blah blah, to exploit the working class. They cited the 13 Amendments prohibition on involuntary servitude to argue the draft was unconstitutional. December 1917, during the trial, a federal district court in Pennsylvania convicted Schneck and Baer. Schneck received a 6-month sentence. Baer got 90 days. They appealed, arguing the Espionage Act violated the First Amendment's free speech clause. The vote was a unanimous 9-0 for the actual Supreme Court ruling. Majority opinion written by Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. Hey, that's a shout. There was a clear and the key holdings, clear and present danger test. Holmes articulated that speech is not protected if it creates a clear and present danger or bringing about substantive evils that Congress has a right to prevent. He famously wrote, the most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man in falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing a panic. Wartime context, the court found the leaflet's intent to discourage draft compliance posed a direct threat to military recruitment during a national emergency. The anti-draft message distributed to men eligible for conscription was deemed likely to cause obstruction or insubordination. And the First Amendment limits, the court held that free speech is not absolute, especially in wartime. The Espionage Act was a valid exercise of congressional power, and Schneck's actions distributing pamphlets were not protected because they aimed to disrupt the lawful draft. The outcome, the convictions were upheld. Schneck served a 6-month sentence and continued socialist activism afterwards.
But at least we get to say the N-word, right?
But for the record, I guess like I probably wouldn't agree.
Is it allowed to say here?
I wouldn't necessarily. I don't know if I necessarily even agree with it, but like that's like, we have a process, I guess. It was unanimous 9-0.
You don't have the right to do that. You don't have a right to write what you want on a piece of paper and send it to someone.
I mean, if
the government thinks it's scary enough.
In a very reductionist way, yes.
The key holdings, there was a clear and during the key holdings, the clear and present danger test, I guess, was a big part of it as well. The wartime context, the first.
Yeah, but all the freedoms you have in America to like like we're based on this ability to like the Second Amendment's about overthrowing the government, so they say. So all the people like the asshole was yelling about hate speech, like that's the big thing that divides us. Like this same argument would be used against you if you were petitioning to like overthrow the government.
Well, I wouldn't petition to overthrow the government because I'm pretty sure that's sedition,
I mean,
right?
What about under Trump?
We're being the revolution.
Wait, if you're making
you're trying to put out media, sedition's like actually having a plan to overthrow the government. If Trump gets 20 times worse and is like literally the next Hitler,
yeah,
and
I don't think he has the balls
put out
to be a
pamphlets,
Hitler.
things to change. We overthrow the government. You don't have to. I don't think so either. You don't have to join the secret police that he's making everyone join. This, that, or the other thing. This same protection, like this same court case, would get you thrown in jail.
Right.
100%.
But like this wouldn't be.
Clear present danger to the government.
I guess. I don't know. I feel like that's a.
No, it's cut and dry there, man. It's like our rights are protected in so much as the government wants to protect them, and the government's actions
I do want to
decide what rights are protected. That's it's in both situations. It's a moot point because it's the same situation over in New Zealand as well. It's fucking.
Like, I don't want to be an asshole. Yeah, it's across the board. My point isn't to like shit on you. It's just like this is knowledge I have because I looked it up. People like say, "Oh, crowded fire movie theater." That's usually what a liberal says. But like this is actually worse
for the record, I've never used that example.
Oh, you don't have to. It's all good.
Oh, okay.
But like this is a good example. It's just like, but like you have like douchebag retarded like rightoids in here like.
Knuckle draggers that will hit you with that.
Hate this more than anything.
Well, the thing is, they only.
But they could say the N-word.
No,
So
but
fuck it.
they defend. No, but but then they're in support of like legislation banning burning the flag. I just don't understand.
Yeah, fucking retarded. It's like this whole argument is just it's who has more freedom of speech? Who has more freedom? Like it's stupid because the freedom is only protected in as much as the government has tyranny, right? And so as much as the government is able to keep control over its people. So the second that people no longer have the government no longer has control over the people, then that's the second that the government's collapsed and everybody has their rights again, or not their rights because they're not protected anymore. But
or it's also the people who decide to keep it. If they don't have a tradition of caring about these rights, then they can't reinforce the government.
Neoliberal as conservative or something? Because government shouldn't be involving a lot.
I'm sorry, what?
The conservatives, like.
Might just speak a little slower for us Americans.
Sorry about that.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
What was the neoconservative? Like who?
Yeah, like it's the true conservative. The other channel they're saying like the conservative in America they're like all neoliberals, so they're involving the government in public matter, but that shouldn't be happening as its conservative ruling says.
Oh, you're talking. Wait, whoa. Wait, are you trying to like appeal to like some sort of like actual principles that conservatives have? Like they don't have any actual.
He's trying to do that.
They have no
Conservatism
principles.
Conservatism isn't a real like political philosophy. Conservatism is just I like the way I thought the world was.
Yeah, it's a reactionary philosophy.
That's it.
I mean, there might be some actual like philosophically like consistent like conservatives that do exist out there, but they're not at the amount of the electorate that actually matters in having a meaningful conversation about them.
Yeah.
I mean, just
the
like
GOP
there's no conservative party, there's no party called a conservative party. If you were actually trying to conserve something as like a big political mission, you probably wouldn't be as broad as saying you're conservative. You'd probably be like the freedom of speech party or something like that.
Then what's the difference between the right and left? If that's not the case.
What's the difference between the right and the left, just in general?
Your favorite
color? Not in general. Like the government involving in public matter. Like that's the right.
No,
there's people on the left.
There's people without principles as well. Yes.
It depends.
If I were to define conservatism, it would probably be the idea of having a limited government. Wanting the government to have less control.
But I don't even think that's even accurate to what they are, though. They don't care about having a limited government.
That's conservative thought. Now, conservatism practice are much closer to neoliberals.
Okay, probably.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah.
I would say I disagree because my understanding is conservatism came around around the time of Vietnam, and there's like the whole three-legged stool argument. So it's like
I think it's before like World War II.
small government, pro-business capitalism, and religion. They thought America had grown weak. So like, you know, I think maybe I misspoken, but it's just like a strongman kind of activity in foreign policy. They thought America had lost too much God. I mean, there's a famous court case about making fun of the school for wanting to have like not have evolution, have creationism in school. Like that was a thing back in like the 30s, and they got shit. Everyone thought they were retarded. So like, the conservative is based on like free market, Jesus, and like strong foreign force.
Which is weird because like I guess classical liberalism or classical like what you would consider to be like the liberals of that time were also for like the free market, but now like weirdly like conservatives try to shoehorn themselves as being like the only ones who care about like market capitalism. Weirdly, I don't understand. It's like a weird virtue signal towards it. Like they try to just group everyone on the left into this weird like socialist anti like hating capital people.
They try to convince me I don't like blonde girls with big tits, but Sabrina Carpenter's just fine with me, or whatever her name is.
Hey, blonde
It's like literally 80% of the United States is liberal.
When you're talking about like the
90%.
when you're talking about like the actual like definition of liberalism, yeah. I mean, yeah. But we're talking about
they're
colloquially.
neoliberal.
We're not talking about like colloquially, right? Like liberal. Like you do realize that like people on the right think that if you believe the abolishment of like the abolishment of capital makes you like a liberal, and not realizing that that's like probably like a socialist. They conflate all of it to mean the same thing.
Then why if they're trashing each other like the left and the right? They're all neoliberals.
Because the media environment we exist in, maybe? I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, it's because big media corporations like Fox News and like
oh
I
yeah,
don't know, Fox News is the best example. They have
foreign
a giant
involvement
arm into the political, like foreign involvement is tied into that. But it's just the fact that certain news environments have built up a brand that is conservatism, and that brand of conservatism is just a very thin veneer for just fascism. Like under the surface, it's literally just people going in and saying, "Oh, yeah, gay people don't want them being around," or "Yeah, black people full rights." Ah, man, I really hate that.
I don't know how I feel about equal protections.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, man. But what that is literally just wanting to strip rights away from people. And conservatism has been sort of conflated to be regressivism. You know, it's not wanting to conserve what we have. It's wanting to go back to a time where where certain people had less rights. And we see it today. The repeal of fucking Roe v. Wade was one of the big things because that was just the idea of a fetus being thought of as a person, right? And that's what people thought before we had modern science that told us that fetuses are fetuses. People are people. There's a distinction there. We're able to have abortions, right? And the conservative veneer is just one big, like, ideological bubble for people, and it just pisses me off because at their core, a lot of those people are just liberals.
I think it's just a charm, you know, like people read this charm in the books, but the book and the reality is different. And they just have the bias.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just sheltered people because a lot of conservative thought comes from places like Arkansas, like Nebraska, where there's fucking nobody.
I live there. Hey, I live there, man.
Yeah. Hey, man, I live in Utah. Fuck me. All right.
Oh, that's even.
All these red states. All these red states. Yeah, red states. People don't go outside of their bubble in red states. People just have their land. They live there. Yep, and it's just all them. It's all about the way that they think, and they believe the way that they think is the best way to think, right? So when they
I don't think any of you are right, to be honest. Like I feel like in any country, like there's like political movements are probably mostly fucking stupid and appealing to like the worst part of ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
And so like you might have parties that have like some core ideas, but like how politics is like effectuated and the names they call each other and this, that. Most of that shit is just like stupid barbarian crap that we do. And
it's just dividing people,
whether it's
nothing
gay
else.
Marriage or something else. Dividing people so that you can get power, because you know what? If you have to have elections every 2 years, you have to have elections every 2 years. You have to have a new controversy all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's how people. It's a crisis mentality, crisis to crisis to crisis. It sucks.
You can just move money in between, like divide and conquer.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, I'm gonna go inside. I just pulled up to my girlfriend's house. Y'all have a great rest of your debate or whatever.
Have a good sex.
Peace out. Yep. Thank you, my friend.
I mean, I would say
Right.
look at American like conservatives versus liberals, wherever you want to call them. What do each of them consider a crisis? To liberals like Arbrego Garcia's a crisis. You know, January 6th is a crisis. Like to conservatives, a crisis is like someone saying Sabrina Carpenter is like eugenics.
Yeah.
But they
Or
think a
like
crisis.
she's telling bath order.
Yeah. Like those are a crisis. That's but they know how to speak to it. They want to make liberals look like weirdos who are red-blooded Americans like your dad was and taught how everyone to behave.
Hey, I'm a red-blooded
just
American,
downgrade
and I'm a
themselves.
liberal. I drive a F-150 with a 4-inch lift.
Oh yeah. Then why do you watch shows that aren't masculine?
What shows do I
Always gonna be
watch that
something.
aren't
I don't
masculine?
know.
Like, dude, the thing is
I
that's
don't know.
interesting is like the whole
it's
character.
always gonna be
It's
something,
everything.
right?
The goalposts could always get
Everything you watch in
moved.
the
The
TV is not
goalposts could always
masculine.
get moved, but like the whole weird caricature of like what a liberal or like a person on the left is. Like, I love not mapping onto that at all and breaking conservatives' brains.
Nothing breaks their brain because every conservative crisis is disingenuous. They modeled all of their political thinking and like instincts to like disingenuousness. They
I
don't
think
care.
what they do
You
actually.
can break a conservative's brain in argument and be like, listen, I'm all the things that I'm not all the things you say I'm not, and I have good points. Like those points do sound reasonable, and then I will walk away and
Yeah,
say
yeah,
the
yeah,
exact
yeah.
same fucking shit every time.
You know,
Yeah, you're probably
you know
right.
what happens is that they agree to the biases of the conservative. You know, they agree to the biases of the conservative, and also added to that, they just change a little bit of subtle changes there and nuisance, and they make it seems uh like it's their thoughts, and that's when they shift from their actual path of conservatism to liberalism. You know, like changing this stuff,
Yeah, I mean, I
and
can show you,
that's
right?
how.
I play this game very often. You right now, if you want to, as a non-American, go look and see what, like, I'm assuming you get to American websites, just .com or whatever. Go see what Fox News is saying right now, and then go see what CNN is saying right now. Like, which are the
Right.
news stories they have the pictures for? What they're talking about?
CNN. Let me.
Wait, why is
search it right now.
Ballin not here anymore? Did he leave?
It is talking about Trump right now. Fox News is
He went to
all
ball
about
somewhere
Trump.
else.
Oh my god! Even the Taylor Swift didn't got the headline.
Called out.
Trump ignite conservative backlash after opening doors to 6,000 Chinese. 600,000 Chinese. Okay, so he's bringing in more like immigrants. Damn. And now CNN. Trump says administration will seek death penalty in DC murder case. Like they are opposite. What the fuck? Like CNN just criticizing Trump.
I mean, that's all Fox News did when Biden was in office, so sounds about right.
I mean, Fox News always like support Trump though, if I remember correctly.
It's even worse. It gets crazy. Like, you're probably familiar with, like, I don't know, like a huge tsunami like wipes out like 20% of like Oceania country, right? Like, if you go look at the news on Fox and CNN will be like, holy shit, a big volcano happened. Or like, 2 million people are without power. And Fox News will be like, Black Lives Matter person in court. Like, they don't even care. Like, they never let up. There's no bigger thing than
So yeah, I actually noticed that CNN just like portrayed these titles as like he says, they say, and he did that like a drama type of content, and Fox News.
Fox News, it does mind reading content. They'll be like, so and so is this kind of person and thinks this.
Yep,
and CNN will be
true.
like, something's happening in, I don't know, Bangladesh. Like, I don't think there's international news on Fox News. Like, I don't think they do it. They're like, what world?
I think it's just talk about Middle East and like in UK or probably UK. Like you can always hear Meghan's, Duchess Or success shares details of romance with Harry. Like, what is this news? CNN. Taylor Swift just took over the day. Like, it's all over the news.
I don't even know what she
Wait,
did.
hey, Kristen Risen, what's up?
He just married.
Christus Risen? Oh, Christ is risen. Fuck. I'm
Hey, what's
illiterate.
up, bro?
I'm
Took me a while
illiterate.
to
I'm
unmute.
illiterate. My bad, homie. What's up?
It's cool, bro. All good yourself?
I'm pretty good. Are you a Trump supporter?
He's a Benjamin
Oh,
Netanyahu
not at all.
supporter.
I used to like Trump in 2016 till about 2018.
Yeah.
Are you
Personally, now
like
that
Labour? Are you Labour or Reform?
So, I guess you would call me very far right.
All right, so you're not Labour.
I'm not Labour at all.
Oh,
no.
you're illiberal. Okay.
Whatever.
UK Reform. Do you support Nigel Farage?
Nah. Too liberal.
Why would you want to be far right?
Why wouldn't I be?
Probably some
I don't know.
combination of like
There's lots
race
of things I don't wanna be.
some like ideology that underpins his like race realism thoughts and like protecting
Yeah.
a certain stock, caring
But
more
it's-
about like ethnic homogeneity, if I had to guess.
Yeah,
Some
yeah,
other
yeah,
stuff like
exactly.
that.
I'm an
And then there's probably some like
ethno-nationalist.
religious aspect of it as well. That underpins it as well.
Right. Ethno-nationalism and Christianity.
Do you support like Elon Musk igniting fire over like rape gang in UK? Like there's this.
Yeah, why
it's
not?
just-
I don't support.
Look at the
Musk
side
and By
chat.
the way, my
Like
battery's on 1%.
he's like
if I
funding.
cut
He's
out.
acting as a foreign agent, like a terrorist group. Don't you think that? Like he's legally
Yeah,
funding.
crap. You stupid.
No, look
What
at the
would
side
be-
chat.
what
Read
would
the
be-
side chat.
What would be wrong with him? What would be wrong with him trying to?
He's
press the
literally
issue
picking
of
fight
hate
with the
crime?
government.
So what if he's interfering in a foreign country? It's a good cause.
You a fan of
Yeah,
Elon
but
Musk?
But he's
Not
like
in general.
look at this. He's literally funding like against the government. Damn. What a power.
What country do you live in? Christ.
Isn't he from UK?
Oh, did
Yeah,
you say the
1%
UK?
battery.
Wait, Christ, you say you're from the UK? Alright, no sins
sound like
Ali,
the
what's
British.
going on?
I'm just thinking about my life, like there's too much tasks out there, but procrastinating does like taking over me.
Gotta hop on some like some sort of
Just have a child.
some amphetamine, it'd probably help.
Have a child, be fruitful,
You know,
multiply. It'll make you very motivated.
Based.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question, both of you. Do you believe that listening to modern music, pops, electronics, do you think these two things reduce memory when you do some task?
I have
doing
no
some
clue.
task
I've
and
never looked
listening
into
to-
the science of it. I also
I
don't,
don't
listen,
listen
to
to
I also don't
music?
listen to that kind of music, so I don't know.
I listen to
Wait,
music
most
or
somebody-
debates, or I'm on Discord while I'm at work all the time. It can be very distracting. It can be like
What about-
a suck of time.
I kind of stopped
What
listening.
about
I actually
reading?
kind of wait, reading like books.
Books or like researching?
I
I
don't
like-
read books.
I mean, I
not
read.
retarded.
I read books.
I don't read. I think it's retarded to read.
I love reading. I think it's so good. So
I know it
based.
sounds stupid to
it's
say that
actually
reading's
good.
stupid, but I fucking.
Well, I mean,
it's like
I'm gonna be honest with
thought,
you.
like,
I think
that's even,
objectively, like the
before.
pursuit of knowledge, like being like against that's probably to some degree like.
I like nonfiction in general, but I don't think like if I were gonna feed you propaganda like the Bible or anything else, I would give you a long thing to read and make you sound like you're smart doing it. Because like you can have facts not in a book. You could just have a facts like a reference book, like an encyclopedia, and maybe it won't be very good at like explaining like concepts that are completely foreign to you. But like to follow someone else's process like a dog on a leash for that long has never been like conducive to me. I don't like it. I'd rather
You
talk
know,
to that
you know,
person.
Wait.
that's why
And,
Wait,
that's why you
like,
don't read.
tease out
Wait,
the
That's
wait,
why.
wait,
thoughts.
trash. I think though that generally when you like, okay, let's take out the like the propaganda or like the Bible for like examples. I think just generally
No,
reading,
no, no.
even
Listen, listen.
no, hey, no sins. Let me finish this. I think generally like if you're reading like just random like fiction books, like whether it be like Stephen King or like fucking insert random Orson Scott Card, insert fiction author. There's probably something to be gained from that, from like a comprehension standpoint, like in the overall like stimulation of your brain. I mean, would you disagree with that? Like that's probably like.
I mean, your brain can be stimulated by lots of things. I mean, I just like I don't like a lot of like fiction stuff.
You're trash human. I have a question. You said,
I mean, I enjoy reading fiction, but
polling one human being. I understand that you reading one book can be dangerous. You need to have 10 books with that. All of the books can be contradicting to one another's morality or like takes, So you cannot just read one book. It's really dangerous. I agree with it. That's why you have to read 10 or 20 books. Don't you think?
We're talking about are we talking about nonfiction now? We were talking about just fiction.
I think we're talking. I mean, I'm not into fiction. I would rather read nonfiction, but I don't read that either. I think it's.
I read both.
I think fiction is more justified. Like the idea that I have to read 10 books to like really have an informed opinion. But if you're getting an informed opinion on something that reads 10 books, it's pretty much useless unless like you're a specialist in that thing, or this is like a pet hobby that you're into. And I have my own pet hobbies, and I don't need to read a book.
We were talking about non-fiction though, like Wikipedia is.
No, we just started talking about nonfiction just now when you brought it up.
I'm talking about all of it, like nonfiction. Like nonfiction is essentially propaganda to me. It's like follow
propaganda.
That's what fiction books.
Propaganda.
Yeah, in my opinion, anytime you are reading someone else's thoughts and their arguments supporting
lifetime work.
It's not like political propaganda, but you are like, someone's trying to convince you of a way of thinking.
Wait, like
it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Wait, like an explanation of like an economic system like that in a book would be.
I understand.
It would be
He's
like
kind of right.
An opinion.
I read books.
Piece. For example.
Let me say. I read books. I understand how it's meant. This type of authors, they spend their whole life trying to make one book. They can be wrong, right? They can be wrong. This is their perspective of thinking, and if you read another author, they might say another thing, and both of them, if you compare both of them, they're contradictory. That's where you have to choose the right path, like what works in the real world.
I would say at that point, like the reason I like debates or this stuff or like things like that is because the most useful information to convey like ideas to a normie brain and get them to sign on to policy is often not deep policy or deep philosophical or deep historical understandings of things. Usually when those things are brought up, they are used like dubiously. And so like unless you are going to be like a microbiologist, if you're a microbiologist, you should read books on microbiology. If you're like anything else that's like a really niche specialized thing, you should read those books, and anytime a new book comes out, you should read it. But like things I'm interested are like music, politics, like economics, things like that.
I wouldn't shoehorn economics into what. Oh no, I wouldn't shoehorn economics in what you just brought up. But continue.
Well, those things you actually have to like have control of public policy to actually do anything with, and like
I do believe like as a human, like as a male, you have a constant confrontation, constant like retaliation. Anything you have to deal with in life, you have to prepare first, right? Like let's say you're enjoying right now, you have time, you can prepare for your future conflicts or future problems, right? So if you are not prepared by reading this non-fictional book, there's already people already dealt their entire lives by reading those. I mean, you cannot understand the case studies. That's what I'm saying. Like you have to understand those case studies, which will help you later on. Like prepare yourself, give you a weapon for your future conflicts.
Are you talking about for future conflicts, like when it comes to like your economic prospects, like your career development,
like any conflict? Like let's say you're in a debate, or like
wouldn't you just look towards people who have been like take a summarization of people that have been like hyper successful on those topics and
Yeah,
their like
you can do that. You can
thoughts and
do that too.
opinions on it?
But at a book, a non-fictional book, it starts as a story. And a storyline, it has hook, it has body, it has call to action. So if you read those type of books, like you understand from the beginning what happened. This character is moving like this, and this is how he fall. This is how he accomplished his goal, or this is how he fall, and another character won by not following his path. So if you just consider all of this, you can just avoid this type of traps. Just history repeats itself for human beings. So human behavior, you can just avoid this type of traps.
History
Sometimes, man, sometimes I'm the kind of person who like has been told my whole life, like, oh, don't do that. That will be a mistake. And I sit there and say, this
Me
sounds
too.
logical. I'm going to look and see the things that I can get away with and do it. Like I'd rather be the person who makes the mistake if the things that are alluring to me, because that's what's unique to me. Like I'm not saying do it because everyone
True,
else
but-
does it. Say do what
but
you
yeah,
if
but-
it's appealing to you, even though you know it could fuck you over, then that's just what makes you you. So knowing the story is cool, but like no, it gives you more agency over the situation. But I'm aware of the world around me. I can see what's happening.
How about let's say let's get back to the main question of mine. Like, is it like music and pleasure degrade your memory? Because I'm struggling with memory a lot, like remembering names, people's names.
I have no clue. Did you look into the science of it, like memory loss?
Like I
certain
heard,
activities?
yeah. Like I heard this. I heard recently. I
Heard
read
this
stuff,
from where?
That no. I actually read this actually from an article that it says like when you read something, and simultaneously you're listening to a music, it just interacts with each other, and it just cancels, and your memory just like can't focus.
You
what
have
you're
a
actually
harder
doing.
time putting something into your long-term
Yeah,
memory
yeah.
when you're because humans aren't good at multitasking. Like we actually are pretty incapable of like
So-
perfectly multitasking. I wouldn't disagree with you.
So I'm saying like this actually damages brain. I think my brain
Damages.
just does
That's a
damage.
strong claim.
Yeah, it damages because neurons, those like brains just get damaged. But like music and electronics and pop music are really hard, like
Really
it
hard.
just- yeah, it's hard
What do you
to
mean by
survive.
like really hard?
Like the waveform and the waves.
Oh,
like,
I haven't looked into the science
channels,
of like the wavelengths
channels,
that
yeah.
are produced from
It
techno
channels-
music
channels
and
to
the way
your
it
nervous-
affects our nervous system or our brains.
nervous system. Yeah.
I haven't
It
looked into
actually
that. I'd have to
does. You
look
can
into that.
look it up.
Yeah, I'd have to look into
Yeah.
it. Good thing I don't listen to that music, so I literally don't care either way.
So, as a regular Americans, you guys don't listen to music while working, or
No, I
you
don't.
guys avoid music?
I actually
Okay.
don't really listen to music a lot anymore. I've been kind of more focused on.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I just haven't really listened to music recently. Like I haven't
are you,
like opened
can
up.
You, can you,
I don't even listen to music
you
when I
speak
work
for
out
a lot-
anymore. Huh.
Can you speak out like for a lot of other people, like in Americans, most of them?
Would I would say probably that a lot of Americans listen to music. Yeah.
Yes, but
I wouldn't.
I
I
listen
would
to
never.
music all the time.
I would never
I've been
disagree
working all
with that.
day. I listened to like the first Kendrick Lamar album today. I listened to like the Miseducation of Warren Hill today. Listened to some songs
What about
I've been
the-
working on today.
What about the most popular ones, like pops and electronics and recent?
I mean, these
music?
are pretty pop. Like Kendrick Lamar is like one of the most critically
Yeah,
acclaimed
Kendrick
albums of like 2013. This was not current.
2013, yeah.
I'm one
Like
of those.
those
I'm one of
you
those
can save
people
it
that
on
likes to like every once in a
Spotify.
while when I'm like, oh, music. I will just like obsessively listen to like my favorite like album or two like on repeat for like a week, and then I'll stop listening to music again for an extended period of time. I don't know if it's like my ADHD or whatever neurological deficiency I have, but I
It's
don't know.
interesting. I think you're speaking for most Americans. Like they all don't listen to music.
I don't think I wouldn't say that. Music's really popular in America. It gets streamed a lot. I mean, you can look at the
Most
American.
of black people does, but I'm talking about white people.
What?
No?
No, white people
back
definitely.
rappers.
I would say white people definitely listen to music. Wait, what's the point you're making? I'm so confused right now.
I'm saying like most of the white people, I understand that they can remember their events or learning like a books or anything
No.
better.
Memory is a skill, all right? It's not like not like an inherent thing. Like some people have really good memories. Some people like have like some amazing memories.
Yeah, there's
some of them have like photographic memories, and that's like an entirely different thing. But like most memory is a skill.
For the most part, it can be trained.
So
like,
you have.
I've always been pretty good at school. It's probably because when I was a kid, I would play that game Memory a lot. The one where you had two pictures, you had to remember where they were. Or two cards, you put a bunch of cards, and there were matches, and you had to flip it over until eventually you found through that match, then you took them away. I play the game nonstop. It's memory.
Those are photo memory. I'm talking about like name remembering or like terms. Like
are you talking about general comprehension and like?
No, not comprehension. I'm talking about like memory. Like let's say you read a term or someone's name, and a few hours later you forget their names.
You forget?
Yeah.
I don't know what that has to do with like learning.
No, not learning.
I don't know what that has to do
memory.
with listening to music or like engaging with media. Like,
I'm confused as well. The whole point we're making here.
Like, black people could probably remember more lyrics to a song than white people.
What? I don't know if is there like science on that? Is that like a thing?
There's more lyrics in rap songs than pop songs.
Is that what determines whether or not people have like better memory?
No, it would be like cultural. I'm just saying, like, as a thing that would be intuitive to him if he's gonna have these like more racial lines. That like the thing that intuitive, like black people listen to rap music. A lot of white people do too. People remember these lines.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that more like when you look at the overall consumption of rap music, I think more white people consume rap music than black people. Like just like we're talking like total like raw numbers.
Yeah, only total numbers 100%. But if you were gonna like stereotype like the most listened to music, if you were gonna average it out, like more white people are listening to the country than they are.
Do you think like white people
I don't
love,
even
lyrics more, or like the instrumental music more?
Lyrics,
like
or instrumental?
No,
like rap lyrics.
I think that nobody really likes instrumental music as a whole.
I think I'm the only person I know who listens to instrumental.
Or it's a very low percentage of people that actually like instrumental. Is what I would say. Just a vibes thing. I mean, I'd have to look in the data, like surveying.
But the lyricals are trash. Some of the lyrics are way too. The black lyrics, like the rap music, are way too bad. Like
isn't that like a super subjective like summarization on that?
Rap music has way crazy better lyrics than any other type of music. Wait, rap literally means rhythm and poetry.
Yeah,
but isn't this all still super like subjective when it comes to how we feel about it and interpret
well,
it?
When it comes to lyrics, like
well then if we're talking about lyrics, then technically like really good like comedians that like do music would probably be the best then lyrically, right? Because of like the nuance.
They would also be good at that. Because they kind of engage in the same stuff. But we could talk about like, hey, lyrics in general. Like if you want to look at complexity, you'll be like double, triple, quadruple entendres. You'd look at wordplay. You look at rhyme schemes. How complicated are those? You look at meter. Like all those things, you're gonna find way more in rap music.
Yeah. So
and you're also gonna unfortunately find like a big lack of it in rap music as well. And
your brothers.
Pop music is
I don't wanna cramp anybody's style. Yeah, I don't wanna cramp anybody's style.
What are you, fucking 90? Just say what you're gonna say.
You're gonna do it anyway, okay? Just do it.
But yeah, so I saw the room title. I was wondering, are you guys?
You were literally in here earlier. I don't know what you're yapping about.
Was I baited?
You were in here earlier. I don't know what you're yapping about right now.
Was I?
Yeah, you were. I've already like incessantly made fun of you way before these fools came in.
Wait, you just cut out for a second. What'd you say?
I was making fun of you earlier when you were in here.
About what?
I don't remember exactly what it is, but I recognize the name. Let me go to the note I put on your.
Was it my?
In quotations, I'm racist is what your note says that I put down on your profile.
Yeah. That's funny.
I normally only put that note down. There could be a number of notes. I like putting I put commie down sometimes, depending on how cringe to the left they are. But like if I put down
know that
I'm
you know
racist
how
in quotation
unironic
mark.
that is.
No, if I put I'm racist down in quotation marks on someone's profile, I don't just do that willy-nilly. They probably explicitly or dog whistled like something racist. Like I don't really just say that. Like they have to be
I
like pretty
probably
explicit.
I probably explicitly said I was like a white supremacist or something like that.
I don't know. I mean, we can reevaluate that now.
He's supposed Sydney Sweeney is
Because
great
all the
genes.
fucking like libtards always call me like a racist.
No, I
and
would.
white supremacist.
By the way, I don't
and-
necessarily give a shit if you're like racist. I guess I don't really care. It's just like cartoonish kind of cringe.
You're a special kind of asshole. You're not typical.
Yeah.
You're like
So
it's just like it's extra cringe. It's like it's on the level of inbred, but you might also be inbred. So you know, I don't know.
So basically, there's like one of the things I do for like a meme is like whenever I get like libtards who say, I'm not saying that it was you, but I'm just saying probably someone in the room was like calling me a white supremacist and a racist. I just say, yeah, like I'm full blown a white supremacist and I am a racist, and it's always funny because I'm a big Trump supporter, so they just assume I'm racist. So I just admit to it because, huh?
Do you support the Sydney Sweeney's great genes?
Wait, can we not talk
Yeah,
about
I
a
think she
stupid
has.
fucking cringe like topic that nobody cares about? Like I don't think any I have not talked to a single person on the left in real life that actually gives a shit and is upset about the Sydney Sweeney thing.
Yeah, but
None of them.
here's the
Nobody
ironic
actually cares about that. That's
I'm not gonna let
trash
Trump
human.
or any
Trash human. You don't care. Trash human. You don't care. Trash human. You
Yeah,
don't
but
care.
here's the unironic part.
He has great
I get
kids,
called
though.
racist pretty often and white supremacist, but I'm literally a person of color, right? So I always have to say them. A white supremacist.
Do you think that it can't like transcend like race, like being like retarded
Sure.
and like racist?
It's certainly possible, but like I'm like the opposite of a racist, and I'm also certainly not a white supremacist. But I do find it kind of funny whenever they ask like this, you're a racist. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm a white supremacist and a racist.
For the record,
so
you
why
can't
not?
be racist against like your own people.
You also can't
That's
be
the
the
funny
opposite.
part. That's the funny part.
There's no such thing as opposite of racist. It's not really a thing. Like I don't know what that means. Does it mean like equity for all races, or does it mean you don't?
I just don't really care about like I'm like super individualistic, so like I don't really care about like an individual's race or like anything as so long as like like I fuck with the person and they can make me money and
Yeah, that's
all I
based.
do.
That's
I just
based.
don't
I think
like-
that's
I
most
just don't
people on
like
the
racism
left.
because it's like toxic to society. So I don't like it.
Yeah, hating people based off of like an inimmutable like trait to me is like super cringe and low brow.
Yeah, but even thinking they ought to be treated differently, like I don't believe in like any kind of race-based policies like at all.
Okay, that's based, I guess. I mean, then I put all I know is I put I'm in quotations I'm racist on you, and I normally don't do that because I generally
Maybe he
don't
called
like
you
label.
racist.
I don't like
Maybe you were,
generally.
like, thinking that
Oh, true, true. My
you
bad.
were racist.
Based.
And that's what happened. Maybe you're like I'm racist? Question mark.
Well, how do you feel
No, I
then?
don't-
Do you feel like Trump? How do you feel? Do you defend Trump actively now,
He's
or
a
you
Trump
can?
apologist
Yeah, like
for
I'm
anything
yeah, like
Trump does.
I'm like one of the well-known like Trump defenders.
Okay,
Like
what
I'm
about?
probably considered one of the best Trump defenders actually.
So can you defend, I guess, like his economic platform, like how he's been doing
What platform?
economically?
Yeah, of course. What about it?
How do you
Like the
feel?
tariffs?
Yeah, like, well, how do you feel about his economic contraction that he caused in Q1 in the U.S.?
I mean, like, over the
Self-inflicted.
Yeah, I mean.
No,
it's
how do you feel
understandable
about
'cause you-
that? How do you feel about that? I'm just curious. Like, do you think that's good economic policy?
So, like, am I like measuring it off of only Q1? Like,
I'm just curious
Like-
about Q1. How do you feel? Like, do you feel like that was a good start? Like, do you feel like that's
Forget
good?
GDP, bro. We're a few quarters. How about the
I mean, I would say so. Like Q1 was a pretty good part of the economy, just because we saw wage growth go up for like working class people, and like even though like on aggregate we saw a minor contraction due to like increased imports, if like regular people are seeing an increase in their wages,
Like real
I can
wage
get kind of
growth?
fair about that.
Wait, we saw real wage growth in Q1.
Yeah, I can give you that source.
I would
Give
love
you
to see
source,
that.
Lisa. Yeah, got you.
You know, by real, he means it has to outrun inflation.
What are you guys talking about? You guys didn't get that big old raise like me this year? You didn't get that 10% raise?
Actually. I just got a 13% raise. It's fucking
Based. I don't care about us individually when we're talking about aggregated
Bro, random people
economic.
can get a
I don't really care. I don't really
50%
care about
raise,
We're talking about like
100% raise.
aggregated economic.
Well, I mean, to be honest, like, so in your brain, like, hold on, in like your brain, like, this is a genuine question. Like, if like GDPs grew by like 4%, but like it was concentrated in like only the top 1%, and the rest of 99% saw a 10% decline in income, like you would be like rah.
Would I be upset if the concentration of GDP growth only? Would I be upset about that if like it was only concentrated in like the top X% and then everyone else lost?
By like 4%. Yeah, GDP
totally
grew by
was up 4.
Like, yeah, like it's 4%. Like,
Would
I
4%. Would I think that that's like a good thing?
Yeah, like would you be like rah, like great, our GDP went up? Like this is a good economy?
No, I'm just no, of course not. I'm not like that retarded to ever think that.
Okay.
No, but
okay, so like
I'm pretty concerned that like I think 60% of our stock market gains over the last like few years have been speculative investment. I think that's probably pretty concerning.
Yeah, so well, I mean, I'm not necessarily concerned about that. But...
You're not concerned about like how much of our GDP or our stock market growth has been predicated on speculative investment in AI? That isn't a little bit concerning to you?
Why would it?
Do you not?
Actually,
do you know what happened like with the .com bubble?
Yeah, I do.
We all did.
So then, like, how in your mind can that not be to some degree like disconcerting? Considering it's like it's another
because,
like essentially a boom bust.
Yeah. So well, so there's two things, right? Like first things first, like it is like a natural cycle in the market, right? That you do need to flood capital into like things that have like massive amount of growth in terms of the real economy, and like you won't always get it perfectly right, so we should do that, and you might see a slight contraction, but over the long run it's like a good idea to like front load capital. So like there's a stat, but even putting that aside, I'm not even sure that we will see the kind of contraction that like
post potential AI bubble pop, right?
No, so I don't
know if there is an AI bubble.
No, I'm saying post potential AI bubble pop. That's why I said post
AI
potential potential, right?
I wouldn't. So here's the thing: if you say post potential, like then that potential might never occur. So I don't even know how there's a post.
But hey, guess what? Then do you know what you would do? You would assess like, okay, so what is the risk factors
Is he cutting out for you as well?
Am I cutting out for everybody in here?
Okay.
Then what we would look at, because there's a potentiality for it, right? We would look at certain markers, like how much of our stock market growth has been, due to this AI speculative investment, like in actual building of data centers.
The core.
We would look at that, right?
Issue.
And the fact that it's quick thing, and then you can respond. The fact that in the last year, spending on AI has contributed to more GDP growth than consumer spending, to me is a little bit disconcerting, and also another probable cause behind it being potentially a bubble.
Wait, the second thing you mentioned is exactly what you would want to see in an economy. Like that's like ideal situation, like just like using like basic economics.
When you're in a consumption-based economy, like a service-based economy, no, you wouldn't want to see that.
No. Of course you would want to see that. Think this through, right? So, like, let's say, like, even on a micro example, right? I'm a shoemaker. I basically am in a scenario where I can make 10 shoes a day, right? And then I take all my profits, instead of consuming in the short run, I, like, buy a bunch of equipment so I can make 100 shoes a day. So now there's significantly more shoes in the long run. Like, the idea is...
Do you think that I'm against, like, investment? Or I'm against capitalism?
A surge in investment leads to, like, long-term... like consumption at like a higher rate than you otherwise would.
That could be 100% accurate, but with the speculation of it, which is a big part of what it's predicated on, is that AI is going to be like a super, I guess, positive net benefit that's going to yield all this
consumption and every other part of our economy, like drastically increasing efficiency.
But
like,
like, but
every
it's
aspect of our
speculative.
economy.
Like it hasn't demonstrated yet. It hasn't demonstrated that
but,
it's capable of that
but,
yet, right?
here's the thing. Like the concept here, right, is that like with the internet, right, and like the rate of adoption wasn't the same, so that's why like it was nowhere near. But like we're not in the same point as like the internet in terms of rate of adoption, and we have that in terms of looking historically on how fast it takes for companies to actually grow and scale, right? But in the short term, we're looking at like the current economy. We're like, hey, like if we front run a lot of these AI tools, it's potentially able to like touch every sector of our economy.
Potentially,
and
right? But yeah, no,
drastically
potentially. And I'm for the record, I'm a big AI simp. Like I hope that like we produce that like artificial like super intelligence that makes it to where we don't have to work. If I'm like, you want to talk about, I'm like a big cuck for AI, and I'm hoping for the best. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen in our lifetimes, but I would hope.
Wait, but like,
I understand the like
necessarily we
positive
can't-
benefits where it could potentially help. Yeah,
we-
I'm well aware of all
we
that.
historically did this, and like we did this with electricity, and like we were the nation with the most amount of electricity implementation on the planet at the time.
But do
and
you
that helped us grow
do you
and
see but do you
industrialize
see
faster.
but do you see the difference between then and
No.
now, and like the difference of like AI and the difference
Yeah,
between
now
like
it's more- now it's like-
electricity like infrastructure?
Yeah, now like the scale of time period to get a return on investment and implement it into the economy is quicker, significantly faster.
What would we have to show for, even let's say AI to its like almost logical conclusion, like best case like conclusion works out, what does that do though for like tangentially, materially for like the average everyday working American?
Brings the cost of everything down.
Yeah, literally. Like think about it. Like just basically information, right, needs to be like reviewed by a human being, and like all of our information is like online. If you had like some kind of basic AI, even if it wasn't like crazy godlike, that just had the ability to just review basic information at scale, like all of the human hours that we currently input into that could be inputted to something else, and like we'd be able to increase our productivity drastically.
This is the same issue, right? I'm just going to be brief, right? Because I feel like, I hear this a lot in general, where, you guys, all your intuitions are right, but, so this is the base case, right? The base case is that the technology and the infrastructure is not bad, right? But we have social unrest, and, you could say we have like a political issue, right? Like, a late stage Rome political corruption issue. So, it's not like any other time. We're just in an extreme period of history, right? All the variables are there for
We're at
good
an
things to happen.
unprecedented period of history, technologically.
We're always in an unprecedented, right? In 100 years, it'll be an unprecedented time. So it's like, we always have to deal with this. But like, I would say our core.
I'd say
we
more so
kinda
now
have
than
these-
ever, but sorry, continue. Maybe besides the nuclear like armament of the world, I think right now is like.
Well, yeah, because we live in a world where everything, it's like a meta problem, right? It feels like everything is a problem, right? So it's like we're trying to solve like some meta, fifth dimensional problem that we can't really grasp yet. But like, yeah, I guess in my estimation, like for economics, right, the issue that people are like upset economically right now is because we kind of mismanaged our money system, right? The Federal Reserve took some like novel economic theory and basically kept interest rates at zero for close to 20 years.
This is like so like into the weeds.
Yeah,
it's into the weeds. I know. It
Yeah,
is
like-
into the weeds, but this is
like this is
the
this
base
is now
case.
we're past the housing market. Like housing
Forget
bubble.
about the housing market. I'm talking about.
We were
the
talking
money,
about AI,
right?
bro.
No, we're past the housing bubble. We're not talking about that right now. We're past
Yeah,
that.
but the reason we have a bubble, hold on. The reason we have a bubble is because people are trying to get rid of cash, right? Like zero interest rates for that long made money cheap. And so people didn't want cash, right? They used that to buy assets, right? Because the asset.
I feel like this is also like a like we're talking about something specific. That's what we're trying to say. Like my whole point is, even if
we don't
AI,
even necessarily agree if there's a bubble. Me and him when it comes to AI.
Yeah.
This was
Like,
supposed
even
to be like,
because you can't tell. You will never be able to tell if it's a bubble, right? You can only see a
Right.
bubble in hindsight.
But
Yeah,
I
so
think
my
there's certain
point
things you
here-
can look at to like.
Not in a complex system.
Yeah,
You can't
so-
predict
so-
what's
so
No,
going on.
I'm not
my
trying to
point
even
here-
predict it. I'm just saying there's certain things that we can look at that are like, ooh, a little spooky, and probably
Yeah.
should be
Okay.
raising
Yeah.
some alarm bells,
Fair.
right? But anyways.
So my point here was this, okay? So like as so far as like AI, right? And like obviously the reason being that like this would be a massive like aspect is because like our entire economy is digitalized with information. Like that level of information asymmetry, right, is like basically the entire crux of like economics and like GDP. And like being able to drastically reduce like information asymmetry just in and itself creates like productivity. So like that aspect is like massive. Like that potential is huge, and you hire people to reduce information asymmetry. But if you have a machine that works 24 hours and can like comb through 100 emails, reduce that level of information asymmetry that used to take like 8 hours, but it can do it in like 3 seconds. Like that's just obvious that 8 hours of human input that you used to pay someone to do, like that now becomes the saving.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. Like the applications and like the way in which it could help with productivity. But if that's like all that it ends up doing, people are thinking more on the.
I'd be like massive.
But no, but people aren't. That's not what the speculation is going towards. People are thinking like, oh my god, we're gonna find the cure to cancer with AI. Like that's like unironically, a lot of the speculative.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying like I am aware that some people think we're gonna get like AGI sometime soon.
Yeah, unironically, that's what a lot of the speculative like investment is going into because of it. Yes.
The spending.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me.
No, what they're doing is they're hyping it so retard retail traders pump in at the end.
So the spending that they're doing would be like aligned with quite literal scenario here. That even if we had what I described, you would get a massive return.
I don't know about massive. I think you get a good. But unless you get AGI, unless AGI does happen from all of this speculative investment, to me, it's not like it wasn't like everything it was hyped up to be, and I think that could be where potentially a bubble potentially could burst if people start to, or people realize that or think that. That's all I'm saying. That's the only point.
To me, this is nowhere near the truth. And like I'll say this last.
Getting a more productive AI chatbot is not like what's gonna like revolutionize like productivity in America.
This is like nowhere near the truth, at least for me, and I'll tell you why. I work in sales, right? So like it is the case.
Well, I don't care about you. For the record, your anecdotal like personal experience with work, I could give a shit less when we're talking about a topic that's like broad sweeping,
I'm
affecting the entire economy.
The idea here is like if right, like the whole part of sales is like you're trying to target the right person to sell to, right? Now that requires a human being. I get paid 6 figures to do this. If I had an AI agent, right, that doesn't even have to be AGI. It just needs to be able to read right through a bunch of things that I have to consistently read through. Like that alone would allow me to like be able to target and save like hundreds and hundreds of hours. My company pays me to do this, right? So the idea here is we don't need right like AGI, because the truth is even a 20% right savings for my company, which is a multi-billion-dollar company across a bunch of departments in terms of hours they used to spend reading and doing a bunch of like information aggregation, for 20% for the economy is massive. That's trillions and trillions of dollars.
But that's like that's. I'm gonna be honest with you. The AI we have currently exists can pretty much do exactly like what you just like were requesting of it. I think the most up-to-date one can effectively do that.
Plus, we have to what create, though is what I'm curious about. This may be a stupid take, and it kind of ties to what everyone's been saying, but like, maybe it's just my vibes. But if your best investment is the stock market through Robinhood, that's not good entrepreneurship. Like, I feel like if America's economy is doing successfully, you would be able to like invest in yourself and build a tradition for your family and something in the real world. It wouldn't be speculative gambling on companies, especially based on tech bubble.
Also, like what you described, like one of the things that I'm always kind of confused about with the AI, like I get it definitely helps. I do that with the code thing, but when it's applied to the thing that you were talking about, where companies would more effectively be able to target me for their shitty ads, it's just like it seems like it's going to feed into this larger thing of enshittification, where ultimately it's not of any real value to society.
Like
Like
material,
that, what you
like
described doesn't
material.
sound like
information.
Yeah, like
materially
material.
doesn't seem like it's valuable to me at all.
Improved
I don't want
information
that.
is valuable. Wait, hold on. Like you need to understand that like part of our economy
High
is
value.
like information is like information that's bad.
High value,
Like, reducing
high
that is
value,
money.
high value. Your job, what you do in sales, the best AI that exists currently, like OpenAI, what is it, GPT-5, Grok, or whatever, the newest version of Grok, could all reduce your workload currently, probably by 10 to 15% if you were using them effectively. I don't know.
Yeah, people don't realize there's always
for the
bigger
worker,
fish.
it doesn't help either, because
Right,
what he's
there's a
describing,
bigger
he
fish
would
that
have
can
to do
just
less work.
obsolete you through
Right.
AI.
No,
I could-
The-
if you
the-
target
the
more
way
people-
that you're
this
planning
argument,
to
God, look at
obsolete people that are less competent than you, right? There's already way bigger fish that are planning to do the same thing. See,
I
right?
think
So it's
even
like
further, the point though, with specifically what we're talking about in regards to these sales things, where these are ultimately negative outcomes for the rest of society. Even when it's the thing, what he's talking about, it doesn't help him at all. It helps. Okay, now I can get more leads and I can do less work. No, he's going to do the same amount of work. He's just going to have to get even more leads, even with this tool. So he is actually benefited none.
Wait.
I don't.
but
I
you need-
still
hold
produce.
on,
I
you need
produce
to-
more
you need to
code now.
think-
I don't produce
you need to-
less code.
hold on,
No,
you
no,
need to
produce
think-
more.
no,
No,
you
no,
need- you need
for
to
the
think
record.
about the
I
economic
work the
effect.
same
No.
fucking 50 hours a week.
No, stop,
regardless.
chill. But the problem here isn't like with the more leads, more sales. Okay, for sales specifically, I guess that's a whole nother like conversation. But like, there's only X amount of like people available in any market depending on what you're selling. So like, eventually you can technically have like maximally sold out what you're selling.
Wait, hold on, but I think you're even like missing the point that like the reverberating effect. So let's say my product, if you are aware of my product, and my product basically you have the data that's required for my product, I could
company's
save
product.
you. Yeah, my company's product. I could
Yeah.
save you like $50,000, right? Like let's say at a small level. You hire a person, they do it for essentially $60,000.
I'm gonna be honest with you. High value. No, wait,
What the
pause.
fuck are you talking
Wait,
about?
no, Mr. Tofu, stop for a second. High value man. I think it's cute that you think that businesses wouldn't.
talk like that.
I think it's cute that you would think that
Don't
like
say
the
cute.
businesses.
You're in a room full of men.
I think that you think that it's cute that businesses wouldn't just take that extra profit.
Speak
They
right.
would.
You think that?
Wait, hold on.
You think you don't think?
That's
I'm a
okay.
I'm a
You're
big
missing
I'm a
the
market
point.
I'm a big
That's
market
the
capitalist.
point.
I'm a,
Oh
no
my
stop.
God,
I'm
you're missing
I'm not
that.
done. I am not done talking. I'm a big market
I-
capitalist.
No, you're not. You're a fucking pleb, dude.
I love
Poor.
I'm not poor, but okay, moving on. That's a weird ad hom. Moving on.
Just missed the entire point.
When it comes to you think businesses are just gonna like make the cost of the goods cheaper because AI made their workers more productive?
Wait, I don't.
Yeah,
wait,
right.
no,
Yeah,
wait,
right.
hold on. You just missed the
What
main
color is
point.
your
I don't even know
Bugatti,
why you
dude?
interrupted. Listen, right?
You haven't
If they
responded to what I
pay-
said.
Because what you said had nothing to do with what I
You
was
just
saying.
made a
so
point
it was
that
like a
you just
complete
made a
side.
point that the cost of a good's gonna go down because your labor.
I never said that. You
because
made
you're
that
more
up in your
productive.
brain.
You literally
I
just said
never said
$50,000
that.
cheaper.
I'm
You
gonna
just said
jump in and
you just said
control
I never
you just
said what
said
they would do with the money. Why are
$50,000
you
cheaper.
assuming?
High value man, you just said $50,000 cheaper
I
for
said
your product.
saving.
Yeah, in savings.
Listen,
I'm telling
yes.
you, you're
I never said
wrong.
what they would do with the money. Listen to what's being said. I don't know why you're just spurging out. So if they
Wait.
hire a person, relax.
No, anyone that says spurging out, I'm insta muted. Cringe.
It's
That was
also
my fault. I
it's
was
just like
gonna
it doesn't.
have to-
I don't see how it's gonna help regular people. Like on the average, every one of these arguments ultimately it just sounds like it just benefits the company. Like I'll tell you something. Like this is. I know you go. Don't
I'm
bring
gonna
in your own
control the
experience.
conversation
But like,
now, okay, guys?
like, can I just talk about the real quick? I got the one thing because I
No,
have.
it's my
this
VC. I
actually is a
control the
one
conversation, retard.
like a one good analogy. In the software thing, we get new tools and they give us a lot more efficiency. But that like every 2 years, 3 years, there's a new paradigm shift, and we
Yep.
can do more things. Before there was specific back-end engineers and front-end engineers and DBAs. Guess what happens now? I do all of those things because with these tools, it's made my job easier. But I still have to do 40 fucking
Yes.
hours of work, and now I just have more responsibilities. So he's saying that this isn't going to help him as a salesperson. He gets his tool, he generates more leads. All that excess value goes up. It doesn't go to him. He's still going to be working the exact same amount of fucking hours.
No, that's why I said
it's
that's
true.
cute. It's
But-
naive. That's why I said, oh, that's cute. You're naive if you think that.
Yeah, no, dude, but you don't listen.
Who does it benefit? I don't care
Like,
about this. This
oh,
hasn't
the
made my life
donor,
any
class,
easier.
like the donor class.
Yeah.
Like, just refer to
Right.
Cenk Uygur.
Well, listen, from my understanding, we should be grateful, right? Our generation should be very grateful that our predecessors solved the problems of computing and scale, right? Most people don't appreciate that you can literally you can rent what would have been considered the world's strongest computer in 2010, right? You can rent that for like $20 an hour online now, right? So it's like we have the tools, right? We have the tools, we have the technology.
Fuck, you could buy that
Right,
shit from Amazon, from like a
the question
Goodwill.
is-
Sorry, continue.
The question is, do we have the will, right? Do we have the right values, and do we have the will to be able to, in a representative democratic republic, right? Do we have the will and power to elect the best of us, right? To create a true hierarchy, right? Based on true value.
That is
right?
equitable.
To lead,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So it's like, it's based on your value system, right? And your ability and your will to implement it, right? That is what history is. People say history is linear. People say history is cyclical, right? And it's,
People
I guess,
say
it's
history's
all
written by
that.
the winners. Sorry.
Well, people, that's true, right? History is often, based on the will of the people who are alive at the time, right? So the people who can impose their will, right? Caesar, Jesus, Trump. No, I'm kidding.
Wait, quick thing. Hey,
but
quick thing, Shimothy. Sorry, I want to talk to Shimothy here real quick. Would you find it to be kind of like and naive if somebody were to talk about, due to there being ways in which workers can be more productive, that they would reap the benefits of that insofar as higher wages, working less, whenever there's big technological advancements that allow workers to become more productive?
You're breaking up, but is your question?
Holy fuck. Do you find it to be a little bit naive for people who think that big technological advancements that allow us to be more productive, that it would A, lower the cost of goods, and B, meaningfully increase the wages of those positions?
Can I contribute by just? Oh, sorry.
I'll answer like this. It's not naive to believe that it would lower the cost of goods. It is naive to think that it would increase your own personal wealth.
I would go with to that scarcity piece that's somehow attached. That's a little bit attached to what you described with the additional productivity. I would say that, and like how it might lower costs. I don't think that the scarcity of that labor, that type of labor, will have anything to do with the cost, because we already have resources that are infinitely reproducible. Software just in general is infinitely reproducible, but we charge for it. You can the 20-year-old movie is the property. They've invented new varieties of, arbitrary scarcity, private property, or intellectual property. I mean, so no, I don't. There's no correlation between increased productivity and the cost of the final product.
It's just an economics thing, right? Like if you introduce something to
No,
a
but-
business, could be
Oh,
technology,
sorry.
could be a person, could be anything. At the end of the day, that thing you're bringing to the business to have a net positive for your bottom line, that could either be by reducing the amount you need to spend on inputs, or by reducing the price. You can make more things at a lower price, but it's gonna somehow reflect on the cost of that product.
But I guess
Now,
the main point I
people
was...
won't get paid more money, but the product will be a lot cheaper.
No, the point I guess that I was mainly getting to was that, hey, we're the United States, big market capitalist country here. Even though humans are I don't even know, or United States citizens, the average worker, I don't even know how many more times productive than the laborer, the 60s or whatever. You don't see that.
Yeah,
A direct.
My answer is very simple. To summarize it really fast, my answer is products will get cheaper, people's wages will not go up. To believe your wages will go up is naive.
Okay, products getting cheaper. I don't know. I don't know about the products
It's
getting
just a supply and
cheaper.
demand thing, right? If you increase the supply of something, if you decrease the demand or if you increase the supply, the price is going to go down. So if you increase technology,
But there's artificial, prices.
But I just
do
described
get
where there's
artificially
infinite supply.
Manipulated.
Yeah, I just described instances with infinite supply
Like
But
pharmaceuticals are a great example of like artificially manipulating the cost of like.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't even have to be that. It could just
there are
be.
some niche
It's a good
markets
example.
where like the product itself won't get cheaper.
It could just be software. Like any type of software that you're using is infinitely reproducible. You could fork the GitHub repo, so any of those things, but you still pay for those services. You still pay for
Sort of. That's not true
books.
for
You
a
still
lot of
pay
things.
for. You still pay for your PDFs. You
Well,
still
there's
pay
only-
for your digital formatted movies. There's nothing physical there. There's no scarcity.
The supply going the
Oh,
other way is what makes the cost.
he's talking
of,
about like the digital,
the
like
cost of the R&D and creating the business to compete with it is so much that it doesn't.
Sure, yeah, but
That's
that
what-
doesn't
that's what
affect.
it's-
Admittedly, but what I'm describing is it doesn't affect like what because the supply of the end product now infinitely reproducible. That fact that you can have an infinite number, it costs you nothing to give it to every single person.
Yeah, so you're revealing how
Still
much you
costs
don't
money.
know about software. So software isn't infinitely reproducible and it isn't free. So as you get to enterprise level software, you're always accounting for how much it costs to actually run that software, like how much compute time, how much persistence time, how much network hop, all that stuff.
Out of
And
curiosity.
that's actually like your break-even
That's
model.
Wait,
yeah,
Shimothy,
I
what about?
I
I'm curious.
simplified it.
Shimothy, what about an
I
offline
simplified it
single-player like game, for example? being
Yeah,
released
that's
on
what
Steam?
that's what I'm
I
describing
said, yeah,
here.
for
I'm not,
certain niche, like,
I'm
more
not describing
pharmaceuticals.
live services. I'm describing the old like Photoshop
I'm
that you can
aware.
download.
Yeah, like I said, for niche markets.
I don't
I
even
think
know
you guys have a point.
niche, right? Isn't that
Yeah,
a lot
for
of?
example, like I would say that right now, if I pay for a movie, like if I pay for one on Netflix, I'm not paying for the content. I'm paying like $3 on Amazon Prime for a movie nowadays. So A, the value of the movie has gotten a lot cheaper, and B, I'm paying for convenience. I'm literally just paying for the service for me not to go to my computer and stream it from my computer from a pirated website that has shittier like quality. That's what I'm actually.
Oh, do you
paying
really
for.
get it for
Well, then you're but then you're like committing a crime.
$3.
I don't know. I went to Amazon. It feels like the prices are like
Google
relatively
on Amazon
the
Prime?
same.
Amazon,
Interesting-
I
the
wouldn't.
interesting
Wait,
thing
wait,
about
pause.
These digital services is that like they do like.
We're also
they go
talking
into
about
law-
luxury
they
goods.
go
I actually
into
don't.
laws
Actually,
for-
pause. I'm going back on this whole thing. We're talking about luxury goods. I don't give a shit about luxury goods. That's like
I'm
a
not-
whatever thing.
Yeah, but it's like a quality of the life thing, and it's something that like gets in the head of Americans, and it's good politically to understand that like
I understand
these businesses
it.
operate at like a very low cost. You know, in fact, they might not even make that much of a profit that they could sustain for a very long time.
Yeah.
They're all trying to beat the rest of the advancements and be the only company left standing, and then they raise the price, and you don't really see that as a consumer. What you see is Netflix used to be $6, and nothing's really changed, but now it's $12, and you can't share with whoever you want.
Yeah, I think that like you have oligopolies formed, but I'll put it to you guys on a 25 to 50 year time span. Name me a single thing other than like medical stuff, which I do think, or other than oligopolies or monarchies or monopolies. I put it to you that there's not a single good that you could name me that like has not decreased in price, like in terms of purchasing power price. Like even movies back when I was, like, in the 90s,
oligopoly. So we wouldn't consider like milk, bread, like eggs, the price of beef, stuff like that. Not to be like a
yeah.
cringe conservative, but like that
No,
stuff
no,
has
no,
gone up
it's-
generally.
It's another good call out and carve out. I should have also specified that too. I'm talking about it has like a technological advancements. You're not gonna have
Oh,
much of a
like in
technological advancement in, like.
Well,
Exactly
you don't think
right?
there's been
That would be
technological
naive.
advancements in the production of beef? You don't think that they've
In the
they're-
production,
become more
not really,
efficient?
no. Not really.
Yeah,
no.
you don't think they've become more efficient? You don't think that
I
new
actually
farming
don't. I actually
techniques
don't know. I was just asking. Have they
Uh,
become more?
I live in the Midwest. My dad like grew up on a farm.
Oh,
like,
shit.
A large member of my family. I live in Southside Chicago. I have a very interesting background.
I live
know
in
enough people
Nebraska,
my family
homie. We're
who
like
are
2
related
states
to like
away.
farming and stuff. Yeah, they are. I just don't.
Yeah, I
I don't
feel like-
actually know of much like major technological advances that have been made, and like that kind of stuff.
They got yeah. I don't
On the
either. I don't know
processing
anything about
side,
it.
I have no clue.
Hilariously enough, bring up movies though. Like,
No,
I
but
remember being in the '90s. I had to pay $10 to rent a movie for a weekend at Blockbuster, and now I could pay $2 on Amazon Prime to rent the same movie for 3 days.
Oh, rent, not
$10,
okay.
dude.
There,
It wasn't
no, that makes sense. I
$10.
got
What the fuck?
wait,
It
rent.
didn't cost $10.
Wait,
That's
Shimothy.
why
Wait,
I
Shimothy.
said
Shimothy.
$1,000?
Actually,
Sure as fuck, it's not
wait, no, no.
$7.
Wait, stop for
Sorry,
a second.
$7. My bad.
Wait, Shimothy. Shimothy. In 2010-ish, 2012, like that time frame when I was like younger, like a small boy, we had a fucking rental store, and we could rent movies
Redbox?
for like movies there for like $1 for like a week.
I I
Oh,
feel like
I don't know if that's
well,
like
we
a.
gotta talk about specifically new
Is that
releases.
like a?
That's what they're describing?
Oh,
I'm talking
like
about,
brand
newest
new.
release, you go to
The brand new
Blockbuster, you try to
movies
get
were
the
like.
newest
I don't
release.
know.
That's contrived value, though. That's like an entirely
I feel
contrived
like,
value, though.
personal vehicles have not gotten much cheaper over time.
Even though we made.
We've gotten much more technologically advanced, though. The fatality rate for driving a
But
car
they're
is
not
like
supposed to
1/5.
get more advanced. Though.
The accessibility of a car is what Americans care about. They don't.
Yeah,
You know.
they're technical. They're cheap.
Okay,
The
go back
technological
50
advancements
years
are
and
just.
look up the fatality rate of any like mid-sized car at 30 miles an hour, and then do it today. It's like literally 1/10.
I'm sure it's different, but I'm sure some people care about that and some people don't. But they can't get the more dangerous cars.
Okay, well,
Yeah, no,
here's
they
an axiom.
can't. Not just that they can't get the more dangerous cars. They actually can't get like even more base trim. The base trim over here still has automatic windows, automatic. You can't go to a place that sells new cars because what do you call it? I think it has something to do with the same reason that people like the boom of luxury apartment type deal is that these are essentially like luxury cars, and as long as none of the other competitors are also creating new lines that allow people to drive manual
Well,
transmission.
then this would be the car about Timothy made about like oligopolies, right?
Yeah, here's the general axiom that I think is pretty reasonable. It's silly or naive to think that technology will increase your like monetary value
Material,
in the
like,
economy.
yeah.
Material wealth, right?
Yeah.
But it also seems to be the case that technological and product advancement will do two things. They will increase the ability for us to make more of it at a cheaper rate, and they'll also increase the quality of the product. So in this case, it'd be the quality of cars. So I think that technological advances will always increase productivity and the ability of that one product. I think that's naive to think that you're going to be somehow enriched from that, though.
Yeah, I mean, technological advances are always going to prove anything. Otherwise, they would be technological advances.
That was
Kinda
my
like
main
baked into
contention,
it.
right? It's like if it's an advancement, it must be doing something, right? So the thing it's doing is making the product easier to make, or it's making it a better product.
But like, what I care more about is like how people engage with the economy, how they feel about it, because ultimately,
Consumer
obviously, that's what
sentiment.
affects elections,
Consumer
right?
sentiment,
Like,
baby.
consumer sentiment is huge, and like those don't map cleanly onto like these technological advancements.
Well, then that's where I would
That's the
hit
hard part.
people with my. That's where I would hit my like everybody with the out of touch liberal take of well, people are delusional. I don't know what to say.
Why is they delusional?
They're delusional
Based-
for feeling
based
like
in
they're
unelectable
quality.
pill.
They're delusional on their feeling that like.
Are you guys
their material
completely
wealth. Sorry, what's
Are
up,
you
ban
guys
anime?
completely unfamiliar with like the?
You actually want to ban anime?
They're
or is that just
delusional
me?
because of material wealth.
No, they're.
Okay, are you guys?
What?
Are you guys familiar with the
It doesn't make
philosophical
much sense.
Wait,
genealogy?
Water, you're just a troll. My bad. Sorry, continue, ban anime.
I'm just a troll.
Yeah, he is. Continue.
Right, so the philosophical genealogy of like the 18th and 19th century German thinkers, right, starting with Goethe, right, moving ultimately to Schopenhauer, right. So what do you have? You have Goethe, you have Kant in there, right? Kant precedes Goethe, I think.
Jeez,
Right,
banned
then-
America first.
Then you have
Yeah, he's cringe.
Nietzsche, right? Then you have Spengler and Schopenhauer, right? And then I guess that culminates in like Camus.
Wait, ban. Get to the point. Sorry.
Right. The point is that the German civilizational arc, right? They already predicted all these things, right? Like if you read Oswald Spengler, for example, right? He has already predicted like this cyclical form of, civilizational rise and falls, right? You have Peter Churchin. You have like there's plenty of stuff on this, right? It's like a whole body of literature, and he talks about speculation, right? When you had the Weimar Republic, right? This is all during this time in Germany, right? When Germany had already achieved, right, in its own mind, right, in its own collective mind, it had achieved, like, empire, right? So, like, they had, like, they had, like, this, what you would call, right? They had this, like, in their mind, it was like a civilizational obligation, right, for them to become this empire, right? To become this society of Übermensch, right? Of Übermen, right? According to Nietzsche, right? Where they had conquered nature and they had gone beyond God, right? That God had died. So it's like, we've already covered all this territory, right? All these feelings and kind of societal phenomena that we're experiencing now, it's already been written about, it's already been thought about, it's already happened, right? Germany has already gone through all this, right? Probably multiple times at this point, you know, World War I, World War II, right? So like remember, that's a society that produced a lot of modern thinking, right? Our modern technology, a lot of it comes from post-World War II German scientists that came to the United States.
I
Right?
have
So
no clue what you're. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Not to cut you. I have no clue what you're yapping about right now and how it succinctly maps onto the points we
I'm
were
saying
making.
as a civilization, as like a Western civilization, right? We're just repeating, right? It's like a fractal of something that's already happened, right? We're going through the same arc
Yeah,
that Germany already
everyone
went through.
everyone says that all the time about. Everyone's been saying the whole 200 years.
Well, there's a lot of shit to read, dude. I don't expect everyone to like care, but like, if you read these thinkers, right, you can clearly see that everything that's happening right now, like they already outlined all of this very clearly, right? And you can just.
But what's the like broader like point you're making by saying that?
The point is that you in Germany, okay, from the late 17th to the early 19th century, right?
Also, Germany tried
20th
Germany
century.
also at the height of its well, I guess at the depths of themselves, they tried like exterminating an entire group from like because
that was
of, like,
right at the end. That was at the end. That was at the fall, right? That was already Schopenhauer had predicted that, right? That was already
okay.
expected outcome.
But what does this all? What does this come down to when we're talking about like material like well-being?
Wait, Matt, are you a Trump supporter by any chance?
Yeah.
You are?
Who?
Yes.
Why do you support him, bro?
No, don't do that.
Support him. I mean,
this is an important topic. This is an important topic.
I feel like that's a bit.
I know it is. That's why he's asking me the question.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you
why
for saying it's important.
Yeah, it's.
I'm a Trump supporter because I trust in his negotiation ability so that we can become wealthy.
You don't think the United States isn't wealthy?
I think it is, but I think via
no, I'm actually
president.
my bad. Let me rephrase. Do you think that the United States, like, what in the world, where do we rank when it comes to like our wealth as a nation?
When you say wealth of the nation, what does that mean?
GDP, the overall wealth of our nation. Like, where do you put us? Where do you think we are on that list of countries?
I mean,
like fiscal wealth. Is he lagging for everybody else? Is that just me?
He's sort of lagging for me, but like I feel like we are still really fiscally responsible.
Definitely top 10.
Well, what I would push back on is his negotiation skills, because it's been proven time and time again that like they don't, especially people like Putin, they don't really respect his deals.
Well, for one.
Wait, so
he also surrendered to the
would have been a better
Taliban.
pick?
He surrendered to the Taliban. I don't know, like, why you would take him as like this great
He
negotiator.
didn't surrender to the Taliban.
He did.
The idea
Wait,
that we were
pause.
in the Middle East
Wait,
was
pause.
was a
He
complete
did.
mistake.
Nope, he did.
Why were we in?
He surrendered to the Taliban.
No, he didn't. He withdrew.
He shook hands with the
He withdrew. What do you
Taliban
want
and said
about?
we'll pull out on a specified date.
Yeah, he surrendered to them. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, and
Well,
left their
there's no reason
government.
to be in there.
Wait,
What's the reason to be there?
You're cool with Trump surrendering to the Taliban? You think that's effective negotiating?
I'm not. I don't think it's a surrender. It's we're leaving because we shouldn't be there.
Is
in
a
the first
that
place.
is surrendering if you're leaving. Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
okay.
by
You can put it
definition.
however you want.
No,
Do
it's
you
not
guys
putting.
think we should have been there?
No, it's not putting it however we
You think
want.
we should have been there?
To be fair, the Taliban are actually his allies because after Trump famously said after 9/11 that now he has the tallest building in New York City. So really,
Wait, do you think that we should have?
And he's-
Do you think that it was a smart idea to remain in Afghanistan?
Post like the Afghanistan-Iraq war and all that.
I'd say in 2020.
No, during
good
Trump's
idea.
presidency.
Probably not.
Yeah, it was in
When
2020.
we pulled out of it.
It was probably. I mean, he probably should have took steps to actually get us pulled out of there, right? Instead of passing the buck off, right?
No, because then he's
Something's gonna
surrendering,
happen, but-
right? Like, what are you on about? He's
Oh, wait,
surrendering.
wait,
but
no,
we
no,
should
no.
have taken steps
It was
to
always
pull
going
out.
to
What are you on
happen that we
about?
were going to leave Afghanistan. I think the thing is when Trump shook hands with the Taliban and said we're going to pull out on this date, it had to be rushed just solely due to that.
We tried to remove
Yeah,
all troops
so
without
he-
any preparation, and his general said, "Hey, you should probably leave some here if it's to not a
Yeah,
secret."
Okay,
Yeah,
so wait, Joe Biden. Wait,
that's
Joe Biden's
why it was
pullout
such a shit show.
is much less embarrassing.
It was
Wait.
really
Joe
rough.
For the record,
do you think that Joe Biden? Do you think that Joe Biden's pullout was not embarrassing?
It
What do you
wasn't.
want about
Wait,
it?
it was
Joe
it was.
Biden's what's embarrassing because Trump
one of
pulled
the most
trigger.
Wait,
Joe
embarrassing
Biden
wait.
got rid
Are
of
we
the
gonna?
entire
Wait, no.
country.
Stop. Jesus, I'm gonna respond to Mafik. Joe Biden's pullout from Afghanistan was the plan that Trump had outlined for the pullout from Afghanistan.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
With his
It just
surrender,
wasn't, dude.
with his surrender to the Taliban and the way it was outlined, he felt Joe Biden just followed Trump's steps. Like,
No, he didn't. No, he
wholly
didn't.
and
But okay,
succinctly.
it's fine. It doesn't matter.
No, it's a pretty big point of contention here.
So then let me ask you this: why would Joe?
Yeah,
if
that
Joe
and
Biden
the
is such a good
Ukraine thing.
no. If Joe Biden was such a good president, then why would he follow that?
Because
Why wouldn't he alter the way
it was,
that we did pull out of
because it was already what Trump had negotiated, or I guess.
No, that's bullshit. You can
Wait, it's a legal binding thing.
It was like he did negotiate, or I guess negotiate.
Wait, no, stop. I
quotation
want to
marks.
push back on this. Malfic, do you think that it's a good thing for the United States of America to break contracts it signs whenever a new administration takes over?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
The answer
There's
is
nothing
yes.
wrong with that.
Okay,
There's
how would
nothing wrong
other
with that.
nations?
If
how would
a
other
prior,
nations
if
Wait,
a
let me ask you the next
prior
question then.
president, I'm
How
answering
would
you. If a
other
prior
nations feel
president makes a
comfortable
bad
making
deal,
deals with us?
if a prior president makes a bad
They can't
deal,
be, dude.
what
They're
is
too
the
afraid.
bad thing about a new president making a new better deal?
So you would admit that Trump's deal with the Taliban and like for
No,
Afghanistan.
I'm not
was
saying
bad.
that's the case. I'm not saying that's the case. I
No,
never
no.
said that
I
was the
want
case.
I want to answer the question then. If you think that new
I'm
administrations
saying
are
if
not
you're- if
beholden
you're-
to, wait, just let me ask the question.
Dude,
Do you think
I'm
that-
answering two people at the same time. Like, just
No, you're
ask,
not.
like, ask
I asked
one
one- I've been the only
question
person
at
to
a
ask
time.
you a
Yeah,
question.
Llama's
You
talking.
answered.
I'll stop
and I
talking.
said
You guys,
asking
yes.
no. Hey, you guys can go back and forth. I'll be quiet. Go
Alright,
ahead.
go ahead.
Here's the next
everyone
question.
breathe.
If you believe
I'm
that
calm. I just speak
other
loudly.
nations should not expect their agreements with the previous administration to be honored, why would any nation
Correct.
have any negotiations in the final year of somebody's term?
Hey, they never
They
honored
should- they
shit
should.
anyway, dude. Fuck them.
Wait, so you're
No, they
expecting that
shouldn't
no
expect.
nations should have
They
any
shouldn't expect. They shouldn't expect negotiations or agreements made by previous presidents to be in effect or the same in the next president because the way our country is ran isn't like other countries. That's great.
What a
Do you
silly
think-
summarization of like
Dude,
American
you know the
politics.
CIA.
You think
You know
that
the
other-
CIA.
You can
code
whine
name
and
for
cry.
his
It's
business.
that?
silly. I'm a
Last question.
retard. It's silly. Shut
It-
up.
The
it is-
CIA
it
I
is
want to
silly.
see if you have a
Transient.
wait. I
It's
want
literally
to
a
ask
dumb
that
crap.
question.
It's
Like,
just
what are you
like
on
a
about?
it's like a childlike understanding of like economics.
Okay,
Wait,
or,
hold
like,
on,
let me
wasn't
like
just ask
civics.
the last
Not
question so I can see if
economics,
you
like
guys fully
civics.
retarded, okay? Here's
Dude,
the last
are
question.
you
Moffitt,
gonna stop talking, Llama, so I can listen to this guy? Go ahead, dude.
do you think other countries currently operate this way where they do not think the U.S. will be beholden to an agreement it makes in a previous administration?
I don't think that
Right.
they operate that way, no, but they should.
Okay, what do you think most countries will do if they start to operate this way?
Implode.
It depends on the country.
Okay, I'll give you a dichotomy. Do you think they're going to make more deals with the U.S. or less deals with the U.S.?
Contingent upon what?
Well, if they
what's
can't
the
make
condition?
deals in the final year of an administration, that cuts the amount of time they can make deals by at least 1/4.
No, that's
probably
not.
making at
who
least
put that hard
25%
and
less
fast
deals.
rule? Who put that hard and fast rule in place? You?
Who would want to make a deal with somebody that's going to be null and void 6 months later?
Wait, you
You
didn't
don't
know
know that.
Shimothy was running the
You said
economy?
that you said that the other countries should expect any deal made in a previous administration will not be honored.
That's correct.
So who would make a deal that won't be
Well,
honored
it
in 3 more
depends.
months?
Let me be more careful with my words. They shouldn't expect one way or the other
Yeah, so why would I ever make a deal with you then if I shouldn't expect the deal to be honored?
because we're the market. You have to make a deal with us.
Or I could just make a deal with China and Russia
Go
and
ahead.
Germany.
Go ahead. We're
Okay,
just
and
gonna
they'll
meddle in
honor it.
between anyway. Go ahead. We're just gonna meddle in between.
you have
Shimothy,
a
wait,
business?
Shimothy,
So it doesn't
you
matter.
do realize these people also like just playfully like delight in argument. Like they don't have any actual.
Are you gonna
principled
whine
stances
and
on
cry,
anything.
Llama? Stop whining.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Okay.
Mafik,
You can
do
whine and
have
cry
any
to yourself while I'm
career?
fucking your mom later too. How about that? Yeah, how about you sit
Hell
there
yeah, dude.
silently, you
Slam
little.
dunk, dude.
How about you just sit
Okay,
there
slam
silently,
dunk,
you little
bro.
masochist? I bet you. Are you rock hard thinking
Wow,
about me
dude, what
fucking
are
your
you- are
mom
you,
right
like,
now?
13 years
Oh,
old?
oh,
Hold on, unmute him because I actually kind of want to hear like some of his answers to the arguments here.
Mm,
You guys, let's all take a deep breath here, okay? We don't have to solve.
I'll let Mafik talk, but after this.
Yeah, Mafik.
so mad, dude. Calm down.
I'm very calm, and I'm gonna fuck your mom later, and I'll be extra calm while I'm fucking her, just so you know. I won't hit her too many times tonight. Continue with your whole talk with him, Conservachad.
Wait, so...
All right, dude. I don't know how you're gonna do that with that little thing, but go ahead, Shinobu.
My cock is huge, and your mom loves it, just
Yeah,
so you know.
I'm curious.
All right,
do you actually have any business experience or career experience?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Why does that
what's
matter?
your career
What
in?
does that have to do with anything?
Because we're talking about contracts.
You asked me a question. What's going to stop another country from doing business with another country like China?
Negotiations and contracts.
They can do that. Sure, you can do that, but everyone relies on the United
you asked
States
me a
in one
question.
form or
You
another.
said, "Why did I ask you about that?" I'm explaining why. We're talking about negotiations and
No,
contracts. And most
it's
people,
just
the
irrelevant.
only experience they'll ever have in their life with negotiations and contracts will be in their career, or if they ever get the chance to run a business.
Okay, so do I have to be a mathematician?
What's your experience?
Do I have to be a mathematician to figure out 5 times 6?
I don't care about mathematicians. I care about.
Do I need to have read the entire Bible?
Now, so imagine that the executive is kind of like the runner of a business.
Hold on, I'm going to turn down Llama because he's
Who is going to make a deal with the head of a business if that deal is null and void 3 months later when a new administration takes over? Like, for example,
there's plenty of businesses that can do that for short-term gain.
Would you work for a
Absolutely.
company?
There's been are you
Wait,
are you trying to tell me that there are businesses out there that don't do short-term deals for short-term gains?
Wait, you didn't.
For example,
Let me ask my
if
question.
I negotiate it, go ahead.
Would you work for a company and like sign the contract to go do work for them, knowing if it's a 2-year contract that in 6 months that contract is null and void?
Yeah, it depends on the deal. It depends on the stipulations. For example, let me give you an example. So if I make a deal with somebody and I say, hey, I'm selling my service that I build. Let's say I build a software company and I'm trying to leave and have an exit strategy. And I say, hey, for 2 years, well, hell, let's make it 6 months. For 6 months, I'm going to sell it to you for $300,000 and I want a 1% or a 2% royalty for 6 months. What's wrong with that? Why can't I do that?
That's not what anyone's saying. Let me make the analogy more clear.
No, it is what you're saying because you're trying to say that
well,
short-term
I'm the one who's
deals are
asking
a
the
terrible
question,
thing.
so let me actually
that
ask the
happens
question
all the time in business.
So if you're running a SaaS software
company, you just don't like my answer.
No, because you didn't even understand the question. So if you're running a SaaS software company and the CEO says that whatever contracts this company makes are null and void when I'm not the CEO anymore, unless you're trying to sell a 2-year bid, because if you know anything about SaaS software, they're going to be buying them usually in 1 to 2 year increments. Okay, who would ever buy a 1 to 2 year increment if that contract is null and void after 6 months?
Wait, what are the stipulations of the agreement? Say it one more time.
It's a 2-year contract. And the stipulations are that after the CEO leaves, that all contracts are now null and void.
All contracts with who?
With the company. Hiring out my company.
What does that even mean?
So the president is the CEO in this analogy of America, and you're saying that all negotiations made by a previous administration should be expected to be null and void. My question was to you, what country would ever try to negotiate with America if all their negotiations will become null and void 6 months later, which means that nobody would be making deals with the administration in their last year. So for the entire last year of administration, no one would want to make a deal with America because any deal they strike up is null and void when the next administration comes in. At most, you've now limited America to making 4-year contracts. Now we can't do anything that takes more than 4 years, like building an aircraft carrier.
Dude, I got a call, so everything in the last 2 minutes I didn't hear.
Okay. How do you do a contract that spans more than 8 years if that contract is now null and void whenever a new administration takes over?
I don't understand that question at all. That question makes no sense.
Okay, so you are familiar with software as a service?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so some of these contracts can be for like 10 years. You know that?
When you say these contracts, what do you mean?
Like I'm going to be securing X data center to hold my data for the next 10 years.
Yes, exactly. Good job. Yes. So
now,
from a business owner,
what you're saying is that
CEO
that contract
to a
would be
client,
null and void if the CEO changes.
It could be, certainly. If the CEO
now, let's
says,
say that I want
hey,
to build a
we're gonna
data
do
center,
this.
and that's going to take me 10 years to build that data center. How would I ever do that if the next administration, the next CEO can literally say, fuck this, we're not building a data center for you anymore. Actually,
Right, yeah,
the company in this
that's
direction.
the risk you're going to take.
Nobody would
if
ever
you're gonna
hire
do
that
business.
company then, right?
And yeah, sure, you can say that within the American politics and the American economy, but if everybody relied on that CEO and he had a monopoly on the market, They would have to.
No, but he's got that CEO is going to be booted out in 4 years.
No. Like, no, dude. That's just the reality of America and
Wait,
its
the
influence on the
CEO is
economy.
changing
retard.
every 4 to 8 years in your situation, so he doesn't have.
Right,
the
yeah.
market
So
capital.
what the hell are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna go find a
Well,
market somewhere
generally,
else?
the
Good
way
luck.
things have been
We're not gonna
working
do
is
that.
that the nation can make like a contract or a negotiation or a deal, and we will follow
Right.
that negotiation or deal.
Because
And you're advocating
you're an
for us
idiot
getting
and
rid
you're
of
under
all
the
of our trust.
impression, dude, you're an idiot and you're under the impression that other nations can just do business deals absent U.S. influence, and that's not the case.
They can.
Our economic arms are stretched across all countries, brother. So if you want to pretend that that's a possibility, you're a retard.
Wait, I'm
That's all
curious.
I
Are
have
you
to say.
familiar with that China is about 1/3? They buy 1/3 of our soybeans.
Right.
You know that China has canceled their contract for 1/3 of our soybeans, so now 1/3 of the soybeans in America are just being torched.
China's, we're losing China as a client for our soybeans. What are we gonna do?
Well, that
Who
means
gives a
that
shit?
1/3 of the farmers no longer have a customer.
That's not true, bro. What
What do you mean that's not
have you
true?
taken
You wanna just
economics
Google
101?
search this?
Shimothy, he
Oh
just
my
hit you
God.
with the
One of the
ears in his
one of the
fingers in his ears and
manufacturers
the
for my soybeans, I lost a client. I'm just never gonna be able to get one anymore. Oh, like, is that what you're thinking?
You're putting your fingers in your ears and you're going
Who else is gonna
Farmers aren't
buy
able to.
so
roughly
hard.
$300 billion of
I
soybeans?
turned down llama. It's like a mosquito buzzing in my ear whenever he talks. The reality is, as
Oh,
farmers,
okay. He's never talking in my VC again. Sorry, Shimothy.
That's fine.
He literally just nuh-uh-a'd you when you brought up a really relevant point about soybeans.
I mean, he was in the middle of responding. After
He
made
wasn't.
them
No,
wrong,
he
but
wasn't in the
was.
middle of responding.
No,
He
no,
went nuh-uh-uh.
He was.
No, he went
yeah,
nuh-uh.
He said, well, typically, if you disagree with somebody, say no first, and then you say you disagree with them after.
He said nuh-uh-uh when Shimothy gave him like a.
Well, yeah,
a
but then
point
he was
that,
in the middle of about. Yeah,
there's
I
no,
agree.
there's
Shimothy
no,
was right.
there's no rebuttal.
Yeah, I know.
There's no rebuttal to that other than to
well,
just
then
be like,
I
okay,
guess
well,
we're
that's a
not.
fair point.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. There's no rebutting points. Yes, this is true. I should have thought about that.
If someone,
Wait, do you think that just yelling at somebody is a valid response?
He was about to substantiate his response. In fact, I heard
he
a part of his.
wasn't.
I literally heard a part of his response.
Oh, tell
what
us.
was he substantiating his response
He said
with?
something like, "Oh, you think that just because they lost a customer means they'll never find another one?" That's what he said.
Correct.
Well, yeah, but then you would have to.
What did I respond
That's him
with?
respond. No, I didn't hear
What
anything.
did I
after
respond
that.
with to that?
I didn't hear
If you're
anything
following
after
the
that.
conversation.
No, that was the last thing he said before he was muted. You didn't even talk after.
I quite literally said, where are they going to find somebody to buy $300 billion worth of soybeans and F-bomb China?
Oh, yeah.
I'll buy
Yeah.
some.
Sure,
So
but
his
then
response was moot. He didn't even
What do you mean his
understand the
response
concept.
was moot? You didn't even hear his response.
If I didn't hear his response, how did I respond with saying, who else is going to buy $300 billion of soy?
After that.
Then you said that was his response, and I responded to it.
Is that the end of the conversation when you respond, Shimon?
You said I didn't even hear his response, but you acknowledge I responded.
Is that
to it.
and oftentimes responses
That was what
have
you said was his
responses.
entire response before he got muted.
Do responses have responses often?
Do responses have responses? Yes, it's called a
Oh,
dialect.
okay. So yes, thank you. So he had more things to say.
Wait,
I would
why did you
assume,
just
before he
say
was
I
muted.
didn't even hear his response?
Because you didn't hear what he said after you responded.
What did he say after I responded?
I don't know. I didn't hear it either.
Pars, you are such dumb levels of stupid. I understand how you got
am I making you
to be
mad?
clear, you
Is
got
this-
below
are you
100
upset?
IQ on an online IQ test.
By the way, anyone that says are you upset or spurging out or you're mad or you're emotional, insta muted in my room. Moving forward, that's just
You
like
didn't
a.
even
it's-
hear his
it's so
response after you
cringe.
responded to his response.
Call me retarded. Don't call me mad. I'm not mad. I'm just calling you.
Call me
Just because
dumb,
I'm,
don't call
just
me
'cause I'm
stupid. Mama
yelling.
says
Just
there's
'cause-
a difference.
you can call me stupid. Just say like
Call
trying
me-
to appeal to
call me
like
stupid.
I'm being
Call me
emotional is just
stupid.
cringe. Like you can call me
Just
retarded.
to be clear,
That's a
just to be
fair
clear,
point.
you did delete my. Just to
I
be
got
clear, you did
beans on my
delete
head. They call me Beanhead.
Just to be clear, you did delete.
I also
We're
deleted.
sorting
I
out
also.
buying soybeans.
I also deleted your freedom of speech, Americanga, and I'm gonna fuck your mom tonight. And you can't rebut that. Sorry, can't rebut it. Anyone else? Do two people wanna? Do two people fascist? I didn't know it was fascist to mute somebody.
That was
as,
kind of
like, a
interesting though, but I feel like they don't understand like.
I have a
there's-
debate
there's-
topic.
Based.
All right, you ready?
Mm.
No.
No, you're
Hello?
good. You can go.
All right. I'm receiving a lot of judgment for this. And you might actually mute me because you might think that I'm trolling, but I'm not.
I won't mute you just
You
because
think-
of a
if you think that I'm trolling,
Wait, hold
you
on,
can
can
say I
we-
don't want to. Wait, dude, hold on.
Sorry.
If you don't want to engage in this topic, then tell me I don't want to engage in this topic with you. Then I'll stop it. Right? I'm not actually trying to like irritate anybody. Is it wrong for a 25-year-old to date an 18-year-old?
If you have to start the question that way, yes.
I don't really
Stop it,
care.
stop it. Fuck. No.
You don't want to talk about that?
I really don't. I guess I don't really care.
No,
Wait,
we don't wanna talk about your crazy
Americanga, for the record, it's not fascist for me to mute people in a
Yeah,
VC
relax.
that
I'm
I
just
created.
fucking with you, Lava.
It's not like
I don't give a fuck. It's Discord. I don't really. Give a
yeah,
fuck.
I was gonna say that's like the
we
soyish shit.
got out of settle.
That was like
That
was like the soyish shit I've ever read. More soy than any
Ain't
blue
that big of
hair
a-
like
yeah, it's not
trans
that big of a deal, dude.
queer
You're
person
fine.
I've ever. That's like
I know,
actually so
you're-
soy. You do realize that, right?
We gotta end this war here. We gotta meet freaking bars so you can. You gotta end this like the dispute here.
You're muting me in the Discord call. You're being a fascist.
Dude, this doesn't sound good.
Okay, here's a random topic to toss out there. I think that Donald Trump
show
doesn't
up
actually
to my
understand
Discord
anything that he's
server,
doing, and I
kitten.
think he's being puppeted completely by Stephen Miller. Anybody think on that, or any thoughts on that?
Who the fuck is Stephen Miller?
Are you sure, like,
You're not aware who Stephen Miller is?
But I don't understand.
What about
Stephen
Marco
Miller
Rubio?
Is literally Stephen Miller is
I
literally.
don't know, he's
Jewish.
smart enough to control
How is he
Trump,
a
I
white
feel.
nationalist?
Stephen
How is
Miller
he-
is so bad that they
He
didn't
is
even put him in a
Jewish.
position that he'd have to get the advice and consent with Congress from. So he's like one of the most
But-
powerful people in the government that is just a
Stephen
guy, I
Miller
guess.
He's a white nationalist, yeah.
Just a
How
white
is he a
nationalist
white
who's running his
nationalist?
like why is Stephen
Whatever.
Miller in like the military plants and stuff like that? Doesn't make sense to me. Wasn't he in the Signal chat leak or people talking about him? It's weird.
I don't even know what's a signal chat. I don't even know what that is.
It's like Discord, but for politics. Or
Basically,
It's not
Pete
even-
Hegseth, the leader of the American military, and a bunch of other high-ranking military officials were basically in Discord, giving out top secret shit.
Mission with you gotta hit him with he's not a fascist. He hasn't gotten past his elected term yet.
Oh, that's crazy. I guess they must have made a lot of inappropriate or top secret information. I hope that, but
Well,
sounds
no,
like
you
they
gotta
did.
do that like when you're exchanging top secret information or like classified information. It has to be done like in a skiff or like in a place where it's like in a you can't just do it over like a fucking encrypted chat that isn't like subject to like the restriction, like the laws on the books. Like, you guys don't, you're aware of how like classified information, how the ways in which you're able to like, I guess, relay that, right? You can't just like randomly do it like on some like quote unquote encrypted app.
There's different levels of classification from what I understand.
Like, you still always use high side, all right? You have to use a system that is encrypted and maintained by the government. You can't use one encrypted and maintained by a private business.
Correct.
No,
And also,
more autistic than that.
Also,
it's literally,
due to-
you can only use the encrypted services per program.
And also, it's not just that, it's also the fact that all that information is no longer available via, like, FOIA requests. It's not available, like, to be unclassified at some point. Like, it all is just forever on a private server, I guess, that could potentially be sold. Like, I don't know, that's just real not good policy when it comes to, like, security, but... Or not
Llama,
policy, but action.
Mr. Llama, why would you label Stephen Miller a white nationalist when he's Jewish?
I didn't label him a white nationalist.
I label him a white nationalist, but I think you can be
How
a white
could you be a
nationalist
Jew and a
Jewish.
white nationalist at the same time? Like, how
A white nationalist that literally just advocates for a white majority in a nation, like a ethnically white.
I mean,
nation.
I'm okay with that. I'm black. I'm okay with that. I'm alright with that.
Oh,
I think it's what Stephen Miller wants. I think Stephen Miller quite literally wants most of the brown people gone.
I mean, he doesn't. I literally just went through his entire.
Oh, you're saying that the white nationalist doesn't explicitly say he's a white nationalist? Oh my God, you're so smart. You're so brave. You've changed my entire opinion about Stephen Miller.
I went through his whole Twitter, bro. He ain't say anything about black people. He said everything about everybody else.
Base, you know what? You've changed my entire opinion about Stephen Miller.
Yeah, he never said anything.
He
about
never
the blacks,
explicitly
bro.
said it. You're right. My bad. You're so right.
Yeah,
King.
bro. Yeah,
You've
bro.
changed my
Hey,
entire
actually, I
opinion.
think there is a documented history of Stephen Miller doing some racist shit.
I think
I'll
yeah,
look it
he
up.
explicitly says it too. But even if he
he's
doesn't
not racist,
explicitly
bro.
say it, that's such a retarded way of like judging that stuff.
How is he racist, bro? Tell me. I'm curious. Educate me, please.
What do you think would constitute a racism?
Racism implies that you think that one race is better than the other genetically. Okay. Explain to me.
What?
Please. Yeah. You think that white
No,
people
that's
have
I
a
don't
genetic
even
base-
think that's what like racism would.
You could have a racist policy that just says that one group of people is deserving of things different than another.
You could also have policies that's inadvertently racist via like it targets like a certain group unintentionally. Like it can be like unintentionally
Nah.
racist.
Unintentional racism is like unintentional, bruh. Like, nah, bruh. Like,
No, but once you see
okay.
that it's affecting like racist outcomes, you should probably change that, right? It's probably a good
Okay,
thing.
so you'll say, hey, this is disproportionately affecting black people. That doesn't mean anything, though. That the intention.
Oh, it means
was
something
meant-
to black people.
No, I'm black, bro. All right, so let me
You
explain.
don't care if shit fucks over your people?
You can't argue like.
don't care?
Do you think that gives you like some like extra stake in the conversation?
But like, you guys do that for your own people. You do that for white people all the time. You guys think you should think for white people as a total all the time.
I don't
That's what
ever
y'all-
think for white people
I
as a
never think
whole
that.
total.
Yes, you do.
all
You
the
think
time.
all white people should pay reparations? You think
I don't
all
think.
white people
For
should...
what?
No
Wait,
one
pause.
here thinks that.
Pause. I don't know who the fuck at any point brought up reparations, but I don't think that.
You think white people should dish out cash to the black man?
I don't
No one here thinks
think that either. No one said that either. Are you having like shadow like boxing like demons in your brain right now? Did you forget your antipsychotics this morning? Like what's going on with you, buddy?
You may not be inferior because you're black, but you're definitely inferior if you're hearing things that no one's saying.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
well,
anyone
yeah,
is
my
like making those arguments.
I'm like a genetical stampede, bruh. So first is I may be wrong. You got me. I'm incorrect.
About our stances on like reparations.
Yeah, because I thought you were going down the liberal
Yeah,
channel.
I am liberal. I am going down the liberal channel.
All
What
right.
does that have anything to do with reparations?
Guess how many liberals support reparations? It's like almost none.
All right, so are you really liberal though? If you don't support reps?
Yeah, I'm
don't.
really liberal. I voted for
definitely.
Kamala Harris. I was big liberal here. Big liberal cuck here. Yeah, and I don't support reparations.
Maybe one prominent liberal politician that has advocated for reparations.
All right, so how are you a liberal if you don't support reps, bro?
I like liberating the slaves. We did that. Done.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, we also did the
What
whole
are we,
like
what are we
we
chatting
also
about here?
we also did the whole making it to where y'all could vote and work and we're like citizens like everybody else. That's also good. Based.
All right, bro. I made a mistake. My fault. All right, so I'll take another L, bro. Take 2 L's, bro. It happens.
So I have a question. If I could.
Yeah.
Who here actually supports importing 600,000 Chinese students to overtake American colleges?
I don't.
I don't.
And I
Sounds
don't.
right.
I don't. Anyways,
Fuck that.
next. Was there any other points you have, Buster?
No,
think
I'm
that's
just
what
trying to get a
man.
sense of the room.
Sense of the room. It's like the most crazy batshit like question I've ever heard.
Oh no, it's because Trump is doing that. That's why he asked.
Yeah, I'm a civic nationalist of a liberal. Call me crazy.
Oh, like you have like pride in your nation? Yeah, same. Based.
Yeah, I also like taking care of American people
Yeah,
because they're ours.
based. But not because of some weird like immutable traits or some like founding stock shit that they share in common. No, just people that are like here in America that like are the citizens. You know, people that live
More
here.
about we broke it, we brought it policy. It's our education system.
We broke it. We bought it.
Take care of your kid, man.
Yeah, so like, yeah, someone has to feed their kid, bro.
Wait,
like,
Marvin.
it's not like-
Marvin, what other things do you think that like liberals believe in?
Oh, bro, you ready for this?
Yeah.
You sure?
Just a
You ready
piece of
for this,
advice
bro?
for
'Cause
you.
may
You
not
should go
even
to your
like it, bro,
settings
'cause
in Discord.
I'm ready to fight this right
Marvin,
now,
before
bro.
you go to your settings in Discord and lower the activation amount for your microphone because you're normally talking clearly. Just when you start and stop talking, your activation turns on and off too easily.
Where is that?
Who, me?
So you're gonna be user settings, and then it's gonna be something like voice and video,
Uh-huh.
and then there's gonna be voice settings, input device.
Do I
mic
turn the
test.
input down a bit?
Input sensitivity automatically determine it's the input sensitivity. I forget if it's the lower it is, the less sound you need for your mic to turn on.
Okay, how's that? Is that better?
No, keep talking.
Hello,
That sounds
hello?
better.
Okay, hello,
Yeah.
hello. Sweet.
What
Okay.
kind of mic does he have?
I don't know. I have an
Alright, bro.
Artist Pro something. What are some other liberal beliefs or things that you think that are like liberal coded, Marvin?
Well,
I think
that's
that
gonna be audio
I
settings.
think y'all I mean I battle conservatives on this all the time, and they hate me for it.
Okay.
I think liberals in America have rejected God, bro.
Based.
I think
I think the majority of Americans across the board have rejected, quote unquote, rejected God.
Yeah, but why, bro? Y'all are okay with having y'all are okay with having a hammer and a sickle, but you can't have a swastika.
What's a hammer and a sickle? I'm not a, okay. For the
you're-
record, I'm not a socialist or a communist. That's all
Yeah, but
cringe.
what I'm saying, bro, listen, bro. Like, I'm trying to tell you, like, y'all good with like.
No, you're talking to us specifically. You're talking about to the people in here specifically. We're refuting what you're saying, and you're continuing to like talk of a straw man liberal that doesn't exist in the room here right now.
The strong man liberal. He don't exist. I'm gonna ask you this question right now.
Based. What is?
Are you okay? Are you okay with a hammer and sickle being worn on a T-shirt?
Am I okay with it? Freedom of expression. Yeah, you should be able to do that. It's constitutionally protected thing to do.
Are you okay with indoctrinating people into being a communist?
No, I don't like communism. It's illiberal.
Okay. But why is it that? Why can't this Democrat Party never denounce communism? They don't denounce communism, but they'll denounce Nazis.
How come the Republican Party can't denounce Nazis and only denounce communists?
Because they chickens, bro. I called them out for this too. Hey,
for the record, I denounce communists and Nazis.
They're just as bad.
Wait, they're explicitly they're not as bad.
Well, who killed more people?
Who killed more people?
Yeah.
Like who? What do you mean? Who killed more people? Where?
See, White, now you playing games with me, bro.
Genghis Khan killed more people.
Is he talking? Wait, are you talking about Nazis and communists?
Yeah, who killed more people, bro?
Oh, I don't really care. I don't like either of them. They're illiberal.
All right. So I guess that's a W, bro. I think we both agree on that one, bro. So, you good, bro. So my next topic, man, is I mean, bro, you really got me there, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, that was really my main talking point, bro.
Do you just think all liberals, all people on the left support communism?
I don't think all you are communists. I think the problem I have is, like, they don't denounce it.
No, wait, denounce it? Like,
liberals have nothing to do with communism. That's why they don't denounce it. There's there's no democratic communists. It's not really a thing.
I mean, I'll shit on them because I think they're cucks and they're politically ineffective and it's like a shit system and it's illiberal. But like denounce, like that would mean that I had some sort of like ties to it at some point or like something.
Yeah. Or something would even happen. Where are all these communist activities that are like a communism just happened? Do you think that's good or bad, Mr. Democrat? Like, where the fuck are? What would I even be referencing?
Yeah, where's all the communism happening in the U.S.?
Where's all the communism? I'm supposed to like. Listen.
Yeah, listen. Like, I just think it's disgusting how I come on this server, and the people that are quote unquote liberal are like, "Yo, y'all could have y'all can't have swastikas, but y'all could have the hammer and sickle and say you love Joseph Stalin." But that guy killed people, bro.
No, freedom
of
speech. No.
He was a terrible person.
Freedom of speech protects you having a swastika shirt or a hammer
He means
sickle
on the
shirt.
server.
You're talking about on the server?
Yeah, like.
What about on the server doesn't allow you to have a swastika?
Like, you can't show hate symbols. You can't have a swastika in your name or anything on the server.
Communism is a hate symbol, bro.
Well, this is also not like the. Would you really compare the server here to like?
Well, it's just Discord. TOS.
It's also a Discord server. It's Discord, right? Discord. Do you think Discord should have the ability and the right to limit what people say and do on their platform, since it's their platform that they own?
Well, yeah, but the trend I'm trying to say to you is like.
The trend. I just asked you a question. Like, do you think that Discord should be able to like moderate their platform in whichever way they desire?
I think that they should house terrorists, bro.
Are you more friend with communists or Nazis?
What?
Wait, what does that mean?
Yeah, because communism is a sign of terror, and if you're allowing for terror to fester, you are a terrorist.
No, you didn't respond to what I just said. You were non-responsive towards that. Do you think that Discord should be able to moderate their platform in whichever way they desire? Like
I mean, it
legally,
depends, bro.
legally, do you think the government should like step in and stop them from
The
doing what
government
they
should
want to
step in because they have way too many pedophiles
Oh,
on this
so
app, bro.
so you're like,
Okay, wait.
so you're more of a communist than me then in that case.
No,
'Cause I don't
ever
believe
call
that the
me
government
bro.
should
Hey,
ever.
Yo, I'm from the hood, bro. We ain't no communist, bro.
From the
I
hood.
know.
What does that have anything to do
Yeah,
with you? You have a like an authoritarian like urge. You do
Obvious
realize
troll
that,
is
right?
obvious.
I don't know how you're gonna call me
You have
I don't know, bro,
authoritarian
you
have authoritarian impulses, so you're more communist than me.
Yeah, because bro, hold on. There's authoritarian and then there's the benevolency, right? I have benevolence. So like, yeah, bro. So like you can say, hey.
There's no way
I'm
you guys
not-
are actually falling for this, right?
Nah,
No,
bro,
he's
nah,
obvious.
listen.
He's
I
like
could-
lowbrow,
no,
but it's
just listen-
entertaining, and I
just
enjoy the
listen to me.
depravity sometimes.
Just
It's
listen to me,
entertaining.
bro. Just listen to me, bro. So I can tell you that, hey, I'm not gonna let you drive. You're not allowed to drive. Boom, right? I took you right away. I'm an authoritative. I'm whatever. But like, what if I took away your ability to drive because you was gonna?
What if I
you know,
took
like-
away your nuts?
What if I took away your Nazi because they were going to undermine America? What if I took away your Nazi?
No. All right, now y'all actually trolling me, bro. Because I'm not trolling me. Trolling. Y'all
You're
trolling me, bro.
100% trolling for the record.
No, I'm not. Because if I'm no, listen. Just listen, bro. Just hear
Oh,
out my
we're
logic,
listening,
man.
dude. We're listening.
Hold on. If I became a dictator, but I did everything in your life that made your life overall better, easier, and more enjoyable and safer. Like you don't have to worry about getting killed. You don't have to worry about getting sick. You don't have to worry about getting a job. Like your life is actually easier. Am I a terrible person? Am I a bad person? The problem is communism. They starved people, right? They killed how many? 60 million people in like less than 10 years from starvation.
Wait,
How is
are
that-
you
how is that
wait, are you
benevolent?
wait, are you talking?
How is that benevolence?
Yeah, what about all the dictators and all of the fasci authoritarians that also
they're not-
killed and murdered off
okay.
a bunch of their people as well?
Yeah, but they're not benevolent. I will be benevolent.
Oh,
That's
so
the
you'll.
difference.
But do you realize that all fasci authoritarian like leaders initially start with that same sentiment? That they're gonna do good by their people. I'm not talking about Joseph Stalin. We're talking about fasci authoritarian.
They are the manifested will of the people. They are the people.
All right, so could you give
Incarnate.
me like a reference or someone from history that is like what you're describing? Who
Mussolini
has said-
called fascism true democracy and the doctrine of fascism. There you go.
Okay, and how was the economy of Italy during that time?
Wait, pause. Why are you segueing or pivoting to the economy? You made a very clear point or a cogent point about how like you would be the good benevolent fascist, even though we're pointing out to you that in history, lots of fascists and most fascists said that they'd be the benevolent one who would bring their people back from the brink of failure by usually, blaming some like out group in their country as like the source of all their problems. And you're saying that you'd be different? In what way, I guess?
Well, if I get into this, you're gonna call me a troll, bro. But I'm just telling you.
You definitely sound like a troll. Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
All right, whatever. Like, it's
whatever.
Personally attack.
God.
You could. Okay, bro.
God.
You could. Yeah. Okay, bro. Yeah, bro.
Bro.
All right, you could personally attack me. I don't care, bro.
I'm not personally attacking you. I don't know why you're such a victim about it. You kind of sound like a soy liberal right now.
I'm not.
What do you
you're
drive
funny,
a Honda
bro.
Civic? Jesus.
I do drive a Honda Civic. Yeah.
Ew. Imagine having
Actually,
to lean
I'll
down into getting into your vehicle. How cringe.
If you don't believe me, I'll post it in side chat.
Trust me. I believe you. I believe
Hold on,
you.
bro. I'll post a picture right now, bro. I'm flexing that, bro.
You don't make fun of the Honda Civics. The fuck?
Yeah, it's a good car, bro. It's good on gas.
Yeah,
I don't know why you.
fuck you for
I
driving
don't know why
it.
you I don't know why you running against me, bro.
Yeah, but fuck you for driving it.
That's crazy, bro.
I only like to drive trucks that are like twice my height. Just saying.
Yeah, that's too big, bro. I can't drive a big truck because that's too big.
I know you're unfamiliar with big things. We're well aware.
Bro, I'm massive, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you
Not in the places that count.
Your voice quivered as you said that.
That's
Size doesn't
actually
matter,
funny,
dude.
bro. Don't hi, bro.
Size does not matter.
Wait,
Yeah,
Marvin, you
funny.
can't. Marvin, you can't.
The only
take the
people
big
that say that size doesn't matter have small penises. But okay.
Alright, bro. Look inside chat. It's loading. But
Either dox
That's
your
actually-
penis or shut the fuck up.
I'm not. You
That's
crazy.
too big,
Yo,
dude.
twin. You crazy for that one, twin.
Dude, it's not about the size of the boat. It's about the motion of the
Alright, bro,
ocean.
so like, hold on. Let's run it back again, bro. Listen, I may have been wrong on a couple of points, and
A couple.
Were you right on any of them?
All right, bro. Just listen.
Just say you're wrong on all of them.
All right, bro.
Oh, Mainer's
whatever.
here. Mainer's,
If I'm wrong,
believe
I'm
is a
wrong,
Trump
bro.
supporter.
Like, I'm not gonna act
You guys
like
want to talk to him?
I'm not gonna act like I'm wrong. I'm right. Like I'm wrong if I'm wrong, bro. Then I'll learn, and that's what's it. Like that's what's up, bro. So, first of all, I'm gonna ask you questions now. Would you be okay with having swastikas and hammers and sickles painted on the wall? Like, are you okay with that? Like
yeah, that's completely fine.
Why? It's a symbol of hatred
because it's
and violence.
freedom of speech.
But how is it freedom of speech to support someone that killed 60 million people and is against my government? How is that?
God killed the entire.
Because it's a freedom of speech. It doesn't matter what you're against. What matters is the
I'll argue with you
foundation of
next,
freedom
bro.
of
If you want
speech
to run
and
it with
freedom
me,
of
bro, I'll
expression.
argue with you next. I don't care.
There's like, respond to somebody.
Yeah, all right, bro.
Damn. Really sounding like a soy liberal again.
Wait, don't get me wrong. You can be against freedom of speech, but that doesn't stop people from exercising their freedom of speech.
I'm not
Like,
against,
if
bro.
so-
Like, I don't know why you acting so weird. I'm not against freedom of speech. I'm against.
No. Well, you're against what they're doing as their freedom of speech, right? You can be against freedom, like someone's expressing their personal beliefs or what they want through exercising freedom of speech, right? So if someone is going to paint swastikas and like pitchforks and like KKK and stuff like that on walls and like public spaces, sure. If you don't like it, okay, that's fine too. It's freedom of speech.
Well, there might be some vandalization involved there, but sorry.
There might be, but that would be up to like city ordinances and officers in that jurisdiction. But
to prosecute the crime that's being committed there. But yeah, let's just talk about the like where it's like non-crime committing like.
But like someone outside like holding a flag on like saying Nazis are good and I support the KKK, fine, I have no issue with that. On the other hand, I have no issue with somebody else oppressing expressing freedom of speech of the opposite message of what they are saying.
But why would you?
Wait, do you also support Donald Trump then limiting the ability for people to burn the flag as a form of First Amendment protected speech?
Are you asking me, bro?
Yeah.
No, you're retarded. I'm asking Maynard.
Oh, Maynard.
Oh, that's crazy. I don't know why you
I mean, I support the how you say it, enforcing the laws and being stricter on what types of protests can be done. For example, like I don't think people should be committing arson in a public park.
That's a pivot. He asked you a very specific question.
Yeah, should
well,
people
that's
be
not
allowed
what
to burn
Trump
the
is
flag?
doing.
No, he is.
If I want to go buy a flag, go down to like Millennium Park in Chicago, and have a sign next to it saying "This is the state of the American institution," and I set that thing on fire, and have it not be like a fire hazard, not be arson, I'd be thrown in jail for a year. So Donald Trump just signed an executive order requiring.
I mean, why are you trying to?
Yeah,
burn
but
the
that's
flag,
not
bro?
specifically about the flag.
No, the protest is literally me burning the flag.
Oh yeah, go for it.
But
No,
then
but
Donald Trump said
You
that
wanna
I
burn
will
the
be
flag
arrested.
anyways.
Yeah, like go
gives a
burn the
shit?
flag, but
I'm
just
allowed
don't do
to.
it. Just don't do it in a place where you violate. Yeah, just don't do it in a place where you.
It's literally-
violate, like, any
What do
sort
you
of, like,
okay? What
public
do you think about your
ordinance.
president taking away that ability for me to do that?
He's not taking away your ability of doing that. What he's
Yes,
doing
he is. He's saying I go to jail for a year if I do it.
That's not what that is. But
That's
okay.
literally what the.
executive
Did you
order?
not see the EO? Do you not like? How would you have an opinion about it if you haven't read the EO? That clearly
did read
outlined
it.
that. You obviously not.
Yeah, I posted in side chat. Maybe you just started behind. It's fine. It's not a big deal. There's section 1, the permits, and section 2 is the measures to combat desecration to the American flag.
I always thought it was illegal to do that.
Hasta luego.
I mean, this executive order won't actually do anything because
But it wasn't.
it's not illegal to do, so it's effectively a pointless executive order. But the fact that Donald Trump is still trying to do it is concerning.
The fact that he's
Like,
arrested
man, it's
people
just
and will
posturing,
arrest
it
more.
is.
He already arrested someone. Someone is deprived of their rights right now.
There are a lot of people deprived of their rights.
Holy shit!
Veteran deprived of their
Wait,
rights.
wait,
Yeah,
is Maynard the dude that
actually,
said that
actually, the veteran,
Garcia was, like,
that,
for promotion like
the
that?
the aforementioned veteran who got arrested, he
Shit,
didn't get
man.
arrested for burning the American flag. He got arrested on a misdemeanor of setting arson in a public park,
Yeah, I think that's the correct.
and
thing.
he was released 2 hours later.
What we're saying is
That's-
that Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump may not actually be able to arrest you for burning the flag, He's still making executive orders directing the Department of Justice to arrest everybody and to seek for 1 year penalty for anybody who does. That's Donald
For
Trump
inciting
trying
violence,
to limit.
yes.
Inciting
No,
violence.
no. Look at the executive order. There's nothing about like other things too.
Yes, it literally says the
Non-fictional,
executive order
act to
burning
restore-
this representation of America may incite violence and riot. Literally
So you
says that.
burning a flag is violence and rioting?
It can,
That's stupid.
it can be
You're a
misconstrued that way.
American. Wait, what's the next sentence? Continue reading on, Maynard.
American flag burning is used by groups of foreign nationalists as a calculated act to intimidate, threaten violence against Americans because of their nationality or place of birth.
Okay. So do you think that's what we're talking
Okay,
about?
so what?
It sounds
It's
like you
used
just
to
read Schizo
intimidate.
note.
Yeah, it's just an intimidate. Like no, even if I were to do it to intimidate, I'm still allowed to do that.
Based.
Shimothy, you're being too nice. Maynard, you giggled at what I said, but you agreed with me. It sounded like a retard wrote that, right? Like a retarded schizophrenic wrote that, right? like when you burn your hoodies, that's actually the Chinese. The Chinese are brainwashing you to burn your red hoodie so that red China. Like you sound like a fucking rambler. Like you do realize that, right? Like the fact that he's trying to take away a constitutional right in any way, the fact that he even uttered it, let alone an EO about it, the fact that he even talked about taking a constitutional right away is fucking grounds for you should be impeached and put in prison.
Yeah, no, it says notwithstanding the Supreme Court's rulings on First Amendment you don't care about the First Amendment? Okay, cool.
What? That's part of your.
I literally was just talking, and you just said you don't care.
Hey Reagan. Hey Reagan. Wait, quick thing.
So
Reagan.
you don't care about the First Amendment? Is that what you're trying to say right now? Or were you just interrupting me?
He's in the government. That matters more.
Right.
But
it says notwithstanding the Supreme Court's rulings on the First Amendment protections, the court has never held that the American flag declaration conducted in a manner that is likely to incite imminent lawless action, or that action is amounting to fighting wars and is constitutionally protected.
Yeah, so it's that they've never held that it is constitutionally protected. That's just a lie. That's a lie. You understand that, right?
It's not a lie.
It's a lie.
Yeah, in 1989, they found that it was constitutionally protected First Amendment freedom of speech.
We've been writing off that Supreme Court case for like a couple decades.
And for the record, even the founding fathers were in support of burning the flag for as a means of protesting your country. But that's also besides the point.
My administration will act to restore respect and sanity to the American flag and prosecute those who incite violence and otherwise violate our laws while desecrating the symbol of our country. The full extent permissible under any available authority. So the violence part true, but then also he says, or otherwise violate our laws while desecrating the symbol of our country to the full extent permissible under any available authority. So they're basically saying if you burn a flag, I think the direct instruction to the DOJ in the memo was a 1 year penalty on any crime, which is insane. This is not constitutional.
No, that's not constitutional. That's a freedom of speech issue.
Yeah. Do you see how they're lying in their own executive orders on the White House's published thing?
Oh, that's crazy.
Like, it's fucked up, right, Dana?
That's crazy, bro.
Why are people burning flags anyways? It's kind of scummy.
It's
It's not.
up against the what's going on. You know?
Pretty soon I won't be able to burn Trump flags or pictures of Trump. Then where would we be?
Wait, actually, I have a question for a Trump supporter in this room. What do you guys think about Donald Trump literally hanging a flag of his
Alright,
face?
so then let me ask you a question. If someone's burning an American flag, right, and then they're waving it around, and then I walk near it or something, right, and I get burnt, what should happen to that person?
Maynard,
Well,
you're
you walk
assuming
near
that
it.
this
What should
retard
happen
just
to that
ignore
person?
you dunking on him and then come back like 2 minutes later and be like, actually, I came
It's
up with
literally
this."
already illegal.
It's literally already illegal.
It's illegal to light people on fire by
Yeah, it's illegal to light people
But
on fire.
if I have a flag burning on the ground and some retard walks into the flag and jumps on it and burns himself, I don't think I'll be charged.
That wasn't your scenario.
Well, the scenario is that I'm burning a flag in Millennium Park in Chicago,
I hit you
and I'm
with a
saying that it's a
flag that
protest,
is burning.
and then somebody walks by and they walk into the fire, I guess?
You would be in trouble for not getting a permit for making the fire, all sorts of stuff that would make you liable. And
Yeah,
then-
so you're not getting in
those
trouble
wouldn't
for
even be
burning the
crimes.
American
No,
flag.
none of
You're
those are even
getting in
like
trouble for
misdemeanors.
committing
So, like,
arson.
no, that's not arson.
You can't do fires unless you get a permit, by the way. That's
Yeah,
how they
exactly.
get them a lot of times.
I guess it probably depends on
No,
where
that's
you're...
not a federal law or even a state law. It's going to be a city
Okay,
ordinance.
when it comes to law, there's
Yeah,
a
they're not
thousand
attacking
ways.
flag
There's a
burning.
thousand ways to skin a cat. So if you decide to be a jerk
No,
in
there's
public,
two
there's
major
so many
differences
laws
in
they can
laws.
use
There's
against
federal
you to
laws
arrest
and
you.
then there's state laws, and this is neither a
You sound
federal
like
or
a
a state
teenager,
law.
bro.
Mm,
I'm 32.
Wait, are we gonna
Give me a
do
break
like
with this.
appeals of to age on like to
No, you
discredit
idiot!
what the
I
point
said
he's
I'm
making?
not even listening to him because he sounds like a
Trump's
teenager.
gonna run for a
regarding
third
topic.
term. Let's fucking go. Finally, he's gonna be able to get rid of those pesky niggers.
Whew, close. Almost got my Twitch account fed posted. Whew.
Jesus.
Whew.
What do you mean fed posted?
I'm on
I just
Twitch,
woke up
so
and
anyone
yeah,
like
no,
I have to like make reasonable actions to stop that kind of speech. Take steps to stop it or remove it.
Well, I want to address Maynard directly. This is the federal head executive, the president, giving federal instructions to the Department of Justice. This can only be applicable if they're breaking a
Hey
federal
Newt,
law.
see you later, retard. Sorry, continue, Shimothy.
So back to your question about arson in the park. There's no federal law somebody's breaking there. They could be breaking a city ordinance, but how would the DOJ even like go about charging this person with flag burning? It's not a federal offense.
Coordinating with
by-
local municipalities.
Yeah, literally, like how that guy got arrested for burning the flag in the park. He got arrested on an arson misdemeanor.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that he cannot get charged with any flag burning shit because it's not illegal. It's not a federal
Right,
offense.
exactly.
So this executive action is Donald Trump trying to take away rights and just being so retarded it's completely ineffective.
But he's not taking away your rights. You just
He
admitted that he's
tried
not.
to.
He's
If
not.
somebody
he's not
tries
even
to stab
remotely
me with
doing
a
it.
knife and they fail, that's still a problem.
Yeah, if someone tries to kill you and then they're unsuccessful, would you say, well, they weren't actually able to murder me, so I guess it doesn't really matter that they, tried. Like, you do realize that's like the same. That's the logic you're operating
That's
under,
not at all
Maynard.
the same thing.
That's exactly.
That's the
No,
exact
because-
logic
because-
that you're
Trying to
operating
take
with.
away the
No, it's
First
not,
Amendment
because
rights of
murder is a very
Americans.
different.
Oh,
Murdering somebody is very
holy
different
shit.
than a protest.
So you're gonna be
and
you're
very
gonna be
different
you're
types of
gonna be
adjudication for.
you're gonna be
That-
pedantic.
that's
This
how
guy
law
Maynard
works.
just said it's different.
Yes, I
'cause
am
it's
going.
different. What's
I
the
am
symmetry
going to.
breaker,
Yes.
buddy?
Oh wait. Oh wait. Hey, Llama.
Hey.
Hey, Llama. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If I go steal a chocolate bar, right? Should I get a death penalty?
Of course.
No, why would you get a death penalty
Oh,
for stealing
it's
a
almost
chocolate
like
bar?
it's almost like comparing different crimes and different
It's
types
almost
of
like
law.
comparing different
Wow.
Or
If
death is pretty similar, dog.
I guess I'm
I
confused.
don't know what
like,
analogies are.
do you want your
Wait,
head
do you-
of the executive to be writing?
Wait,
like,
do you
giving
think the
orders
wait
that
wait
can't be
Wow,
followed?
guys, I didn't know different laws.
Maynard, Maynard, did you
Whoa,
Maynard? Whoa,
wow,
whoa,
what a
Maynard.
concept.
Wait, everybody, pause for a second. Maynard, do you think that I'm like equating the two?
Burning the flag.
Do you
is
think? Do
similar
you
to
wait?
murder,
No,
guys.
no. Do you think when I brought up that example, Maynard, do you think I was equating the two based off the severity of like the crime and like the punishment you
just
do
did.
out for
You
them?
just did.
Or do
That's
you think I was
exactly what
making a
you-
more cogent point where you were making a point saying, well, he failed, so it doesn't matter, and then I used a hyperbolic hypothetical
you
saying.
failed. That
Yes,
wasn't
but
me.
I
That was
used.
Shimothy that said that. Remember who's saying what in your arguments, but go
Okay,
ahead.
wait. If
Articulate.
Was he not the one who said that?
Wait, yeah,
he's
Llama, let me just solve all this really fast. We'll make a perfectly apt analogy. If somebody comes and tries to make it so I am no longer able to say what I want without punishment, so they literally, like, I don't know, they give me a court order which says if you say your ex-girlfriend's name at all, you'll face a year in jail, and then later I find out that was never constitutional, they could never enforce that, don't I still have a right to be mad at the person for telling me that I can't do it? And then
You have the
give me a
right to be
fake
mad
law?
at whatever you want. You can be mad at things.
Yeah, wouldn't you say that person would be like a bad person for lying to me, especially if they were the president of the United States?
Yeah, but they're not saying you can't say your ex-girlfriend's name in the simulator.
They're saying you can't
just,
burn
it
the
was just
flag, which is
predicated
an
on the
expression of
actual
the freedom
thing.
of
He's not saying you can burn. He's not saying you can't burn the American flag. What he's
That's
doing is
explicitly
he's
what
getting
he's
the.
stating.
But it's not. If you actually.
What's the
like,
executive
read
order called again?
The executive order.
What's the executive order
Go
called?
up to the top. What's it called?
Just read it out loud,
read that
Maynard.
title.
Just read the title,
The
Maynard,
ti-
real quick.
Okay, prosecuting the burning of the American flag. Okay, I
So,
don't care.
yes, that's exactly what it is.
But within the executive order, it doesn't even mention it.
Wait, the analogy was somebody brings me a paper and says they're going to prosecute me if I say my ex-girlfriend's name, and then later on I find out that even though they said it and it looks very like
it literally says here,
it's not constitutional. I have to sue for my rights. That person would have done, like, at the very least, like, I don't know, lying, fraud.
They would have done an authoritarian thing.
It literally says, it literally says in section 2B, in cases where the DOJ, the Department of Justice, or another executive department or agency determines that the instance of the American flag desecration may violate an applicable state or local law, such as burning restrictions, disorderly conduct laws, or destruction of property laws, the agency shall report to the matter to the appropriate state or local authority or potential action.
That's a
he's not
retard
punishing.
writing this.
He's not attacking people who are directly burning the flag. What he's doing is saying, hey, if you burn the flag in a public park and you don't have a fire license,
prosecuting burning of the American flag. He is prosecuting the people who are burning the American flag.
He's also looking for a specific
only under judiciary where it violates other city ordinances.
Infringing on your free speech if it's trying to have a specific penalty based on specifically that speech. He's not saying give them the applicable, punishment or sentence for violating the law. He's saying give them a year because it's the flag. That's unconstitutional.
You do know what, like, being charged of, like you can get, like, when you get, like, pulled over, for example, there's, like, crimes that you only get charged of if you've committed, like an initial crime. Like, there's, like, secondary charges that can be involved, like potentially not driving with your seatbelt on, or you do realize that there's, like, amplifiers, right? Charges. He's essentially trying to add in this amplification charge when it comes to the burning of the flag on top of all the already existing laws on the books. It's not just, like, prosecuting people that are committing crimes, and then they
it's
also
not like I can't go burn
an
Israeli flag, right? Is there any law against that? Why is this different?
No, you wouldn't get the year
I'm
being
pretty
in
sure
jail.
if you want to burn a piece of clothing in the park and it, like, catches fire to the public park or, like, destroys the public park, you probably get charged with something.
Yeah, probably.
It's no different.
Yeah, probably.
It's no different.
Yeah, hey,
It's
probably, but you wouldn't get an additional, like, year added on because this cloth was You do realize that it's also the fact that he's adding in an additional charge to it, the other crimes, right?
He said it's about the dignity of the flag right in there. We just read it. To restore the dignity of the flag.
And the fact that there's the additional charge. There is, like, a legitimate charge he's trying to bring to these people, like, or a punishment at least, the year sentence.
Yeah, I skimmed the order and then I read a CBS article. I think Lama's right.
Give Maynard a couple minutes, then he'll respond to something that no one said and is a complete deflection point.
This guy's a retard. Why are you talking to him?
Well, to be fair, it's not the first city. Wrong button, guys.
You are talking to Maynard like he's gonna say something, like, relevant or useful.
Yeah. Well, city ordinances can carry prison time or jail time, so it's not out of the ground.
Bottle of water, you're retarded, and I fucked your mom yesterday, and I plan on fucking her tonight. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah, the BBC.
You British
BC? It's BMC. Big Mexican cock.
Nice.
You're Mexican?
Half.
Wait, where are you Mexican?
How am I Mexican? How am I Mexican?
So are you only getting sent halfway to Uganda then?
Hey man, halfway to Uganda.
I
was born here, for the record.
I know.
I'm a Latinx.
Latinx. You know they prefer Latinx, right?
I just like to do my own appropriation.
Yeah.
I like to do my appropriation incorrectly.
Yeah, Llama. You know what's so funny? I'm getting Christy Noam right here, and guess what's gonna happen?
What's that?
She's gonna shoot your dog and then you.
All my brown friends say they prefer Latinx.
I'm unironically whiter than like I probably look whiter than all of you. You're all retarded.
I've
You're
seen you.
gonna beat me
You
on
look
that
pretty-
one,
you
buddy.
That's a
look
white
pretty
supremacy.
swarthy.
We all know it. It is a Sunni.
Hey.
Sunni.
No, buddy, I'll look at your Twitch stream right now. You look pretty swarthy.
Hey Reagan.
fairly
Reagan,
certain I'm
do you
fucking
have a
more
cross?
Irish
Do you
than
have
Irish
a? Do you
people.
have a cross tattooed on your body?
No, but it's like a Mexican thing. That's not a white thing.
Actually, wait, what? It's a Mexican thing to have tattoos cross tattoos?
Tattoos.
Go to Boston. You'll see a lot of white people breaking that trend.
I've never seen a white person with a tattoo.
Oh, maybe it's just
not
being
a
in the middle,
Christian
in the
thing,
Midwest,
that's
where it's a pretty Christian area or a pretty
Catholic
Christian like region, white
Oh,
Christian.
I live in California. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Oh, you're a soy liberal. Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm also
No, I'm a
California.
reactionary. No, I'm a reactionary fascist.
This is
All I'll say is that I've seen white people in every area of the world with crosses. White people fucking love Jesus.
I was about to say.
Never seen that shit.
It's all of a sudden now. Wait, is that actually like the paradigm shift where like people on the right now think that being religious or having religious symbols is like a
Well,
Hispanic
I
thing?
believe in positive Christianity. I don't
It's
believe
like a
in
Hispanic thing.
anything really crazy.
Well, so sympathy. I think it's gonna get to the point where where people are no longer comfortable of cooperating with the ICE officers. I think that's kind of gonna be the breaking point. But that and like another Boston massacre possibly.
Wait, pause.
What does
I
that
can't,
even
I
mean?
can't get over what Reagan just said about like.
I think this is a
apparently-
sampling issue. I live in California. Everyone religious that I know is Mexican, unironically. So.
Oh well, I live in the Midwest where like the religious
Yeah,
people
th-
are the
this is just gonna
Mexicans
be like
and
a
the white
sampling
people.
issue. Shit, I don't know. Yeah, I believe in positive Christianity. I don't believe in anything else.
Positive Christianity? What's that? What sect is
yeah.
that?
Don't worry about that.
Is that right?
Sorry,
is that
Crash,
up
what
there?
were you
Is
saying?
that up there with the like Jehovah's Witnesses and the Mormons? Are you up there?
No, I'm making a joke. It's what the Nazis called their religious views.
Oh. I'm unaware.
Regardless. Crash, what the fuck did you think there's gonna be another Boston massacre? What does that mean?
Crack thinks that they're using the National Guard to rile up unrest in DC, Chicago, certain black cities
so
to have
Trump
the
can
riots there.
declare martial law.
And then no, he's gonna just have them escalate, and then people are gonna get shot.
Well, then Trump, I think of the goal that
Why would you
Trump
want
could
that to
declare
happen?
martial law so he could
That's in Project 2025. Yeah, basically this
Is
weekend.
it?
I don't.
No.
Not,
think
not the
that-
shooting of people, but the escalation to put down democratic cities with civil unrest.
Well, yeah, because
really?
I think that's kind of the major issue is that when you have a president that's trained in escalation instead of de-escalation and is also sort of malicious, then you kind of get shit like this.
Look, I for one welcome our emperor.
It's real interesting that all the people on the right aren't I don't know, getting puzzled by the fact that Trump is being so effective with his deployment of the National Guard in DC now, but I guess was incapable of doing so in
January 6th.
January 6th, 20. I think that's interesting, the paradigm shift there. I guess.
Because January 6th was an anti-democratic coup.
Who cares? Get over it.
I'm never get over
I'll
that.
never get over
The
it.
U.S.
That was like the most
the U.S.
anti-American
was literally
thing that's
based
ever.
off
For
of
those people
revolution. The U.S. was literally
You're
founded
a
off of
fucking
revolution.
traitor. We should get rid of people like you.
There should be a literal IQ test for people to vote just because of people
You
like
know,
you.
literacy rate or literacy tests.
Or at least a literacy test at the bare minimum.
No, those
the
were horrible.
landed-
Those were.
We're the,
I'll
we're the,
say
we're
it-
the
I'll say it
landed,
again,
we're the only ones
constitutional
with representation
eugenics.
in the government.
I'll say it again. We need to practice constitutional eugenics to remove you fuckers from the gene pool.
There was a great in early you're going against all of early America being in favor of mass democracy, by the way. The only part of the government that was actually elected in early America was the United States House of Representatives. Even electors, there was no general elections in a lot of states during the presidential elections. The state legislatures would appoint electors like they do now, but the electors could just vote however they wanted, and they usually voted how the state legislature was comprised. So if a state legislator of a state is dominated by X party.
Wait, Reagan. Reagan.
Yeah.
Do you think that the United States is just a pure democracy? Like, is that what your understanding of like our governmental like
What?
structure is? Like we're just like a democracy?
That
Red
runs
Rex.
contrary to everything I've just said. We're a constitutional republic, which is a type of democracy.
Okay, so like, well, I guess what's the point you're making then about early
Yeah, that we are a
the United?
The voting rights of the United States of America have drifted greatly from the founding.
I agree.
And
We've
when
allowed.
libs invoke this, like, the founders wanted democracy. Democracy to the founders meant something very different than it means to us now. So that's like a really gay invocation.
I don't know who you're shadowboxing right now.
Wait, I'll stand on the
People who
position
fag out
pretty
about
similar.
Gen 6.
Yeah, we hold. Yeah.
What
the
did
people
what did
who-
the founders actually want? What did the founders actually want?
And well, there was like a bunch of different factions of them. But which faction?
What was the general principle that the founders all came together on?
That means so many different things. What do you? I don't know what you're asking me.
Well, it's generally like rebellion against the monarchy and seeking a representation in some form for whatever your land is going to be.
Yeah, sure, but they didn't believe in mass democracy.
No, they believed in representation for people of the land.
Yeah, well, not the people of the land, like landed peoples.
No, literally people of the land.
Like landed peoples. Yes.
Correct, and that definition has changed
Because we've amended our constitution.
yeah,
which
but
they
the
intended for us to
general
be able to
theme
do.
that has been untouched for a long time is the people of the land to be able to get representation and govern themselves, and we're free from some sort of like fascistic, authoritarian monarchy. That's the main general principle.
Kind of.
Not kind of, like that's
What do you mean by
explicitly
kind of?
the stated like pretense. Like, I think
Well,
that
like,
literally
a
is
lot
stated.
The Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, no, the Declaration of Independence is because of it.
Okay, they all signed it. So that was the common idea that they were all having. I don't know why you were so puzzled by that.
Sure, but like the like obviously they oppose like tyrannical monarchy. Yeah, I agree with that. It's just your
Okay,
characterization
and
of what they
want
wanted as
representation
like representation for everyone. They did not
of the
believe in
people on the
universal
land
suffrage.
and the people on the land.
Obviously,
Yes, but,
like they didn't believe in universal suffrage, right?
well, no, they believe that universal suffrage could be a thing later. That's why they left amendment processes in there. Like,
Yeah.
Well, they believe the government could go any which way whenever. That's why they left them in.
That's the whole point. They want the people to be able to govern themselves. They made a very fluid system for that exact
Sure.
reason.
Okay.
So it seems to me like this is kind of a good thing. And then anybody who
really
says that what Trump is doing is going against that, I think, fuck the Constitution. It goes against the general ethos of the Declaration of Independence and the general ethos of what you call it, the Constitutional Congress. That's what people are
Okay.
saying. Just don't have the right words to say it.
Sure.
But you're
So I guess like, why are you saying that like when people bring it up, it's so dumb? Because like that's what they mean.
Well, to me, like, I mean, they kind of mean that, but the illusion's still kind of goofy.
Why is
Like
it
you're
goofy?
like current modern democracy is good because the founders liked this other kind of democracy that's very different than what we have now.
If that's the only reason that people are giving you, I guess it's probably not good. But the general idea that like the American project is built off of like the principles stated in like the Declaration of Independence from like the Constitutional Congress, probably a pretty good thing to say that yeah, we want to continue that going forward. Because the converse of that, the dichotomy, is that no, fuck that, we're gonna break from the American project and do whatever we want. And now the question is, well, what are we gonna do? Now it's a power grab.
I think that'd be the inverse.
Yeah, that's why I said it's the opposite of the dichotomy. The other
Okay.
side.
You said it was the convert, and fine.
No, but soying out over Jan 6 isn't soying out's a funny way to like normatively like load it. But what do you what's wrong with being like upset with January 6th in your mind, Reagan? I'm just curious.
What's wrong with being upset about Gen 6?
Yeah.
Well, it's like you have this product of mass democracy that is Donald Trump. And you're getting mad when the product of mass democracy.
Wait, mass
is taken
democracy?
away
You
from
mean for like where he like lost the election? That wouldn't be the
I
product
mean,
of mass
universal
democracy there,
suffrage.
right? Hmm?
Universal
I don't think
suffrage
it's
and the democratization of the presidential election system.
I don't. I don't.
He
I don't.
lost though.
You're
How is
being
he- how
like
is that
so
a product?
unnecessarily like.
But
wordy.
the only
Wait,
way he
explain
managed
to
to
me
get into
how Donald Trump is the product of mass democracy.
Yeah,
I
the
would say
only
Donald Trump
reason-
is the product
the only
of the
reason-
internet and populism.
Okay, so the only reason Trump managed to ever get into office in the first place is because of the modern like primary systems. Scott Mackey always harps on about this. It's a combination of the modern primary systems, having people vote directly for the president in general elections in their states, and
How's
actually,
the
that's two
product of
things.
democracy? This is the product of populism. You're describing populism, not democracy.
Mass democracy.
Mass democracy.
No,
we don't. The popular vote doesn't elect in the president. Hence why he lost the He was able to still become president in 2016, even though he lost that.
If it was the case that state legislatures picked their electors and told them how to vote, do you think Trump would ever be president?
Depends on how many states swing red or how many states swing blue, I guess.
I don't think so. They would have put an establishment Republican in there.
Oh, are you talking about just like the RNC, the Republican National Committee?
What you're saying
also, Shimothy, my pronouns are they, Ed. Please don't misgender me. Thank you.
Okay. Whatever's saying that because the democracy allowed this person to be a candidate, that means that they're a product of democracy, which is just not true.
Well, no, I'm saying mass democracy.
Even that's not true. What you're really taking, all of the reasons you just stated were purely about the political system we have and the primaries.
Yeah, kind of.
Wait, you also
primaries aren't even democratic, right?
Yeah, I mean
primaries are democratic. What do you mean?
Technically,
how does the primary run? Explain to me how a primary works.
Well, for each party, it's slightly different, and the Democratic Party is less democratic in their primaries.
We're not talking about the Democratic Party. I don't want you to go running away there. Talk about how does the Republican primary work?
Yeah, so
there's mass democracy. Mass democracy.
Yeah, so they go kind of state by state, but there's some states that happen on the same dates, and throughout the year, the early beginning of the year, between like January, I think it's January and March, I think, a vast majority of the states are in that time. I think there's a couple after, but between like January
in the primaries for the Republicans.
Well,
said mass democracy. He said Donald Trump is a product of mass democracy.
Well, the state party picks whether they want to have an open or closed primary.
So not democracy then.
Well, anyone can register to be a member of the party. Do you know how the delegate? Do you know how the delegate system works?
Wait, stop. Keep on saying non sequiturs. Well, anybody could register to be on the party. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's still not mass democracy. Your original claim was Donald Trump is a product of mass democracy, and someone that made not a big deal to soy out about.
Yeah, when I say mass democracy, I mean like people being able to vote in these elections directly.
In the primaries, but some of them aren't. Because the only thing you brought up was the primaries.
Wait, no, I mean I'm putting this in a dichotomy. No, you're not understanding. I'm putting this in a dichotomy with the delegate and caucus system that existed before they started doing these primaries like this.
So you're saying anything that's not the delegate and caucus system is mass democracy?
No, well, this would be
That's what a dichotomy means, retard.
No, I'm saying the dichotomy is you either have primaries where people vote by state, or you have a caucus.
You were putting in a dichotomy about caucus and the other fucking thing, and therefore mass democracy.
What?
Therefore, mass democracy. Where are you getting mass democracy from?
You're not. You're having a tracking error. You're getting very angry.
Explain to me.
Wait, pause. Okay, pause. That's a big no-no, my VC. Anyone who like tries to appeal, like to ad hom somebody by like speaking on their emotional state or like the way they're speaking, cringe. Don't do it. It's cringe.
He's yelling at me. I don't know.
I don't care. I don't care if he's yelling. Number one, it doesn't matter if he's yelling. That you can't ascertain his like emotional state based off that. It's cringe.
He said he wasn't tracking.
Okay, back to the real conversation.
No, he also after he said you're not tracking, he said.
What is the part that gives Donald Trump is only in charge because of mass democracy? That is your claim.
Well, when I say mass democracy,
I want to bring it all together because the original conversation was you were talking about people sowing out that January 6th is kind of fucking weird and kind of dumb. And so then you said, well, actually, January 6th is actually a product of mass democracy. And that is a retarded statement in my view. So explain to me how it's a product of mass democracy. When I asked you that, you brought up the primaries and how the primaries allowed him to run. Apparently, I'm not tracking though. So where did we get lost?
So do you understand when I say like a dichotomy between like the like 1970s like delegate caucus system versus the modern primary system? Do you understand what I mean when I say there's a dichotomy there?
There was a before.
How's that a dichotomy? There's just two particular systems. There's a spectrum of thousands of other possible systems.
Yeah, but there's two that have been used in the
There was a
American
before and
parties.
after, and we are now in an after system, but that doesn't get you to mass democracy.
Yeah, well, the after system is mass democracy in the primaries.
But you yourself just said the primary system was non-democratic sometimes. And you also said that not
The
many people
Democratic
voted
one
them.
is way less. The Republican one is way more Democratic than Democrats.
Every single time, it's just an open voting for every Republican in every state.
For the Republican primaries, I think there's some like super delegate or non-committed delegates, but there's way less in the Democratic Party.
What does it mean to you?
You said mass democracy, and you pointed to the primaries, and then some states don't even do.
When I say
polling.
mass democracy, I just mean there's very little restrictions on voting.
Very little restrictions
In the
on voting.
primaries, but some of these states don't even allow like open voting. There's like super delegates and other shit. So you're saying that because of the
Superdelegates are
primary
exclusively a
system,
Democratic
where people
phenomenon.
vote on,
The
some of the states have votes on them. Not
Well, the
even all of
equivalent
them.
of-
That
the-
is the equivalent of mass democracy. That's why.
Well, the
being
equivalent
voted
of
on
the
about January 6th
the
is so-
equivalent of the superdelegates in the Republican primary are just going to be non-committed delegates.
Wait, would you say that anybody that uses a primary system that allows for people to vote on who they want to actually primary is now mass democracy?
Not necessarily, but I would say the primary system there is mass to Democratic.
You think that the Republican primary system is mass democracy?
Yes.
Is all this to say that you think that January 6th happening was like the will of like the majority, and that's why it happened
No.
because of democracy, the mass democracy? Then what's the point you're
No,
even
I-
making? What's the
My
what's-
point is that mass democracy allows for demagogues to take power and erode democratic norms.
I still don't know what mass democracy means.
No,
It's gonna, mass democracy is just democracy with very little restrictions.
So
on
you're
voting.
doing the whole thing
Yeah, but
where
that-
like fascists are able to take advantage of the system because it allows for them to be able to hijack.
Well, hold
Is
on.
that what
So
you're
do
doing?
you,
How is
do you think
January
it's
6th
okay-
in any way,
do
shape,
you
or
think
form
it's okay
related to
that on
voting restrictions?
January 6th they built a gate? They built a
I'm saying
fucking gallows. Are you okay that they built a gallows on
Who are
January
you
6th?
talking to? I don't like January 6th.
I don't think he's defending
talking-
January 6th. He's like somehow saying
He was saying it
January
was
6th.
soy. He's saying it was cringe to soy out about how like January 6th was like a major problem. That was the original.
It was an
It was a
attempt
major
to-
problem.
It
I
was
agree
an
it was a major problem.
So we're just walking back the entire thing.
No, I think that it's like a lot of libs will soy out about January 6th without understanding that the reason it happened in the first place is because of mass democracy.
No, the reason why it happened in the first place. No,
the mass democracy, which you yourself have failed to explain.
Hold on,
Got it.
just
What do you
for
mean?
context.
I've defined it.
Context. When,
And
you,
for
when you
the-
say libs, are you saying that as a like radical leftist?
Me? Oh no, I'm like a center left person.
That's what I am.
Wait, that's what a regular liberal. would
Everyone
be.
is center left.
No, there's
In
people
American
that are
politics, it's
definitely
gonna
not
be a
center
standard-
left.
Centered left.
I'm not
would be a
sure.
Did you,
standard
did you not just
Democratic
ask me if
liberal.
I was like a lefty? Maybe I misunderstood
Okay.
you.
If
For
you have
someone
closed
who
elections, is that
says
mass
they're
democracy?
they're on the left, you tend to use right wing rhetoric such as lefty.
Okay,
Next to be called
wait,
a
what
liberal,
is
next
that?
to be
No,
saying
no,
liberal
chill.
snowflake.
We don't need to psychoanalyze. I just wanted context as to where he's coming from and his political beliefs.
What was that?
I'm curious
Timothy?
about the primaries. So, would you say that if you have closed elections, that's mass democracy?
As in, like, only party members can vote or something?
Yeah.
Like, registered yeah, that's probably gonna be mass democracy to me.
That's you.
Okay, what if you have open elections? Is that mass democracy or less mass democracy?
Yeah, that's also mass democracy. It's probably
What's not
more
mass
democratic.
democracy?
A delegate and caucus system? What do you mean?
Okay, so when they vote, you know what they're voting for, right?
When who votes?
In Republican primaries, when they vote, do you know what they're voting for?
Who like voters on the ground or
Sorry,
like
I didn't understand that we can't track past two sentences. When
Wait,
the
like
Republican
non-committed
primaries
delegates?
happen and people vote in the Republican primaries.
Who
what are they
voting?
voting for?
Non-committed delegates or voters in states?
The people in the primary, the Republican primary, when they cast their votes in an open or closed election, because apparently open and closed are both the same amount of mass democracy.
okay, like
What are they
individuals
voting
that
for?
are not that are not non-committed delegates. Okay. They're voting in the state primary to decide how the state's delegates will vote because
And
they're
what did you
committed
just say
delegates.
would be the opposite of mass
Hey,
democracy?
can I just point
If all
out
of the delegates were uncommitted, then if the delegates
What is not mass democracy? You said a delegate
The
system. And at the
uncommit,
end
yes,
of the
it
day,
would be
you just
if
realized
everybody,
that the
if
Republican primary
everybody,
system is a delegate
oh my
system.
god, if everyone is an uncommitted delegate like how it was before 1970, that would be not mass democracy.
What if half of them are uncommitted delegates?
Can you tell me what an uncommitted delegate is versus a committed delegate?
Committed delegate can go for whatever they want. They just announce they're going to go for them, and uncommitted delegates kind of vote for whatever people voting in the primary.
Other
vote
way
for. So,
around, but you
however
were
you want to
close
split it up.
enough.
So you said that a delegate system is not mass democracy.
When I say a delegate system, I mean as
You
in
walked
they
back
can.
within like 2 sentences. You don't even think a sentence ahead of yourself.
What are you talking to me? What are you trying to?
What is not mass democracy?
I've
Explain to me
noticed
what's
already,
not mass democracy.
Reagan, you tend
It-
to keep walking statements back.
What?
You
said-
you keep walking statements back.
No, when I say a
Oh.
delegate system, I mean I specifically said the pre-1970 delegate system. What are you talking about?
Oh, so everything else is mass democracy.
Like,
It's
well,
just
I
the-
actually don't agree with that.
No, that's like a straw man of my position.
What is not mass democracy then? Explain
Timothy,
it
can
to
you
me.
explain? Are you like understanding my position at all?
Yes, you're emotive and you made a dumb statement, and now you're attached to the idea that mass democracy is
Maybe emotional.
the election, and that without mass democracy, he would not be here, and that's what caused January 6th.
Yeah, I
That's
think
your
that
definition.
if January or if mass democracy wasn't the case in America, then January 6th never would have happened. Yes.
And when I asked you for what's not, I said, is an open election mass democracy? You said yes. I said, is a closed election mass democracy? You said yes. I said, okay, what would not be mass democracy? You're like, oh, I don't know, a delegate system. I said, okay, that's what they're voting for. is the delegate system.
pre-1970.
And some of those delegates don't even get voted for.
The pre-1970 delegate system where there was like
So it sounds to me like you've just described a non-mass.
there was no
Well, to be clear, also, you didn't even talk about the general election. You said the only reason why you think Donald Trump is a democratically elected official is because of the 2016 primaries.
That's one of my reasons. Do you want me to get into
That was
other
the
ones?
only reason you cited.
You've been
That's
fighting me
because
on this for like 15 minutes because you don't understand what I mean when I say pre-1970 delegate system.
You're right. I have no idea what happened around the 1970s delegate system.
Do you not?
Woo! Right over your head.
I don't know. I don't understand.
I don't even know if you know what democracy is to be at this point. But
I have a
whatever.
hard time with sarcasm. Are you saying that seriously? Do you want me to answer that
You
question?
have a hard time with
Democracy
most
is?
things in life, dude.
Okay. That's just rude.
So like,
Wait, so I'm not allowed to speculate about his emotional state, but he's allowed to say that to me?
I'm done.
You've been one-sided on that.
Reagan, just run by your democracy stance one more time.
Yeah, so I think that the only reason Trump ever was able to enter national politics in the first place was because of mass democracy, and I think it's ironic when libs freak out about Jan 6 being anti-democratic when it only happened because of mass democracy in the first place.
No, the only reason why Trump got elected. Hold on, the only reason why Trump got voted in the first place was because Reddit meme. Because people voted for him thinking that he wouldn't actually get, elected, so they voted as a meme.
That might be part of it.
What?
I don't know. I'm not gonna.
Both of my
wait,
parents
wait.
are Trump voters
I don't
in
know.
the
Wait,
primary.
pause
not
for a
true.
second,
That's
Reagan.
not true
Wait,
at
no,
all.
I don't even want to I don't even want to touch that, Reagan.
Oh, there was
no,
a
no,
whole
no.
Reddit thing.
Okay,
This is
okay,
laughable.
okay,
This is
Jew.
laughable.
Okay,
That's
okay.
a
I don't even want
laughable
to. I don't even want
understanding of the
to.
American political
I don't
scheme.
even want to
Don't worry.
engage with
Don't
that.
get disturbed by mass
I'm going
democracy.
back to Reagan here real quick. You said that January 6th only happened because of mass democracy, so you're gonna not attribute any of the riling up of those people for the 2 hours prior to them being sent to the Capitol, the months and months,
Who was that done by?
By Trump. And
Yeah, okay, so how was Trump able to enter
and the months
That's
and months before where the Fox News, OEN, Newsmax, other alternative news sources were feeding their constituencies with lies of election rigging for the months leading up to it, including Trump. You don't think that played a bigger part than whatever weird arbitrary ass fucking
Do you
mass
think that Trump is a
democracy thing you
demagogue?
believe?
Do you think that Trump is a demagogue?
Do
I think he's an
Trump's-
oligarch.
I don't know. I don't want I don't use cringe buzzword labels for people. I think
You don't know
he's,
what demagogue means.
I know what demagogue means. I just think he's
Do you think Trump is a demagogue?
I
think
don't
it's really big on,
I don't do
comparing
the whole
Trump
I don't do the whole labeling Trump a Nazi.
I'm asking if
or
he
a
would characterize Trump as a
fascist
demagogue because
or-
I easily would. I don't know why he's. You actually don't think Trump is a demagogue?
It's just cringe to do the whole thing. I think he's
I don't
retarded.
label
I don't
Trump
think
as a
he. I don't
demagogue.
think. I
I
don't think
label
Trump
him as
has
an oligarch.
any coherent actual That's why I don't call him a Nazi because he's not intentional behind it. He's just a retarded, petulant child who so happens to
So was Andrew Jackson. and Andrew Jackson was also a demagogue.
who so happens to also engage in I guess Nazi-esque or fascistic-esque
I
behavior.
have nothing. I have no idea what that means. That doesn't answer my question.
I don't know how it didn't answer your question.
What do you think a demagogue is?
Somebody who appeals to the common man's rationality.
Yeah,
But Donald Trump doesn't do that.
populism
He
to
appeals
some degree.
Yeah,
but...
Donald Trump doesn't appeal to common man
Exactly what
rationality.
he
He's xenophobic and reactionary. So
Yeah,
you're wrong on that point.
You don't think that demagogues can be reactionary?
Trump is a hyper-reactionary, focus-based individual.
Yeah, if Trump was actually
I
trying to
think
solve
most-
the average person's problems, he probably wouldn't be levying tariffs and destroying all of Nebraska.
I think more often than not, demagogues are usually reactionary xenophobes.
Trump is not no. Trump is not a demagogue.
You think? Wait. So you think that Donald Trump is for everyman? Donald Trump is benefiting the everyman.
No, I think that the everyman.
That's what a
thinks
demagogue
Donald
is. A demagogue is somebody
not what a
who
demagogue
appeals
is.
to the everyman. Yes, it is. It's the.
That's
the
unironically
I think a lot
what a
of
You
normal
know what the
people.
etymology of demagogue is? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I think a lot of everymen like think that Trump benefits them and they like him a lot because he's a
No,
demagogue.
I think that they think he's gonna own the libs. He's a reactionary. They do it for liberal fear.
And in order to be a demagogue, there has to be like some like calculated like thought behind it. Like there's no like calculation. There's no like plot. He's just retarded.
Yeah, there's
Like,
just
he
watching a movie. Hold on, there's just watching a movie.
Why are we letting him run away from
on
it?
the
The original
Lifetime
claim.
network? And
Because
then
everyone
finding
is
a building
deciding to
great
talk over
fucking
me.
concentration camp in the fucking Florida Everglades.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
the original claim was that this person who was elected by delegates was elected by mass democracy, and it's kind of ironic
He
to be
was
mad at
elected.
somebody who
Well, the
was
delegates were
led
bound
by
by
mass
mass
democracy who was trying to fight democracy. That's cringe. That's his claim.
Do you think that there's no substantive difference between delegates that are bound by mass democracy and delegates that are not?
Well, the fact that there are super delegates that can vote either way they want, I think that kind of goes against the idea of mass democracy.
Super delegates don't exist in the Republican Party.
There are delegates that are not beholden to what the actual.
Yeah, they're called non-committed delegates. Super
Whatever you want
delegates.
to fucking call
exclusively
them. I don't
Democratic
care.
people.
You understand the concept. Stop being pedantic.
I'm
about
just
the
confused by
wording.
your language.
Oh, you're confused by a lot of things, dog.
Okay, I'm just confused by your language in this case.
Just remember by your language of
just,
mass
why don't
democracy.
you
when you
attack
can't
Reagan?
define
Look
it.
at so
They-
can you
they
look in
call them
Mass democracy is not delegates, and then we said, oh wait, the main thing you're citing, which is the 2016 primary, was
Can you
decided
look
by
in the side
delegates.
chat? That's gonna be my definition of demagogue. It's from Brave. I just googled demagogue, and that was the first definition. So I think that this is
a
Trump
leader
would
who
qualify as
obtains
a
power
demagogue.
by means of impassioned appeals to the emotions and prejudices of the populace, a leader of the common people in ancient times.
That's quite literally everybody.
But Trump also isn't a leader of the common people. Also, he isn't that.
Well, I'm saying
You're
he's
talking about
hold on.
the. You're
Reagan,
talking about
you-
the. You're talking about the nepo baby like golden spoon
Well, I'm
up his
saying
ass
that I'm
his
saying that he
entire
meets the
life
first
is like
definition, not the
the.
second
Wait,
definition.
Trump
Trump
is
is
there
not
a
a
single
leader of the
president who
common
doesn't meet
people.
that
He is,
definition?
if anything, he's the enemy of the common people.
Every president meets that definition.
I'm not sure if Clinton or Bush did.
Obama was a
Bush
leader of the
didn't-
common
wait,
people.
Bush didn't
Obama
appeal?
was a
Why the fuck
demagogue.
did we go to Afghanistan and Iraq, you retard?
That was after he was elected. That's not him gaining power.
I just want to point out Obama was a demagogue. Trump is not a demagogue.
Then how did he get elected
You are
another
so
time
not
after?
serious.
He also got elected twice. You
Well,
know?
I also think that democracy.
How did he
well,
maintain
usually
his power? He appealed to the people. This is so stupid. You're not a serious person.
do you believe that every president is a demagogue then?
No, I believe the definition
or
that
do
you
you just-
gave is so broad that it would encompass every president.
That one is
You
really
gave
I
a broad
googled.
definition.
I just googled that.
I would use the definition that I gave originally. Actually, I'll
What was
Google it. I bet you my definition probably actually is.
I can ask Miriam. I can go to Miriam.
You went to a very specific definition. Fine.
Oh, this is
Demagogue.
this is basically one from Merriam-Webster. Do you want me to send this?
Well, if you just Google search it, it seems
Yeah, I
to
Google
line up with
searched it.
exactly what I said. from
Merriam-Webster.
Oxford.
So
Okay, so this is a
Merriam-Webster.
political leader who seeks support by appealing to the desires and the prejudices of ordinary people rather than by using rational arguments. So the desires and
Okay.
prejudices of ordinary people. What desires
So
is he
the
appealing to?
so
on
is
the
the
rational-
rational.
let me
wait, no,
elaborate.
is the definition there
Like,
different
a
because of
demagogue is
instead
the
of a
political
rational
leader.
argument part?
The
Hold on, let me
desires of
elaborate
rational
this further.
people.
Hold on, let me elaborate this further, right? A demagogue is a political leader who seeks support by appealing to popular desires, fears, and prejudices rather than using rational arguments. They often use charisma, emotional manipulation, simplistic rhetoric to sway public opinion, typically for their own power or agenda.
Every politician ever. Every politician
Wait.
has slogans.
That was your definition that you just read, and then you said
any politician who promises anything to the public.
Timothy,
The
do you believe
demagogue
that
is
every
quite literally
politician is
comes
a
from the
demagogue?
comes from the Greek, which means the leader from the people. That's what it literally means. It is meant to be the leader that represents the interest of the working man. Donald Trump, maybe he states that, his policies do not. Nobody actually believes that. The problem is that Donald Trump represents the ire that a lot of people are able to attach onto. So he's a
Okay.
lightning rod. People are unhappy in their lives. They attach whatever unhappiness they have to what Donald Trump's talking about, and that's what they think. He's not a demagogue.
I think that he's demagogue. He meets the
Yes,
definition.
your
you
definition of
gave and what I
demagogue would
gave.
meet every politician ever, though.
Okay, well,
Then
I'm using your definition of demagogue. I think Trump meets it.
True.
Okay, what is he actually appealing to improve in any common American's life?
Well, hold on. So when you call, hold on. When you call Trump a demagogue,
oh wait, so you're using your definition, which we already
That's
agreed
your.
with.
That's the one you sent. That's the one you sent.
Okay, so by the desires of the ordinary people, rather than
I want you to.
so what desires is he appealing
You're
to?
You're saying that your definition is my definition. Can you type
By
the definition
appealing to
using
the
the side
desires
chat?
of ordinary people, rather than what desires is he appealing to?
Can you send your definition in the side chat?
I just
okay, I'm going to tell you exactly.
Can you send it again and just type it out? Because you said that when I read out your definition, you said it was mine.
Reagan, would you agree that Trump is not a demagogue but a populist outsider?
What does Donald Trump actually seek to improve in the ordinary people? What desires is he actually fulfilling?
Do you think that he appeals to no desires of ordinary people?
Lower taxes.
Hold on. So when you Trump and a demagogue,
lower taxes and appealing to like the
Based Jew, you're not helping.
Hold on. Trump is a populist outsider, a shock jock, also known as a political showman, and an authoritarian-leaning leader. But he is not, and also a rhetorical strategist. But he is not in any way, shape, or form a demagogue. He's got very inconsistent with his. If he's a demagogue, he's the most inconsistent demagogue to ever be a demagogue.
Just like he'd be like the most inconsistent like.
Wait, why
like
are we getting sidetracked by this? The main thing was that Reagan originally didn't understand what mass democracy was and was saying that January 6th was ironic because he was mass democratically elected and he was trying to replace power. So it's
I maintain that.
Retarded. Yeah.
Trump
why are we allowing you to believe that Donald Trump,
to be
mass democratically elected by delegates in the primary? That should now soften the blow for him trying to do a coup.
I think it's just ironic. I don't think it softens the blow. I think.
Wait, you are using it to soften the blow.
You need to work on your definitions of words because I think that you just establish it by a dictionary.
Not at all.
Okay. Yeah. Wait. So can you type out your definition of demagogue? I'm very confused.
Hold on. Can I just
wait, at this point, no, stop. No, at this point, you're just extensively trolling. We're moving on from this topic.
I don't know what definition he's using.
No, we're moving on. You're extensive. We're done talking about it.
When I read out his definition, he said it was my definition, and I got mad.
Reagan, relax. He's done talking about it.
We're done talking about it.
I wanted to interrogate the position rather than just squabble.
Okay, Drew. What do you think about January 6th?
I said I wanted to interrogate his position.
That was the position originally, and their position is
I want to
so
know...
dumb that they said that the opposite of mass democracy is a delegate system, and then we got to the delegate system.
I said specifically the pre-1970s delegate system.
Okay, so we qualified it with the time frame too. Got it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so
the main position that we were talking about was January 6th and how it's actually should be in qualifying for Donald Trump. Because January 6th is an example of Donald Trump trying to go against the original ethos of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, which is that the people govern themselves.
But can I just point out, by the way, Reagan sees himself as a constitutionalist. You know, something that Trump isn't.
Yeah, I don't like Trump.
No, but the whole point that we're quibbling with Reagan is that Reagan seems to think that swaying out over Jan 6 is like weird.
Wait, hold on, is Reagan a guy? I thought they were a girl.
No, they're a guy.
They.
It's a they.
I go by they, it pronouns.
I asked him if he was a man in side chat or a guy, and he said he was. Straight. You said you're a straight. You said you're a straight white guy.
I said I was a straight man. I have the bisexual.
Reagan will always mask, and he'll try to do it so they can get you as much trouble as possible.
I just don't like people knowing anything about me.
No, well, the only reason why I ascertained that information is you went to my stream, called me ugly, and I was like, "Are you a guy?" And you're like, yeah, "I'm a straight white guy," and I'm like, "Well, it would be kind of weird if you found me to be attractive if you're a straight white guy."
I'm actually a gay black man.
Dude, this is just goy
slop,
bro. This is just consumption of goy slop you're doing right now. You're just consuming high levels of goy slop.
Hey.
Relax. Magpie, you know, you're getting muted for that, Magpie.
Wait. No, let the soy. Let base Jew.
No, hold on. Magpie is a no neo-Nazi. You're not allowed to say that word.
Magpie is a griper and a faggot.
You're not allowed to say. You're actually not allowed to say goy slop on a server.
Really? Okay. Wait, Magpie, you've gotten your one warning in my VC. Don't let it happen again.
If you're a Nazi, you should actually fucking, take a long walk over short pier.
What? You kind of started laughing the way through when you Magpie, were you one of those people who got like real nervous to like read when the teacher called on you, like in school?
No, I was one of those niggas to stand up and read during pop.
All right.
I get the feeling
He's too
Magpie
white.
enjoyed reading Kill a Mockingbird, and he spoke proudly when he had to say that word.
I hate Nazis. Is that really controversial?
No.
No.
In 2025,
What's controversial about saying that?
I don't know, some people on the server get real ass mad.
When you say
Yo, don't be talking about our ICE officers like that.
It is very controversial because many Nazis will get offended and they get really salty.
It's 2025 and I hate communists. That's more offensive.
It's kind of weird, Drew, that I say I hate Nazis, and the first thing you come back with is, "Well, I hate communists." Like, are you trying to self-report?
I hate both of them equally.
I think they should be in the same category.
True. What would have to happen to America before you thought America was becoming communist?
What would have to happen to America before I thought it was becoming communist?
Yeah.
My country
got in order to make you think it's becoming communist before it was communist.
So maybe some like steps to like effectuate policy that would abolish private capital, private ownership. The government taking like control over full control over sectors, or like trying to make positive steps to take control over the private
what about if
sector.
somebody took like the majority shareholder of like one of the most influential businesses in the country?
It would
like the majority shareholder of like 10 of those companies.
It would depend on what those companies were, because if it was like healthcare, for example, I think that capitalism has like failed to like handle that, to like solve for healthcare in America. Hence our healthcare outcomes not being as good as a lot of other countries in the world that are first world. So I wouldn't be opposed to that if the government did that, if we voted on it.
Okay, because I was gonna say, Drew, don't you think that the takeover or the like forced buyout of Intel's 10% of their share, so that the government
That's pretty
became the majority?
communist of me. That's pretty communist
That's
of me,
communist
honestly.
definition, right? Or like it's in the direction of communism.
Yes, state control.
How is it forced?
Well, it's state control. It's the state taking control of a partial or full control of a company.
Well, I mean,
owning 10% of non-voting shares with nobody on the board is not any kind of control at all.
If a government comes in and says, okay, so you're going to be pretty communist.
Yeah, what Trump did with Intel was kind of fucked. That was actually pretty communist, if I'm being honest. But
by definition, that's communist. That's what the Soviet Union did when they went into Swarovski, and they said, hey, so you're going to give us complete control of your company, state control mandate. You know, when a state takes control of a company, that's by definition communist.
Which is not at all what's happening with Intel.
It's unironically.
Yeah, but he wants more companies.
Hold on. What do you think? What do you think taking control of a share is?
You described the exact opposite situation of what's happening and said this is communist.
If a government takes control of the shares of a company, that is by definition communist.
I never thought we'd have MAGA like defending communism in the big 2025. It's kind of based.
Yeah, what a snowflake.
They don't really have a principled position. They just support whatever Trump does.
They're fasci, like, commies. It's kind of an interesting. I guess
Llama, you've
by
got to
definition,
understand,
it's
Llama.
kind of the same thing.
MAGA will support whatever fucking Trump supports.
Literally. If Trump came out today and said he supported pedophiles,
Trump overnight could say, you know what, I think pedophilia is actually cool, and they would sit there and say, well, you know, maybe he's got a point there.
Well, I think libertarians fall into like the MAGA camp by extension, and they have been defending pedophilia for a while, so it wouldn't be too surprising.
That's just their own personal prerogative. It's not even MAGA.
Yeah, they've been doing that since before MAGA.
Yeah, they used MAGA as a justification to support pedophilia.
Whenever anyone hears like the political ideology of like just libertarianism, do you just think immediately in your mind, am I being detained? Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Because that's all I hear in my mind.
Yeah, am I free to go? Am I being detained?
Am I being detained? You know that actually based off the common law article of the
Oh yeah, I'm actually a sovereign citizen.
Yeah, that's all I think.
You know, I'm not actually driving, I'm traveling. I'm not actually driving, I'm traveling.
I'd love to debate libertarians, but they don't seem to exist anymore.
In the side chat,
they do. There was one
pictures. Drew, do you not think that this looks a little authoritarian?
Oh, you know what that reminds? Hold on. You know what that reminds me of? This exactly.
This looks exactly authoritarianism.
It looks exactly like this. That's the building in fascist Italy when Mussolini was in charge.
Yeah,
You know what's great when your politician is copying Mussolini
and copying
all the portraits of previous good leaders to stand well.
It's kind of sad because, you know, every time Putin and Trump interact, Putin just like fucking wipes his ass with Trump, and it makes this look like a fucking joke.
I mean, this immediately
your
starts
country
from this.
has
This
to-
actually
hold
kind
on,
of
I mean,
reminds me
your-
when Nazi
hold on,
Germany
your
was
country has
still
been a
around
joke
in
since,
Germany, and they were
since
starting
you
hanging up
invaded Iraq.
pamphlets of like Hitler's face on it.
I mean, to be fair, your country has been a joke since you invaded Iraq.
No,
Not
wait,
in the
no,
same
no,
way.
no, no, no.
No,
Hey, we're
no,
not
not in the
doing.
same
Wait,
way.
no, we're not doing the whole hate Israel. Nope, nope. Beiju, let's
It's
redirect.
not
What
even
do you mean?
Israel.
No, I mean,
You
since
said
you invaded
Iraq.
Iraq, it's not Israel. They
No,
when-
but
since
you
invaded Iraq,
believe
the
that you
destruction-
believe that like there was some orchestration by like by Zionists to that caused the United States to go there to begin with.
Yeah, there was. There's direct evidence.
No, I don't want to. Nope, we're not doing that. Rage bait. Moving
Well,
on.
the Iraq, no, that's not my point though. But the Iraq invasion was.
Do you know what,
the
Shimothy, so you know the crazy conspiracy I believe that like I think Donald Trump would probably be killed by somebody if this keeps going on, but I think there's an even more stupid, ridiculous conspiracy theory that I think I buy into.
Okay, what is it?
It's not of this era though. It's of 2000. I actually think Al Gore won the 2000 election.
Oh, that's not a conspiracy theory. Lots of people think that.
I think he did too. He should not have conceded. Fuck him for conceding.
I wouldn't say fuck him for conceding. The Supreme Court didn't.
My conspiracy is Nixon.
Yo, fuck civility politics. Can I get an A?
Fuck Nixon.
Yeah, civility politics.
Obama
is
should
extremely
have.
homosexual.
Obama should have ramrodded through Merrick Garland.
Yeah,
Obama should have ran for a second term.
I think it's kind of a failure of democracy if Trump's not immediately in a prison cell after like January 6th. Like somebody should have been immediately.
2028.
Oh,
like 2028.
Oh yeah. No, in 2020. No, in 2020, like as he was getting out of office.
Oh, yeah, true. The fact that Biden didn't immediately go after him, like
Well, didn't he did?
just the DO. No, he didn't. He didn't appoint a special counsel. He didn't like force Merrick Garland to appoint a special counsel. And like initially, like immediately, there was no pressure from the Biden admin to prosecute Trump's crimes.
I mean, like immediately after January 6th, like after
Immediately after him taking office. No, there wasn't an immediate push for that. But you know what's funny? Republicans still like sit and cry and piss and shit that like Democrats like engaged in lawfare. Meanwhile, Trump's immediately going after like people who he disagrees with politically.
Oh my God. Just
when it comes to like Ann Seltzer,
routinely.
who's that other guy that he's that the FBI just raided his home?
John Bolton.
Yeah, John Bolton. Like immediately, like gloves off. Like they're not shy about it. They actually engage in political lawfare.
No, but I mean like as soon as soon as January 6th ended, pretty much.
Hey, just remember when
he should have
Obama
put in a
was
prison cell.
Yes, January 23rd, January 22nd, 23rd. Yeah, you should have. His house, Mar-a-Lago, should have been raided. His ass should have been
Just
carted
remember,
away.
by the way, when Obama was president, MAGA was
And then
called
as soon as the
bullshit.
Supreme
That's why we
Court
should
ruling
bring
was
Obama.
handed down that the president basically is like is immune from criminal prosecution, Biden should have SEAL Team 6'd him too.
I have the perfect
in
example
Minecraft.
for
In
this,
Minecraft.
guys. You guys watched the movie The Godfather, right? You know at the end when Michael Corleone was taking over the family and had all the fucking people, you know, disappeared.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Biden should have done.
Hey,
well, that's
just
pouring us all
just
in
remember the
like,
key thing, right?
immediately after
When
getting, like,
Obama
a
was the
prestigious
president of the
position,
United
he just
States,
ends up like knocking
MAGA was
off
calling for
people who
Obama
he
to
disagrees with and like placing complete loyalists.
Yeah, I don't see the point in like not SEAL Team 6ing him because fucking they literally believe that one deranged kid, that incel Republican kid, that Thomas Crooks or whatever. They literally think that he was the Democrat plant or something who was trying.
My favorite thing was that they were acting like Biden was so illiterate that you couldn't speak to anyone. But as soon as he was, as soon as like it cut his ear, like the bullet cut his ear, people were screaming that he was ordered by Biden to do that. You can't just say that he's mentally handicapped and then end up like saying he's smart enough to like orchestrate like an assassination plot. That's fucking ridiculous.
That failed. That also failed.
You want to know what's even
Yeah, but we
crazier
gotta
about
win
that?
these retards over. That's what the fucking media
Hey,
tells
you
us.
know what's even crazier about the whole ear shooting thing?
I don't
You
think
know
that's possible. I don't think you can convince
Road,
people
right?
to.
You know,
Yeah.
go look at the ear now, right? Go look at recent footage of his ear, right?
Oh no, I don't do the whole weird conspiracy that he wasn't actually hit or whatever. I don't care.
Well,
He
hold on,
probably was actually
hold on, no, doctor, hold
I
on,
think
Mama,
he was
doctors have
like
been pointed this
scraped
out.
on
Cartilage does not
the ear,
regrow.
and now
So,
he's
where is this why is
trying to
this
make it like a big deal
missing
because
again?
I don't do the weird conspiracy that like
No, it's not
everything
a
that came out
conspiracy.
about Thomas Crooks was
his
that
ear
he
is
was a
undamaged.
deranged kid who was actually plotting on committing some sort of political like action. He had even Googled Biden like appearances to like
try to
kill him as well. There was no he was just a crazy incel like horribly like fucked up kid in the brain.
If it hit any, the thing is if they tried the trajectory that the FBI put out, and if he actually shot him where the trajectory he was putting out, it would have basically blown off his ear, like with the rifle that he was using. It was very clear by everyone that he wasn't actually shot in the ear. That'd just be ridiculous.
Anyways, that's again moving on. I don't care about his unfortunately failed assassination attempt.
Unfortunately.
I mean, seriously, it's a fucking damn shame.
Based. But I guess
So cartilage does not regrow. So why is his ear not damaged?
I don't know.
His ear got damaged, I think, because of glass or some shit.
Yeah, and I also just like don't care. Like it's an unfortunate like failed assassination.
You see, like the second one.
Fucking schizos can't get anything right, bro.
Based.
Okay, so everyone makes fun of me for this, but I thought he was that if he ends up like launching the National Guard to almost every major city and starts putting up like these crazy like pamphlets of his face everywhere and starts going full on Hitler mode, I think the chances of him getting immediately assassinated goes up dramatically.
Well, I
If
mean,
you
if that
an
happens,
analysis
then I
of-
guess that would be too bad
trying
for him,
to
right?
do this right with the National Guard and setting National Guard to every city specifically.
Although I think,
Hold
life's
on.
not a
It's
movie. Things
specifically
are.
Trump's ultimate plan here is he wants enough civil unrest, enough protests, enough riots that it results in him being able to declare martial law. And once he declares martial law, he can then suspend the Constitution, declaring himself essentially God Emperor.
For the record, that's Stephen Miller's like plan. Trump's too retarded to actually pick up a plan that genius.
Well, no, that doesn't even work because you have to actually consult people within the government to declare martial law. And the thing is I know. Hold on, I know life's not a movie. I know life's not a movie. Things happen unceremoniously. I think what's likely going to happen is, due to some sort of heart failure or problem he has, whoever, like health issue, it's more likely that he just croaks in the Oval Office, Vance becomes president, gives some heartfelt speech about how Trump was saving America and all this, and then he does some fuckery. He becomes like a Gerald Ford, essentially.
And then Trump's buried in the war memorial.
Then he loses to another Democrat.
And then Trump gets
Trump gets buried
in the war memorial.
And I will only vote for a Democrat if they promise to literally legally pursue, like criminally, every last fucking member of the Trump fucking cabinet and admin, every last fucking
just say
pundit,
Project 2025.
everyone who is involved with Project 2025. And I will only vote for whoever plans on committing the most egregious forms of political lawfare. Unless they like communicate that messaging, I will not vote for them. Fuck them.
Paloma, did you get the game, by the way?
Vance in that position to just preemptively pardon people. There's no barrier.
Nope. Fuck that.
I don't think you can prosecute somebody.
I don't care. I don't care.
I mean, I guess you can just
find ways to work around it. Republicans have always found workarounds for everything that we thought was like set in stone. Like, for example, once you're impeached, not being able to hold further public office, Trump managed to get around that.
Well, he only got around that because of the.
No, he only got around it because Republicans always find a way to get around shit like that. Like actual.
I didn't realize Obama.ai was a server mod.
Realize who?
Obama.ai is a server mod.
Obama.aoa?
.ai is a server mod.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm an AI.
You actually an AI?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Robot.
Okay, Clanker. Sorry.
Ooh, I'm gonna see.
Hey, Clanker, what is 2 plus 2?
Yeah, Clanker, and I did use a hard R when I said that.
Yeah, and what is 2 plus 2 then, huh? You're such an AI, smarter than me. What's 2 plus 2?
Wait, no response? Darn it.
Oh, he really is an AI.
Obama. Obama. Are you trying to like
Oh, sorry, I'm in the middle of a game. Fuck.
Oh.
What game?
Yeah, what game are you playing?
Just bullying people on Call of Duty.
Oh, disgusting. Play Battlefield, man. Just play Battlefield, bro.
Dude, Battlefield's so fucking hard!
Nigga, it's better than that fucking shit you're playing. Fortnite 2.0.
Based.
Like, fuck me, you're playing Fortnite 2.0.
I mean, I'm
man.
actually gonna get Battlefield 6 though, but not Call of Duty.
I think
I mean,
literally
shit,
everybody's
man,
playing
you're,
Battlefield 6.
you're playing a game where you can play as Nicki Minaj that's meant to be a warfighter.
That's true.
It's kind of cringe.
Oh man, Call of Duty has really fallen for real.
Call of Duty used to be a competitor to Battlefield. Now, apparently, if you told me back in 2020 that EA would be less greedy than Activision, I would be shocked. I would call you a liar.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised that in 5 years they could have become more greedy.
Or EA apparently is doing God's work with Battlefield compared to Activision doing the same shit like up 7.
Well, maybe they
but
see
Lama, did you
that there's an
get that game?
opening in the market. No, I didn't get a peek, but I re-downloaded Project Zomboid.
Download Peak, man.
I don't want to buy it right now.
Come on, it's like
I have like another 100 hours to commit to 7 Days to Die before I play a new game.
How much better is Battlefield? I'm playing Warzone right now.
It's a lot better. I enjoyed it. The beta was good.
Damn.
But come on,
get
get
an artifact.
Peak's not a game you're gonna play.
I'm getting addicted to Warzone though. I kind of want
I'm
to
gonna freeze. I'm freezing.
Lama, get Peak. I want to play with you, man.
Low key, I don't understand why a lot of people have problems with Warzone.
Because it's a dog shit game. There's no anti-cheat.
It's a good game.
No, and the cheaters dominate. It's literally I can't go on TikTok without seeing people fucking.
Okay, to be honest, I don't play ranked, so maybe
in regular Warzone.
Oh, he likes beating up bots. Or did they take out the bots in the casual?
I'm just not good enough.
No,
bro.
the bots actually are worse now.
It's not that I like it, but I'm not good enough. If I play ranked, I just die. I spend more time in the lobby than actually playing the game. It's not fun.
Yeah, well, there's both cheaters and casual and ranked.
It's all subjective. It's all personal preference when it comes to games.
There has to be a necklace that prevents you from freezing.
Hey, but Lama, get Peak, man.
See, I just died.
Yeah, well, that's your fault.
That's a skill issue.
It's like $6, man.
It's not about the cost.
You can't afford it. Just admit it.
It's not about the cost.
Prove it.
You think that I'm gonna get goaded into like buying a game?
Yeah, prove you can even afford $6.
What's $6?
Peak.
Battlefield.
Nah, I'm good.
A game called Peak.
I know Peak.
I mean, to be fair, you said you would get it, Llama.
Yeah, eventually I'll get it, yeah.
Hey, that's not what you said the other day. You said you would get it when you get home.
The other day. That was today.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting on you getting it when, because you're home now.
Yeah, I never said when I'd get it.
No, you did. You said when you get home. You were at the gas station at the time and you said, when I get home, I'll get it.
Do you have this recorded somewhere?
You actually have a VOD of you saying it.
Oh, pull up the VOD. Send me the clip.
Is it not? Did you not record? Were you not streaming at the time?
Nope.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I wasn't streaming when I was at the gas station. I had been on my computer, right?
Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, if I was to, pull up my recording on my computer, I guarantee I could play the recording.
Play it then. I'm waiting. I'm patient.
Nigga, you already admitted it anyway. There's no need for this.
No, I didn't admit it. Putting words in my mouth.
Nigga, you said you would get it, don't you, bitch?
I intend on getting it eventually.
Why not now, man? It's a small game. You'll have a bit of fun for 3 hours. That's it.
Eventually. maybe.
I don't want to. I want to play it now, man.
I downloaded Project Zomboid. I do intend on playing that with you here in the near future, but I have work to accomplish here on the old 7D 2D.
That game is dog shit, and you know it.
It's so good.
It's dog shit, and you know it.
Zan, back me up here. It's so good.
You both are gay.
Fuck.
Yeah, see, no one's in your corner. See, this Zan is in my corner, not yours. Okay, Zan loves me.
I've literally made love to Zan in real life.
I know. I've made more love to Zan. I made so much love that you'll never have any love like me ever again.
For the record, Zan, this guy believes that 9/11 was an inside job constructed by.
That's kind of funny.
And kind of big.
By the Jews. Half the server would agree with me.
Is Battlefield on Game Pass?
No.
I don't think so. I think it'll be EA Pro or something. If you want to not buy it outright, just try it for a month or something.
It'll be on. It will be on EA Play. It won't be on Game Pass. It'll be on EA Play.
Wait, does anybody in here want to debate a hot button topic? I think it's more irrelevant. We literally.
Let's talk about 9/11 being an inside job.
We literally siphoned off like four people left from this boring back and forth on.
Yeah, so let's talk about something fun like 9/11.
Let's talk about a hot button topic that is relevant.
Let's talk about Israel. Israel Palestine.
Based you, I will permanently and forever remove you from my internet presence if you ever bring it up again in my room. I'm not joking.
You asked for a hot button topic that if people are interested in.
Forever and ever. Never again.
Well, that's Trump.
You already know my stated feelings and opinions on all of that.
I don't.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about the.
It's okay.
It turns into you either have people that hate Israel because they're actually anti-Semitic and they hate Jews, or they hate Israel because they're anti-Zionists and they're indistinguishable from the anti-Semite hating Jew people, and both of them make they use the same arguments to justify their hatred for Israel.
Okay, so I updated the room name.
Trump wears diapers. Alright.
Yeah, it's not inaccurate. He also wears a catheter.
He's old.
Oh no, it's not because he's old. I mean, Biden didn't wear a fucking catheter.
Well, it's also because he's old that he wears a catheter.
Biden wasn't a real person. He was a robot.
Also due to him having IBS and shit.
He was a clone.
IBS is a real thing, and it affects everyday working Americans, and I don't need you here shitting on people with IBS.
Trump is old, right? But the White House health report says otherwise. It says that he is. It says that he is 6'3", with 225 pounds, perfect health, perfect eyesight, perfect hearing, perfect vision.
I don't want to be in there anymore. I'm bored.
I don't blame you.
Based you, I know you can hear me. I know you're watching my Twitch stream. You fuck. Literally over half the fucking people, literally 10 people left when you started yapping. You fuck.
R.I.P.
Hey, he did sub to me on Twitch, which is base, but he uses his Prime sub, so ugh.
Ooh,
ugh.
You're gonna get
a free sub. Ugh.
A free, that's it. Yeah,
True.
Yeah, better.
I can't even remove that money from my Twitch monetization until I become an affiliate.
What the fuck?
It's fucked up. I also don't want to play Peak. I want to grind 7 days.
Grind your little 7 days to die hard out.
You're gay. Did you enjoy a conversation? Was it fun?
It was something.
I had a good time. I thought it was good.
It was good.
Man, we were really bullying that Marvin guy. Or I was really bullying that Marvin guy.
Yeah, you got fucking brownie. That was pretty funny.
Oh, it's an immediate mute if somebody brings up someone being like saying why are you so mad? Why are you being so emotional? Why are you spurging out? It's an immediate mute. It's such a cringe thing to say. Like honestly, I would never mute someone for calling me retarded. Like I don't care. Like that's fine. Call me autistic, call me retarded, call me weird, like dipshit, like fuck. Call me a monkey, but like the whole like ad homing like with emotional like state or something is just weird.
Very weird.
It's like weird behavior. Wait, how do I? Fuck. Wow. What you playing, buddy?
I am building a city and city skylines.
Nice. My camera turned horizontal.
It's actually kind of fun.
Peace out, you. Peace out, chat. Peace out.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat.
You're gay.
Bye, gay.